Okay. Says that we are live. I'm waiting to see. Okay, we have a 7-second delay, Nerd Squad, and I captured it on the cell phone. It is now 6:59 p.m. PST, January 14th, 2025. Unit 207 once again was up to some hacking and bullshit. A couple of men up there and a woman, all of whom are looking at the rest of their lives in prison and who believe they'll be gaining illegal entry and proceeding with their remaining felonies and then be going on to live their lives, are responsible. The FBI instructed me to record when they do this until they are detained using my cell phone as soon as they start. So I've been running a video the whole time. I'm going to end that video now. 6 minutes and 45 seconds. We'll play it back and then I will get to the script. So here's that video. Shut off it says I have internet connectivity. It's not showing me my live stream. The podcast that was playing ceased abruptly. It is January 14th, 6:53 p.m. PST. They may very well have someone outside stalking me on the exteriors. Previously, every time they'd come with packages they've intercepted, they would do this exact same thing. And this is the podcast I was listening to, which there is no audio for. But more concerning is the fact that that isn't functioning, as you can see here. That little disclaimer on the top left just showed up, and it's only shown up in the last couple of weeks when Unit 207's been trying out shutting off the internet. The FBI said every time they do this, they're getting hit with obstruction of justice charges. Ergo, I assume there's somebody that was outside. To be clear, they've added numerous obstruction of justice charges just in the last month, according to the FBI. Going back 31 days, not just referring to the month of January. There's nothing really to look at visually. The door was closed the whole time, so I'm going to let the audio play and the video will just stay on this phone, and I don't know how they do it, but the FBI Nerd Squad has access to everything on this phone while it's on airplane mode even. So I'm leaving the live stream running, and now I'm using the laptop that is running the recording of the live stream to see if that will allow me to open up this YouTube video that isn't opening on the Lenovo ThinkPad because of the additional obstruction of justice charges that they decided to add. This one is also not playing, suggesting they've cut it off. And as you can see, the Lenovo ThinkPad. The only cause for this, according to the FBI, is the idiots upstairs that are going to prison for the rest of their lives. Every single time, categorically, the FBI has evidence of going back over a year. This time last year, they were busy destroying laptops and trying to alter grades to make me lose grants that they ended up just stealing illegally, but I still haven't been paid. Nerd Squad, if you can hear me, since I have no way of checking this video, change the title of this video to Felons Obstruct. Felons Obstruction, it says 1:14, 10:06 a.m. Felons Obstruction live. Hacked by males upstairs. In Unit 207. Saving it. It's 6:56 p.m. PST. I have no option but to end this live stream. I am also recording on my phone, because the FBI said that for this week and next, anytime they do this, I've got to automatically kick on the video phone recording. So ending this live stream and a new one should initiate in 90 seconds or less, solely because of the fact that Unit 207's already ended it. At least from every device in this house. Again, you're watching the video that was recorded during the time period that they interrupted and hacked the live stream. This is what was going on. And there's a couple more minutes left. The front doors remain closed. I can only speculate that that's what the FBI means by their attempts at obstruction. Since there's only fraudulent orders and they're all going to prison for the rest of their lives except for the whistleblowers, and that reality, according to the FBI, should have become startling clear to at least a couple of them at the end of business day today. A new live stream. But Unit 207 is even making that process slow. See how they just wait and wait and wait, even though the done button's been executed. There we go. In this video, as you can see in the bottom, ran for 6 minutes and 45 seconds. Okay. It says that we are live. I'm waiting to see. Okay, we have a 7-second delay, Nerd Squad, and I captured it on the cell phone. It is now 6:59 p.m. PST, January 14th, 2025. Unit 207, once again, was up to some hacking and bullshit. A couple of men up there and a woman, all of whom are looking at the rest of their lives in prison and who believe they'll be gaining illegal entry and proceeding with their remaining felonies and then be going on to live their lives, are responsible. The FBI instructed me to record when they do this until they are detained using my cell phone as soon as they start. So I've been running a video the whole time. I'm going to end that video now. All right. It is now 7:06 p.m. PST. And I am going to play the live stream that preceded this, that they illegally and criminally shut off. And we'll listen to my reading of the script from this morning. The only things that have changed is after 5 p.m., the FBI confirmed that there is still only fraudulent court orders, making anyone in possession of them imminently liable and culpable for a series of felonies. So here we go. I will adjust for the time. It's now 7:07 p.m. PST. And it is still January 14th, 2025. It's like there's an 8-second delay, Nerd Squad. It is now 10:07 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. It just changed by the minute. January 14th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Wind pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Be advised, I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I'm an informant since the last week of June. Good morning. This is Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Wind, which is my legal name and the only name you have permission to address me as has been the case for well over 7 years. And you are watching my live stream. The date is January 14th, 2025, and the current time is 10:08 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I am a designated informant for the FBI, providing information on a significant criminal conspiracy involving the North Everett precinct of the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County prosecutors, and other individuals. This live stream is running 24/7 as directed by the FBI. For a comprehensive understanding of the situation, I refer you to a video on this channel titled Mystic Wind versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist, et al. Additionally, my Facebook page, facebook.com/mysticwind loves only you, contains a series of cease and desist letters and legal declarations from September 15th, 2024 to December 29th, 2024, which provide a detailed chronology of events and legal actions undertaken. It is of paramount importance to understand the following. Should this live stream terminate abruptly without a clear oral statement from me indicating the end time and confirming a new live stream will commence within 90 seconds, it must be understood that I did not end it. The termination will be the responsibility of the federal felons presently occupying Unit 207, located directly above my home of 13 years. The FBI has, since October, stated that the final illegal entry attempt onto my property will coincide with the unlawful cessation of this live stream. Such an act has occurred multiple times in the past few weeks, as recently as the 4th. Pursuant to FBI directives, my front door is to remain closed and is not to be opened unless I am conducting a live stream. And concurrently recording on my cellular phone, a device valued in excess of $1,000, which the FBI instructed me to place on airplane mode in August 2024 due to attempted evidence tampering by the North Everett precinct. Furthermore, a large wooden stick fashioned by my eldest son has been placed against the interior of my front door. This apparatus is positioned in such a manner that any forced entry through the door would necessarily result in the shattering of one of my living room windows. The FBI has advised that this measure will substantially assist in securing a conviction for breaking and entering, should such an event occur. As of today, my front door has remained closed for over 12 days and will remain as such for the foreseeable future. Please be advised that as of 3 a.m. on January 2nd, 2025, a prior invitation extended to a specific neighbor permitting them to open my door at any time has been formally rescinded. It is imperative to state unequivocally that the FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders bearing my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 to the present date of January 14th, 2025. Any attempt to enforce a purported order bearing either of these names is, therefore, illegal. Moreover, the act of requesting such enforcement, or even being in possession of these orders, constitutes a criminal act and implicates all involved parties in a series of felonies. These felonies include, but are not limited to, conspiracy, obstruction of justice, witness tampering, fraud, stalking, kidnapping, ADA and civil rights violations, harassment, criminal trespass, perjury, and evidence tampering, among others. As detailed in my declaration dated December 14th, 2024, accessible on my Facebook page, I am owed an excess of $14 million. This debt is owed by the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors, DCYF Unit 207, and other associated parties. This sum represents a contractual obligation arising from the receipt of my tort claim dated August 14th, 2024, my ongoing illegal detainment now at 160 days, and their sustained and continuous engagement in acts of stalking, hacking, harassment, civil and ADA rights violations, and a broader pattern of criminal activity against me. Efforts to disseminate information regarding these events via my podcast, Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist, et al., have been stymied on several platforms. This is directly attributable to the actions of certain officers within the North Everett Precinct. Nonetheless, at the FBI's direction, a dedicated Twitter account for the podcast has been established. All episodes, including the most recent from December 29th, 2024, are accessible on x.com/mysticgwenpod. For contrasting purposes, my personal Twitter account, x.com/realmysticgwen, contains documentation regarding the imminent threats from the North Everett Precinct. To reiterate, I have not opened my front door without concurrently running a YouTube live stream since the third day of my illegal detainment. Today marks the 160th day of the illegal detainment. Consequently, for 157 days, my doors remain closed in the absence of a live stream. This practice is in direct accordance with FBI instructions implemented to ensure both my safety and the integrity of the evidentiary record. In accordance with the FBI directives, a recording, which I will play at the end of this speech, will be broadcast on this live stream each time individuals are present on my private property without legal immunity. This recording serves as a formal notification to those individuals. It is dated January 2nd, 2025, and details the legal ramifications of their ongoing criminal actions. On January 2nd, 2025, a conversation within Unit 207 was overheard.
wherein a female indicated that a lawsuit would be filed against me by individuals identified by the FBI as federal felons. It is critical to underscore that the FBI has, since August 2024, maintained that any party initiating legal action against me will ultimately be ordered to pay me a substantial sum. The FBI has further clarified that I and I alone have the right to use the term slander, libel, and incendiary in this matter. For a period of 17 months, a pattern has emerged wherein the North Everett precinct, in conjunction with the Snohomish County prosecutors, has escalated their criminal activities each Friday. January 3rd, 2025 represented the fifth Friday without such an escalation. The overreaching criminal conspiracy continued unabated. On the evening of January 6, 2025, a conversation within Unit 207 was overheard in which a female expressed that she was under duress, being directed by an external party to illegally detain me. This directive aligns with premeditated plans in place for over a year to effectuate my illegal detention. Further, it has been reported that these individuals have devised plans involving me for each day spanning January 9th through the 15th. Specific focus is being given to the upcoming Friday, the weekend, and the following Monday and Tuesday. On January 10th, 2025, at approximately 5 p.m., a female who is facing multiple felony charges, including kidnapping, and who does not have and has not had custody of my sons, was present in Unit 207, boasting about a fraudulent act perpetrated by her and her co-conspirators. Subsequently, at approximately 9:28 p.m. to 9:48 p.m. on the same day, while occupants of Unit 207 were exhibiting signs of glee and excitement, an individual acting at their behest engaged in stalking behavior outside of my residence, taking photographs before enacting ADA violations. Roughly 10 minutes later, the individual in question also took photographs prior to knocking on my door. As previously stated, my door has remained closed for over 12 days and will continue to remain closed for the foreseeable future. The FBI has further disclosed that those facing the most severe prison sentences have approximately 1 week remaining before they are confronted with the reality that their attempts to evade justice have failed. Any plans formulated by these individuals for the period of January 16th to the 18th have been proactively undermined by the FBI. It is possible that these plans involve co-conspirators located outside of Unit 207. It has been confirmed that as of the end of December, the North Everett precinct, in concert with their associates, has, for the third time since 2022, weaponized the IRS against me. The FBI has, on each occasion, verified that these actions are orchestrated by the North Everett precinct. Previous instances involved the IRS issuing threatening notices regarding court orders and feigning ignorance about the necessary steps to cease their harassment. While the specifics of this current situation remain under investigation, the FBI has assured me that it poses no issue as the IRS is fully cooperating with the ongoing investigation. On August 7th and August 14th, 2024, under the guidance of the FBI, I placed stated signs on my exterior explicitly addressed to the North Everett precinct, the Owens, and all other parties complicit in this conspiracy. These signs, which were photographed and filed in Snohomish County Superior Court Case 10-5005934, in conjunction with my tort claim, unequivocally state that knocking on my door is illegal, that no immunity applies to such actions, and provides an email address, therealmysticgwen@gmail.com, for scheduling appointments. It should be noted that the only individual who attempted to schedule an appointment was a woman facing federal imprisonment. The FBI deemed that I was not authorized to read or respond to her communication. It is pertinent to note that as of January 4th, 2025, there were oral threats emanating from Unit 207 encompassing the superseding 7 to 10 days. These threats specifically reference plans to effectuate the illegal entry that has been attempted over 36 times since the first week of August 2024. This coincides with the period when the FBI instructed me to install the aforementioned dated signage. Said signs were addressed to the North Everett precinct, the extortionist Owens, and those individuals masquerading as child welfare advocates while in fact perpetrating acts of child abuse.
That's
These
you,
details
dumbass.
are comprehensively documented in the tort claim filed on August 14, 2024, 9 days before the second instance of actionable kidnapping and 3 days before the first of such instances. This concludes the current update. I express my gratitude for your attention and continued support. I encourage you to review the video and my Facebook page for a more comprehensive understanding of these matters. Maintain vigilance, and I will endeavor to provide further updates as they become available. Should this live stream be unexpectedly terminated, you are now aware of the responsible parties. I will make every effort to reestablish the live stream contingent upon my not having been subjected to kidnapping, illegal arrest, or unlawful committal, all of which have been threatened and premeditated for over a year by those residing in the condominium above my home of 13 years. Now we're going to play the recording that has already been utilized due to exterior stalking as of January 10th. There is about a 10-second delay before it gets to the information. And remember, it is dated for January 2nd. This is because the FBI wants to show that they know the premeditation, apparently.
It is 11:58 p.m. by Thursday, January 2nd, 2025.
It is actually 7:19 p.m. PST. Before I play the recording for the illegal criminal entry attempts, I'm going to go to the end of this live stream. I didn't read the script just now because I had read it this morning, so I used this morning's recording as I wasn't to be making another live stream until tomorrow, but Unit 207 changed that by committing some more obstruction. So I'm fast forwarding in that live stream to the end to see if, although on all of my devices there was no live stream, it at least captured the audio.
Well, she got to get over here. First, and they
Joe Rogan
Get away with it,
podcast
'cause they
ended
never
before the live stream.
passes.
So
Yeah,
hearing that.
I've actually destroyed the entire, like, did you feel it? And I saw that guy. I saw him as I was passing. I saw, like, his leg.
So yes, indeed, they did criminally and illegally end it. The phone video is 6 minutes and I think it said 25 seconds. Maybe it said 45. Let me check. Six minutes and 45 seconds for the video. Beyond that, it was just me refreshing tabs. Also, the FBI said every time they obstruct justice, it's directly before they perpetrate another incident, resulting in an additional $1 million for me. Something they already did on January 10th. If you look on my YouTube channel, you'll notice how the videos right before that last stalking incident, they also ended over and over and over again. And then remember, this is what the FBI has said about Unit 207 since before they kidnapped my kids. Quote, they are not nearly as smooth as they like to imagine. And then remember, there's not a person in Unit 207 that's been up there since September of 2023 or longer that's not going to prison for the rest of their lives in the event they haven't blown the whistle. Now, let's play the recording for anyone who's illegally on my property. A retroactive recording, as everything in this recording, according to the FBI, was already stipulated in more than one cease and desist letter and with more than one sign that I have YouTube videos from well over a year ago of having been hanging up, which the FBI has recordings of Unit 207 knowing full well as they've read them, especially when they've come downstairs to illegally and criminally deliver packages they intercepted from Amazon and other delivery services. So here's the door recording. Remember, it's retroactive. That's why the FBI says that the women going to prison for the longest like to send people they don't like,
It is
that are lazy, fat, and poor,
Pacific Standard Time,
like some of
Thursday,
you,
January 2nd, 2025.
to my door.
This is a live stream per the FBI's instructions of my new door greeting that I'm to save and to play for those people who are going to prison that have plans involving, once again, actively stalking me outside of my building. I don't know if this is tomorrow, or multiple times over from tomorrow to Wednesday, just that the FBI has informed me to do so. So, in the event that you're hearing this, you're in front of my private property. Stop where you are. You are being recorded. By agreeing to come here, you are agreeing to be charged with obstruction of justice. You are agreeing to be charged with witness tampering. You are agreeing to be charged with stalking. You are agreeing to be charged with criminal trespass. You are agreeing to be charged with ADA violations. You are agreeing to be charged with civil rights violations. You are agreeing to be charged with conspiring with others to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42, Section 1985, and any other crimes listed on the signs posted on my property. Let me be clear, you have no immunity for your actions. Any claims of immunity are fraudulent, just like every court order with my names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 to January 2nd, 2025. The FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders with either of my names from that time period. If you choose to knock on my door or to continue standing on my private property, you are choosing to harass me and stalk me. And if you are attempting to goad me into opening my door to pull off another crime, be aware that you are making yourself personally liable. You will be forced to pay me directly from your severance, your 401k, and any other assets you have that will need to be liquidated. No position, excluding the FBI, has any immunity in this situation. I strongly advise you to verify this information with the FBI unless you and or your associates are some of the federal felons going to prison for the rest of their lives due to the crime spree of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, dwindling Department of Child Abusers moonlighting as child protectors, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, the extortionist, Anne Marie et al. If you are unable to get verification on anything you have being fraudulent, it is because of your
And their looming incarceration and soon to be unsealed indictments.
Now get off my fucking private property and refrain from further crimes.
As the signs on my exterior have stipulated for over a year.
It is now 12:02 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, January 3rd, 2025. I'm going to end this live stream and a new one should initiate in 90 seconds or less.
Correction, it is now 7:27 p.m. PST. Now my arithmetic isn't the best, but the live stream that preceded this is titled 10:06 a.m. Felons Obstruction. Live hacked by males upstairs in Unit 207. This one that we are currently running is titled 6:57 p.m. Felons. The title will be adjusted, but if their pattern of criminality is replicated just based on the last 3 weeks, they'll continue to shut off live streams intermittently over the next couple of days until they have people come here to perpetrate felonies at their behest and they have some celebratory conversations upstairs. But remember, today was the end of business day, as far as the FBI has stated, with regard to certain people in robes being authorized officially to start to say things to each and every one of you that's going to prison for the rest of your life. that are going to make it apparent to you that, yes, indeed, you're going to prison for the rest of your lives. Also, remember that the FBI stated after 5 p.m. today, there's still not a single lawful court order with my name on it. There are only fraudulent documents implicating anyone in possession of them or enforcing them of a series of felonies and an absolute guaranteed conviction charge for conspiracy. U.S. Code 42, Section 1985. The FBI told you guys that'll kill you. Now, Nerd Squad, I will upload a selfie for this video. The interface is reflecting 135 videos as published for public consumption at present at 7:29 p.m. PST. Also, remember, everybody, the FBI said your last incident, I will be getting $1 million for. And whatever the fuck your future incidents are, I'll be getting $1 million for every additional incident. Does that count ending my live stream? I don't think so. I think it's specifically related to exterior stalking and or every day that you continue to enforce documents that you know are fraudulent. Further, the FBI stated that they really loved my analogy that I provided last night, which is describing to the federal felons that what they've done is gone and robbed a bank. Okay? They've robbed a bank. They've gotten only marked bills. And then some of them have gone back to the bank repeatedly with a 5 or a 20 or a 50 and then asked the teller, is this one of the marked bills that was stolen? And the teller said, no. And then one went back and even asked for a teller to write on a piece of paper that these are not marked bills. And the teller, complying with the FBI, wrote on a piece of Post-it, this bill is not a marked bill. And then they left and they're like waiting to cash their savings deposit of marked bills from the same bank that they robbed. So, come and bring forth your deposit slip, you idiots. Come on. I'm getting $1 million for every extra incident. You're getting away with nothing. And remember, it is $100,000 a day, as you contractually agreed to. On that note, Nerd Squad, I'll be adding that selfie in the next 5 minutes. It's currently 7:31 p.m. PST. I'm going back to the Joe Rogan podcast I was listening to before the imbeciles upstairs decided to add more obstruction charges. Keep in mind, my door has still been closed for somewhere between 12 and 13 days. I'd have to look at the live streams, but I think the last time I was outside was on January 2nd. I think that's the last time I opened my front door. But it might have been the 3rd.
Asked, and there was just a guy without a fucking head.
Whoa! We saw a guy in the Hyatt, the old Honda, like we saw just like you look, and he was like there in the air.
Oh my god!
No way! Is there a bounce?
Off the Honda's roof?
One of the balconies. These have balconies facing sunset.
Oh,
Was that Brody? Got that.
oh, you son of a bitch. Well, that was when the guy during the strike committed suicide.
That's right.
From up there, yeah.
That's right.
That's right.
Oh no, you son of a bitch.
You ever seen a Bryson Men?
That is a crazy story. The story of the strike, when you realize that at one point in time they were getting no money.
No money for comedy.
Crazy.
No money.
Leno saved it.
And then they're like, finally, we get $15.
Did Leno save it?
Yeah, he pretended to get hit by a car. And they were like, all right, what are we doing? A guy died, Leno got hit by a car, let's pay these fuckers.
For real?
Yeah.
I didn't hear
Pull
that.
it up.
That's
Give it a
crazy.
go.
Leno, we talked about it last time. But another comical injury.
Nerd Squad changing the title of this video to the date and time as it already was, day 160-61, hostage of North Everett precinct of fraudsters et al. CX, December 2023, FB, and uploading that selfie right now.
When you're
Yeah.
that's a tough fall.
Maybe he's dating Nancy Pelosi's attacker.
And he didn't even drink.
He doesn't drink.
So he's just getting beat up all day long.
He also doesn't do squats.
Okay,
his
Nerd
ankles
Squad,
get resentment, so it'll pop
saved at 7:33 p.m.
You take
PST.
a wrong step and that shit's gonna snap off. You're gonna go for a tumble.
Go for a walk instead of
When you
drive.
get older, you gotta work out.
You really do.
You might hate it. Yeah, you hate it. Who cares? Just fucking do it so you don't die. Do it so you don't fall in the tub.
Yeah.
You know? Like, for real. Like, you gotta be able to stop yourself from
Oh
falling.
yeah.
Like, the deceleration, you have to have the ability to
I've
do
been
that.
falling in a fucking tub in a while. Right? I feel like because I haven't stayed in a shitty hotel.
With a tub.
When you have to stay in those shitty, they're like slick.
They are
they're slick.
Yeah.
The UFC canceled a fight once because the dude was cutting weight in the bathtub and he blacked out and banged his head.
that you are all listening to and
So
make
finally
sure
brought
there's audio.
Jay Leno getting hit by a car.
5:15.
Did he
Damn.
pretend? Leno getting hit by
He
a car.
faked it.
Did he pretend? The two jumped out of the way, but there was a loud thump and Leno fell to the pavement. Maynard freaked out, running inside the club to confess
The
his
women
sin. Leno, for
upstairs
his part,
don't think
moaning
you're
on the
not going
ground.
to prison for
Dressing
playing a role.
Teresa,
Your complicity
kneeled
makes
next
you
to him,
accessories to a
Fred's
lot of
pal
crimes.
Bellier,
Sometimes
Jake
you don't want to
Jay
admit to
Leno opened
yourself,
his eyes
like the
and winked.
kidnapping charges
Yeah.
you are all
So he did do that.
facing.
Good movement.
Hey guys, I got hit by a car.
And leverage.
That guy jumped off the high.
7:35 p.m.
Just trying to hit the
PST.
door.
Whistleblowers
Realized
excluded, and
a
remember,
half
the
second
whistleblowers are the
I heard
only
it.
ones I won't be having
Yeah, for sure.
liquidate their
But
assets.
that's the problem.
Wait, what
When a
happened?
guy committed suicide and he sucked,
He crossed
was a
the picket
comic,
line.
like, come on.
He goes, I'll perform. You can't have comics that perform. I'll perform.
And then
for
for
you.
those
You'll
that
be
are
loyal
watching,
after I'm done."
remember,
And
the
he was like,
FBI has
"Thanks for the
stated
service,
there are
like, you're a good
16
lineup."
people that I could acquire
Yeah.
restraining
he
orders
jumps off
against.
the high, in the air, goes, "Oh, never get the
16.
store."
I have
Didn't
one
even make it to
multiple
the
times
bottom.
He tried to
convicted
kill
stalker and
someone on the
abuser.
Trying to hit
And
the
then I
store,
have
and then
two
I got
other
stuck.
exes that
That's
I
a dude
have
doesn't
refused to
understand.
even
Yeah.
talk to really since
That's a guy like
2017,
thinks
aside
he
from one college
What
lab
What a terrible last name.
groveling and
Guy
begging for
doesn't
me
know
to
how
keep
far
his
he can jump.
secret secret.
Yeah. Or do comedy.
I can jump 48
Or do comedy, right? It's the same
Now I
mindset,
have
right?
16
Well, those guys in
as I
comedy,
have
like, hey, good crowd.
experienced
You know, you should be
crimes
watching yourself.
nonstop,
Right.
5 days
Yeah,
a
there's
week
a lot of
without
videos
abatement.
about that.
And you will be
Yeah.
paying me $100,000 a day, and you'll be thanking God
So
every
the
day
guy
that I don't
didn't get
sue
busted,
you,
he
you
tried to
stupid
jump off the
fucking
building all the time.
disgraces
That guy
of
was terrible.
this
Severe
city
depression.
Well, yeah,
and
even if he was good,
enemies
there's no
of
reason
this
to kill yourself.
amazing nation.
No, it's not. But it's like this whole idea, like, oh, he killed himself for the strike. No. He was just nuts.
He was just a crazy.
Just a
he had-
nutty
he had
dude.
depression.
It wasn't good.
Yeah.
There's a
You're blaming it on that thing.
How
but it's
many
like,
guys, when you started, were just like on tilt, just a little, but they would do real good sometimes. You're like,
Yeah.
maybe
Right.
he's gonna make it, and you're all kind of in the same boat, having sort of similar sets. But there's a few of those guys like maybe.
That's almost worse because it keeps them in long enough to
Yeah,
kill
I
every
did
now
well
and then.
last month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's real weird when you get an email from one of them fellas,
Oh.
and they want to open for you.
I get those.
You're like, yeah, you ain't done comedy for a decade.
They make it so uncomfortable.
A
Right.
decade.
Like,
Yeah.
you're like, all right, I'm already bringing like an opener, and like, what about an MC? I'm like, oh shit, you got to scramble to find an MC.
Yeah,
to come. And they go, fine, I'll just do a guest set. Fuck.
No,
I hate a guest set.
I'll just do a guest set
That's
and
the
bring a
worst.
camera crew.
There's
and
no
do
way.
20 minutes.
And
that
bring
one
my-
guy.
Bring friends into the green room and hang
Oh
out all
yeah,
night.
fun time.
And on that note, let me expound a little bit on two things that I just said. One, the three crazy exes. One is a multiple times convicted stalker and abuser. The other one, being a psychopath, was loosely adjudicated on, and I alone made the personal decision not to prosecute him for a series of felonies that fall under revenge porn, including sending pornographic images of me sucking a transsexual in his penis at the same time to my mother and one of my half sisters. And then guy number 3, I thought since his life turned into a complete shit show, as he deserved. And our last conversation included me once again reassuring him not to disclose how full of shit he is. That we were good. So I am thinking that the 16 stalkers are all the imbeciles upstairs who destroyed my laptop this time last year, who've been stealing money from me, who've premeditated over 150 crimes, literally directly above my head in my home of 13 years, and who are still believing they're not only going to acquire illegal entry into my condo, but that cutting me a check in the future for $100 and something thousand is going to make it so that they're all good. If you believe that, you are in for the rudest awakening of your lives. You are literally going to feel like you've died and gone to hell as soon as you're in King County Jail. Remember, the whistleblowers, as far as I'm concerned, they've washed their hands. And according to the FBI, a lot of them were promised fraudulent, non-existent immunity and thought that they were compliant because they didn't realize they had been enforcing and following orders given to them that were only given due to the acquisition of a series of fraudulent orders with my name, which are sealed for over a year, that have been used for nothing more than the threats that I've reported: to kidnap my sons, to steal from me, to slander me, to terrorize me. So when you find yourselves in King County Jail, don't come to me for mercy. Don't write me asking me to write the governor and ask for a pardon for your dumbasses. Rot. Rot.
The invasion of your privacy.
Whistleblowers,
Just being
they
kind.
deserve to be paid. If they're in a hostile working
the
environment
word.
and the FBI's own assessments and logistics crew has already determined they're 100% at
Yes,
risk for retaliation,
We are still
I
friendly.
have nothing but
Right.
respect
So
and
how do you
forgiveness
pray on
for
that?
them.
That's why.
Some of them, after the others are
Separation,
convicted,
Adam Egan, you know, like-
I may, in
Adam
fact, reach out to,
Love to
but
see
not for
Joe
within
Rogan
6
go,
months
Adam won't
because
let
I'm
me
big
have you on
on
the show.
avoiding
Sorry.
conflicts of interest.
Adam makes the rules.
But it's
Yeah.
Joe Rogan,
It's the only
friends.
way
I
it
know.
works. The only way it works is Adam. You know, that's what he wanted to get the job.
He's fucking miserable.
Miserable.
Every time I see him, he's like pulling his hair out, he's crying.
Oh, that's just because he's a
He's
Jewish
Jewish.
man.
Maybe that's it.
I don't know,
I throw the pot in
Yeah. No.
Gaza.
What kind of prayer do I have to make over the sink?
I don't know.
Or to put it another way, none of you should legally be upstairs at all right now, nor should you legally have been up there for as long as you've been there. Period.
I don't know. I've been happy since he stopped eating donuts.
Adam's fine.
Fathom was the best Fathom.
No,
Yeah.
he was dying. He was like dying at one point in time. He was
Fathom
bleeding.
Fathom Egan.
He's bleeding for some reason.
Talk to him about, yeah.
What?
Listen, you need to clean
Bleeding?
it.
Oh, I'm
On
not
a
okay.
period.
Yeah, he was on the period.
There you go.
He's becoming a woman.
I think he had a butt period a lot.
Yeah, butt period.
Is that a hemorrhoid?
No, I think he was having like internal butt periods.
Oh, really?
Oh,
And then you have to remind yourselves, for those of you watching, that it's because of who they've co-conspired with that there now is a safety risk, you see. Now, them being upstairs with a couple of loaded guns might actually be necessary because their co-conspirators, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser and extortionist, namely, are now real risks. And it's your fault, you stupid sacks of Nazi scum. You are no better than the Nazis. You steal, stalk, abuse, invade. You kidnap children that you abuse to make them not like their Jewish mommy. When I say that some of you, I hope, rot, I want you to know I mean it. I hope you stay alive and you rot.
oh.
Yeah,
It wasn't good. He's better now.
he's better.
Was
Yeah.
that-
You know, he's a
Yeah,
worry wart. He's a worry guy. You know,
Yeah.
worries about shit. Oh no.
And he's passing it on to his dog. You ever meet his dog?
Oh, shake it. That's what happens.
Yeah.
We take a
Oh.
drive to the woods just to go, and the drive is like slobbering.
And remember, I am not talking to the whistleblowers at all. When I say that somebody has washed their hands, consider it like Godzilla telling you, you've atoned. I'm not Godzilla, your guru or your savior. But in my mind, if you've blown the whistle, you did the best that you could. I totally agree with the FBI's assessment that you're 100% at risk of retaliation. I feel bad for the whistleblowers. Everyone that hasn't blown the whistle, rot. You're going to rot.
Operating.
You're gonna rock.
It's the meanest,
As soon as he's out, I was like, oh, nice woods.
it's the meanest thing I do, but I'm always like, dude, your dog sucks. It's the meanest thing you can say to somebody. Like, no, I love him.
If a dog's never driven and then you drive it, like you have to drive them when they're little.
Yeah.
He did. Couldn't take it.
Like a woman
How
in the Middle
old
East.
was it when he got it?
Puppy.
No, remember he would bring it. He brought
Was
it
it a
to
full
like
puppy?
Vulcan and shit. And it would it would come into the room and like hide under the table. You know?
Oh yeah,
That's when I started. I was like, stop bringing this fucking dog
It's a
around.
rescue
This
dog.
sucks.
Yeah.
Is it a rescue dog?
What kind of dog? Pug?
It's like a Dalmatian.
It's like a Dalmatian.
Yeah. Cute little dog.
It's named Dice. It's a good
That's
dog.
fun.
It is a good dog. I feel bad making fun of a guy's dog.
His dog's named Dice.
Yeah.
That's cute.
And it's a Dalmatian. So
Yeah.
it looks like a dice.
Oh,
Dice kind of,
oh, I didn't even catch it.
yeah.
You tried that with me too. Your dog sucks. I'm like,
I do
that's
like
retarded.
your dog.
That's retarded. My
I do
dog
like
is one of
your
the best. Yeah, there's no part of it that's like,
You got a great dog.
yeah.
Say your
Your
dog
dog's
sucks.
awesome.
It's very funny. Though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your dog's a sweetheart.
He
Ari.
kills people.
That's
Your dog's
nice.
like, no, don't say
That's
that.
nice. Yes.
And you can't say it about a kid, but you can say it about their dog.
Yeah.
You can get away with
Your
it.
kid sucks. They go, yeah, whatever.
You can say it about a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can say it to a
You
kid.
can say it to some guys. Some
Yeah.
guys have just had enough with their sons. Like enough.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
fucking enough. He's 26 years old. Get out of my fucking house. You can tell that guy's kid sucks.
Yeah.
That's
They're
true.
like, your kid sucks. He goes, right?
Yeah.
What have you noticed?
That's a weird thing about today. Like, there's a lot of 26-year-old dudes living with their parents.
You got that right.
When did you guys leave?
That's
25.
23.
I was 20.
18.
18. Out of the house.
Out.
Not talking about college.
Gone.
Yeah, 20. I was out of the house.
I went
and they wanted me out of the house when I was 18.
I went back after college for a year.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
Oh, no. That's hard.
No, it was a good year.
Really?
Yeah, it was nice.
just drinking with Phil every day.
No, I was just reading and jacking off in the basement. It was great.
There
The
you go.
quiet room.
Yeah. My parents were
Like
like,
a priest.
you
Run
got
the
to
laundry.
get some kind of a real job.
And you didn't.
Yeah.
you figured out a way to disobey them.
Well, but back then, I get it. I know. I was fighting. That's all I was doing.
Yeah.
So I was fighting right out of high school. So like, I didn't want to go. He's a fucking bartender.
That's crazy.
He's Tom Cruise.
Well played.
Like cocktail.
So I understand why they wanted me out of the house. Like you're living an unrealistic life.
Yeah, but yeah, that was great.
That was really good.
That was
Actually.
low key great.
Hey,
Is
all
that
right.
like the least impressive skill of all time? Like someone makes
Yeah.
a drink by spinning bottles in the air and
Also,
doing all that shit.
whoever wants it, if you see them doing it, like, just make the drink.
I just want to drink. Yeah, I don't need a witty bartender.
Right.
I mean,
No.
if you're really that funny, you should go do stand up.
Which
And rude bartenders are there.
Oh, that's the worst.
Oh,
like that.
It's like, what do you want?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have
Yeah.
that. And then they walk away.
What the fuck was that? Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Especially like if you're a good tipper. Like, come on, man, don't make me not
Yeah.
tip you. I want to tip you well. I want you to have a good experience here. I don't want this to be
I'm a
bad for you.
standoffish bartender.
A buck for a
Sassy.
beer, though.
Sassy
Can we
family.
get rid of that? You open a beer cap. A buck?
A buck is a max. A buck is too much.
I know,
Listen,
but like if he's whipping me
listen,
up a
You
Mai
can't
Tai,
think. You can't think.
Look how happy he is with himself. Shut up, bro.
You can't think that
Yes.
anything you're doing in a bar is like paying for things in a store.
yes,
You can't think of it that way. You're paying for this experience of being in public, and this dude, this is his job. It's not supposed to be reasonably priced.
I'm
All
okay
right.
with $1. When it starts to be like a $12 beer, and it's like, no, you don't get $2 for this.
I live $100.
Really?
What?
Yeah, I get a beer. I live $100.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. I don't care. Give him
Damn.
money. Are you going to notice it, or is he going to notice it? Are you going to notice if you have $100? You're not going to notice. $100 from anyone in this room. It's like it doesn't exist.
Oh,
But
think about
$100 to a
Norman's
dude,
crazy.
Crazy. That's crazy.
he's fine.
$100.
$100 you don't know exists. You might
What?
know $1,000 exists. You might know $10,000 exists. But if you look at your bank account, it's 100 this way or 100 that way. It makes zero difference.
Yeah, that's for one time. We're in bars every night.
Good
How often
point.
do you do it?
That's
Good point.
700
Yeah, we go a lot of bars.
Spend a little money.
Yeah, we spent $8,000 by the end of the night.
Find the drinks.
Yeah, good. Perfect.
You guys get after it last night?
A little
I
bit.
did. Me and DeRosa and Medic and out.
You had your show at the mothership last night.
Yeah, 5:00 show.
A good
Killer.
friend of mine. Oh, you know Lucas, the guy who made our suits. He went to your show last
Oh,
night.
I love that
okay.
guy.
Captain David August.
He's a beast.
Yeah, he's the best. He's the best.
Man, love that guy.
Or that I
Straight
killed
suitor.
Tony.
Huh?
Suitor, sorry to deflect. Sorry. That needs to
You're
back
a
up the play again.
talker, or you step on everything like a bad drug dealer.
The suit was good. Mine was a little small, and I said,
Bro,
"That's
you got
time."
Hey, was Vegas better when the mob was running it?
Yeah, right?
Oh, everything was. New York was.
Yeah.
We got ladies on fire in the train.
Yeah, it seems like New York was a little better when the mob was running it than when the Democrats are.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like the mob would have done something about the fire in the train.
There was a street
Yeah.
in the East Village where was it the Hell's Angels? They had their headquarters.
Yes, they did.
Like 8th or
On
10th, and it
6th
was
Street.
the safest block. in the
Oh
country.
yeah.
You couldn't do shit.
No.
Well, that was always the thing about if you lived on Staten Island, or if you lived
That's where all
out.
the cops
Yeah,
live.
yeah. Or if you lived where fucking when what's his face was alive, John Gotti was alive. Like his neighborhood was super safe.
Of course.
Nobody's breaking into anything.
No. And you get a turkey on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Throwing those
Everybody.
butterballs out.
Yeah, but at what cost?
I like the turkey
Murderous
thing. They all do the
psychopath.
turkey thing and act like they're innocent now.
That's a good move.
It's a nice
About
move.
turkey.
They go, look, I gave the whole neighborhood turkey.
Yeah.
They go, oh, all right. Well, then, yeah, the murders. Yeah, we'll forget about it.
How many turkeys? Like, so let's see you live in a neighborhood of 100,000 people. You give out free turkeys. How many turkeys do you think you're really giving out?
Probably it's a photo op,
Just
so probably
people,
like 50.
families,
How many,
5.
how many turkeys do you have to buy?
I think
Because if you run out, people are going to get mad. They're going to talk shit.
I
I
went
went
to
to John Gotti's turkey thing, and they were having turkeys by
Yeah.
12:30.
that public.
12:30. Where's my fucking turkey, you dago bastard?
All right, you got off the Jews at least. Now you're going with the
Yeah,
You
Indians.
son of a bitch.
It's all pesky.
Think about
Where's
it.
my fucking turkey?
The people relying on those.
Yeah.
Crime's been up this year, but I'll tell you what. Might get a free fucking turkey out of this
Yeah,
whole
we're gonna
thing.
eat good here at Thanksgiving.
The protection racket.
Yeah, that's how they get
Will
you.
help protect you.
That will protect you. That's what the United States government is
Yeah,
doing. So the
government.
entire citizens of the United States.
Yeah, homeowner tax.
It's protection. We got you. Dude, gotta be careful about China. China wants to steal your data.
They could
So
come
we
in
gotta
here.
get rid of the TikTok. The TikTok is stealing your data.
Does China want to fight us? Why are we trying to fight
Because
China?
we're stealing China's data and they're throwing drones over New Jersey. It's a war.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's
if
a
you-
war.
if
Jake.
you-
Why are we at war with them? I don't know.
We're not.
the communists.
It's
I
just a
don't think they
deflection.
are.
Oh, I thought
Guarantee
Yeah,
you,
I
the
think there's
drones
allegedly,
are
but-
our
Oh,
own
They
fuck.
seem
drones.
politically
My bad.
communist. They appoint their own government.
It's about that money right now.
It's about
There
that
is
money, too.
0%
Capitalism
chance
Sort
that
of
the
a
United States
merger,
government
which
is
makes
going to be
it very
cool with
difficult
dozens
to
of
battle
drones
with
floating
because
around
you have a
people's
dictatorship that's
neighborhoods in New
connected to
Jersey,
a
unless
thriving
they are
economy.
our
Tell me
own.
this. TikTok, they're like they're stealing your data.
I hope it's something
Also,
cool though, like
the
it's just a
American
nerdy group
companies-
of
Oh, shut up,
teenagers.
listen.
who
What
got
are
together
you,
and
some
decided
kind of
to
communist?
watch
Ori! Whose team are you on?
You know what team I was
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the heat.
Free
Palestine.
I'm on Team Green.
But you know what they need is Xi Jinping to visit LA. They clean it up in a day.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
They would get it done.
They did it for when they came to San Francisco.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's right.
Did you see Gavin Newsom's latest speech where he was talking
We're
about
gonna get to the bottom of this.
no about doing something with the land? Have you seen that, Jamie?
They haven't juiced them.
Jamie, have you seen it?
Did you see Danny
See if
Polish's
you can find
deepfake of his speech?
No.
Danny Polish
He's
does
good at
deepfakes.
that.
Yeah, they're very
so
funny.
funny. Just making him say dumb
It
shit.
tricks me a lot.
He goes, they put fire art tardant on. Yeah.
Yeah, that Newsom's a lot of hot water. Well,
See if you can
they're
find
hot
this
water.
video because what's really weird is he does like a little dance with his shoulders when he talks about it.
A
Watch
little-
this.
little
This
shimmy.
is so crazy.
Great hair, though.
Listen to this. Listen to
Beautiful.
this.
And with a myriad of issues. I was just talking to Josh Green, the governor down in Hawaii, who had some ideas around some land use concerns he has around speculators coming in.
Oh, yeah.
properties,
Shimmy shake.
I do that when
and
I
the like.
pee.
So we're already working with our
Get the
legal
willy.
teams to move those things forward, and we'll be presenting those in a matter of days, not just weeks.
Legal team.
What is that, man? But look at this. Like, the thing in Hawaii has been a fucking disaster for the people that lost their houses. No one's rebuilt. No one's rebuilt, right? So he's talking about that and talking to the governor who's obviously mishandled that.
It's also like, what's the real answer? It's like, it's fucked.
But hey,
Yeah.
no. What is this?
I don't know.
What is this?
It's a fun thing.
What is getting excited about it? Yeah, we're talking
thinking
about
about this.
speculations and land.
That's like a lady.
See
thing.
what we're
Yeah,
gonna
he's
do
dating
with that
somebody,
land?
he's dating somebody new.
No,
Yeah,
he
he's pulling
can't
somebody with it.
hide his excitement for the possibilities that they might acquire some of that land. What does that land become now? How many of these people are going to be able to rebuild? What happens with the Coastal Commission? What happens with all the insurance companies that decided to cancel their fire insurance?
Yeah.
So what happens with all this is not as simple as anybody thinks any fire would be. Like you get your insurance money and you rebuild. You don't rebuild somewhere that's bigger than Manhattan. They lost what's larger than Manhattan.
And also, insurance is not going to pay.
They're
As
too
little
much.
as possible. Going to take forever.
How are they going to have the money? How are they going to have $150 billion? Like
State
that's,
Farm.
but that's the amount
It's
of
not
money
there.
they require. So was the government going to do it? Is the Biden administration going to step up
Save
like
the
they did
insurance
for
companies.
Ukraine? They spent $175 million in Ukraine. How much are they going to spend on the Palisades? And if they did it for the Palisades, the Hollywood Hills are going to be like, well, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
What about
Right.
us?
Right.
What about us? What about all these other fires? What about North Carolina?
Yes.
North Carolina, people are waiting in line for hours for propane because they don't have gas. They're trying to stay alive because their fucking heaters need gas.
No propane, no game.
Hmm.
But yeah, you're right. Hey, Katrina. I was in Katrina. I was in New Orleans.
Nice long
It's the
pause.
same shit.
Yeah, were they saving the rich people?
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is crazy.
This is
If-
way
if-
worse.
If they bail out the Palisades, that's crazy. If you don't bail out Maui and it's a year later and you decide you're going to bail out the
Yeah.
Palisades, so they're kind of stuck because all they would have taken is $5 billion, and they accidentally paid an extra $6 billion to Ukraine. They're like, don't worry, just a mistake.
What?
There's an accidental $6
$5 billion
billion.
went to help Maui.
Rebuild entirely. So for $5 billion, everyone could have got their home back, and everything could have been settled. And no, nothing's been done. But yet we keep sending money to these other countries.
Well,
So
how come
arms
these?
dealers can make
Why don't
money.
these countries throw us a buck every now and then? All we've
Here's
been
the
doing
thing.
is paying their
Even
part
if they have
for the
massive
last
debt.
78 years.
Here's the thing: even if you're supporting the idea of sending money to Ukraine, I'm not arguing against that. I'm saying they accidentally sent $6 billion there, and no one cared, and they didn't send $5 billion to Maui,
Right.
and they could have.
Also, just get it back. Like, it's not actually, you're not shipping a big thing of money. Just like,
I think
you're wiring.
I think it's a deal.
Oh, really? It's like my cash.
Just bucks,
Yeah.
just boats
Just
filled with
prepaid
Yeah.
Visa cards.
buckets of money.
Yeah, we should do it. We should
All
buy,
blockbuster cards.
we should buy Greenland. That's
We
an
should buy
idea.
Greenland. That's right.
Isn't that what Trump's trying to do?
Yeah.
A lot of resources over there.
What's he gonna? Well, if global warming, yes, we got a sweet spot.
I like it.
If global
Yeah.
warming really takes off,
Get
Be
some
nice.
Greenland going.
You know how many
Fuck
people live
Denmark.
there? 56K. They can kill them in an hour.
there's only 56,000 people there.
The whole island.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Give it a good.
What are they like?
I don't know.
Oh,
Let's
a
hang
lot
out.
of
weird.
Let's
inbreeding.
hang out with one of those guys.
Their
Trump
houses are
is
weird.
Like, what do you think
Are they?
they're like?
Like shacks,
Mm.
colorful.
They probably
shacks.
smell like old hot dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pull it
Listen,
out.
The reindeer they've been fucking.
Yeah, what have they been eating? What kind of like fermented shark meat?
Gotta be
Yeah.
inbreeding
for
there.
real.
Oh, easy.
Gotta be
Easy
inbreeding.
inbreed.
Oh, it's a cute little town actually.
Yeah, nice
Wow.
colorful shacks.
That is adorable.
Where's the bar? Show me the bar. This has got to be a bar.
Oh, they
It's
all
gonna
hit
be a
their
good
wife.
bar.
Either
That's
the
gotta be a
good
good bar.
or a
That's
really bad bar.
Some real fisherman drunks.
I mean, how many times does everybody date everybody else's ex in that town?
Everybody. You just gotta get
Yeah,
over
you
it.
gotta get over it.
Your
Yeah.
sister.
Move on.
It's like high school. You just gotta get over it.
That's not very
Just
green.
more
She's
electricity.
dating him now.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do they do for electricity? What do they do?
Is it Norway that they have a dating app that won't let you fuck
Iceland.
your sister?
Iceland.
Or is it Iceland?
Yeah, to know if you're how
Yeah.
close to the eggs you are.
True.
They tried giving that to the Middle East, and they were just like, no, we like it.
They have to call it's all relative.
That was a conversation that Gavin McGinnis and I had on the podcast at one point in time. He was talking to me about the numbers of people that are inbred. I think it
In the
was,
Middle East,
was it Palestine or Pakistan?
Palestine's one of them.
Mm,
It's like
Israel's one
40%.
of them.
that's Pakistan.
No.
Definitely. No.
You guys do some breeds.
What are you talking
You
about?
breed in Brooklyn, I'll tell
Not
you that.
cousin.
Do they in Brooklyn?
Bro.
Inbreeding? Oh, yeah.
Really?
It's bad. That's like
Is that
choosing
true
four
already?
I looked it up.
horns instead of
In
two.
Israel, look up the numbers. You can look it up.
Let's take a look at Brooklyn.
Syria's huge. Syria's huge. Palestine's huge.
Thank you,
Afghanistan's
offended.
huge.
Well,
Yeah.
you're deflecting away from
Yeah.
Israel just magically is not one of them.
It's not
Come
magically.
on.
They're all Europeans that live there.
Inbreeding rates in Israel vary by population group, but the highest rates in the Arab Bedouin
You
population.
guys are close to the better.
But that's an Arab,
You're not
Yeah.
right?
Israeli Arab.
Israeli Arab. Okay, so Jewish population is only 2.3%.
Yeah, the Palestinians like 40.
Look at that. Israeli Arab population is 25.9%.
Not close. Right?
Wow, but that's a crazy number. But look at the Bedouin population; it's 44%.
Damn.
Wait, what's
Bro,
25.9?
hold on. Look at that, 44%, which is high, has resulted in a high prevalence of genetic disorders and infant mortality.
And
Don't you love?
raise
Don't you love
anger
AI?
levels.
This is what I love about
Yeah.
AI. It has to tell you sometimes.
Yeah.
And it tells you before they catch it. When you ask it questions like this on a giant podcast, before they catch it, Like it gets out
AI
there,
goes, yeah, fuck it.
and the AI just tells you.
it ways, but okay.
And
Facts are
then
facts.
everybody's like, "Oh my god! Like, what did they say? We didn't say shit. We read something off the fucking AI.
He
That's
said,
what we did. We're talking about real data.
oh yeah.
Well,
But that's the thing. It's like people that live in liberal areas like Silver Lake and the fucking in the East Village, they don't realize that there's parts of the world that are really, really, really fucked up right now. Really fucked up, and you can't make this place like that place because
Right.
you won't survive with your blue hair. You won't survive with your fucking nose post that makes you interesting. That fucking stupid bull ring you have in your nose. You're not going to survive.
Yeah. So these all the people that kicked out of their neighborhoods.
Yeah, you're not going to survive with your
cookouts on Sunday.
they them pronouns. They're throwing you off a roof. You should be
Wow.
thrown off a roof.
It's
So
it's like the rich kid who's like, "Fuck you, mom," but you got it made, kid.
Yeah, I'm going downstairs.
Meanwhile, the migrant kid's like, "I love you, Dad. Don't leave."
I think we need to take an opposite approach in this country. Instead of like letting all the fucked up people in, what we need to do is like spread the good. Like buy all the other countries. Like slowly. Like Greenland, start with Greenland,
Cambodia.
then we buy Mexico.
Yeah.
Guatemala's probably for sale.
Find all their doctors, bring them in. Yeah.
You know, he wants to take over the Panama Canal. Fantastic. Let's buy Panama. That way you don't have to worry
Yeah.
about taking over the Panama Canal. We'll get Elon involved.
I don't mind the canal. That was
Make
cool,
a
man.
new
Genius.
coin.
We built it.
We could sell
Yeah.
that hawk to a
Well, I think
coin.
they built it, but
We paid
Yeah,
we
for
made
it.
them build it.
Yeah. Did you see the other idea about the Gulf of Mexico? You know, you can't drill in the Gulf of Mexico. There's a law.
Is that
But
right?
here's the thing: change the name to the Gulf of America. Now you can drill.
Change laws.
Oh,
Yeah.
is that why he wants to do it?
Yes.
I thought I heard
No,
he
that's
wants
why.
to change it. And I was
No,
like,
he
this
wants
is
to drill.
an
Gulf of
8th grade
America.
level
Gulf of
Just
America.
a 5th grader's idea of like that should be Gulf of America.
That's
And
what I
then
thought,
now
too.
you can drill.
Yeah.
And Canada's a new state, apparently.
No, it's fucking genius. Trudeau resigned.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fucking what he's doing is kind of crazy. He's not even in office yet.
And he's like, fuck it, I'm getting out of here. I don't want this fight.
But he's not even in office yet, and the whole world is like shifting.
All the
Pretty
social
wild.
media companies go, we'll do it all.
Look at Facebook. Look at Zuckerberg said.
He's like the MMA fighter now.
Yeah.
But they were just doing what the other people wanted. Whoever's in charge, they're like, sure.
Yeah,
We'll
now
do it your way.
yeah.
And now, okay,
It's-
sure, we'll do it
it's
your
a
way.
little
As long as we
shifty.
can make money, we don't care.
But you're like, are you gonna flip back if something flips back? Like,
Like,
who
we're
are
gonna
you?
keep stealing data.
They're gonna flip.
Well,
They're gonna-
I
they'll flip back.
think most people found out about it because of the Twitter files, and then the outrage was so high, they were worried about losing in the next election. And I think they've realized that probably lost them this election. So when things like that happen, you can like there was a point in time when during the Obama administration where they were talking about us going to war with Syria. Do you remember that?
10 times.
Yes.
We kept saying no. We said we got to overthrow Assad, and they go, well, America said no, and then they go, actually, we got to help Assad because of these other people. And America's like, no, we're just done with these.
There was a press conference, and the press
and then back
conference
to the
was
first
so rejected. It was so wildly rejected in the public that the Pentagon shifted course, and they decided not to attack Syria. It was like a
Really?
big, yeah. It was
We
a
had
big thing
8
in the
wars
news.
going on. They're like, the country was like, we're not doing this one.
And obviously, I have a
Whoa.
cursory understanding of the entire conflict. I have a very, very small understanding of the conflict. But the reality is, like, if things get too rejected, if too many people are like, fuck this,
Yeah.
well, I think that's probably what happened with all this Twitter shit. When they got those Twitter files and they found out the FBI was suppressing real information, and then they found out that, you know, when Zuckerberg was on here and he was talking about the laptop, and they were telling him it's Russian disinformation, and they were telling him they told him to remove that meme. You know that meme of Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at a television screen in 10 years? Like, did you take the COVID vaccine? If so, you may be eligible for a class action lawsuit. And it's like Leonardo DiCaprio.
From Once Upon a Time.
Yeah. It's a
I said,
classic
take
meme.
that one down.
They asked him to take out a meme.
Clearly not real.
Do you know the meme? Do you have it, Jamie? Because I have it on my phone.
Great name.
By the way, how about Trump and Biden having a full-on
That was
hang
fun.
fest?
Obama, yeah.
What did I say?
How wild was that?
Oh yeah, you're right. Obama, the black guy.
How wild was that to watch, though?
It is a little disappointing though, because both those guys benefit so much on every American on both those sides hating each other,
I know.
and then you see them together and they're like, we get
Well,
along.
you know what it's
I
like?
know,
It's
It's
like
like that
man.
Clinton and Trump at the old parties. Are like,
Yeah.
they're all just friends. They eat at the same dining hall.
Yeah, they're all pieces of shit.
Well, you know what it's like? It's
Con
like when
artists.
guys fight and then the fight's over and they talk so much shit about each other before the fight.
Right. Then they hug it out.
Yeah.
They're all emotional.
That's what it's like. It's
Yeah,
like,
except
come
they're
on.
not fighting. They're talking about
Yeah, we're professional.
That's-
Yeah.
this is like
not
Yeah, but
trying
the
to
other
promote.
guy's like, this is
I know.
Hitler, and I need to have a
Hitler.
revolution to fight him.
And then hi, how
And then
you
you get
been?
done and you go, hey, ready to see this?
Yeah.
It's
But
so
the ass
fake.
on Kamala.
He was saying that neo-Nazis and white nationalists
Yeah.
were very fine people. Remember
Yeah.
that?
Yeah,
And
that
then
was
like,
wild.
he's like, I had to say it. I get it. You had to say it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just sit down and they work it out.
But meanwhile, the rest of us, my,
Don't
your
talk to each
neighbor
other.
has a fucking science is real flag.
Love is
Right.
love.
You know,
Black Lives
because
Matter.
these
Trans
guys,
Lives
that's what
Matter.
they're putting out there.
Yeah. It's causing division.
And you would,
Joy division.
Well, it just makes you realize this is the reason why cults exist, because it's really easy to shift someone's opinion about things. It's really easy. Most people are really weak.
Yeah. And they're also all looking at the fringes of each side.
Yep.
So like the shit they're
Oh, yeah.
complaining about, like 90% of the people on that side doesn't. They're like, yeah, we agree with you.
Yeah, 90%. Yeah, it's nuts. It's just weird that it works so well.
It really does work, and people make it their whole personality, their whole identity, and then if you push back, they hate you.
He's Hitler, and I'll sit next to him at Carter's funeral.
And
Like,
laugh and joke around together. Meanwhile, Biden's asleep. You see him fall asleep? Fell asleep.
Did he?
Fully fell asleep.
There was a picture
Fully
of like
fell
3 or
asleep.
4 of them.
Pull it up.
Susan.
But my favorite part
I didn't
was
see that.
when Kamala Harris shows up and she fucking stink eyes both of them.
Yeah.
She stink eyes Trump and Obama and then sits down and doesn't say hi or shake their hands.
Nice.
And then looks over and sees that Biden or that Obama and Trump are talking to each
Yeah.
other. And she goes like this. She's like,
Yeah.
rolls her
Won't go over.
eyes and she's with her husband.
That's like when Shane was talking to Chappelle and Louis, and people were like, fuck, I'd be nice to you now.
Bill Clinton was there too. He was checking out Kamala. He's like, hey,
I
nice
did
rump in
that, I
that
did.
pantsuit. You are half black.
I'm gonna go out with a bang.
Yeah, watch
Oh,
this.
man.
it's
Look,
all
look at her
Emma.
face. Look how angry she
Hello.
is, dude. Look how angry she is. It's unbelievable. And it's like, look at Obama and Trump. Just no one looks at
He's
each
like,
other.
you sit next to him.
Yeah, that's what she said. Yeah,
Fucking
she
Emma.
guided him over. He has to sit wherever the fuck she tells him to.
He's the white Chris Brown.
And look, they're looking at each other. Trump is
Everyone's
like,
looking at
maybe
him.
we'll
It's so
shake hands.
uncomfortable.
Look at Trump.
Trump.
He's just holding it.
George Bush still holds
Bush's
us
wife.
together.
I want to be on what she's on right now. Look at George Bush's wife. She's so happy. Right now, she's seeing elves.
But she
Yeah,
knows she's
she's
on
angels.
She's got the handmaid's
Sober.
tale outfit
Yeah.
on Melania.
Melania. Melania's like, I can't fucking believe I have to be first lady once again.
Man, Jimmy Carter, that fucking fentanyl. It'll get you.
100. He made it to 100 though.
That's true.
Kamala knows she's on camera,
Look
so
at
she's
them.
got to act more pissy.
But look at them just two
Is that,
talking
look
to
at
each
a
other.
honker on that guy in the back. Jesus. that's
She's
quite
gonna
big.
be able to
Oh,
hear them.
That's big.
Yeah.
That's a lobbyist.
Yeah, what if Trump is just like,
You can
looking
tell
up
by
there?
his beak.
Yeah.
It's all
Yeah,
snort, cocaine,
Extremely
borderline.
anti-Semitic.
Oh, yeah.
And meanwhile, he's right near Pence.
Oh,
Pence is
Pence.
still bald.
I think he
Hillary
shook.
doesn't like it.
I think he shook hands with Pence,
Damn.
which is wild.
Who did Trump?
Yeah, it was
Wow.
Pence like literally called him Hitler.
Oh, shit.
Almost.
That was his vice president.
Like,
too.
what did Pence say? What was like the worst thing Pence said about? But Pence definitely said he shouldn't be president.
Yeah.
And then he won again, and Pence said, "So shut.
Yeah,
Oh,
I guess
fuck.
shut up.
You gotta shut the fuck up, and you gotta shake his hand."
Mm.
You all have to deal
I
with it.
saw Pence announce. I was watching the news live when Pence announced his presidency. It was great.
Really?
It's like on Hannity. He was a guest on Sean Hannity.
Yeah.
They did it like he was about to announce, and they're like, "We got to take a commercial break." Then he comes on. He's like, "I'm going to run for president." There's like 12 people on bleachers. Like, like, bro, you lost.
Damn.
So
Right now,
learned
you
about
just
taking
lost.
numbers.
I can't, because I'm still
Well,
on
did you ever see the
fence.
conversation he had with Tucker when Tucker was talking about the problems that America has, and he said that's not my concern?
Oh,
Did you ever see that?
it was. I've seen
No.
it, and I feel for Pence on this one. That was. It seemed like a misstep.
Oh, it was.
He just said the wrong. He phrased it wrong.
Yeah.
But it's the
Yeah,
worst
like-
thing you could possibly.
But
That's not
he
what I was about to
phrased,
say.
this is
Yeah.
what he did. He reacted to an attack. So the attack was on him.
Yeah.
So his reaction, because he's a guy who likes to be in power, that's not my concern. Like his reaction is to shut
The
you
American
down.
people.
So he said it's not my concern. That's
Yeah.
not my concern. Like he's
Yeah.
he's trying to shut him down, but he's doing it in a stupid way.
Yeah.
He's
You're
trying to
making
like
mistakes.
exert his authority. I was the vice president. Let me tell you how it works.
Yeah.
That's not my concern. My concern is
Yeah, these guys.
shit. After he said it, he probably was like, shit.
He's too religious, that guy.
That's it.
Pence. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
obsessed with no abortion and,
He got made
can't
fun
go
of for
anywhere with my
that.
wife.
I don't mind that. That's a nice.
What, cake and
He
burger?
was like, I'm not going to dinner with a lady unless my wife's there. And everyone was like, "What are you, sexist?" It's like, no, that's a
Yeah, I don't
somewhat
want
valid
to
reason.
I want to
Especially-
share an
yeah.
elevator with one.
Especially in his business.
Yeah,
I mean, his
Oh.
business, they're sneaking whores in all the time. just to
Doctor,
ruin your
Chinese
life.
doctor needs a female
Right.
nurse in there with him.
Yeah.
So like,
But like they're
Yeah.
sneaking in people to
Yeah.
try to like they have Chinese ladies who are banging these dudes. They turn out to be fired.
Really?
Yeah,
Say
they
yes
turn out
to
to be
how
spies.
would you not?
What?
You get a 9.5
Yeah.
on an elevator with you, and all of a sudden she's just on her knees, and you're like, oh fuck,
No,
we're doing it.
no,
We're
no.
doing it.
The old
You don't
Kaepernick.
send in a 9.5 because they don't believe them. You
Yeah.
send in a 6 with cocaine.
Cute 7. Yeah.
A 6 who's got some cocaine
Damn.
and some pouty
I'm
lips, and
compromised.
lips part.
Yeah.
Immediately.
That's fucking hard. I think they're all freaks, and I think it's just slow to be revealed because they're all like guilty of it.
Mm.
Like when you hear a guy like Clinton get busted or JFK, like this is not a normal.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like it's probably prevalent in the entire group of people. When you talk to people that are like congressmen, you talk to people that are honest. Like there's a lot of freaks, a lot of people that are partying.
Yeah.
They're doing wild shit. You know,
94. I didn't
they're
know
doing
this
wild
was-
shit. They were doing showbiz type shit, but they were presidential candidates.
Especially if
Right.
you get that big, like, I never got the chance to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I
60,
was at
let's
law
go.
school.
Finally
I
on Bohemian
was a
Grove.
dork my whole life.
Yeah, Gorbachev with
Yeah.
the fucking
Yeah.
stains. I couldn't wait to get some clam.
Yeah. There's a dude in a dress. He weighs 100 pounds. You're just gonna get him to suck your dick.
Wow.
You don't know that
Fire it up.
that fucking mirror on the wall is a two-way one.
Oh,
There's a camera on the other side. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way
6
I would
guys
drug.
laughing, watching.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
We got it. Look at that shriveled up thing.
The oral office.
And it's all Diddy's mansion. It got burnt to the ground.
That's true.
Oh,
The baby oil goes up.
The baby oil, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's
So-
an accelerant.
Yeah.
Starting the fires in California.
It's probably not baby lube. It's probably lube, and I bet lube burns forever.
Oh,
I bet
yeah.
lube is like
Jet fuel.
lava.
Grease
Yeah,
fire.
it just burns forever. Just
Hell
it's
yeah.
probably some sort of synthetic shit.
When are we going to get the real dirt? All I got is a hallway beat up on
Right.
video.
Right.
But I need, Bieber's crying, J-Lo's nervous.
If I had to
Jay-Z's
guess,
gay.
this is what I would say. There's a lot, apparently, of famous people involved in this, which means there's a lot of accusers, and there's a lot of money that people won't get if these people go down.
Right.
So if you're a lawyer, and you're involved in this whole thing, the move would be like we could go public with this, and this would be the end. That is not our interest.
Yeah.
Our interest is a settlement, and then next thing you know,
Keep my money up.
someone
Or, yeah.
who's really good at basketball, or fucking someone who's like
Maybe.
makes
It's all
good songs.
maybe. Though.
It's all
Maybe.
maybe.
Well, that's-
Someone
everyone
like,
left the
whatever it
parties
is.
early every
It'll
time.
be like Epstein, though. It'll be the same thing. It'll be like nobody ever gets in trouble.
Yeah.
Did you see that prosecutor
Yeah.
though? The guy who said there's some very famous names, and you will be stunned at what you'll see.
What, on Diddy or Epstein?
Diddy.
Yeah. My people
So they-
will not let those
but-
names come
But
out.
here's the thing:
No.
if the videos exist, you don't think that somehow or another this guy's got it in the prosecutor's
Epstein's
office?
never did.
But no one talked about the names, and there was a video, and it was going to come out. It was
Right.
like they kept quiet about all of it. They never released the names. They never said there was video. No one confirmed anything. It was all just rumors.
They just wait till he stopped asking, and then they're like, "It went away."
And
Yeah.
Ghislaine Maxwell just went to jail for what?
Recruiting.
For what?
But
For
recruit,
who? For
Yeah.
who? What? For who?
who was
Epstein.
there?
What'd you do? What happened?
Picked out 15-year-olds
Who?
from high school.
And where'd they go?
I think they
Who were the
killed
guys?
them.
The draft.
No. Who? To who? Like, if you're gonna put someone in jail, if you're gonna put someone in jail, if you're selling pussy. So let's say you're selling cocaine.
Yeah.
You sold cocaine. Who'd you sell it to? I sold it to this guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, now that guy's in trouble. That's how it usually goes.
And you
So-
find that guy, and who
If
else?
you sell underage prostitutes, you're going to jail for selling underage prostitutes. To who? Who'd you sell them to? Well, that guy gets in trouble too. Automatically.
That's why you
Right.
kill Epstein.
That's
Right,
what you
yeah.
do.
Ghislaine's still alive.
You blame it all on him.
How good
Yeah.
must she be at keeping secrets?
She's pretty good.
I'm
Which is
surprised.
rare
I'm
for a woman.
surprised. We're all surprised they didn't kill her, right?
Yeah.
They barely arrested her. Wasn't she not in jail?
She
for
was
a
in
while?
a
She was
cabin
chilling
in
for a
New Hampshire.
while.
They found her in a
In
cabin.
America.
Yeah.
She was like an episode of a fucking CBS drama.
Yeah.
She was hiding in a cabin in the woods. Like she's on
Really?
prison break.
Is she still there?
No,
She's in
no,
jail.
she's in jail.
Oh, she is in jail.
But she's in a jail where you can do
First
yoga, you finger yourself, you watch TV. Yeah, it's like it's like a fruity jail. Like
Oh,
like an easy jail.
I wish he'd start a podcast. How great
Oh,
would that
that'd be great.
I would listen.
Bro.
Tales of the Island.
Yeah.
Bro.
Giselle Maxwell or whatever.
Put that on Gas Digital.
Yeah. How did they not kill her?
How they not?
She's in prison until July 17th, 2037.
Oh,
That's when they're gonna kill her.
Low
There you
security
go.
federal prison in Tallahassee.
Low security.
Tallahassee. That's nice.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
Capital
Elon's
Florida.
gonna
Space shuttle.
drop a rocket ship down in the middle of the prison yard and escape with her.
He's gonna beat her out.
The guards won't be able to do shit.
She's
They'll
pretty
put a
hot.
force field around
She's
a rocket.
Pull up her
Probably.
dude.
You guys are
She's got it.
ridiculous.
About as good as
You
like
guys
Demi
are
Moore.
disgusting.
What?
Demi Moore. Bro, she's that
She
hot.
kept it together. Late. How old is
Well,
she?
Demi
Giselle?
Moore's all kinds of cream and chrome and
Cream and chrome.
whatever it is.
She's harvesting you. Do you guys get questions about Hollywood parties now? I have to tell people like, oh, I don't even know
What are you
anyone
kidding?
who was
No
not
way.
invited to those.
Yeah,
There's levels of Hollywood. It's not all of us in.
yeah. It's Matt Rife and those
He
guys.
ain't invited.
He's not even invited.
No, it's high,
He's
high
high.
levels.
I got
All right.
roped into going one to one night with Chappelle. The only
Okay,
time I've
let's
ever
hear
been
it.
like a real. Well, it was we were at the Comedy Store, and Dave was like, "Come on, Joe, I gotta go to this party."
How you gonna say no?
And I was like, "All right, let's go." So we drove my Porsche up into the Hollywood. It was like a scene in a movie. Like two comedians like having fun, leaving the Comedy Store, driving up to the movie, and we're going to Naomi Campbell's house
Whoa!
or some guy's house who was having Naomi Campbell's party. And we're on an elevator, like this little outdoor elevator with Demi Moore and some other lady. And it's an outdoor elevator, like you're sitting in like a cart, and it's like taking you up the side of the hill. And as we're going up the side of the hill, we look at this. They had a party house, so they had a regular house and a party house.
What?
And the party house was so high up the hill that there was like a 50-foot gigantic photo of a naked Naomi Campbell,
Wow.
like one of her modeling poses.
Yeah.
And then you go up there, and it's like fucking Lenny Kravitz and all these famous people, like just famous everywhere. It
Yeah.
was weird. It was so. And at one point in time, Naomi Campbell, she had a book of all her modeling stuff, and there was so many photographers there. At one point, she just started posing. And they're all like snapping pictures. So you're at her party, and all these cameras are going off, and she's posing. And
You're just
it was
watching it all.
bizarre. And then me and Dave are hanging out, and Dave goes, "Man, I never want to be that famous." I go, "Dave, I got news for you. You're the most famous person here." He goes, "No." I go, "Yes. Yeah, you're the most famous guy here."
And the most talented.
And we were both laughing. Lenny Kravitz is pretty talented too.
I had one hit.
Oh, he's got some bangers.
Dave can do a
He's
monologue
got
right there on
Mama
the floor.
Says. He's got Fly Away. He's got
Fly
some
Away,
bangers.
that's a nursery rhyme. Also,
No.
American Woman was a cover.
I know, but he's got bangers. He's good.
I mean, he's good and he's hot. He's a fucking.
I agree.
punk.
Chappelle is more talented, but you don't need to be disparaging of him.
No, I'm just saying it's just funny. These comedians show up and they can do a couple hours. They got albums. They can do a riffing sesh, crowd work.
Well, she can
Moore,
pose.
what does she got?
She can
She
pose.
can pose.
She can
All
be
right.
pouty. She can be pouty on command. It takes you a while.
Exactly.
We didn't stay long, and we left when we went back to the store. And then we're like, wow, that was so weird. It was like eyes wide shut party.
Nah.
I talked to you after that.
Yeah.
We talked. I think it was that one.
Oh,
on
yeah,
the
for
phone,
sure.
And I was like, "Are they all like rotten?" And you're like, "Yeah, they've gone sour."
As a comic, you go to those parties, you feel like a gargoyle. I'm
Yeah.
so ugly compared to these
Oh yeah.
beautiful
You
people.
can't talk to them regular. They
No.
don't fuck around.
No
right?
way.
The thing is, like, if you go and you talk to a bunch of celebrities, the odds are they're going to be more guarded than even regular liberals. Like, you got regular liberals, and then you got celebrity liberals. So, like, you have to be careful of
wanna
every
be
fucking
cool.
thing they say. If they
Yeah.
have a couple of drinks in them and you got your phone out and you start recording them saying something crazy, it could ruin their life.
Oh,
Ruin their
yeah.
life. Like, what do you think about these immigrants? Isn't it fucked up? Did I plan for our veterans?
Oh,
That
God.
I fucking, some of them are okay, but most of them are.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, it's over.
Oh, they're cooking
It's
pork
over.
and shit too. That's like their chef.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Who
So
they
funny
eventually
seeing a
kill.
celebrity take to Twitter, and you're just like, his agents failed him.
Ooh, you fucked up.
Yeah.
Well, you
Well,
get it
Or
though,
a
because they
football
want
player.
The agent can't watch you 24/7.
they want to keep going to these parties.
Yeah.
Like a Kimmel type. He's got to
Those
play ball.
parties, yeah. Those parties suck after a while.
Stink.
They suck. They
You're
suck.
like two, and you
Those
go, all
parties
right,
suck.
I get it.
No beer pong. No
No.
beer pong ever.
No,
No comedians. If you found a comic, if it was Mark Maron at that party, flock to him.
Who's grilling?
You're like,
Right,
dog
1,000%.
food. I know I don't like you. Dog food.
Yeah.
You know, it's like one of those
Mark,
places.
who's a comedian that's doing better than you that you you hate right now.
All of
Let's
them.
talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Please, go public with it.
But like if you're at the airport and you see a comic, like
Sick.
yeah, like come on, let's
That's the
talk.
best.
Yeah.
Even if you don't even like them that much, it's like you like them way better than these regular idiots.
I was hanging out with Jake Johansson once as MCing in
He's funny.
DC Improv. Clean guy, and we were talking about hookers in Tijuana, and he goes, "Listen, that's not my world at all. I'd rather be here with you guys talking about that than with my wife's dumb friend."
Oh, you just ratted that boy out. Sorry. You just got a fight.
Listen,
years
you know how to
ago.
worry about his wife or his wife's dumb friends.
His wife. I've been sitting here waiting for one. I've been waiting.
I got news for you. His wife and their dumb friends are never listening to this podcast. There's zero chance they're listening to Protect Our Parks.
Well, clean comics are always the wildest.
Oh,
You
they're
see
so
a clean
fun.
comic at a party, flock to that motherfucker.
Yeah, they're fun in real
he's
life.
got some stories.
Cosby's gonna go nuts.
Cosby party.
Yeah. Find John Heffron. Get him some out.
Oh, man. I mean,
Let's
you ever
go.
get drunk with Regan? It's
Yeah.
wild. I'm not going to
Regan's-
say anything, but
Regan's
it's
an
wild.
animal.
He
Regan's
doesn't-
an animal.
He just gets drunk. He's not like.
Well, he's a fun guy
He's
to
having
talk
fun.
to.
He's
He's
having
having
crazy
fun to
shit.
talk to, is what he's saying.
Yeah,
He's
he's
not saying
killing
hookers.
No, I know, but I'm
Killing
saying they
Yeah.
started with Cosby.
Not
and
starting
then it was like,
fires.
you
No,
should
no,
hang
you're
out with
right. You're
Regan.
right.
He went up to everybody.
You're right.
Yeah.
Well put. You're right. Regan's not. He's way worse than
Regan.
Cosby. But
He's a sweetheart of a guy.
He
too.
came to my show in Philly in October, and then he came to the bar with us after.
It's so
I
cool.
love
Man,
it.
super
he's
super
a nice
fucking
man.
He is the
Me and
man.
DeVito were having a sober month, and then he was going to come in Kansas City. He was like, "Hey, I got an early show. Can I come hang out? We're going to drink." And we were both like, "We're drinking, right?"
Yeah,
Like,
we're drinking.
yeah, we're drinking.
Yeah. That's a sick move to go to like the theater or the arena there, and then just find out who's at the local club.
He did it to me. I
Just
was
be like, I'm gonna
yeah.
go drink there. It's awesome.
That's
yeah.
awesome.
It's-
Keeps the
it's-
bar open.
And if
Yeah.
you find a fun dude who's in town, it's great. It makes the experience of being in town so much better.
And the club is like, yeah,
come on in,
Yeah.
sir. I was bombing at the Charlotte Comedy Zone. Bombing. There's 12 people there. I'm headlining. It was horrible. And I heard one cackle in the back. And I was like, well, at least I'm killing with that guy. You know, that whole thing. And I get off and it's Regan. And he's like, let's go drink. And we went out all
Make
night.
you feel so good.
Huge.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
It was like 10 years ago.
The late night and midnight shows, those were always death.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah.
were always death because
Yeah.
people were so hammered by the time they got there and they're
Oh, yeah.
half full, but then the club's greedy and they just
Yeah.
want to
The third
curtain
show on
off the back.
Saturday.
People want to
Yeah,
go into
third
the show.
The
Yeah.
third show, you're repeating jokes.
You don't remember what the fuck.
Yeah.
No. Did I say that?
You have to have like a very set order if you're going to do 2 or more shows.
And there's too many. Heck, I did it this last weekend. I was like, at like the last show of the set. It was just like, no way have I said this. And you start laughing. You're like, are you laughing at me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
right,
exactly.
You're laughing at me. Will you tell
But
me?
it also looks the exact same too.
Yeah.
Like from your perspective, it's just a
Right.
light in your face.
Right.
And
Yeah.
Right.
you can't really see anyone.
Well,
and
the
you're like,
problem
I
is
swear
when
to
you're
God,
doing
I just
long
did
sets too. It's like
Yeah.
long sets are like a zone you get into, and when
Yeah.
you're in the zone, you're kind of like, you're kind of like riding it, right? You're kind of like riding the
Yeah.
show,
Which joke do I feel like right now? None of us have
Yeah.
scripts.
right?
So
or
it's like,
you're
there's no order.
riding with it. You're fucking around. You're riding with it, and so you forget where you are on the ride because you're on the ride again.
Yeah.
Like, is this the first part of the ride? Have I done that bit yet? Oh my god, I'm so out of order.
And it's
what do
later
I do?
in the night, so I've been drinking too. So
Oh,
now
yeah.
you add that to the
Yeah.
mix.
Now I'm shit faced.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
These
the
people are
time,
getting a
we
shot.
went back to the mothership.
I was hoping you forgot about that.
Oh, how could I ever?
No, it was great.
You threw up behind the stage and went to sleep.
Yeah.
You went to
my own
sleep.
vomit.
You went to sleep a foot away from your own puke.
The levels you'll allow when you're drunk. It's like, it's fine. Drink's
Yeah,
fine.
that
This
was
is a
bad.
good spot.
Yeah.
I went to the club the next day and I was like, sorry, I puked. They're like, yeah, we know. Some guy's holding a mop. I was like, I set up an edible arrangement.
The edible arrangement was very thoughtful.
Thank you.
It was
I felt
really nice.
horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
Somebody
Somebody
could clean that shit up.
Yeah. Well, it's a fun place to work.
Yeah, it's a great
Oh, yeah.
time.
Other
Yeah.
than that.
I talked to
I found the nook. I found the puke nook.
You
You're,
went
like, you're
back
gonna
there.
puke anywhere. You want to go in that little weird closet. That little.
Yeah, right where everyone has to stand before they go
Forever.
on stage.
Yeah.
She used to smell what happens when it goes wrong. Have
Sorry.
you ever had a puke on stage?
No.
Never?
I had to piss on stage once so bad that I had to like get Jay to come back up at Bell House. I was like, bye, 5 minutes.
I was sick on stage one
Puke.
time, and I was doing a show, and it was coming up, and I had to swallow it.
Oh no.
Whoa.
Yeah, I was like, oh no. Yeah.
That's terrible.
I swallowed. I got lucky. I pulled out of it, and I made it, but I was like, this could be so rough. I might vomit on stage because I knew I really should be at home in bed, but I was already out.
Well, were you listening to your act?
I did the I did the second. I did the second set, and I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna puke. Like,
Damn.
Wow, this is bad. I was doing.
Oh,
You know that feeling?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you
a
get like
water
Theory. You know that feeling if you're reading in a car, like you're in the backseat of the car and you're reading, you're like, oh no, oh no.
the water now.
The watery mouth.
Yeah, like where it's coming up, you're like, because
Oh.
your body's freaking out. It's like, why is this motherfucker moving when we're still?
Yes.
This is crazy. If you don't see the outside and see the line of the road and engage it, that's why people get seasick. Like, why are we moving and we're still? You must be drunk. You must have food poisoning. Get rid of it. Whatever the fuck's in you, let's get it out now.
We've all had the shitting on stage where you like have a turtle head going and you're really just tightening that rump.
Yeah, I feel like it goes away though as soon as you get on stage.
You get a little fight or flight, but every now and then you just like, oh, I had a crazy meal, I had oysters in the green room, and you're like, ooh,
Oysters in the
what's
green
going on?
When you order
I
oysters,
order everything on the menu. Food. You pull up a photo of me doing my Comedy Central
Stop bragging.
a half hour a while ago, but I have a crazy virus, and I was shitting myself on stage, like gurgling.
While you were doing the special?
My big taping was like the biggest I'd ever done, half-hour special, whatever.
Oh, man.
I
want
looked
to see
so fat,
this.
I'm sweaty. I had a H. pylori. You get it from eating ass. Yeah, you consume feces.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you. It was a
What was his name?
Hey.
He said fat. I was like, I got to get it in quick. It's all about timing.
It was John Panette.
Oh, wow. You do
Holy
shit.
I'm wearing a ton of makeup, but I'm like bloated.
You look like a chubby.
I was the same weight I am now, but just that I'm so fat and sick, and I'm trying to push through it. Yeah.
So were you sick days before as well?
Yeah, but they're like, we're not changing it. This is when you got to do it. Wow. Look at the neck, everything. I mean, I look like Ralphie May.
You actually look cute. You look like
Good
you want
little
to pinch your
cutie.
cheeks.
Cherubic.
You look, yeah,
Little
cherubic.
cutie.
That's the word. Like, I want to pinch your cheeks.
I don't even know what year ago that is.
Hey, have either one of you guys seen a drone? You guys are
Oh,
responsible.
yeah. I see
I've
them
been
all the
looking
time.
for 'em.
You seen them?
I
You
did,
seen
yeah.
them? The ones that everybody's complaining
Yeah,
about?
they're all over Jersey.
Like, what did you say?
They're like the size. They're huge. They're like as big as a car,
Real.
and they're black with a ton of lights on. And they just
As
whiz by
big as a
quick.
car.
Yeah,
Wow.
I did the Comedy Dojo in Morris Plains, and they're all over.
Tripoli spot.
Yeah,
Right? Yeah. I
and
love
Joey
Tripoli.
Diaz is there all the time.
Yeah, that's where Joey Diaz has been working out.
There you go.
Joey Diaz is coming back. We're doing a fight companion for the Sean Strickland Dreckus Duplessis fight.
When's that?
That's in February
That's gonna be
8th,
fun.
and Joey's going to be on fight companion.
Great.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Eddie Bravo had to go teach something. He's got something going on, and Brian Cowell's not going to make it either.
What's he teaching? English?
Jiu-jitsu, motherfucker.
Oh, I thought he was at the community college.
He's one of the best jiu-jitsu coaches on earth.
So funny.
How dare you? He's got 100 schools.
Yeah.
Eddie Bravo has 100 jiu-jitsu schools.
I'm a 10-planet white belt.
Is that
Yeah,
right?
Eddie Bravo. Eddie Bravo. Yeah, he's been running 10 planets since 2003.
How many?
Damn.
Yeah,
What color?
21
White belt?
fucking years.
You're white. That's white. I'm not listening to anything
He said
anyone
that one
says.
too.
I'm just sitting there going,
I bought Ari a year's worth of jiu-jitsu for Christmas.
With 34
He got
times.
pretty good. He swept me once.
Oh!
Ari legitimately swept me.
They were just,
Yeah.
I saw a leg.
He caught me slipping. I got a
Really?
little too
bro,
confident.
you must have destroyed
No, I
it.
was happy. I did destroy
He
it.
destroyed me. He's like, good job. You're going to pay for that now, but good job.
I didn't do it extra. I never hurt him. I never destroyed you. Destroyed.
No, not like
I
that.
never really went full blast. on
Shigeki
you.
was the one. It's just like
Oh, Shigeki
5'2"
was psycho.
Japanese guy, brown belt at the
He
time,
was good.
and I made a mistake of getting his back.
Oh.
And then he fought me off, and then he tapped me 34 times in 18 minutes.
Shigeki was an animal.
Holy shit.
Good guy.
Yeah.
Super nice guy, but he's an animal.
Shigeki?
Shigeki.
He's one of those guys like you would never think he's like 5'3". You'd never think. You'd like, no, I'll fuck this guy up. I
I'm
used
going
to
to throw this guy
battle
through a wall.
for my life with that guy.
Get choked cold in
We
jail.
would battle to the death. So like it was for my
Nice.
life. Like he was dangerous.
Chinese?
He was dangerous.
Korean?
Japanese.
Ah,
He'd
yes.
catch you in arm bars,
That's slippery.
transition to a leg lock. You'd be fighting off a choke, and like, woo! You get out of that roll. Thank you. Woo. That was good.
Yeah.
That was good. That was good.
Damn.
There's a few of those guys that he had. Eddie Bravo had some assassins there, but Ari got pretty fucking good.
Hey!
He got good when he was tapping people. But when you swept me that one time, I was like, this motherfucker.
I like it. I gotta get
couldn't
better
believe
for
it.
it.
And you couldn't
He
take
caught me
credit for it.
slipping and he exploded. He exploded with a butterfly sweep and he snatched an overhook and went right into the butterfly sweep. I was going over. I was like, this motherfucker got me.
And he just makes it. He puts it in your head where you're not even thinking about it. You just go.
Yeah.
I got shame. I got shame for a
You
second.
didn't?
I tapped you once
What? When?
out there.
No chance.
100%.
Oh, you don't think Ari would tap you?
I
would
did.
100%
I'm
tap
trying to
you.
go.
Whoa!
I got you. I
Listen,
did.
We could go
We
to the
did it.
mats
We
right
had to
now.
start.
I
We had to
got you
start
in the arm
with him.
triangle.
Yeah, we had to start with you on my back, sitting down.
You're 700 pounds.
I know.
I got
If
you in
you
the arm
guys,
triangle.
if you guys rolled, Ari would get you.
You did tap.
big fun.
He'll get you.
I
He
got
would-
you twice with
You
an
would
arm triangle.
eventually get tired and he would catch you in something you wouldn't know what it
He
was.
was more tired than I was.
I
when
was
did
for
it.
sure.
Well, he's
Once
definitely
I
out of
tired
shape.
out,
He's
yeah.
old.
But if he just lies there and takes his time.
Wait, you're saying I did not tap you twice with an arm triangle?
With an arm triangle?
Yeah.
I don't
Head and
think
arm.
so.
Remember this position? Remember going like this?
Okay,
Is
so
that when we started with my arm like that?
first and second time.
No,
You were
yeah.
hammered.
You were hammered.
Hold on. We had every single time we had to start with him on my back. You made
Yes.
us start with him literally arms around me on
I
my back.
made him start with
In your
this
guard.
is a over under from the back. That's what it was. Over
Yeah.
like an Eddie Bravo tournament. The Eddie Bravo Invitational, when it goes in overtime, you have two positions you can start from. You can start from the back or you can start from spider web.
It's an even position.
Yeah. No.
It's even?
No.
Shut up, Joe.
Highly,
Just shut
highly
the fuck up.
disadvantageous.
I think I
position.
turned around and started punching you for real.
Well, yeah, because you're doing MMA.
And then
You're like
everyone was
Lewis.
like, stop.
You're like Lewis. You're like change your jujitsu to MMA because you want to.
Well, yeah, I don't know
Lewis,
what the
you'll
fuck
be,
we're
you'll be
doing.
rolling with Lewis.
Let me
Let's
tell you
start punching with the
If
side.
when Ari was training, he would have got you.
Oh,
Back when
I'm
he
not
was
allowed
training,
to
he would
punch?
have fucked you up. No, you're not allowed to punch.
Oh, well, I don't know any of the moves.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's
Well,
a
I
there
big
mean, I
one.
could lay on him and hold his arms down.
And you did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For a
you
little while.
got me more than I
Now,
got
you
you.
will stop before I stop on that.
Oh, gas.
Interesting.
Yeah.
One of my early tournaments at
We
Eddie
talked
I'd
Bravo's,
like you guys to be fully
We
drunk.
did this.
Fully,
did.
I know, but we should.
And I was killing him.
But we should start from
I'm
like
not
a neutral
filming this
position.
No.
Slap hands.
No, just for fun.
tackle. I'll kill him on that. I'm really talking. Why do you guys say this to me?
I tapped you
I'll
twice.
fucking do it.
riled up.
You did that twice?
Yes.
Yeah,
with
that's
arm,
true.
and then I tried the
What do you
third
mean
time.
that's you fucking
That's
moron?
twice.
And then I
Had
tried to do
you
the third time.
ever-
You already knew it.
Had you ever done jujitsu at all? Before
No.
that one day? Nothing?
No.
Yeah,
No
that's
fucking
fine.
around with your friends, rolling around, trying to choke each other?
You did football.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very
I was
different.
just. Hold on a second. Why are you guys pretending that something happened?
He got you.
It-
Two
No,
taps.
no,
You
that's
don't-
it.
you-
No,
I was there. It's happening.
No. It's happening. Nothing. No one. It's not a real tap. It's a tap from an advantageous position. It's like it's not the same thing.
It literally started with his arm around my neck.
Yeah.
No, I was
I
just
thought
trying
that's
to
how
feel
you-
like
He
this.
transitioned to
I like
that. He transitioned
Pretty
to that
fast.
very quickly.
I knew you weren't
Yes.
looking for it.
Like
He didn't
Ellie
know what it
Page.
was. It was unfortunate.
It was my one move I could do. Okay,
All right.
stay off.
All right, whatever.
cracking up another butt.
Let's see what happens. As soon as we're done, I'll fuck you up.
It doesn't change the fact that it happened.
Let's do it on Kill Tony. You guys go at it.
Wow.
That could be fun.
Intense. This is intense.
We can do it.
Bro, I want people.
Oh, slow and telegraph.
Man,
You ever think about getting back to it, Ari?
I think about it, but I
He gets
I
gassed
break
too
easy.
quick. Your people
Yeah, but if
gas
you just
chamber.
like get yourself in a little bit of shape before you do
Just
it,
gotta get on a treadmill. It's a bigger thing.
well, start doing.
Just gotta walk to my car once in
Well,
a
you
while.
got in really good shape when we were doing sober October.
Yeah.
You got ripped. You got
You're
a six
lean.
pack.
Gotta have a reason.
you are lean now.
Ari had to have a
I
competitive
liked when you were
reason.
gaining weight. I like
Chubby
Bad
Ari.
Ari, bad.
Chubby Ari was nice.
Yeah.
Ari did it with Will too. No Ozempic.
Yeah, that's right.
Ozempic. Yeah.
There's a cheat code now. A lot of people are thin.
You
Let them
come
have
from
it.
a long line of Holocaust
Oh, yeah.
survivors.
A let it.
Legit of the
His
genes.
fucking dad. His dad's a legit Holocaust survivor.
Is that right?
His dad's got
Those genes
tattoos.
into me, yeah.
Is your dad gonna do the podcast?
Good. Talk about
We
it later.
talked about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We kind of went away with COVID and stuff.
Yeah.
Would
Yeah,
you
he'd like
approve of that?
That
Is
was
gonna
the
be
Germans.
embarrassing?
Oh, that's right.
Ginger.
No, it's never gonna
Third
end.
right.
Oh no.
I'm stuck.
Oh my God, I'm out of breath.
Mentally, I'm stuck on
Oh, this is awesome. This is awesome. I'm just now like, how far can he go?
Hey, you can
No,
never stop.
see what
Don't surprise us.
I mean, the third right, which is crazy.
That's right. That's right is great. Right, that's right.
Great speak. Great coffee.
That's right.
6 lane beans.
I was watching.
No.
I don't know, but Jamie, have I played it before? These Scottish guys with Tourette's on here.
Oh, that's great.
It's like my favorite fucking. I was
Roll it
watching.
up.
I was
Oh,
watching
no.
it. This is just a fun thing.
You ever seen Purple Burger? That's all right. Go
I
ahead.
like people with mental diseases and speaking in
No,
different tongues.
I was watching it. First off, Scottish is the funniest possible accent.
A great accent.
There's a documentary. I think it was National Geographic a long time ago. I watched it when it came out. Y'all, these guys cool. Hold on, this isn't it.
They all
son?
dress like you.
Yeah, I know. I went over there. I was like, these are my people.
Yeah.
I am Scottish and Irish, obviously. Hold on, we'll find one.
Oh, no.
Different one. These are the guys though.
You're Irish though, right?
Are they going to yell out? Is that what
They-
happens?
There's 3 dudes. Hold on, Jamie. Find the one where 3 dudes link up and go on a
Is
trip.
this like a long documentary and there's like a section of the documentary?
No, the
Hour
whole
long?
thing's hilarious. It's just a different video.
Oh.
Yeah, if you type in Scottish Tourette's, but dude,
I did that in my
There's a bunch.
They said,
There's a
find a
bunch.
link
There's
on
a
your
bunch.
phone and send it to them.
Jamie, let me see it. I mean, obviously the highlights.
I swear I can't help it.
Hold on. Go to YouTube.
Go to that one, 4 minutes. I swear I can't help it.
Funny. No, hold on.
Funny highlights.
Well, those are also hilarious. but
Okay, let me hear
that's
this.
the one we're looking
Here's
for.
something. Let me hear something.
I'm trying my best to hold it in. Shut it! Fuck off!
Work is a 10-minute walk away from his home.
Oh my God.
It's never nice
When
shit
we're
they yell.
together, we feel some kind of harmony.
Hold on,
some
this is-
connection somewhere.
There's one part though, because the whole point of it is these 3 guys link up that have it severely,
Right.
and they're like, we're gonna start a commune, or not a commune. We're gonna find a place where we can chill out in wilderness. They go to a lake,
Scream at each other.
and all they do is they play a game where they're
They're
trying to hit each other in the nuts with a ball.
We can have a laugh.
It's so funny.
Having pub quizzes and stuff at the centre. Something like playing charades.
Charades.
Let me hear a
Jamie,
little
search
bit.
it on here.
Let me hear a little bit of them talking. What do you figure out?
I'm never ever the person that stands up and has to act out what film it is or whatever. Because I can't keep it to myself. I'll stand up and I'll say, Jaws! Right, that's my turn.
I didn't get a word of
He
that.
said, I can't do charades because I'll just go up there and say the answer. He goes, like, what movies? And he goes up and goes, Jaws!
Gonna crash!
We're going to crash.
Wow.
The border between England and Ireland.
Wow.
Holiday. Type in holiday.
I'm a chicken.
Bam, I'm a chicken.
These 3 fucking rule, dude. Hold on. Taking around the kids is hilarious.
That's dangerous. There's no flies there.
National Geographic.
It's
Yes.
funny that they swear.
Oh, hold on, Jamie. This is the best part of the whole thing. Right here. He taps him on the head. Yeah, what? That's so good.
That's good stuff.
It's probably cool that they get to hang out together,
Yeah,
though, right? So they
yeah.
don't care.
No, that's
Yeah,
a
it's like the only
podcast.
time they
By
can be.
other people.
They
Yeah, they should have a podcast.
They should.
right?
That would be hilarious.
try to hit each other in the nuts with the ball. No defending.
From behind. That's a
Those-
weird choice.
They don't have
Long
phones.
But they're playing like a really serious, sad music moment. And then they cut to what they're doing.
Get 'em.
I thought you guys might enjoy these guys. These
Great.
guys rule.
They
Find the
killed
clip.
it.
Find the right clip.
They killed it.
Yeah, that's pretty good. All right.
Nice.
That's Guy.
That's
That's the last one.
Oh, man. I can't believe you guys said all right, fucking guy. That's so.
Twice.
What?
Norman, I'm certain you don't remember.
I have
He was
no
there.
idea what you
Yeah,
guys are talking
I know,
about.
I don't know if I was here.
I remember you jumped on everybody. You jumped on the whole pile of people. Norman did.
No, that was
I
when
got
you were
one
killing
Covered
it.
it.
You
Yeah.
were killing him with an arm bar, and then I jumped on and tried to help, but I think
I held on
I made it
way
worse.
too long. Joe, you just use gay, fuck you, pussy.
Well, I got a photo. That's how
Locked
long.
my shoulder up.
Well, you wanted to play football. You were trying.
Yeah, I thought I was doing good with it.
You were
pushing.
pushing. Yeah, but the problem with that is like I want you to push me.
Yeah, like you just pulled me.
Yeah, I'm like good. I arm dragged you.
Yeah.
Like this is fun.
It was fun. I had a good time.
It was pretty ridiculous.
Until I punched Ari. That
We
was
got all scratched up. Everybody got their knees all scuffed up and our elbows
Oh my
all
God.
fucked up.
On a carpet.
Carpet
We were
burn.
roll.
Yeah,
Yeah.
meanwhile we have mats here. We didn't, we're too
20
drunk to get to the mats.
25 beers and then punched Ari in the lobby.
We were too drunk to make it to the mats.
The best part though is you guys are going at it like crazy, and Carl is just like,
yeah.
every minute of it.
That's literally like pretending to drive a car when there's a car right next to you.
Right.
We were like, nah, we can't
Yeah,
make it into the
fuck it.
mats.
It's too far.
That's like 20 steps away.
Yeah,
It's
but
too far.
when you fucking roll in the bathroom, the bed's right there, but you couldn't hold it.
Yeah, but that's fun. Something exciting. Like,
That's
let's see
true.
what the sink can do.
Yeah, that's that
Sink
thing.
can hold you up.
Mhm.
But if it doesn't, that's a real problem. Right?
Oh,
If the
sink
sink
can't.
breaks.
I've had a few.
That's why I
times.
never get up there.
Yeah,
When a girl
right.
takes me to the bathroom, I never jump on the sink.
I pissed in the sink at least 1,000 times in my life.
Oh, yeah.
How many times you pissed in the
Oh,
sink?
yeah.
But more often.
Yeah, I pissed in the sink.
There's a
many
lot
times.
of people don't like that.
They don't
No,
need to
You
know.
run the water. I like it.
Yeah.
They don't
I
need to
love
know.
it.
I like it.
I piss in the shower every time I get in the shower.
Same.
Of course.
Every time.
I went to. Oh yeah.
Every
Remember my
time.
house in Philly?
No,
Every time.
But I went to Wells Fargo for you. We went to the guys 676ers locker room.
Yeah.
All the urinals start up here.
Ah,
It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh, the
Right.
giant guy?
Yeah, then John Stockton comes over and visits. He's like, what the fuck, man?
He's white. I think I might be one of those Scottish guys.
He's got
He's white.
Groundskeeper Joey.
White.
The best thing about pissing in the
Really?
shower is when you don't even acknowledge that you're pissing. Like, you're just washing yourself and peeing at the same
You
time.
let it flow.
God,
feels good.
Yeah.
Like our ancestors used to do. They used to just pee. They didn't hold it in.
Yeah.
Why would they hold it in?
But even a dog like Ben's at the shower, just like,
Yeah.
let it fly.
Yeah.
So
Peeing in
nice.
your own backyard feels good. I feel like an American.
I
Yeah,
pee in my
I
own
pee
bed.
outside.
Whenever I take my dog out to pee, I pee.
That's nice.
Oh,
I
yeah.
pee all the time outside.
That's nice.
You got it. He's the guy that it still counts. You only have like a half a second delay. It's like the 5-second rule where you drop food.
Yeah. Oh, that 5-second rule really helps. You're hungry.
Just think about all the ass of Norman's eating and think about how ridiculous it would be to not eat food off the ground.
Facts.
Yeah, you gotta do it.
Yeah, you fucking leftovers at
Yeah.
restaurants.
I ate yours when you went to the bathroom.
Why not?
At breakfast.
Norman just would see like at the cellar stuff coming back. And he goes, whoa.
Well, I'm telling you,
Give me that.
it works. This has never not worked for me. You go up to a table that's been sitting there for a while at a restaurant. You go, you want to clear this out of the way? And they go, oh, please. And you just take their wings.
Wow.
It's never not worked.
And you just eat their wings?
Yeah, it's wings.
But then they find out that you're not working there.
Well, that's
Doesn't matter. They want it out of the way.
They
Yeah,
probably watch. That guy just took our wings. He's eating them.
yeah. They've never questioned it. They just run away.
That's so weird. How many times have you done that?
Oh, she's a dozen.
Norman is the biggest joy.
It doesn't.
That's so great.
Yeah,
Is it because you don't want the food to go to waste or you're hungry?
both. Well, I
But
used
you
to
have money.
I had no money back then.
Oh,
but now it's just a
formative
rush.
years.
But now you just do it for the goofs.
And I had no food in my house as a kid, and I think it fucked me up.
Also, it's right there.
It's right there.
When we were at Bonnaroo and Norman went off to hang out, have some fun somewhere, and then came back. There was a staff party, crawfish boil. Comes back 3 hours later. It was like, what a crazy night! Look at all these unused heads, just sucking
Sucking
out
the
heads of
heads
crawfish.
like Lily Phillips.
Sucking the heads is delicious.
Oh yeah,
You gotta suck the heads.
you got to do it. It's all the flavor.
Prawns too. You get like a big juicy prawn.
Oh.
And they cook them in garlic and you
Wait.
suck the heads.
You've gone from
Oh.
shrimp to prawn. You got elitist.
No, shrimp's great too, but prawns are a different animal.
What's the difference?
They're longer. It's weirder looking. They're kind of cool. Prawns, they have like a long shelly head.
Fucking
You suck on
whiskers,
that head.
whatever those things are.
You
Those
suck on
antennas.
that head and get that brain juice.
Yeah.
I never
All the
sucked guts, brain juice.
Oh,
That was the same thing.
Yeah.
I sucked it. I did the same thing.
You know when you have peeled shrimp, when you have to peel it?
Yeah.
I don't
See the shell, yeah.
Damn.
Just peanuts.
So you eat ass.
peel it. Who doesn't?
Who doesn't eat ass at this point?
I grew up in a time when nobody ate ass.
That's
because
true.
back in my day, nobody shaved.
Yeah.
It was chaos.
Harry
That's
Butler.
nuts.
That's porn's biggest victory. Porn's biggest victory over culture is shaving of pubic hair.
Here, here.
I used to do a joke about it, where if aliens came and they were studying the development of the human race, they'd be like, "What happened to pubic hair? Like, what happened?" There's no documented like direction. Nobody told people to do it. It's not a public health concern. Nobody like issued some sort of a statement that you should start shaving your pubes.
Right.
But everybody,
Just
when they
happened.
started seeing porn, they all started shaving their pubes.
Great.
Also, kind of taught him how to give head too.
Yes.
They're getting a little rowdy with the head.
It's
The
a-
ladies due to porn.
When they get a little rowdy and they start gagging.
Yeah,
like, hey,
because
hey,
of porn now, every
hey,
girl does that.
Right.
hey.
I've used porn to watch how to eat out, maybe get some tips.
I think they're exaggerating.
I was
They
talking
use
to
a
our
flare
friend Whitney
on
Cummings was
Yeah,
explaining
I
how
never get that reaction.
she didn't know she was the one the gagging conversation. She was saying that she went down with this guy. She started gagging. He was like, "Stop! What are you doing?"
Yeah,
She was
good
like,
for him.
I was supposed to.
Yeah, it's overkill.
It's
Well,
overkill.
I
You're
have
just
a-
showing you're enthusiastic.
I did a joke in my special about that.
Oh,
I've had girls get like, yeah. I'm like, this, you're like, oh,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
right.
But
fucking
isn't it-
right. Yeah, fucking right.
Is it
Yeah,
because
right,
they think that you want that? Is that?
I think
Must
that's porn. I think it's porn's fault.
Right.
When girls get ahead now, they're like,
But isn't it weird? It's because like it started out just people having sex, and then once people saw people having sex, they're like, let's kick this up a notch.
yes.
You know,
Fire.
why
I
don't
like that
Pay
part.
attention,
why don't you
guys.
tie
This
each
is
other
protect
up?
your
Why don't
parts.
you do this? Why don't you do
This
that?
is way more
Remember
honest
that one
than any
guy that got
conversations
arrested?
going on in
He
your
actually
website.
went. No.
You're welcome.
He went to jail for there was something
Rough.
about the way that they tried him in Florida.
8:44
He was
p.m.
famous for like horrible stuff. Like he would open up
Okay.
girls' buttholes.
Oh,
you know,
yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Oh,
Crazy.
Rocco Siffredi.
No. He was an American guy.
He had a cowboy hat. I know what
He
you're
had
talking
a
about.
very disgusting style of porn. That it was the idea of like these things keep accelerating,
Yes.
getting more and more deviant because people get bored. Max
That's
hardcore.
Hardcore.
That's
That
So
was
that
it.
guy wind up because they tried him in
Jamie's
Florida.
horny ass new.
Jamie's like,
That's disgusting.
Keep in mind, guys, Jamie's the hottest
That
one
was
in the
back-
world, other
That was
than
back
Joe.
when.
But if we're doing personality,
Every
age,
good
looks,
guy.
It's
might be
championship
a
week.
tie.
You guys are at each other's throats.
He fucks a butthead.
Jamie's ready.
Cockeye.
Oh, you can't hear it. You can't let him do that. You guys have to bet. You have to win your money back that he stole from you at the blackjack.
He stole from me.
That's what I said.
Oh, okay.
The money he stole from you.
But no, that's all you have to do.
OH.
J-Mo, pull it up. Dude, that's your job. You have to pull it up.
This week,
Oh, Jamie pull ups.
Pull it up.
Can't find it.
Jamie, you
Jamie
have to
got
pull
some
it
money
up.
from
Can't find
Shane.
it.
Jamie borrowed money from Shane and didn't give him a cut.
Didn't give me a cut.
Oh, really?
What do
You
you
gotta
mean?
give him a cut of the winnings.
Get one of the Navy
Classic
SEALs.
Buckeye.
You gotta give him a gapper. Don't you know what a gapper is, son?
I know a gaper.
Hold on, what's
No,
it?
no.
You stick somebody.
No, a gapper. Like, so let's say if you and Shane are playing pool and you're gambling and you don't have any money, you say, "Can you give me $100?" And you say,
Yeah, of course.
I give you $100. You win $300 off of Shane. You throw me $50. You throw me a
Yeah,
gapper.
you give me money.
You give me a
Also,
little bit. You give me a
Jamie-
piece.
Jamie,
You give me a
who's-
piece of the action.
Right.
Because you were gonna have to pay me $100 back anyway. So it was like, I gave you the $100 so you can get an action. So even though you really technically only owe me $100, if you want this to keep happening in the future, you throw me a gapper.
Yeah.
So you throw him $50.
I like it.
I do have an
It's a
important
free
question.
50.
An important question for the podcast. Jamie, who's the Epstein pedophile that paid for Ohio State's roster this year?
This is information I've mentioned to you before, so I don't know if that's even true.
Whoa!
Jamie always
Who's
takes
the
the
guy?
establishment position.
Who's the Epstein? Who's the Epstein guy?
You want to talk about the Catholic Church?
Lexner?
Whoa, hold on.
Lex Wexner.
Jamie,
Yeah,
one,
That's his name. Now, Lex Wexner, what did he do and why does he pay for your entire roster? And most of your
he
campus?
donates a lot of money to Ohio State.
Yeah, what did he do, though? That's
I don't
like
know,
suspect.
He's a big businessman. I don't know what he did specifically.
Did
I
he
think
do
he-
anything weird?
I don't know. Do you have
Jamie
any
doesn't want
insinuations
you to
to
sue
me?
No, I mean, just insinuations. I have no idea what he did.
I don't know either.
do you
Google
want
him.
to go on Reddit?
Just Google him. See what he did.
Jeffrey Epstein worked for him.
Jeffrey Epstein worked for the guy who paid for your roster.
Oh boy.
Huh.
Interesting.
Okay, you're gonna get a head coach spazzing on you again.
Well,
Oh boy.
interesting.
Ryan Day can spaz all he wants. At least Saban is the GOAT.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Ryan Day, born on third, thinks he had a triple, can talk all the shit he wants.
Born on third. Wow.
Third right?
Wow.
Oh, you missed it.
Yeah, we got it. No, but if we do bet, we're definitely using the spread.
What's the spread?
We're not going money line on this.
Why is that?
Ohio State's favorite by 10.
Yeah, but
You're
you
gonna
can't do
lose.
that.
You're
Oh, yeah.
afraid? You already think you're going to lose?
No, you can't. You can't ask for a spread.
Well, if we go money line, I'm getting the
What do you get?
spread.
What?
Shane would be
What's
happy
the
if
odds?
Notre Dame loses by 9.
No,
Wait a minute. You won't bet 50-50?
probably not on this one.
Ooh.
Because you're gay.
I'll only
Do you
bet
know how
with,
many
I'll
Notre
only bet
Dame
with
fans are
real
so
fans.
upset with you right now?
I'll only bet with real fans like Tony Hinchcliffe.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
The true Buckeye fans.
Oh, ouch. We're in Texas here at the Texas Ohio
This
State.
is-
At the same
This
time.
is outrageous.
This is getting crazy.
Where is this
Wait, what?
game
Wait,
taking
what?
place?
Pull that up.
It's Atlanta on Monday.
Pull that up.
Oh,
Are you guys going?
I'm definitely going. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
that'll be fun. Maple to go.
Bring my father.
Tony's gone.
Big Phil?
Phil made it to week 1, and then he had a heart attack week 2 against Northern Illinois. That put him in the grave.
Is he all right?
He's back.
They-
Oh,
He's been training consistently to get to this game.
Hell yeah. Notre
yeah,
Dame.
see, I get plus 280.
Why are they favorites
We
so
go
much?
money line.
Fight
Uh,
Irish.
like-
Yeah, the money line's ridiculous. If you guys are men, you gamble.
Wow.
Whoa! Put the
You
money
gamble.
down, you
You
queefs.
bet $100, he bets $100.
Oh yeah, deal.
J-Mo, you're broke.
How much
Yeah,
are you
100
thinking?
bucks.
I
Yeah,
thought it was my
100
house.
bucks.
What were you thinking? What were you thinking to go to? $100
No,
$3
it's
to go.
$2
How
grand.
$100 is great.
He's talking about the amount of money that mattered to him.
would you do $100?
That's
Do
what he tips the
$100.
bartender. That Gucci shirt.
Yeah, do $100. Whoa, what's getting under your shirt?
Wow.
The shirt you took the picture with
Stop
Trump with?
shit on my shirt.
Bro, that shirt,
Damn.
that photo with you, I sent you guys that the other day.
Yeah, that shirt's nice.
That shirt's
Damn.
nice. You bought that shirt just to go to the fights.
Yeah,
Our Gucci.
Versace.
Versace.
Do you know that? Do you have that shirt, Jamie? We need the photo of that shirt.
I don't know, but he does have a ponytail.
Yeah, J-Mo's clinging to that hair.
Yeah, yeah.
Call it to Jamie. Tell me to
Michael
load it up.
Bolton.
Jamie, I sent you the Leonardo DiCaprio one too.
Please, I haven't seen that one.
This is the one that you get banned.
All right.
You get banned from fucking Twitter for this one. From
Damn, Shane's blurry.
He's
He's been drinking. He's so blurry.
Trump's pretty
Look
tall.
at that. Yeah, Trump's a big
Trump's
fella.
tall as shit.
And he's old, so he probably used to be taller.
That's true.
Oh, thanks.
Well, Barron's like 8'9".
Baron. He's
Yeah.
fucking.
He's a fucking giant.
He's huge.
He's
He
the one
hasn't-
who told him to
probably
come
not-
on here.
Yeah. Well, and Dana White. And he's probably not done drunk. Dana White's the guy who got along here. Legitimately.
Did you hear a loved one take a vaccine? Maybe instead.
And they took this down.
That's not even fake
Uh-huh.
news. That's
This
a in the future idea.
Yeah.
It's clearly a joke.
Nothing.
Isn't it crazy though? They took
Kooky.
that down.
Kooky time.
Well, they didn't take it down. I should say the government told Facebook to take it down. It's one of the things that Zuckerberg talked about. It's like, what the fuck? We're not going to take down humorous memes. This is crazy. And that's when they started bringing him to court, and it got ugly.
Ooh.
They had to, like, remember? When,
Yeah.
yeah, and he was drinking water like a lizard.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
I'll give him credit for that because
He's freaking out.
the amount of fucking photographers in front of him. You ever see that?
Not just that, like, he's
That's
freaking out.
spazzed
Like,
out,
you're
yeah.
literally talking to the government who are thinking about shutting you down.
Yeah.
You
And
know?
then that one guy was like, "Are you worried about the weight of all the data sinking an island?"
Jeez.
Whoa.
What? It was
You
all
think
the
data weighs something?
megabytes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, right. And he was like, "No, I'm not worried about that."
How about dudes were asking him,
why,
like,
why am I talking to this guy?
Yeah.
What state do you run?
weren't dudes asking him like Google questions?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like-
he runs Facebook. Like it was the whole thing was like so they were unprepared.
Yeah.
Right.
A few of them, but that's the thing about being like a congressperson. Like how many of them?
Like, I don't care. I just
How
care
many-
about logging.
How many Congress people are there?
I have no idea. AOC?
How many, Jamie?
435.
435 Congress people.
That's a lot.
Have you seen that one wacky lady with the crazy glasses from Connecticut? Is that what she's from with the blue hair?
Taylor
Where's
Green?
that lady where people were like bringing her up because she was God, I forget what the ridiculous argument she was making about. Which then everyone was like, "Who is this crazy lady?"
It's
Some
Rachel?
nutty equity argument, but with these bananas glasses on,
Mm.
like a character.
Who's the hot lady battling the trans in there? Is that
Mace?
hot
Nancy
Congress?
Mace.
Yeah.
She is
Nancy
kinda
Mace.
hot.
Kinda hot.
Yeah, I'm
Trans
into her.
battles.
She's battling the trans.
Well, like she's
She's
like,
literally
Gladiators with those big fucking Q-tips.
She's like, we're done with trans, baby.
well, there was a first. The thing is, there was a first openly trans congressperson, and she was
Ah.
saying that person's not going into the women's room.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And then and then am I remembering this right? Then the trans lady was like, "Fuck, I just won't." And everyone's like, "How dare you?"
That's the crazy lady. Yeah, look at that lady. Look at that lady.
Whoa, that's hilarious.
Oh
Look
my
at that
God.
lady.
She says something on the plane. You're
Looks
like,
like a macaw.
You got to listen to some of the things that she argues. Some of the things she argues is hilarious.
Wow.
She's like fully woke, like with her purple hair. She's like deep in the trance.
like an art teacher.
She probably put a mask on the moment she was done. I'm amazing she doesn't have a mask on when she's up there. I see people with masks on every day.
Still in Tejas?
100%.
That's
so
Every day.
good.
Every day.
Yeah.
I see them every day.
Did I send that to the group
Yeah,
text?
you said that. That's so
The
funny.
guy's killing me.
Which
Who?
guy?
There's an account of this kid that's like, we need to be wearing masks.
Oh, yeah.
at all
Oh,
times.
we can talk about
It's
that.
like,
He'll
bro,
kill us.
That guy seems really,
Yeah, that guy's
He's had
fucked up.
5 years of remembering to mask up.
really nutty.
Yikes.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people like that they cracked. They cracked.
See the video of the guy driving over a Trump sign, and he got the flat tire?
Yeah, because they put like
Yeah, they put
nails
the
on it.
nails
You
on
see the
stick.
video of the guy who wired his Trump sign with electricity?
Electricity.
So when they run out, they grab it and they get zapped. Fuck!
That's genius.
The guy who ran over it was like,
I fucking hate this thing.
Yeah.
and the wife's like, why'd you run over it?
Yeah, he blamed it on that guy.
Yeah.
People are so
They
nuts.
suck.
Ay, ay, ay.
I saw a video of this lady. She hit and run this other lady, and she's running away. And the lady catches up to her, and she's filming her, and she's screaming, "Don't you have a fucking heart? I'm broke!" And she starts screaming, like pulling her fucking shit out of her glove box. It's all chaos. And she's,
Ay, ay, ay.
"You fucking bitch! You fucking have no fucking heart!" I'm like, whoa.
Yikes.
Some people are just cracked.
Yeah, people are.
And Trump being president, like, ultra cracked them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, because they were told that this is going to be the end of all their freedoms. They're going to get locked up. No one's going to be
Right.
trans. They're going to throw gay people off the roof. Shane's got the glasses on.
I saw Norman went for it. Let's do
I
it.
told myself I'd do it at 3
Yeah,
p.m.
get crazy.
I was at a bar with DeRosa last night and Matt Edgar. What do I see on top of the shelf behind the bar? DeRosa's like, let's do shots. I'm not doing shots.
Rosa loves shots.
Love shots. Love
Yeah,
ruining her night.
bro.
And he loves talking you into it.
And I was like,
Yep.
I will, though, have a beer the right way. And I looked up behind the thing.
No way.
This fucking thing is up there.
Ah.
Get me that funnel. And the bartender goes, what funnel? And I'm like, that American flag, that American Eagle.
Wash it out.
Bring
Bring
it.
a kitty that.
He didn't.
He didn't let you funnel?
No, he didn't wash it out.
You
But
don't
he,
want to wash that.
he brought it over.
No one's out there eating ass.
Yeah,
you going to wash
like,
it out?
how'd you know? The bartender's like, how'd you know that? And I'm like, I just know things.
Bro, I put that on the map.
Yeah.
You better believe
I
it.
am that evil.
I'd love to see what the sales did with this show on
Oh,
that
yeah.
thing.
Oh, it probably went through the
Freedom
roof.
at Freedom Funnel.
Big spike.
It had to go
Oh,
through
people
the
can't
fucking
spell that.
roof.
That spike.
That's smart.
Do you know how many fucking
I
smelling
was waiting
salts
for
are
Spike. I thought we were going to talk about the COVID.
You think it's spike, buddy?
I had Spike in my head.
Yeah. This show has been a giant boon to the smelling salts market.
That's
Oh,
true.
the smelling
That's
salts
true.
market has gone through the fucking roof.
Yes,
Existed
Daniel
before.
Boone.
It barely was around. Nobody cared.
Nobody cared. Now kids are doing it when they work out. You see those videos?
Yeah.
Some kid can't lift the bar, and they put this, and he's like, ah!
Wow.
Yeah. It works.
It
You see
works.
those videos where they're giving them to like just strangers? They
No.
go to like Walmart and they're like, "Here, try this," and then people are like, "Is that fentanyl? What the fuck did you just give me?"
Oh.
It's kind of sad actually.
Want some?
I'm okay.
No, it sucks. If Joe wants it, that'd be fun.
I'd like to do it
Show
from
you
far
the
away.
Oh,
You get the
This is a
hit.
strong one too. This is a strong. Oh, this is strong.
I can smell
How
it
do
from
you-
here.
Oh my God.
Good lord.
What are they?
It's like my ex.
What do they smell like, though?
Good
Oh,
God.
Jesus, this is strong. Ready? Here we go.
God, precint. Hey, by the way, how about these parks in LA? We're protecting them. Huh?
Yeah,
They're on fire. We're here to help.
we have to protect them. I think we're protecting them.
Got a whip from
Get
here.
in there, Norman. Get a big whip. Come on, man.
It's moving in.
It hurts. Oh, that stings. Oh, what are you guys enjoying?
Give it to Shane.
Puppy around the clown.
Give it to Shane. Give it to Shane. He's going in. He's going in.
Take it.
Get in there, son.
Oh, this is good.
Let's go.
That hurts.
So bad.
Burn there. No
Let's go.
fingers.
Goggles.
Golly almighty.
Get in there like a man. Like a man.
Hold on. I got a little there.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
got a big one.
Theo took a huff the other day.
That dab will do you. There you go.
He barely got on me.
Fuck you, Joe. I got
Yeah,
a big
yeah,
one.
that was your right.
It turns
son.
pink.
Ah.
All right, get that beak in
You
there.
can see my eyes. You
Yeah,
know
you
I got it.
You got it. I can tell that
Oh,
one.
my
You got it. Get in there, Ari. Get that schnoz to work.
Yeah.
Is this dangerous at all?
It's kosher.
No, it's
With
good.
that nose.
It's kosher. I checked that guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna pay for it.
Kosher.
That guy in that video said it's kosher because I threw it in the ocean.
Remember when we could just do blow?
Yeah, we still
God
can. Oh, that was a big one.
Oh, he
That
took
was a
it.
whopper.
He took it on the chin.
Oh,
Brian
man.
Simpson still has the best reaction. Brian
Really?
Simpson took his headphones off and ran out of the building.
Pull it up.
Oh, it's like sour.
It's like black people when they laugh or see magic.
Jesus.
Or when they're at Walgreens.
Or see
Cat
magic.
Lock up the deodorant.
See Magic's playing a Kill Tony's band.
Ooh, that was fun.
That'll wake you up, man.
Yeah,
You get a
that's good
hangover, that'll cure it.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
they used to give it to
We're making
fighters.
things way worse.
They watch Brian
Yeah.
Simpson here.
Oh, I can't wait.
Oh man, this is going. The rest of this episode will turn into smelling stuff.
Bro, this hurts from here.
Oh man, Joe.
Oh, God. It really is. It's
Brian has no idea yet.
the work of the devil. Here we go. Get the camera on him.
He didn't even take the headphones off. He just ran away with them on his head.
Wow, that's a great,
Poor
great
Brian.
impression of his dad.
Say no to Joe, dude. Don't ever say yes to Joe if he's offering you something.
Get the fuck out of there. Brian's the man.
We lost him.
Brian is man. Brian just did a show with me. He was in Dallas there, San Antonio.
Oh, hell yeah.
He
That
killed.
walk bit is one of the best bits in comedy. It doesn't get the credit it
That's
deserves.
offensive.
That's one of the best fucking bits I've ever heard in my life.
About
It's such a
Italians?
good bit.
American
No,
Challenge.
wet ass pussy.
Oh, that
If it
bit's
goes
great.
into like the England Empire
Yeah.
and like it's such a good
It's
bit.
long.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
such-
remember having a song about wet pussy.
Such a well crafted bit. It's so good. So it's
Yeah.
one of those bits where you see, you go, that's a piece of art right there.
Yeah.
That's a fucking. He takes you on a journey through
Yes.
history,
He can
and then
write.
he ends it with a bang.
With jokes all the way through.
Oh, so
He
he's
writes.
such a funny guy. He writes, but he effortlessly kills more than anyone I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Effortlessly kills.
I
Yeah.
think he was high as fuck. We did San
Think.
Antonio's.
Think.
No, but I know I was with my.
Think. Was he on stage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was. Everybody else is like nervous, and then you look over and you see him, and he's.
Yeah.
Barely
He
see
gets
his
on
eyeballs.
stage and he's no problem with silence, just talking,
Yeah.
and then killing. Like everybody else would get up there and be like, "Oh fuck."
Right.
No, he's
He's-
composed.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
composed.
He's great.
Real
Yeah.
fair, man.
Such a fun guy too. Such a good dude to hang out with. Like he's
Yeah,
like the
he's
best, one of the
fun.
best green room hangs. And when you crack on him, he laughs hard. You know,
Yes.
that's the key. Like a dude who can take a joke.
Yeah.
You know, some guys are really good at dishing them out. but
I
when
can
it
take a
comes to-
joke, but Ari did not tap his place. Just for the record.
I definitely heard you whimper.
I'm sure.
Oh, I do remember
You
the
made a
whimper.
noise. Like,
Little-
I'll remember you little nasty ass jumping on the. I'll remember you faking, you cocksucker.
I got right on top.
You tried to save me from Joey Rogies. But there's
Yeah, that's
nothing,
right.
there's nothing
You
we can
didn't
do.
notice I was up there. I was like a chihuahua.
He's a problem.
Yeah, you got some real beef on you.
Well, that was a moment where I had to show Shane what the fuck was up.
Whoa,
Yeah.
there was some alpha going
He got a
on.
little crazy with the football stuff.
Yeah, but there was no. I was 100% aware of what was going to happen. There was no part of me that was like,
Oh, you had a gleam in your eye. I thought you thought you
with
could take
Joe?
it. Yeah, for a second. You're like, I got this
Hold
guy.
on a
He's
second.
4'8".
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. We've had this conversation, I think, every Protecto function.
I don't know.
Every time
I don't
you
remember.
two have no clue how life works, and like, I think the three of us can take it.
Yes.
I'm the only one every time that says he would literally kill all three of us.
I
I
know
got
he
him
would.
in
I'm
a fucking
instigated.
second.
I got him in a chokehold.
He
once.
got him in chokehold.
Funsies. It's just funsies.
But look at the arms. Look at
Arms
the
are pretty
tits.
big.
Look at the thighs.
Weak ass.
Compared to a lot of dudes I know. That's the thing. There's a lot of dudes I know that can fucking murder me easily.
See, the
That's
problem.
what's uncomfortable about being around the UFC. Like,
Yeah.
Too many
you
murderers.
get delusional.
Yeah.
I know a 135-pound dude that could fucking take your
Yeah.
life.
What was up with that last fight where the Herb Dean kept calling it? He kept being like, "Stop, work," and you're like, the O'Malley fight.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with that.
I don't
Yeah.
want to get the guy in trouble.
No, I mean, I think he's getting instruction from someone who's
Ah,
telling him
stand
to
him up.
keep the action moving. When fighters go to the ground, they're not doing anything. Keep the action moving. I don't think that's Herb's call. I think someone's directing him because one of the things that Herb, and I think, by the way, I always say Herb is the gold standard.
Yes,
He's as good a referee as ever existed. There's like, there's him, there's Mark Goddard, there's a few guys that are like right up there that are like elite of the elite. Like you see them refereeing a fight, like they're gonna handle it. It's gonna be perfect. It's just like, it's a tense job.
Yeah.
And if people are breathing down your neck saying keep the fights moving, he said something something along the lines of, if someone would like me to just let them fight out on the ground no matter what, I wish someone would tell me that.
Mm.
So that means that someone's probably told him
Yeah.
to keep the action moving.
That
They
sucks.
want it to be more entertaining.
They hate
but
those
You
fights.
know who probably told him that? That's white.
Oh yeah, he hates a fight like that where there's no action. The guy just takes the guy down and hits little punches. He hates that shit. Even if you're winning, he wants guys to go for the finish. He wants guys to fucking brawl. He wants it to be exciting.
Yeah,
He wants
I
it for
guess.
them too. He's like, look, you want to make money in this sport? You got to leave the fans wanting to see you fight again.
Yeah.
And that's true. And the difference between a guy who's a champion who, can make good money versus a guy like Conor McGregor is Conor McGregor gets people excited about seeing him fight. He puts asses in seats. He knocks people unconscious. So when you see that guy fight, you know you're going to see some wild shit. Either he's going to win or he's going to lose, but it's going to be a fucking brawl. This guy's never been in a boring fight in his life.
No.
He
that's
knows
true.
how to promote. He knows how to promote.
Except when he beat up that old guy.
That guy didn't really deserve that.
Yeah, that guy swallowed that punch too.
Yeah.
Well, it was not much of a punch. It was
Pull
more
it
of a
up.
smack.
Yeah.
A little, I
Still.
give you a smack. A little smack. Who the fuck is
Also,
that?
that guy probably had
I give him a
chin.
smack.
That guy you hit probably had a drunk chin.
Oh,
at that
yeah,
point.
bro. Oh,
He
yeah.
had like a pub in Dublin.
Now,
Right.
70 years old. That guy must be.
He's been knocked around a million times.
I remember the wall.
Those Irish people, but they're still fighting.
Bro, I was reading about France
Get the Brits
in
up.
World War One and World War
Yeah.
Two. France lost 25% of their men in World War One and another 25% in World War Two.
25%.
25%.
You guys watch the Chamberlain thing on Netflix? It's great.
What,
What
Neville?
is it?
Wait.
On
Wilt
Neville
Chamberlain?
Chamberlain?
Yeah. The
Oh,
British guy.
Churchill.
Oh, what did I say?
Chamberlain.
Chamberlain.
Oh,
Yeah, but that was the guy before.
Oh,
You figured
sorry.
it out though.
Thank you.
You did the Morse Norman math.
But the Churchill doc is incredible.
Sipping.
Ron Howard did it.
Yeah.
They bombed the shit out of Dresden.
Dresden?
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. They just bombed, like killing civilians, like
Yeah.
like the IDF.
That was Slaughterhouse 5. That's Kurt Vonnegut. Dresden.
Yeah, that's
a good,
right.
It's a good time.
It's kind of crazy when you think about how that was not that long ago.
No.
These people lost 50% of their men.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Isn't that wild?
Fuck.
And now we have people doing it again. They're saying, let's do it again.
And they would just bomb London randomly. Like Hitler was
Oh,
like, "Oh, you gonna
God.
push back on me? Just go blow up buildings."
And they
in
knew the
London."
codes. They couldn't say, let's stop these bombing because then they'll know we have the codes. They
Yeah.
try to evacuate the right people at the right time.
Crazy.
God.
They were sleeping in the subway.
What does it keep calm and carry on?
Yeah.
Wow.
But then
Bro.
the FDR kind of shit on Churchill.
Yeah.
And then
Don't think
he
games.
made friends with Stalin, who was a big fucking liar.
Well, what was the?
I just watched it.
It's not like
DeStefano, you would know this better than
Yeah.
most. DeStefano was trying to explain this when him and Giannis were on, that Churchill had a wild idea to invade Russia
I
at
think
the end of the war.
at the end of the war, it was Churchill. He recognized the Soviet Union was like a major problem. They got rid of Churchill as soon as the war ended.
Yeah.
Basically.
He was at a peacetime.
I
He
think
lost after that.
I
He
think-
won the war. He
yeah.
lost the new election.
he wanted to fire it up again. I
They
think
wanted to fire it up
I
again.
think Patton
That's
was
his
ready
strength.
to go
Yeah.
into the Soviet.
And Eisenhower.
There was a lot of people that went, yeah.
It's Batman versus Superman. Like, you can't allow this guy unchecked. You can't allow Russia unchecked.
Operation Unthinkable.
That's not a
Two
good title.
related possible future war plans developed by the British Chiefs of Staff Committee against the Soviet Union during 1945. The plans were never implemented. The creation of the plans was ordered by British Prime Minister Winston Churchill in May 1945 and developed by the British Armed Forces Joint Planning Staff in May of 1945, the end of World War II in Europe. One plan assumed a surprise attack on the Soviet Union or Soviet forces stationed in Germany to impose the will of the United States and the British Empire upon Russia. The will was qualified as a square deal for Poland, but added that does not necessarily limit the military commitment. The assessment signed by the Chief Army Staff on 9th June 1945 concluded it would be beyond our power to win a quick but limited success, and we would be committed to a protracted war against heavy odds. The code name was now reused instead for a second plan, which was a defensive scenario. Don't throw it. Don't throw it.
I don't trust that.
Defend the Soviet drive towards North Sea and Atlantic Ocean, withdraw American forces from the continent. Jesus, that's fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
It was
These motherfuckers love war.
Oh, yeah.
That's their
the
business.
Soviet Union was evil.
Well, also, they lost a lot of people during the war, and they were a little bitter about that.
And they knew they were about to get the nuke.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like, now America's the only one with the nuke.
And they got a bunch of those rocket scientists
Yeah.
from the fucking
Oh, that was a nice
Nazis.
deal.
And
Wow.
if we get it done now, we're the only ones that ever have to do.
Right. The crazy thing was the rocket science. They were like,
Yeah.
listen,
Paperclip.
listen. Yeah, so listen, I know you're a Nazi, but who knows?
We need it.
We
Oh,
don't
yeah.
care. Come on over.
What's the lady that wrote the
Jacobson, Annie Jacobson.
Anne
I
Rice.
just listened to Paperclip.
Yeah.
Aaron Rice. I just listened to the Paperclip book, and it's
Terrifying. Terrifying.
The nuclear one's the scariest.
The nuclear one's the terrifying one. Operation Paperclip's crazy too. She delves deep into those things. But
Yeah.
the nuclear one's like, oh my god.
This is the Russian version.
Ooh, a secret Soviet operation in which more than 2,500 German specialists, scientists, engineers, technicians who work in several areas from companies and institutions relevant to military and economic policy in the Soviet occupation zone of Germany and Berlin, as well as around 4,000 more family members, totaling more than 6,000 people, were taken from former Nazi Germany as war reparations to the Soviet Union.
Reparations. Humans.
It took place in the early morning hours of October 22nd, 1946, when MVD, previously NKVD, and Soviet Army units under the direction of Soviet military administration in Germany, headed by Ivan Serov, rounded up German scientists and transported them by rail to the USSR.
Ooh.
By rail.
Wow. Well,
Yikes.
they didn't have any use
Much
for this.
related equipment was also moved, the aim being to literally transplant research and production research centers, as well as a V-2 rocket center of middlework from Germany to the Soviet Union, and collect as much material as possible from test centers such as the Luftwaffe Center, Central Military Aviation Test Center at, say that word, what's that word? Bungstel, Rechlin, taken by the Red Army on 2nd of May, 1945. Fuck.
What type of German goes and works for the goddamn Soviets?
Nazis.
It's taken away.
And say what you will about National Socialism, but at least it's an ethos.
Good point.
Dude, they're not gonna cut your dick off. Not as long as I'm in the basement. Big Lebowski. They were nihilists? Big Lebowski. They were Nazis?
No, the men in the 1998 movie, The Big
No.
Lebowski.
No. Dude. They're not gonna cut your clits
It was
off.
discovered
Not
last
while
night
I'm in the
that
basement.
he's lodged against an abutment.
Oh man, lodged where?
You're lucky she didn't get shot, Mr. Lebowski.
Oh
Must have
man.
been a joyride situation. They abandoned the vehicle once they hit the retaining wall.
Oh my fucking briefcase, man, it's not here.
Yeah, I
Shit.
saw it on the report. Sorry. You got to get in on the other side. The side view was found on the road by the car. You're lucky they left the tape deck though in the credence.
Oh Jesus, what's that smell, man?
Yeah, it's probably a vagrant slept in the car. Maybe just used it as a toilet and moved on.
Hey man, are you gonna find these guys, or I mean, you got any promising leads or?
Leads? Yeah, sure. I'll just check with the boys down at the crime lab. They got 4 more detectives working on the case. They got us working in shifts.
The scene is doubly funny to the FBI.
hope is that the Big Lebowski kills me before the Germans can cut my dick off.
Now that is just ridiculous, dude. No one's going to cut your dick off.
Thank you, Walter.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Thank you, Walter. That makes me feel very secure.
Dude.
It makes me feel very warm inside.
Dude.
Fucking thing. I could be sitting here with just pee stains on my rug.
Yeah.
But no, man, I gotta,
Fucking Germans. Nothing changes.
Fucking Nazis.
Fucking Nazis.
They were Nazis, dude?
Oh, come on, Donnie. They were threatening castration.
Uh-huh.
Are we going to split hairs here?
No.
Am I wrong?
Am I wrong?
Well,
Man, these
Am
are
I wrong?
nihilists, man.
Huh?
They kept saying they believed in nothing.
Niles.
Fuck me. I mean, say what you want about the tenets of National Socialism, dude. At least it's an ethos.
No.
And also, let's not forget, dude, that keeping wildlife, an amphibious rodent for, domestic within the city, that ain't legal either.
What are you, a fucking park ranger now?
No, I'm just trying
Who
to.
gives a shit about the fucking marmot?
We are sympathizing here, dude.
Fuck sympathy. I don't need your fucking sympathy, man. I need my fucking Johnson.
What do you need that for, dude?
What do you need that for, dude?
You've got to buck up, man. You cannot drag this negative energy into the tournament.
Fuck the tournament. Fuck you, Walter.
Fuck the tournament.
Fuck the tournament.
You're gonna get
That's
trouble.
That's from the Big Lebowski.
Oh, okay.
Oh, get some cubes in here.
Yeah,
What,
I
like
pass you
the
that.
CIA guys.
Oh, yeah,
I get some more ice cubes.
Please.
There's ice in it.
That's ice. Oh, there is ice in it.
Yeah, that's why I passed it to you.
Oh,
He poured it into his glass.
I want to take all of it.
Not sure. It's all right.
Well, don't drop it back in now.
No.
His dirty fucking hands have been all over
That's all
your
yours.
ass.
It's all yours.
You
It's been a while.
disgusting.
There we go.
You got a few. We'll get some more.
Sniff these.
Hey, I'm scared.
Okay.
The whole fucking Nazi scientist thing is wild.
Yeah.
They just accepted those guys.
You go to Alabama, it's all Braun. That guy Braun
Uh-huh.
built everything out there.
It
All
was
the
an asset.
spaceships.
Yeah. It was like gold. It was like golden land. Nazi, like that kind of thinking was like.
Yeah, we
So
need the
important.
gold.
Yeah.
We need the Nazis. Bring the scientists over.
What town is that in Alabama? It's got a club there.
Huntsville.
Huntsville.
Yeah.
That's it. It's all Nazi
It's
down
all
there.
nice.
Yeah. It's like Nazis and black people. That's it. It's quite a town.
Yeah, it's an urban club in the middle of
Every
the
single
smartest.
comedian that goes there must do the same joke. I
Yep.
did it.
I did it.
I was like, you guys have fucking NASA? You fucking
Yeah,
sellers,
exactly.
fucking morons. All right, yeah, rocket's going up.
I got 10 minutes out of
How
that.
about that
Yeah.
one there, that rocket factory in Florida that was run by a Satanist?
What?
Houston Rockets.
An open Satanist during the middle of the whole fucking rocket development
What?
program. Yeah, this guy was, he ran this place that's now like one of those haunted places where people go to visit. And if you go there, there's like spray paint all over the place and like devil signs and shit.
Oh, nice.
People have gone there and like tried to find ghosts. Jack Parsons.
Wow.
So this guy,
Sex
see if you can get an
cult
article on him.
Antichrist.
Oh yeah, this guy was like literally one of the fucking main rocket engineers.
Are there any cults
Fucking
that aren't
horny
sex
guys.
cults?
Guys are so horny.
So horny.
Practiced the occult and led a sex cult. He was also one of history's most important rocket scientists.
There you
the first
go.
time fucking
Fucking
freaks.
whack off, you idiot.
Well, let the guy cook.
Let him cook.
These brilliant
Let him
people are
cook.
all twisted.
Back then-
Look at Diddy.
Back then, all those scientists were getting crazy pussy. They were
Oh,
all wild freaks.
yeah.
They were banging their graduate
Yeah.
students.
Oppenheimer.
Oh yeah, they were all
Yes.
banging
Oh,
everybody.
That whole movie is just fucking
Feynman,
every other
too.
scientist's wife.
That's true.
Their wife.
Yeah.
I know he already died.
Good wife, yeah.
Did he do it again?
He was a good look for the
Oppenheimer for the
Eves.
Jews. Yeah, he did well.
Killed a lot of
Fucked
people.
hard.
A lot of people. Great
Did a
job.
lot of fucking.
Yeah, great Jews.
And
Jew.
Feynman fucked
Star
a lot
Trek.
too, right?
A lot of Asians, like a dude.
I think Feynman
Oh,
was
yeah.
into pussy too.
Yeah.
They were all chasing tail.
Turns out dudes like pussy.
Well, that was the
No,
thing
but
about
don't you ever get to somebody-
scientists.
Never.
They were like rock stars back then.
Yeah, well,
Was
I
it
don't know
cut?
about Einstein.
I'm
Well,
telling
he was a
you,
little
this,
old.
I
That's
wish that Joe did protect our parks every day. It's so much more fun to hear
But
this.
yeah,
than
he
to
was
just,
a
like,
little old and
That was a
ugly.
part of why those guys wanted to be famous.
Sure.
They wanted to be like intellectually famous and
Way
be like
more
the big man on
stimulating.
They wanted to
campus
be
that all the
Neil
ladies
deGrasse.
love.
Yeah, that
Neil
guy.
deGrasse.
It's still happening now. It's still happening now. All these guys become
All the
yeah.
scientists?
Elon's got a lineup. Well, he's got 74 children.
They just
Got a lot of
weren't
kids.
fucking because they couldn't. And now that they can have Instagram accounts, they're fucking.
Good point. Oh, yeah. Neil deGrasse is up Uranus.
Yeah.
And I know some of the
Black
people
holes.
upstairs that have blown the
Oh,
whistle
Jesus.
are like, yeah, I totally
Quasars.
agree.
There we go. Let a
I
ring on
was
it,
surrounded by
Saturn.
those idiots instead of these ones.
Oh, no.
Jesus Christ.
No, that sucks. I've been drinking.
So when you saw these drones, did they make any noise?
Not really. They were so high up.
Wait, I'm pausing this. Okay, so anybody who knows me knows that I don't watch or read the news at all. Period. Just like I've never voted in anything. Period. Anyway, that being said, all I know about the drones is that I've heard it mentioned in at least 5 or 6 podcasts, including an episode that my stepbrother made. I did not realize until this guy said it that the drones were the size of a car. They're just cruising around. I still think it's 100% us, the U.S., or the U.S. knows who's doing it and is letting them. But yeah, that would be kind of creepy, dude. If I opened my door and went out in my yard and there was just like a minivan-sized drone hanging out in my yard.
But how can you tell how big it was? It was really high.
I mean, it was pretty fucking big. You couldn't miss it. And they were fast as shit, too.
Really?
If you missed it, you missed it.
Wow.
Yeah.
It looked like a UFO.
It looked like an SUV with lights on it on the bottom. And
what was the
propellers.
shape of it?
Kind of a... Sorry, a little Freeman. Kind of like a black rectangular with lights on it.
And you could see the propellers?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
But they were quick. They were moving.
The thing about these things is they're able to stay up in the sky for 5 hours at a time.
5 hours? The one I got on my nephew for his bar mitzvah, 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's most of the ones that we have in America.
What? I didn't get
the drone.
Nephew for mitzvah.
That was even full Mitch McConnell.
That's that fucking freedom bomb.
I got your ass.
I'll do another one.
Yeah,
It's
do
really,
it. Become a
really
legend.
fucking bizarre that kind of just went away.
Well, Trump said he's going to say what they were, but then it kind of fizzled.
Just say it.
Well, he said they know what they are. When I get into office, it's one of the first things that I'm going to disclose to the American people.
Yeah.
What do you think it is?
I heard they're missing weapons.
What?
I heard that. I heard that one that they were scanning the sky. They were looking for a radioactive signal. There was some guy that was a drone manufacturer in America. We played his video, and he was saying that they do have the capability to look for gamma radiation, and that there was a nuclear warhead that was unaccounted for.
Yes.
That they were worried that someone slipped it into the country. But we've been diving down that rabbit hole. It doesn't seem like that makes sense.
All of them be doing that. And why not just say that's what they're doing?
Yeah.
I don't know. Because then people freak out.
I always go with that mass hysteria reason. I never buy it.
But here's the other thing. If they don't have to tell you, why would they tell you? They don't want to.
But
because it just makes more work for them.
And this isn't mass hysteria? I guess it's not.
It's not.
Yeah, just minor hysteria.
It's not. There's so many things going on simultaneously.
I'm sure it's something else.
There's 2 fucking wars. There's a shit blowing up in Syria.
Yeah.
Things are happening left and right. Syria, like they lost their government.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's all like
I got fled like Ellen.
They died. They
we're
killed
trying
him,
to
right?
figure out if his plane blew up. We heard his plane blew up, and then we heard it didn't.
Did you see
His plane went off the radar.
No, what
Talking
is the
with
clip?
Tim Pool, she says
Oh,
that they're going to do disclosure and that there's 2 kinds that they don't know what it is.
Well, click on that shit because this is Shane's girl. He loves her.
Oh, she is pretty.
Unexplained.
What's it called? Full screen.
Arrow is a government agency that investigates UAPs. They investigate a lot of other things as well. But
Healthy.
I am told this starting this year.
I want all my senators in a gamer chat. That's where you know things are good.
And they will explain how they've been debunked. I've been briefed on this. And then some of the ones that are unexplained, they will also release to the public. They're also going to.
I didn't know what the hell that meant.
Oh, what's she say on this one?
The classified information you can't talk. Is that
That's interesting.
Why are you skipping ahead?
Because they're giving their idea on what they think it is, and she just
Mark
listens,
Gagnon?
which she's the one from the sketch.
Okay, let me hear what she says.
So the government is going to start putting out some information on which ones that they have debunked and how they debunked them, because I think that information would give more trust in the process too with the government. Because I don't trust them. I don't trust at this point any government agency because we've been lied to for so long by all of them. But then while they do that, they're also going to release information on what is unexplained.
What's the company?
Arrow, it's a government agency that investigates UAPs. They investigate a lot of other things as well, but they'll be doing this, I am told, starting this year, starting over the next couple of months, start releasing information on videos and photos that they have debunked, and they will explain how they've been debunked. I've been briefed on this. And then some of the ones that are unexplained, they will also release to the public. So I think that's a great first step in some transparency.
have you ever met any of the Arrow?
Beautiful eyes. Old Macy.
Isn't it interesting though that a congresswoman can go on an internet show and say, "I don't trust anybody in the government now," and everybody's like, "Right, right."
Yeah.
That shit never happened before.
I know, but now it's like, oh,
Well,
you can't be saying that. You're the government.
But here's the thing: it's like,
Government agency,
but she's a representative. Like
Yeah.
she's not like someone in the deep state. She's not someone working for the military-industrial complex, right? So, but you never saw that on any television show in the past.
Meet the
Ever.
Press would never say that.
Not a chance in hell. They'd
No.
edit it out, and the congressperson would never do it.
Right.
They would never say that.
Mm.
Like, the world is
I don't
fucking.
trust government agencies.
The world's fucking different. It's fucking different now.
Yeah, well, she's on a podcast. Politicians are on podcasts. It's all kooky.
Well, it's probably millions of people watching her on
Oh,
Tim
for
Cast.
sure.
Versus, you go on CNN, you get 5 minutes, and 35,000 people are watching it. You know,
Right.
that's real. Those are real numbers.
Damn.
Yeah, the world has fucking changed,
It's
man.
flipped.
And then this time around, here's what's really crazy. So many people are trying to go to the inauguration. Like, everybody wants to go there.
Really?
Yeah, celebrities want to go there. Business people want to go there. It's a totally different vibe.
Because they want to take pictures.
It's
Think about going with AB.
It's not that would be the best guy to go with.
Yeah, best Twitter follow out
Cracker
there.
of the year. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Best
best Twitter follower out there.
Easily. Hilarious.
Yeah, Jamie told me about it first. I was like, what?
It's as funny as it gets.
He's fucking hilarious.
He's supporting the Irish quite a bit.
Is
How
that
do you feel
right?
about that, Jamie?
That CTESPN shit is hilarious.
Whatever you need. I mean, as long as it's not Lex West.
Are you guys betting or not?
I'll bet him on
You gotta bet 1,000.
Jamie, $100? Let's
go higher.
Yeah.
Whoa.
You got the cash arena. Come on, tires. That's tires.
You look a little nervous.
I'm not nervous.
You look like when Ari was choking. It's
Oh,
the same look.
That's twice.
That's the second time we did that. That's why.
That's okay. You got to be able to reuse them with this.
You have to.
This is going to keep rolling. We got to find a fresh one. You got to grab them wherever they are.
Yeah.
They're like Pokemons.
No, I'm not nervous. Go Irish.
There you go.
So what do you think?
All right,
500?
J-Mo.
It's a pretty good
We
game.
did 500.
It's a pretty
Let's
great
do
game.
5.
Jamie, 500?
5 even.
You guess? What do you
No,
want?
no, no. You got to do
You
it.
guys have no idea how much of an advantage
It's
he
not
has.
money.
He's
It's
plus.
something
It's
embarrassing.
minus.
But you make way more than him, so we gotta even it
It's
out.
mine. I mean, he's.
Yeah, but he doesn't spend it on
He
anything
makes
other
up
than video
$100,000 a
games.
year.
No,
It's better
he
than all.
intentionally bought a dog doesn't eat a lot.
J-Mo's frugal.
Yeah, J-Mo.
Yeah,
He's got that money saved. He's not frugal like you. He's got a nice car. You piece of shit.
What, you got a Tesla?
We did a Hyundai
He's got a Model S.
1987.
Hey, SS.
Got that Model S, son.
Did Lex get that movie?
That plaid.
Lex, I haven't said the right name.
Oh, shit.
You got that plaid.
What's his name?
I know.
Elon doesn't.
Les Webster?
Lex
Webster? Les Wexner? Westchester.
Ari, how come you still haven't bought a nice car?
Yeah.
Why you hurt my feelings?
It's
Lives in New York.
Why you hurt my feelings?
When I get out of New York, I will.
Come
All
move
right.
here so you can get a car.
Get a space laser.
If I buy you a car, will you drive it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
shit,
shit.
market.
Your special comes out.
Yeah, my special's out
Oh,
today.
that's right. We're
Today?
promoting it.
All right.
Yeah, right now.
If you move here, I'll buy you a dope car.
What's it called?
Hold on a
G2?
second.
Hold on. You make more money than that.
Yeah, you make a lot more than me.
Hold on. You make more money than that. Well, I helped you pick out your car.
Yeah,
I told that
another
fucking
car right
salesman to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I'm like, let me
Really?
sell this shit.
You picked that
Yeah.
white thing out?
Oh,
Yeah.
it hugs you when you make turns.
Oh, that car's so
It gives you a
beautiful.
nice hug that your
You got the
father never gave
Mercedes
you.
S-Class. It is a beautiful vehicle.
That's a Nazi.
It's an amazing vehicle.
True.
It's so well engineered. When you're in that thing, you just float over the bumps.
It's nice.
It's
It is
such a good car.
It's nice.
It's
We've done it before.
We've done it before. You gotta grab
You gotta
them.
keep
Pokemon
going.
cards.
Take one there. Hey, look at that.
Ari,
Wow.
how'd you do it in that jungle?
Well, there was all these empty fucking.
Where were
Ari,
you?
this is outrageous that you did.
Tell everybody
When
what
did
you
you do
spent on
this?
plants. Tell everybody out there in the public.
You're an asshole for this. How much did you spend on plants?
How much you spent on
You're
plants?
frugal, my dick. dude.
$85,000.
You spent $85,000 on those plants?
Yeah.
That's insane.
It was a bargain.
I like it though, dude.
Yeah.
It's a
Super
total
cool.
new look.
Original.
Yeah, dude, I love
This
it.
better be fun.
Oh, it's not funny.
If you buy them in the
Let's go.
jungle, what are you, Vietnamese?
I like it,
Is this
dude.
thing out there?
Does it have anything to do with the theme of what you're talking about?
Yeah.
He's in the shit.
Oh, nice.
I saw it last night at the creek.
All right,
It
you have
killed.
the best backgrounds. You did the candles in your last
Yeah.
one.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, my backgrounds are
cheetahs.
boring as shit. I just have a
She just
crib.
doesn't have it.
Great
Yeah.
background, bad jokes.
Good background.
That's what you want
That
to
is
know
awesome.
for.
That is
Background.
awesome.
I think we can all agree the worst background was Aziz. When you had that background sideways, we could see people walking around the background.
Yeah.
See people
Oh,
walking around.
distracting you,
Spike
just
Jones
looking over there.
directed it.
Oh,
They try to get wacky. They
Yeah,
filmed it from the
yeah.
side where you can see people mulling around
Yeah,
backstage. Like, what? are you
Imagine performing
doing?
too with someone's in your face and the crowd has to see a guy circling you with the
With a
camera.
steady cam.
You have to ignore it.
Yuck.
Damn.
Anyway, my new special's out right now. America's Sweethearts on Netflix. Everybody,
There
This
you
is
go.
no,
Check it out.
no diss on Aziz. I like Aziz.
Yeah.
It's not that. It's just like filming it like that.
He is the man.
Why would you do that?
this is cool.
That fucking
talking about
R.
Aziz,
Kelly
huh?
bit, that R. Kelly bit is a banger. His R. Kelly bit,
I don't know that one.
oh, it's great. It's like his early days, like when he's first popping.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
great bit. It's a great bit about In the Closet, the whole fucking In the Closet video series, which is
I've never
amazing.
seen those. I've never seen those.
Yeah, oh my god.
I'm joking. It's on 20
No,
times.
not In the Closet. You ever see him singing in jail?
No.
He looks like he's having a good old time in jail. Like they all love that R. Kelly's in there with him. He's like singing with these dudes.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, Pete Diddy's
It's basically
in
the
there now.
barbershop. Just
Yeah.
having a good time with some fellas.
You know, Luigi's in the same jail as P. Diddy.
No.
That's crazy.
Olive oil meets baby oil.
Let's talk about this Luigi guy.
How many panties does Luigi get in the mail?
Oh, I said one.
Oh, yeah.
MeUndies. How many? Ask me how many beers I've had.
Shit. Hold on. Hey, Shane, how many beers have you had?
That's 5.
I just whatever leads you need, I'll give it to you.
Just when you thought it was over.
No, I keep going the whole run.
You
The
gotta
whole
set
run.
some of them up if you want to keep it rolling.
Yeah.
At this point. You gotta get going.
I'm gonna get another beer. This joke has to come out.
Yeah.
It's a chess move.
I didn't even want the accent. I just wanted to say it.
That's nice.
How's the border looking?
That's nice. Yeah, think about the like hiding.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, there's spotlights. And one guy goes, "That's ice."
You see the one guy that they arrested in California, they arrested him. He had a blowtorch in his hand. The neighbors arrested him. The neighbors grabbed him. They called the cops. They arrested the guy and then they let him go.
Damn.
They let him go. They said no evidence that he was doing it.
They didn't let him go. He just didn't get charged with bars. He
Ah.
got charged with
He didn't do it yet.
something else.
He had a fucking blowtorch in his hand. Well, he was an illegal. He'd already. Is this guy the guy that had been deported already and came back in?
That was the guy who lit the lady on fire in the
That's
subway.
right.
He
You're
kept
right.
coming in and out.
Yeah, he had been deported.
The fact that there's the guys that are doing this are legal immigrants. It's very funny to like work your way the whole way to get here, and then just set a lady on fire.
Well, you're acting like it's hard
How
to
about
get in here.
set Palisades
really
on
work
It's
fire?
pretty hard to fucking get in here.
For some people, but I think a lot of people are just
Well, how many people
Get
died
right
in the
in.
Palisades fire? And that was arson. Instead, charged with felony probation violation.
Her?
Investigation remains active. No, that's
Oh,
a
she's
lady.
Joy.
Could be true.
Dominic Choi? Is her name Dominic?
Dominique?
No, it's not a lady. That's I think that's
Who's that lady?
a neighbor. She was citizen's arrest. So she made the citizen's arrest.
Renata.
Yeah.
Renata.
Bro.
She goes,
They've
yeah.
got video of people lighting the fires. They've
Yeah.
got video
Are
from the
these
sky.
copycats now? Everyone's just trying to do it?
I don't know if it's organized or not because the way they're doing it is very clever. So they're doing it in the correct place that you would start a fire if you wanted the wind to blow straight through the Palisades.
They need
It
those
doesn't.
people
It's
who are
not like
camping.
an idiot who just lights a fire that's like near it. They're lighting a fire with the wind blowing the exact direction, and they did it in specific strategic locations. If it's all arson, it was done very strategically because the way it burned through the city, the fucking videos are insane.
On the
Hell
hill
yeah.
too, the way it lights up on a hill, it's just
Oh.
like, it just goes so
The wind.
fast.
There's 100-mile-an-hour winds already. Like trucks fell
yeah.
over on the highway. You see the highway? But people were driving by the highway and there was fucking 18-wheelers just tipped over all over the place.
What?
Yikes.
Yeah, that's how bad the wind was.
So the guy, he said he was trying to smoke weed.
Oh yeah, with a
Well,
blowtorch.
I mean, that's how they do it
I
now.
heard it's a butane torch, which
He
is
couldn't afford a lighter. Hey, buddy, a blowtorch is
Saw the
more
video.
expensive than a
It was
fucking
pretty
lighter.
I didn't see. I
It
just
was
saw
like
it.
it wasn't a blowtorch, but it was like a.
Imagine
Lewis
say you
says.
couldn't afford a lighter. You can go into a restaurant and get lighters for free.
Or just light it off a house.
No, you need a torch to do dabs. If you're a
Oh, yeah.
dabs guy, you need a torch.
Oh, he's a dabber. He's coming from Mexico to dab in America.
No, Lewis is from Puerto Rico.
That's America.
Yeah, good point.
Sort of.
Kind
It's
of.
America where you don't pay taxes and you can't vote.
Oh shit.
Yeah, a lot of guys go over there. You know, that's the scam. That's like the Peter Schiff scam.
What?
You go over there. If you live there like 51% of the time or whatever it is, like there's some number, you don't pay taxes. So you don't pay federal income taxes and you can't vote.
No, the Paul brothers are chilling.
Oh, yeah.
Are they?
They're big Buckeye fans.
Yeah.
You got a lot of
Yeah, that's why they go over there.
Yeah.
They go over there for tax reasons.
Oh. It's like a Swiss bank.
Like Peter Schiff talked about it on my podcast, and a bunch of fellas hopped on that
I
bandwagon.
was like, ooh, nice, I'll do that.
Yeah, because like he was explaining why you should do it.
Kind of why we're
He's like, we have
That's kind of why we're in
Woodland
Texas.
Hills.
Yeah, but listen, Texas has very high property tax.
Yeah.
Like you wind up paying.
That's why you rent.
You wind up paying. Yeah, if you want to rent, you can do it.
Yes.
Florida, no income.
Yeah,
Here too.
same
Yeah.
too.
Oh,
Here, too.
really?
No income tax. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, but we're saying that like
You didn't know
property
that?
tax.
Where
No.
the fuck do you think we all rent?
Yeah, that
No,
was
I
the
thought you
reason.
just love Tony.
Yeah.
What, flying cockroaches?
They have those here?
Yeah.
Oh,
And there's
yeah.
a lot of Christians here. That's Christ.
Yeah!
That's
Good to have you
Christ.
back. The guy you killed.
Bro, right when we thought we were over.
That's Christ is great.
That's a
I'm
classic.
upset that I haven't got one in.
Man, come
Think
on,
of it.
Rogo.
Yeah. You gotta think.
Not plan ahead. There's not a lot of those words left.
Yeah, start rhyming in
That's
your
what you
head.
think.
They're out
That
there.
comes up. Oh. I thought that was a lead up. Oh,
Bro, I was watching this video with this lady who was in the middle of surgery and she gets a call from United Health seeing if the person who is undergoing surgery needs to stay over. Why does the person need to stay in the hospital? She's in the middle of doing surgery and she does this video. She goes, okay, I was just in the middle of surgery. I had to stop, scrub down, take off my stuff, answer the phone because United Health was trying to figure out if the person who I'm operating on right now needs to stay. Why they need to stay in the
They
hospital.
can't just get an assistant to do it. They just try to fuck you.
yeah.
Insurance is
Right.
out. This is why I don't have any.
Well, here's the thing about the Palisades. The Palisades is going to be crazy
You're
because
not wrong.
a bunch of those insurance companies, they stopped fire insurance.
Yeah.
They all bailed on it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's like, how many of those houses are ever going to get rebuilt? Who has the money?
Well, the Hiltons.
So they'll be bailed out to still be crooked.
Well, here's what's probably going to happen. A bunch of people are going to step in and offer them pennies on the dollar for the land because they don't have anything anymore and no one wants to be there anymore and you can't afford to rebuild. There's going to be a ton of people that can't rebuild.
Yeah.
Take the money to
And then
get
if you
insurance and just
rebuild,
get out.
so let's say you rebuild. You spend a few $1 million to build a fucking house there and then you can't get fire insurance on that house.
And then next year it happens again.
What if it happens again? It happened
Right.
in 2018. It happened just 6 years ago. Remember those crazy videos where they're going up the 405 and it looked like
Oh, yeah.
Armageddon? The whole
So I
side
heard a
was on
lot of it
fire?
was because the last 2 years was so flush. They called off the drought in LA for the first time in 20
Right.
years. And they go,
Right.
so there was so much
That
shrubbery
size.
that died, those died, and then now that's all like burning.
Yeah. Well, they didn't clean it up.
Right.
They didn't clean it up and the fucking reservoir was empty.
And then the
The
utilities
reservoir,
don't help.
like 11 million gallons, was just sitting there empty.
Damn.
The whole thing is so mismanaged and so insane. And then on top of that, arson.
And then
on
also
top
those
of that,
winds.
and the way they deal with crime. And the people that it's climate change. The fucking climate hasn't changed since 1877. They've
We
never
got-
had wet.
We got good rain. 2 years. It filled up everything. And they were like, great, the drought is over. Scientists called the drought over in LA for the first time since I've lived there.
I remember that.
And it was like, nice. And then that made a new problem.
They didn't do anything. Well, here's the thing about raining. When it rains, then it means more vegetation.
Right.
So then when it dries up after the rain, you're extra fucked because now you have extra dry shit.
Get a 2 month dry period.
Yeah,
Fuck.
dude, I got evacuated 3 times. I've been there. Yeah, I've been there where the fucking 2 houses in front of my house burnt to the ground.
How
My
about that?
neighbor's house survived, my house survived, but like on our street, there was like 4 or 5 houses that were gone.
Dude, I was in Cuba when they had to evacuate people. Me and Bobby there. Hurricane came. It was so orderly.
Really?
They had 3 people rush to the hospital. That was the only problem. A pregnant lady and 2 old people. That was the only problem. They
Yeah,
had. And these are
they deal with
hovels.
hurricanes all
And,
the
but these are
time.
hovels. The Red Cross goes door to door, says, you come, let's go. And everyone just goes.
Red Cross does it
I think so. That's what they said.
in Cuba.
Maybe I'm wrong. I think so.
Interesting.
But then they just go door to door, like, let's go. But they've already mapped out which ones have to be evacuated. Like, you're going to a gymnasium, let's
Bro,
go, let's go, let's go.
Everybody's completely forgotten about North Carolina.
Yep.
I know. They got 750.
This
Total.
is the
Remember
thing
the 2
about the
assassination
Epstein
attempts?
Island,
It goes
Trump
away.
assassination attempts, like everything.
It just goes
The
away.
fucking news cycle's so fast now.
I
It's our
know.
brains are
It's so
Scattered.
TikToked.
Yeah.
We're all TikToked
Good
out.
verb.
TikTok.
Yeah, it's
Good
TikTok.
verb.
We got TikTok brain.
Who Elon said he might buy, which you got too many things,
That's what-
Elon.
No,
Take
let
a
'em
breather.
buy it.
Take
Let 'em
your
buy it. Let
18
fucking
kids.
go. Let them buy it.
Wow, that's a lot of
Let 'em buy it.
platforms, Elon.
I love these
Squares.
One circle.
Yes, please.
It is nice.
Let me touch it because you touched the ice.
All
Yeah,
right,
we don't
just
we don't
be
have
careful
any
with the drop.
attention span anymore.
Oh,
It's fine.
jeez. Yeah, well, how about the lesbian running that, or the lesbian running that fire department?
Yeah, she's doing a great job.
That's Dyke.
Ah, he got one in. He got one in. God
You're
damn.
next. JoJo,
got
come on,
nothing.
Betty. We
You
need
got
one.
How did I not get that one?
Joe, when it gets in your head, sit on it. Be ready.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna reach.
Sit
I'm gonna
on
reach-
like
I'm
a
gonna
fat
hold on to that
cock.
motherfucker for like a big, like when there's a heckler and you're like, oh.
Wait till they say something again.
I
I
got
got you with
something.
your
You're gonna
gun.
get one. You're gonna get one while you're commentating.
Do one.
We're supposed to,
fine.
we're supposed
He's
to
doing it.
commentate. That's right. We're supposed. I'll do it. I'll do it.
fine.
I'll do it. I'll
Get one.
Yeah,
I'll
do it.
That's
Do it.
fine.
Do it.
Yeah. We might not even have the fights in LA next weekend.
Oh, they're supposed to be.
Yeah, Dana's talking about maybe moving it to Vegas if the fires get. He said right now we're still scheduled to be in Los Angeles, but if the fires
moved the
get
Rams.
worse, they'll move it to. They moved the Rams.
Yeah.
Did they?
Rams playoff game.
When was
Where
that?
is that?
Oh, that's right.
Tuesday.
When
I
was
was
it?
wondering why the fuck they said
Tuesday
that.
Farm Stadium.
Yeah.
What day was that?
Oh.
What day was it supposed to be?
This past Sunday or
Tonight.
tonight?
Oh,
yeah,
yes,
State
tonight.
Farm.
Like, no
So this
way.
is all conspiracy.
So here we're
Rams
doing
make
this.
it home field.
Rams Vikings.
It's
State Farm.
Monday. Today's Monday. The fights are
That's
Saturday, so we don't know.
Also, like, just move it.
Right.
Just move it.
Just move.
They're going through shit.
Yeah.
And then I'm sure some people want the fight, but also, like, dude, they're dealing with shit right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no one there.
Move it. You don't have that.
Also, if you're gonna move it now,
Move
so
it right
people
now.
can get hotel rooms and all that shit. Because you got to go to Vegas.
Can't be there anyway.
You got to get flights.
Yeah.
You might get kicked
Eat
off like
flights.
Yes, Shrinkles.
That's flights.
Vegas and Utah and San Diego are about to get an influx of people.
No, they're coming here hard, too.
Yeah,
I
San
bet a lot
Diego,
of people are gonna rethink it.
Florida.
Yeah, people got to rethink a lot of things right now.
San Diego underrated.
Oh,
San
San
Diego's
Diego's a great
underrated.
What do you
city.
mean underrated? This
Great
place is
city.
the best.
It's the best.
It
San
gets
Diego
lost in
rules.
the SoCal argument they always talk about.
It's way, well, they like
town.
Yeah.
It's a great town.
LA weather without the guns.
Get
I thought
hookers
about
with one
it,
little
man.
passport.
I thought about abandoning LA and going down to San Diego. It's like they have the fucking comedy store in La Jolla.
Oh,
I
great
can work
room.
out of there. I can work out of there.
Norman's gonna be there.
I'm doing my special in San Diego
Such a
later.
good
San Diego's the best.
Great comedy town,
Yeah.
good people.
First place I ever did an
The
arena.
burritos.
Ah,
Oh,
burrito. Great
yeah.
Mexican
We did a 420 show there. I was like, can we do it? The first place I ever did an arena.
nice.
It's a great fucking town. It's also a military town too, so people are like a little
Yeah.
bit more fucking. They got their shit together.
Right. Yeah, there's no acting. There's no auditions.
exactly.
They're so oddly conservative. They had to sue the city to get medical dispensaries open.
Whoa.
Yeah, they're like, if it is medical, you have to provide a couple of these.
so ridiculous.
And all the Christians and conservatives like, we don't want this here.
Well, it's the military.
Yeah.
They don't want all the soldiers getting hammered,
Well,
fucked up on hash, and
Yeah.
fucking machine gun in the wrong plane. That's what they're worried about. Reefer madness. They're worried about the propaganda they distributed themselves. But when you got a bunch of people who don't get high talking about what happens when you get high, you get problems.
But they got it though.
Yeah, they got it.
Okay. Yeah. New York's got mushrooms. You see that?
That's
What,
crazy.
on the ballot?
No, we sell mushrooms legally now.
That's wild.
Yeah, they're at bodegas.
Well,
Not
you need them.
legally. Not legally.
Those
To
are
get all
good.
those people getting lit on fire.
I've done them.
There's
They can make
packaging on
chocolates.
mushrooms. It's crazy. They're not trying to hide it. It's about to be legal.
Yeah.
The way they're packaging it, that nobody's concerned.
So
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not legal?
Oh, is that?
No.
Well, these bodegas are going for it.
Yeah, but also the bodegas that sell weed that they can't. They go, hey,
Yeah.
do you have any marijuana? They go, wait here, I'll come right back.
Uh-huh.
Go next door. Like that's not legal.
Damn.
But it's great.
They're hiding them in the fucking basement.
They were
Jews.
They're hiding my citrus skull in Queens.
When the
That's
Jews
good.
have the
Really?
tunnels.
Oh really? Oh yeah, that's what they
Yeah,
put
in the
up. They're
tunnels.
making dispensaries.
That's the
They're
best
making
place to
mushrooms
make
there.
mushrooms.
That's true.
Did
No
you see
sunlight.
that Kingpin show?
It's humid.
You see that Kingpin show? Penguin. Sorry, Penguin.
Oh,
yeah.
Penguin's in there.
That penguin's good.
Penguin's great.
Colin Farrell. Killed it.
Fucking
He's
amazing.
man.
Hard to believe that's him.
One of yours.
You ever see him talking in an Irish accent with the fucking suit on?
Yeah, it's
He's
weird.
thanking everybody. Thank you for a fucking great show.
It is kind of sad that
Amazing.
that's how
Yeah.
scared we are of making a new show that we're like, this is tied to Batman, but it has nothing to do with Batman. We have to get him in with the Batman.
I think it'll eventually have something to do with Batman because the end of it, spoiler alert, remember they throw up the bat sign at the
Yeah.
end of the show?
Yeah.
Fucking dark series though, huh?
Great
is this
great
new?
time.
Great. Like you would think, like I'm not watching a show about the
Is it
Batman.
one or two?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But he's so good that carries
one?
it.
How many is this for you?
This is my first one.
No, you did one before.
No.
Oh, okay, I'll get back to it.
Where
Are you
you
trying
going?
to get that twice again?
No, a different one. This is a different one.
After he gets this down, we're gonna ask him more about that bet, Jamie.
Ooh, J-Mo's very confident with this moolah.
This is great.
This is the life.
Hey,
He should be
how's it,
confident. He's a fucking 8.5 point favorite. That's crazy.
how's it like working for Bud Light? You enjoying it?
I enjoy it.
Bud Light.
I mean,
Fuck. That's the easiest one.
That's a fucking super easy
Bud
one.
Light. No, it's been awesome. Those guys rule.
Yeah, you brought Bud Light back. You really did.
We're
Bud Light's
doing it,
okay
yeah.
again.
I never left, bro.
Kid Rock drank a Bud Light on this podcast. It's over.
We gotta get Dylan Mulvaney on here. Let's hear her
I
side
think-
of it.
Is it true that person became a man again?
I have no idea. I genuinely don't know.
That was a
Is
TikTok.
that right?
I don't know.
It's gonna happen. I mean, if
Who knows?
fucking Zuckerberg made that transition, she will. She's next.
Give me a beer. All right. Thanks, brother.
Yeah, they must love these shows. I mean, it's just a giant commercial.
I think that's how it happened. No, for
Yeah.
sure. Coming on here with Joe, yeah, Joe being like, Joe, if you go back to the first couple, Joe's sitting there going, Bud Light should sponsor you.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, I don't
Yeah.
know.
Think about the amount of millions of people that have seen you drink 50 Bud Lights in a show.
Bud Light gave me a commercial once.
Responsibly.
Bud Light gave me a commercial once. I had to play a carpenter, which even though it fits, doesn't
Jesus
fit. Yeah.
Christ.
And I was like, hey, I'm not right for this. I play like HR guys. And they go, we had a massive campaign with Carlos Mencia and we felt bad and we want to just give you money.
Really?
Yeah.
They should have given him money. He's gonna go out of it.
Yeah. I was like,
Bud Light,
I'll take it.
see what I mean? Bud Light rules.
Bud Light rules.
That's
Are
hilarious.
they back? Are they coming? I know they lost their
I don't know.
billions.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, I don't know.
Everybody's drinking it now.
I did a comedy tour with Charlie Murphy and John Heffron. That was a Bud Light tour.
No, there you
back
go.
in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Is Ari Shafir?
Oh,
Look at me
Jesus.
trying to pretend like I
That's
could pull off
propaganda. Look at this fucking
Why have
guy.
overalls on?
I'm a carpenter.
Oh, that's hilarious.
This is back when you could have white people in the commercial.
He said he would give me a Bud Light if I carpeted the house, and I went nuts.
There's no trans
Great.
people at all in the commercial?
No interracial couple.
Nothing? What are you doing in ceiling?
What was that?
I put carpet in the ceiling. I wanted Bud Light so bad.
Who are you? As a carpenter. It's horrible casting.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this guy.
Yeah, it
That's
was bad.
funny.
It really
So
was
bad.
reparations.
I guess
That's
so.
hilarious.
I was like, I've done a bunch of these. This one doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but hey,
so
that
hilarious.
was back when they paid moolah, big bucks for
Oh,
the
yeah.
commercial.
It was not bad. Kept me in business for a while.
Mailbox money?
Ari was getting in business for a long time by winning poker tournaments.
No way.
Played
You
in
play?
Commerce, Hollywood Park.
When Frugal Ari, back in the day, like when he was making money, like he started making money playing poker. Like, but Ari was
Really?
like super successful with these fucking poker.
I found out a key secret that Mexicans that get drunk on payday are not the best statisticians. So you get that from
Secret of the pros.
But you would
Yeah.
play like it was a job.
Oh yeah, I'd get in there. Also, once I was just starting to get high, I could see through people.
Man, you're like a
You were
vampire,
high?
but 9
Yeah, when I'm
lives.
high, I just see it.
You see the fear.
I just know what you have. I just know. I wasn't good like real pros, but
Yeah.
in like minor
Oh,
pros.
so
You can throw those guys off by sucking.
Dude, I read a book of poker tales once. I was in the World Series, cashed World Series main event.
Did you
And,
really?
yeah, and some guy was playing against a pro, and so there's 5,000 people in there, and
Whoa.
you're playing a pro. Everyone knows that's a legit guy. And I just read this Mike Carroll's book of poker tales, which is hilarious. There's a whole section on race. There's a whole section on race, which doesn't apply anymore, but it's in there. And one was, if you look at someone's chips, that's because you have a strong hand, and you're looking at those chips like those are going to be mine.
This is good stuff.
Was bluffing, knew that guy, knew that tell. And as I was bluffing, I just glanced at his chips real quick to give him a fake tell. And he's like, nah.
Wow.
Like he read me, but he didn't read me.
Well done.
Oh, so you faked him out.
Yeah.
You double faked him.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And did you win?
I cashed.
How much?
They probably won like 5, 6, 7 grand. I don't know. I cashed
Damn.
early, but
That's
I was up a
huge.
lot. Yeah, for sure.
That's
Holy
fun.
shit.
That's fun though that you pulled that off.
Let's
You
say
win
you
like
get all
15
these
grand. If you won a
identities.
commerce tournament, you win like 15 grand. It kept me, and then you had to get a walk to the
Is
car.
there an advantage to having a little performance? Like you could be performative.
Yeah, people
You know,
talk a lot.
perform.
They're bluffing.
Oh,
Is
when
that
they-
The
right?
right dudes who bet back at you, just get out. They're just looking to play.
Right.
They don't want to take chances unless they have it. Leave them alone.
Hmm,
How about that?
interesting.
Yeah, bravado is like, look, I'm like, hey man, are you gonna call or not? But, oh yeah, now.
Did
What
you,
was that?
You go to the shades?
Did you say that to them? Did you talk shit to them?
No, I just called and then just knew it.
Do you ever talk shit?
No, not there.
No,
I'd
really?
just be happy. It'd just be fun.
Talking shit is an extra element.
How about that guy?
Talking shit at a poker table is crazy.
Dude, we had me and Lawrence Are, my agent, one time we were playing in the World Series, and there's big breaks every like 5 hours. Go for an hour, go have whatever. And I'm like, fuck, we're both complaining about bad beats. I'm like, fuck, this fucking sucks. This guy called me all the way out of the river, hit a 2 on the river. Fuck him. Right then, one of those guys in a wheelchair, those all heads, you know, like this, he wheels by, and we're like, this fucking, life's pretty good. Things are all right.
Things are okay.
Yeah.
All heads. That's my insurance.
America's Sweethearts on Netflix right now. Messages like that.
$80,000 in plants.
$85,000
Yeah,
in plants.
I never want to hear you talk about fucking money.
How much did the candles cost?
The candles cost less. We had 5,000 candles. One for what?
Yeah.
$1 a candle?
It was a lot. They're all a lot. I don't have kids.
How much did the candles cost?
I remember being less. We're like, we're spending more than the fucking candles.
Man,
really?
You get audience plans.
But the candles, you got to keep redoing
Gotta
too.
keep redoing
So
them.
you have to hire handlers.
And then they burned out faster than we thought when the AC was on.
Yeah.
Like
Like
your career.
there were 24-hour
wind.
candles.
Yeah.
And we put them in. She tested them. Like 24 hours, you're fine. And then in the room, AC was on. It's like they turned into 4-hour candles, and we had to source 5,000 candles overnight on a Saturday.
Whoa, man.
Yeah.
What's with you guys and candles?
A lot
You
of
guys, what's you guys in Nobel Prizes?
Yeah. You guys are constantly setting the curve.
You guys an atom
Hey,
bomb.
what's it with Germans and engineering? Why? What's the reason for that? Like, why were they so good?
Yeah, why that?
I think they have no fun over there. They're all business. Their cars are great.
You think it's a meth thing?
I'd be
They were all doing meth, right?
Well, their porn is weird too.
Ooh, that's a
Porn's
meth thing
weird.
too.
Yeah.
Oh, guess this. I found this out today. What's the #1 city in the country for
For
drug
acid?
abuse?
Oh.
Drug abuse.
Wait, per capita or totals?
Yeah, like totals, like percentage of people that are abusing drugs.
But major city. Otherwise, it's gonna be some minor town.
I'm going Salt Lake City.
Nope.
No, that's a big one though. A lot of that there.
It's gonna blow you away.
Hold on. I'll guess.
It's gonna be some
Springfield, Missouri.
Nope.
Montpelier.
Nope. Phoenix.
that makes sense.
I can
Coke
see
and
that.
meth.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
They were talking about coke and meth. They were talking about
Oh.
the percentage of the population that does coke and meth.
I thought you meant like degenerate drug addicts. Not
Well,
like
it's the
any of us.
apparently it's because that's the trafficking route where the coke comes across the border.
Right.
Because it probably comes through the bottom of Arizona and shoots through Phoenix, and everybody gets coked up in Scottsdale.
Yeah,
God,
they got a lot of
love
money out
coke and
there.
herpes.
Oh, they love coke out there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, coke makes you forget about herpes. Like, who
Yeah.
cares?
Yeah.
I have coke. You got coke and herpes? Like,
Fuck
good.
it.
I only have herpes.
Those cougars out there, they're all in golf carts with fucking dentists with fake tits.
It's a great place to be divorced. Like, you want to get divorced and you want to party?
Open carry
Yeah,
too.
but let's fucking go.
You want them out of the house.
Yeah.
Show that pistol.
Free wings. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, this is nice. I like
It's
talking
fun
about
place.
It's desert though.
this. It's a nice idea.
They don't have any
Sure does.
comedy clubs, so.
What,
Yeah,
Phoenix?
Phoenix
No,
does.
just-
and
Phoenix
Tempe
does.
does.
Phoenix got
But Scottsdale.
State of Live. I was just there
Scottsdale.
last weekend.
Yeah, Scottsdale is one of them.
Do they?
Yeah,
What are they?
the
Omaha ranked as the worst city for drug use through the United States.
Oh, come
This
on.
weighted system. What's the weighted system? Highest drug rate.
At Phoenix, at the top for cocaine.
Yeah.
Take cocaine out. Just put heroin in that.
Yeah, heroin
Yeah, but
was
what's the
Omaha.
go to the numbers? Go back up.
Didn't have numbers.
Cocaine
Yeah, the
is bad,
percentage.
by the way.
See,
Cocaine
this
is
is what I'm
bad.
talking about. Scroll
bad.
up.
People have used
Hold on,
that
Jamie, go to that
15%.
chart.
I'm trying to show you what it's
Jamie, just go to that chart, make it bigger. Phoenix, #1, 15%.
Of the population.
But see what it says? See what it says? This is what it is. It's
Oh.
#1. It's Phoenix.
This is
Populations
whites.
that have used meth.
Wow, that's just straight
Meth
up.
and cocaine.
That's whites.
Isn't that crazy? 15%.
We
1,563,000
could 3 hours in. We're with you.
people, and 15% of them are doing meth. That's wild. That's wild. That's a lot of people
Meth
doing
is
meth.
good. It works.
15% of them.
Yeah.
There's people listening
Wow.
to this on meth right now.
Look at substance use estimated by city. #1, Albuquerque.
No.
Marijuana.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, alphabetical. Look at this.
Oh.
61% marijuana. What's the lowest percentage of marijuana?
Denver,
users?
64%.
Look at all the percentage of marijuana. It's so crazy.
Yeah,
Everywhere it's
no,
like 60+%.
San Fran, 54. That's low.
That's
Wait, what?
ridiculous. They're
What?
lying.
What?
San Fran's lying.
No way.
That's a
Omaha's
lie.
up there.
Literally no
Dirty
way.
lie.
Do
They're
not trust.
lower than Wichita. Shut the fuck
Zero
up.
chance. It's San Fran. They're known for it.
Virginia
Not meth.
Beach, 61%. San Francisco
Hate that
54. Fuck off. This data's
You ever
bullshit.
done it? You ever done meth?
No.
Oh, dude.
Didn't you do it accidentally once?
Yeah, you're clean.
What's it like? You start cleaning things?
Yeah, I mean, it makes you really horny. It just heightens everything. Really paranoid, really horny, really, you want to do shit. It's like Adderall.
Is it the same as Adderall? Do you have the same feeling?
Yeah, but it's times 1,000.
1,000?
Not maybe not 1,000, times 100.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's a good time.
What's this? Makes ball players immortal? What is this?
Oh,
It's called
shit.
greenies.
They
What?
used to call it.
Greenies.
Yeah, they've
What
been
is
outlawed since 2006.
Is that the doc?
It's some
whatever?
form, I had to look at some
Some guy
form
on
of like
the outfield.
meth and Adderall,
What's his
sort of.
Doc
It's called
Hudson?
Dexedrine.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
on acid. Throwing the
Yeah,
no-hit on acid.
oh, that was acid.
Wasn't that like he didn't know that he was going to have to play?
Yeah.
And he was
Yeah.
like tripping balls, so he
Doc
just showed up
Johnson?
on acid.
Doc something.
Doc Holliday.
Doc.
Doc of the Bay.
And it was one of the first like animated stories.
Yes.
It was so
Yeah.
well
It's
animated.
a great story.
Doc Ellis.
Doc Ellis.
No hitter on acid.
Ellis Island.
I wonder what that was like.
He was beaming. He was hitting people. He was throwing walks.
What's
It wasn't like a perfect game.
No,
but
no.
nobody hit him.
That's
Right.
crazy.
So he was walking people,
Yeah.
Oh, really?
hitting people.
Oh, so
Yeah,
everybody
yeah.
makes it seem like it was a perfect
It
game.
was still great. It was
It
incredible.
was great. Can you
On
imagine?
acid.
We've all done shrooms or been high on stage and had to pull it together for an hour. This is a fucking Major League Baseball game.
Right,
That's
but he's only
insane.
doing one thing.
20,000 people watching
One
it.
thing, though.
No,
He's like,
yeah.
no one's watching.
Back then.
I mean, it was,
Fourth inning that Richard Nixon was the
Pirates.
home plate umpire.
oh,
What?
never mind. I take it back.
Fuck.
Wait, what?
I started having a crazy idea in the fourth inning that Richard Nixon was the home plate umpire. And once I thought I was pitching a baseball to Jimi Hendrix,
Whoa.
who to me was holding a guitar and swinging it over the plate.
Whoa. That's insane.
That's amazing.
Just
And
dealing.
by the way, in '84, you got real acid.
That strikes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That's a new one. That's a new one.
Yes. Yes. That's incredible.
They don't have full footage of the game.
Oh, how come?
Oh, how do they not have
They
footage?
didn't, they didn't record everything back then.
Oh.
They had to broadcast it.
Right. They didn't broadcast every game.
You gotta film everything. That's right.
The olden days. That's right.
He films everything.
I'm friends with Matt, so I'm not like talking to him.
It's a nice
now,
guy.
Now it's like a
Sweet guy.
Scottish Tourette's tick where I'm sitting around my house and I just go, Matt Rive.
Yeah.
People are like, what the?
He is killing it.
Oh yeah.
He is.
That's a whole new.
He's a good bro too.
He's a good guy.
He's a good bro.
Very good guy. It's a whole new kind of comedy.
Yeah.
Talking to the audience always.
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 I feel like that could
Interesting.
bite you in the ass,
Casual.
though.
Can, but it hasn't.
Hasn't yet.
If you're good at it, you can keep doing it.
I mean,
You know?
I know guys who do a lot of crowd work, and they'll do shows, and the crowd's yelling shit. And they're like, "This is the stand-up portion," and they have to wait, and the crowd's like, "Oh, we don't care about this.
They don't
Yeah.
care.
We want to hear you talking to us."
No, but that happens to everybody. Like I'll go up there and people are like, dude, Trump.
Right,
away.
right.
No matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember when Chappelle's show was on? Chappelle had a real hard time.
I'm ready, man.
They would just
Right.
yell it out. They
Actually,
wanted to yell it
Larry.
out. They just wanted to yell it out all the time.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. Hey.
Whoa. Thing came a flying. All right. Where are we eating tonight,
Silence
huh?
is nice.
Steak?
Meat.
Let's celebrate my new special, American Sweetheart, on Netflix right now.
Is it out right now?
It's out right now. Guys, watch it all the way through.
And
Is it
he's-
out right now or is it out tomorrow?
It's out when this is out.
Okay.
He says some
It's out in a
crazy
few
shit.
hours.
Is it out like midnight tonight?
Yeah.
January
Wild.
14th?
Out right. Yeah.
Let's go.
Some
Amish
real
here.
ballsy material here.
Thankon, they fucking listen to you.
I like to fuck around.
When did you film that, Howard?
What?
When did you film
Dude, I
that?
tried to get a Kanye song.
Okay. How much?
That's why I asked each of you like the first thing I
$500
would
million.
No.
Probably.
Oh.
How much?
Dude,
He's
that's
not
my
one
first
of
time.
your
I'm
people.
trying to appeal to a sense of like, this whole thing about how we should respect Kanye's music and not listen to his fucking
Right.
tweets. And I'm like,
To the
maybe
best
I can
part.
appeal to that. Modest Mouse was like, we'll be cool if you want to. But Kanye's people will go, first of all, are you not referring to him as Ye in this?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, this is lost.
You have to refer to him as Ye in your
Yeah.
special?
I'm like, well, I'm
Can
not
you
going to
pick the
tweets.
Kanye and just cut?
Yeah, man.
Just like
I'm sure they want me to
Ye.
re-edit it.
Just like have Ye. Have it say Ye. Like
Ye,
have a
not Ye.
little blurb
Yeah.
where it, like
Kanye.
Ye. So if you just cut it
Yeezy.
out,
Easy.
yeah. But if you just like he calls himself Ye, right? So if you just like cut off the con
Yeah.
and have like a dead like no air.
Sure, I'd say that's
You
not
could do
worth
that.
the song at the very end, but,
It'd
but
be funny.
yeah,
Which song
but
are you going for?
What?
Which song?
A Black Skinhead.
Yeah, I knew it.
No, it's a great fucking
Yeah.
song.
My whole tour. Like, this is like, when all that anti-Semitism was happening, Christine Ogerson called me. She goes, "Hey, I know he's like supposed to be anti-Semitic, but have you heard Black Skinhead?"
Yeah,
It slaps.
Fucking great
It
song.
does. It does.
Bro, No Church in the Wild, he's got some bangers song. I'm a Monster, come on.
Flashing Lights. We're talking about
Bangers. His new album is fucking amazing too. He's a
With Sick
killer.
Fuck.
He's
Yeah.
a fucking killer.
Yeah.
But
The Jungle-y song and that new album is so fucking
the crazy
good.
thing is he goes on like conservative podcasts and he wears like a fucking stocking over
Yeah,
his face.
that Alex Jones was the funniest.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, have I talked about that on
I
here?
think he's done more than one of
Maybe.
those, right?
He texted me. That
Yes.
day. Yeah, did I talk about that on here?
Say it
He
again.
was.
don't
So I was
remember.
on a flight back to New York when he was on Alex Jones saying he loved Hitler, and I was just watching it on the flight.
With the Holy Bible.
Hand on it.
And then I landed.
Yeah.
I landed in JFK, and the first text I got was, "Yo, it's Yay." And I was like, "This is one of my friends. They're fucking with me. No
Yeah.
chance." And then I get a phone call that's like, "Do you want to fly to Miami right now and do a sketch with Kanye?" And I was like, "I don't know, man. He just said he loved Hitler today, earlier today. I
Yeah.
just got done being canceled. Give me a couple of
We put
weeks."
a pin in this.
Yeah.
The idea for the sketch would have been incredible. I think it was me as Trump and him as Kanye.
Oh,
And
that
just do
would
it.
be huge.
I know. I should have done it. I regret it.
You can do it later.
You do it now.
Hopefully.
You do it tonight.
I would love to do it if you ever wanted to.
Yeah,
It's the funniest thing
call
ever.
in.
As long as you refer to him as Yay.
He's the best.
He's awesome.
He really is.
It's awesome. Everyone
Listen,
lost sight
if
of
you
it.
want a great artist, you're going to get a crazy person.
Exactly.
Period. Whether it's Kinnison or Kanye or fucking Jimi Hendrix, they're out of
Anyway.
their fucking mind. Everyone.
That's a giant bit in my special.
Yeah, I was
Is
gonna
it?
go,
Oh, really?
About Van Gogh. Everyone forgot Van Gogh was cool. What the fuck, bro?
Jesus
Can you see through
Christ.
that?
Hilarious.
Like a
I
Squid Game.
love that he does that. Like, who?
Yeah.
You can't say shit.
He's an artist.
Yeah, he's a wild man,
Yeah.
dude. Wild dude. You know,
Yeah.
that you want those songs? That's what you get.
Yeah.
You don't get those songs from some fucking
You ever seen
Pollyanna.
Genius on Netflix?
I
No.
loved it.
It's so nice.
It's
What is
really
it?
well
It's just
done.
a documentary. One of the guys that came up with it made while Kanye was coming up. It's
Old
incredible.
footage.
Yeah, it's like weird. It's like
Through the
really
wire, you
emotional.
forget about.
It's
That's a
really
great
nice.
song.
Him and his mom and his mom's
Yes.
apartment.
Yes, in
She's
Chicago.
like, "Oh, that's great, Kanye." And it's just like
It's
he's
amazing
my notes.
footage.
I'm gonna put this in my notes.
You
it's
never
so
saw
good.
that?
No.
Oh, it's a classic.
No, it's really, really awesome.
Really good.
Makes you love Kanye.
Yeah, he's just like a little scared boy.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what do you want from him? Just listen to the music.
I think they wanted to stop shitting on Jews.
Yeah, man, listen, he's a fucking
He's having fun.
He's having fun. Well, I forgive him.
But yeah.
I forgive him. That's
now
fine.
it would be
Ski
nothing.
listen to it.
Now everybody's doing it.
Yeah, yeah. He just was too early.
Well, yeah.
He's just too early. He's ahead of his time.
I might have.
They're keeping notes. You better be careful.
I've never said anything bad about the Jews, but
Every few years, the Holocaust numbers come up.
they're running the score up a little.
Every few years, the Holocaust numbers.
Trying to get those numbers raised. That's too late.
People are trying to bring them down.
7.4.
A lot of people trying to bring them down.
Oh yeah.
Which is a weird. Either way, it's weird.
And they had blacks, retards, and gays on that.
Gypsies.
And
Hella
gypsies.
gypsies.
Catholics, not a big deal. You don't hear us retaliating.
Yeah, they were
I
inclusive.
think they killed like 7 of us.
I was in Slovenia. I heard somebody doing a tour, and they were like talking about Nazis, and like, you know, a lot of Slovaks also were killed. So it's in some ways, it's worse than the Jewish part. And everyone's like, bro,
Yeah.
Jesus,
Oh, hold on a second. I think Slovakians.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got fucking murdered.
How many?
If you look into I think it's more. If you go into like the Balkans and all that area, they got fucked up.
damn nice.
Real
Balkans are wild too. That's,
That's again, those
they're
people,
nuts
they're
people.
like, women can't.
Is
They
that
just
right?
got through the war. Stop.
Oh, yeah. I
Half
think
the
in
cars were
general.
I mean, sure, they probably
So
let
crooked.
women drive now. But, you know, it's like those hard,
Like
war-torn.
Georgia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the reason why the fighters that come out of there are so fucking scary.
Of course.
Like Marab Wabishvili.
Oh, terrifying.
Those guys that have been through like Chechnya, those Chechnya dudes, Dagestan dudes, like hard people.
You ever
Yeah.
have to have somebody tell you how to pronounce someo's name?
Yes,
You
I fuck it up all the
like
time.
over and over.
Some of them are ridiculous. Some of them I get like during the weigh-ins. They
Yeah,
don't
you ever
look
see 'em at a
anything like what they sound.
Really?
The weigh-in is my most stressful time
Yeah.
in all of commentating the
I know,
UFC
really?
weigh-ins.
Announce
It's the
yourself.
most stressful.
Why?
Because I have to remember all these fucking names, and they're hard, dude. Sometimes I have to write them out phonetically. Some of them don't look anything like
Get
the
an
words.
earpiece.
They got like an O with a line through
It
it.
doesn't work.
Just
Like
have someone
the
say it.
earpiece is so loud in
Oh,
that
yeah.
thing, and there's people, and you're yelling it over a microphone. I can't hear them tell me. Sometimes they'll correct me. I have to say it the second time I say it right, but they don't look anything like what they sound.
Right.
Yeah, but respect to the
Especially like Russian names.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're like
Oh, yeah.
they're crazy.
They must get that though.
Oh yeah.
Backwards forward.
Yeah.
Every few weeks, I forget how to say Khabib's last name.
Nurmagomedov. Yeah, when you're drinking, it's
Oh, I
hard.
fucked that up. I fucked it up.
You had a
It's
bar?
impossible. Real
Forget
bad
about it.
once. It's one of those like there's
Wait,
so
is
many.
that a clip?
Oh yeah,
I think I've seen
I
that.
fucked his name up so bad. My mouth didn't work right.
It's a tough name.
My mouth
it's
just didn't
tough.
work right. But he's fighting for the title this weekend. Umar is.
Oh,
Umar is fighting Marab. Marab
exciting.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
crazy.
boy.
If it happens, I mean, where's it going to be? If they move it to Vegas, is there a place that's open? I guess. Like, where do they put it?
Yeah.
like the Pearl is just to have it
I mean, is the T-Mobile even available? Like, Jamie,
on a
look
Saturday.
up
What's
the
available on a
What's at
Saturday?
the T-Mobile this Saturday night?
Where's T-Mobile?
In
Shane,
Vegas.
can you cancel one of your shows?
Are you in Vegas this weekend?
No, wherever you are, it's like
Yeah.
Cincinnati.
You can do it here.
Get me the arena. Come on, bro.
Seems like they don't have an event booked unless there's private
Oh.
events, but nothing until the
Somebody's bar
Monday.
mitzvah.
So we can see that.
Some
Okay.
rich Jews bar mitzvah.
So they do have it open. So
That's Rabbi.
if there's a 70-mile-an-hour wind tonight,
Ooh.
They said the Lakers and Clippers are supposed to start playing again, and they're playing with the Clippers for the fights are where the Clippers play. So if they,
Okay.
if they play tonight,
They have separate stadiums
are they
now.
going to play tonight?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a tough
They have
time.
separate arenas now.
they do arena.
Yeah,
Just
it's a giant new arena.
They should.
It
It's like
looks
they've lived in the
sick.
shadow for too long.
Good name for a rabbi. Clippers.
Yeah.
Got that dick off. Who has more holidays, Jews or trans?
Trans have holidays?
What are you kidding? Trans Remembrance Day, Trans
What?
Visibility Day,
Look at that
Trans
screen. That giant screen that goes around the whole thing. It's like the biggest.
In and out, inside and outside. Smart. Where is this?
Is this the
Yeah,
sphere?
right next to SoFi.
Wow.
That's
It's
beautiful.
fucking huge.
I gotta go there.
That
Boy.
place is sick.
What about the homeless?
This thing right here, they said it's
Let
like
them
a
in there.
wall. It's just one from the bottom all the way to the top.
Yeah,
And you have to be like they're not going to allow any opponents fans to sit
You
there.
heard me.
What?
My team.
Yeah,
well,
why won't they let opponents fans sit there?
It's home field advantage.
Oh,
Wow, that seems
shit.
dirty.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Yankees,
well,
when you buy Yankee tickets,
nice.
if you had an LA, I had an LA
That's
credit card, like you can't buy these tickets.
Mm.
Really?
Yeah, they were like, we want home. I'm like, I live in New York. I'm like,
That
Yankees fan.
seems so crazy.
Jesus Christ.
That seems crazy.
Steve Ballmer's place, so you get to know to make the rules.
I guess. I guess.
Hold on, what were we talking about?
Jews?
Wait, before that,
Was there a
Wait,
second one?
UFC.
UFC. Yes. I had a thing on UFC. Oh, the female fighters are getting hot.
You like them?
Yeah.
Which ones you like?
Well, I don't know their names. I don't watch, but I see the weigh-ins. Damon weigh-ins. Hold on. Pull up some female fighters.
Underrated. Underrated.
Yeah.
Really good. Valentina Shevchenko's hot.
Thank you. What's her name?
Valentina Shevchenko.
Pull her
Who's the
up.
kill
She's
Tony?
the 125-pound champ.
No, who's
Ooh,
the
a little fat for me.
That's
Paige?
Yeah,
Paige
she's
Van Zandt?
very hot.
Yeah, she doesn't fight
Paige Van
UFC
Zandt.
anymore, though. She was doing bare knuckle boxing. I was like,
Jeez.
don't do
Like
it.
bare knuckle hurt box.
Rondo.
Jesus Christ.
She killed me.
Oh, yes. All of us. Bare knuckle
Yeah.
lady is
Yeah,
hot.
she
That's
was
crazy.
fighting bare knuckle, and she was hot.
Give me a
She fought
photo,
another hot
J-Lo.
lady bare knuckle, Rachel Ostovich.
Yeah.
It was the hottest fight of all time.
Is Paige the one that got kind of mentally fucked up from that Connor throwing the thing at the bus?
No.
Who was that?
Oh, no.
It was like,
It might have been Rose Yamamoto.
maybe Rose. Rose.
She might have gotten fucked up. That's Paige.
Wait.
She fought bare knuckle. She fought a couple of times.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She's cute.
Doesn't
Yeah,
really
but
look
it's-
great in.
Bare knuckle. Where's she
Beat up.
from? I
Get her
wonder.
now.
Well,
Well, beat up. Nobody looks great, Barry.
Utah, maybe?
Yeah, it's like duking it out bare knuckle.
Kinda like her beat up.
Jesus Christ. That's such a crazy way to make a living.
She's got
Bare
rib-
knuckle
she's got
boxing.
rib tits.
There was a bare knuckle fight this weekend that was so fucking
Her
bloody.
pleasure.
It was go to the Jackson Wigglejohn Twitter page.
Wigglejohn.
Yeah,
Who's that?
that's the Greg
Yeah.
Jackson, Mike Wigglejohn.
Wigglejohn. Like a bluegrass guy.
They posted a clip from this bare knuckle fight that was this past weekend. It was so horrible. This guy's face was just a tomato.
Yeah,
There's
right.
a big red just wound. His whole and he was still fighting.
Jesus.
Look at his face.
Oh,
Look at this
it's
fight.
like Hellraiser.
Look at this fight.
Is that Jamie fighting them?
Bro, this fight is crazy.
It's me and Jamie after a while.
But meanwhile, he fucking, with that
man.
blood, he drops this fucking guy. I mean,
He won.
I don't know who won. I just saw this clip. I didn't even know the fight was going on, but this guy's face is a mess.
This, in the UFC, this is stopped.
Nah.
By now, it's not
If
stopped.
it's a woman,
He's still
no,
going.
I mean, look,
With that much blood?
Renee Aldana, her face
it's
was
so bad.
It was fucking horrible.
His face looks like period
Bro,
sex.
these guys are both just duking it out.
Oh.
And every time you're getting hit, you're hitting by bones.
So bad.
But look at that guy's eye just blew up from that last punch.
Oh.
I mean, this is fucking horrible, dude.
Oh,
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Look at this. I mean, this is the guy with the fucked up face just dropped that guy.
everyone's cheering with their.
Oh my god, it's so primal. Did he win? Is that
Yeah,
was
he
that the
won.
end of the fight?
That's
is that the
it.
KO?
Where's he
Bro,
from?
that is crazy. What are these gentlemen's names? We should say their names.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Does it say?
Cody
East and Dylan
Oh,
Rush.
so they're probably American.
Fuck.
Albuquerque, of course.
That
Albuquerque.
Yeah. Bro,
Where's that?
17% of that audience.
Yeah, well, bad.
do not piss test these gentlemen. You want to fight on Matthew
Jackson.
Fury fucking
Yeah.
bare knuckle
Jackson.
boxing. That guy's. Do
Jeez.
you know how hard it is to fight with a face that's that broken? I mean, every time something hits you, it's just like jolts of electricity going through your skull.
Oh, he's
Look at the
normal.
beginning of the fight.
Wow.
That was the end of the fight. Fucking insane.
Oh, you got a hand of the guy.
And he won.
It's
Fucking
pretty
insane.
terrible.
Now imagine if that was Paige Van Zandt.
Ah.
See what I'm saying? Still, of course you would. Of course you would. Stitch her up.
Put a towel down.
Stitch her up. Let's go. Put a towel down like period sex.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, who was the other one you said? Gonna hunt
Valentina Shevchenko.
Shevchenko.
Yeah, she's hot.
Pull her up, will you? Sloppy jalopy. We lost Ari. Shevchenko.
Oh, and the chick she fought, Alexa Grasso, the former champion, she's hot too.
Oh, jeez. Bring
They're
them
all
all in.
pretty. There's a lot of very pretty fighters in the UFC now. There's Valentina.
Ah,
Very pretty.
Yeah, very pretty.
What are you talking about? Yeah, it's great.
I like The Rock.
She's sculpted.
Very ripped,
Very ripped, dude. She'll fucking kill you too.
but not too ripped.
She'll fuck you up. She's also like a competitive shooter. She does like those competitive like
She
pistol
could like
events.
also actually kill you.
Oh,
too.
she's like a
It's like
legit
nothing
assassin.
you could really do.
She's like a legit assassin. She's a terrifying woman.
Damn. That's
Hot,
wild.
hot and terrifying.
Would you mind if your daughters did this? That's tough, huh?
Rough. I think if I had sons, I'd make them at least learn how to fight.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't want them to fight. Like, don't. First of all, if you're my kid, you're growing up with money, you're fucked. You're gonna find some hungry animal that grew up poor.
Right.
Unless you're a real complete psychopath and you can fucking rise past that, most rich kids are just not gonna do well.
Yeah.
You're not gonna have that hunger. You know,
And
when
that's
you've never had
true.
to worry about food,
Grand
and
Hill.
crime, and you've never been beaten up, and you've never been,
Yeah.
It's possible. You could have a champion that came from a wealthy family, but I don't think I've ever seen
You know
it.
what's impressive
Tyson
about
Creed's a champion. His
Yeah,
life.
yeah,
I
yeah.
know, but like
The real killers.
like
come from-
Christian McCaffrey,
Yeah.
running back.
Uh-huh.
His dad was an NFL guy.
Yeah, Grand
That
Hill.
helps.
He grew up.
Grand Hill.
Yeah,
too.
but
Right.
he grew up with like a dad that was like, "This is how you play football."
Right.
Yeah.
It
Right.
made him a freak. I don't
Yeah.
know. I think in football it can work.
I think football's a little different than fighting, though,
For sure.
because in football there's a thing, there's play. It goes down. You do your best. You're not like duking it out in the
Right.
fucking fifth round where your leg is imploding and your liver's bleeding and your ears are ringing. And you're still trying to win. Like,
Yeah,
that takes a
For sure.
specific type
Yeah,
of
it's different.
poverty in your
I
background.
also just fight growing up. But what if you got like a tutor for fighting since you were 5? You know, these kids
There
are
are-
getting jujitsu classes.
What that
I
Wonder
think
Boy?
that's where I think that I could be wrong. It could be where the sport heads,
To rich kids.
where like people with but boxing never did.
But poor kids are going to train too.
Yeah.
They're going to be angrier. So
Yeah.
they're going to fucking.
But if you start training jits at like 5 years old,
Jits
like,
is different.
you're gonna be
Jits
a
is different.
master at it.
Jits is different. Jits is different because you're not getting hit.
But like
Right.
boxing never.
Never got
Yeah,
that.
Like that's why there's no. I mean, now there's some white boxers, but like.
Well, you
used to
got
be
like
a bunch.
Tyson Fury, who's a fucking
Yeah.
gypsy.
He was a gypsy.
So like his whole
different.
family
But
been
for the most
duking it
part-
out since they were kids.
Just
He's
retired.
a Jewish boxer.
He didn't
You
retire.
guys-
So he retired.
No, he's not retiring.
He
No.
did. It's on
No,
ESPN today.
No, did he today? Today he
On
retired?
ESPN, it said Fury says that's it.
Well,
He's-
honestly,
I think he's done that.
Oh, is that
once
today?
or twice.
Is that Jamie?
I'm never right.
Well, good for him.
Good for
him.
Good for him. Good for him. You know,
it's been like 3 times today.
Tyson Fury retires. Wow. Well, one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah, I don't believe him. Says another guy.
Well, he might come back. Like if they offer him the Anthony Joshua fight, I know they talked about that.
Didn't he retire before?
Joshua or
No.
Tyson Fury? Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He retired when he was having real mental health problems. He like almost committed suicide.
Dude,
almost
Tyson
drove his
talking-
Ferrari off a bridge.
Whoa, is that right?
Yeah, he was losing his mind.
Tyson?
Yes.
You ever hear him talking to Aaron Helwani about like he called him, they were interviewing him, and it was like, hey, today's the anniversary of when you first took the
Oh yeah, it's really nice.
the heavyweight title.
That's a
Like,
really cool speech.
yeah, and
I
he
mean,
goes,
it's sad.
it's sad, but he's like, how do you like it? He goes, honestly, it's pretty shit.
Yeah, when you beat what's his name? Who's the Ukrainian boxer?
Oh, Vladimir Klitschko.
Yeah. Isn't that who he beat? To
Yep.
get
The guy who's the mayor of Kiev.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Oh, really?
Yep.
Whoa.
Great job.
Cool mayor. That guy's got a PhD.
Or is he or is his brother the mayor? He's the mayor, right? His brother, Vitaly, was the mayor of somewhere else too. Vitaly is also a politician.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's great.
And they both saddled up to go to war.
Yeah,
too.
that's pretty
So
sick.
did Lomachenko.
Yeah.
He saddled up too.
Look
Okay,
at that,
he's the
guys.
mayor of Kiev. Yeah. So what was his? So Vitaly's the mayor. So Vladimir, what is Vladimir's position? What does he do? So Vitaly's the mayor of Kiev, and I think Vladimir's a politician as well.
Isn't the Filipino guy a politician too?
Yeah.
Yep, Manny Pacquiao.
He's a politician?
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
So what does he do? Does he have some sort of a
Ukrainian army?
Whoa.
Yeah.
These are the guys are the real deal.
Yeah, I saw
Oh,
him
yeah.
with a fucking
Terrifying
machine
dudes.
gun. Yeah.
terrifying dudes and
These guys are serious.
phenomenal boxers too. Especially the brother Fatali was an animal. They're both animals. I mean,
yeah.
But he was more technical than his brother. His brother was a destroyer. Just fucked people up, man. He was a giant dude too. And they're both brilliant. They're both have like PhDs.
PhDs.
Yeah.
What's this?
Oh, here we go. I like it. I like it.
I already
What
like
is
it.
this?
So professional cross block.
That's it.
You can fight in lacrosse like you can in hockey.
No, you're not allowed.
Who's this?
Fight, the referee's not doing shit.
They wait till they go to the ground.
No, they're fighting.
I know, but they can't get it in because they'll get punched. They wait till it goes.
Oh,
now they get it.
Yeah, but
that was one and done.
But they let them fight.
Yeah,
because they're all
that's the same
Canadian.
as in hockey. They let them go out on the ground, then
Yeah,
they
that's
break
what
it
I
up.
asked. Is it like hockey where they
Oh,
let them
yeah,
fight?
yeah.
Look at this.
That's
Wow.
brutal.
Toronto's wrong versus Buffalo.
That's crazy.
Poor
So-
Buffalo guy.
If lacrosse does this, it might become
It's how it
famous.
starts like they're
Yeah.
playing.
That's true.
It might
Taking
get
off
huge.
the gloves too.
Step up for his boy like hockey.
Man,
Bro, that's crazy.
that was worse than those
So this
Duke
is a
lacrosse
new
teams.
sport where you're allowed to punch in the face. Because this was never the case in any other sport. Like if this is basketball, they would have stopped this a long time ago.
Oh yeah.
So they're letting guys box. Because this is different too, because you have shoes on. So you can get grip and movement. and you can really punch hard.
Yeah.
The thing about hockey is like you're
You
hampered.
fall fast.
Yeah, you're flopping around in fucking skates.
But he was probably disqualified forever after that.
I don't know,
No,
man. It looks
let
like
him
you're allowed
fight.
to do that.
They fought man to
Really?
man.
Yeah, it looks like you're allowed to do that because the referees didn't jump in.
Refs.
It's a penalty, but
Bro, that
You're back
changes
that game.
sports. That changes sports.
Oh,
Start throwing that into basketball.
they used to. In the 80s, the NBA was all that.
Imagine if they allowed it.
Parents, people fucking punch Lambeer
But you imagine
all the
if they
time.
allowed
Lambeer,
that?
He punched all the time.
Lambeer, shout out Notre Dame.
But here's the thing. What are you allowed to do? Like, you allowed to leg kick?
No.
No, if you leg kick, that's
Draymond
gay.
found out you're not allowed to leg
It's
kick.
what?
It's gay.
Draymond found out. He tried to leg kick all the time.
Yeah,
I know, he's
But if
not-
you're in a lacrosse game and you leg kick, you can't leg
it's
kick?
gay. Everyone knows leg kicks are gay.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing so hard?
Because I know how much you love leg kicks. They hurt.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're
Cripple
trying
you.
to hit me, why wouldn't I kick your leg?
Who's that boxer that went against
If
the
we're
UFC
we're
guy?
going against the rules. Like we're not playing
I know, if we're
this
fighting,
game
now it's a
anymore.
fight.
Now we're fighting. I'm gonna kick your
Of course.
leg. Yeah,
I
especially if I
had
think you don't know what to do.
a Bellator guy kicked me in the leg, and he went in slow-mo, kicked me in the leg. It hurt for a week.
Calf.
No, right above the knee on the side of the thigh. It
Yikes.
fucked me up.
Yeah, it just
We
happened.
had a couple drinks, and I was going, come on.
Have you ever seen Alex Pereira like gently leg kick this lady?
Yes.
No.
She asked him to. She's like, just don't hit me hard. He gently taps her leg.
It hurt
She
so
falls
bad.
to the ground. Then she took a photo of it afterwards. Her whole fucking leg was bruised.
What?
How about that
Pull it
fucking
up.
Asian guy that was swallowing those? You see those? No homo?
Oh
You
yeah,
see
that
those?
guy in Korea.
Yo,
Bro, That guy's an animal.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Who knows?
Wait a minute.
Like this
guy.
fucking maniac.
Whoa!
This is nothing. And by the way, that hurts like fucking
Yeah,
hell.
that's
This guy's
crazy.
getting mad. This guy's getting mad now. He's like,
But
"I'm
he's not
fucking
hitting them
harder."
full blast, but he's hitting them pretty
It's moving
hard,
up,
man.
though.
She bang, she bang.
Look at this guy just dancing. That's crazy.
Look at that. He took it.
That guy's an
No,
animal.
I swear they
briefs.
showed another one where it's like body
Bro,
shots.
look,
too.
he tells him to hit him again, and he hits him hard. Watch this. Like, look at it. He hits him pretty hard, dude. That's kind of crazy.
Pereira's a good-looking guy.
He's a handsome fella, especially with the suits on.
Yeah.
26 leg kicks.
That is
I
so crazy. Now watch this girl. Watch
This
this
was
girl.
me at the wedding. That's when I got
He
hit.
just touches her. Just touches
Bro,
her.
it hurts.
touched her.
It hurts so bad.
But wait for it. Watch when she shows what it looked like afterwards. She shows what it looked like afterwards. Look at that.
Oh my God.
Isn't that crazy?
It hurts so bad.
man.
He just touched her. Just touched her. Now imagine that fucking dude. Look, he
That's
just
crazy.
literally touched her.
Yeah.
Now
What?
imagine
Something.
that dude ate like 20. What of them? 21?
26.
27.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
He might
Wow.
be dead.
Might be dead. It might be.
He might have just been just really good at putting on an
Might
act.
be Joe
Yeah.
Biden.
Might have been a.
Joe Biden himself.
Might be Joe
Jesus.
Biden himself.
There's people that are just built different, man. Like
That's
that,
true.
That dude
Yeah,
is obviously just built
something's-
different. Something's going on.
Leah Thomas.
Yeah.
She shows up to the
That's a
swimming
guy.
pool.
That's a guy.
He got one.
I got one.
That's guys.
Here.
You guys want to hear my impression of Frank Sinatra at a Penn swim meet?
Yes.
That's guy.
There it is. There she blows.
That's fun. No, I just didn't know. You do
Are
it.
you gonna pee or am I gonna pee? What are we doing here?
I'm good for another 20 minutes.
Yeah. Keep
It's
it rolling.
almost 5 o'clock already.
I say we keep it rolling. I'm having a nice
I'm
time.
having a great
keep it
time,
rolling.
but
Just
you
keep it
got
rolling.
on the coffee.
Like that song, Keep It Rolling.
JoJo.
Keep on.
Ow! What happened to you?
It hurts. It's so cold.
Oh,
Oh, that's good now.
too cold.
Give Norman
for
one.
you.
Norman hasn't had
Let's
one.
stick with the liquor here.
Shotgun
Coward
liquor.
ass.
Yeah, Norman and I got a second ice cube.
It's all right. Drink what you want.
Good rapper.
What is your shirt, Ari? What is that? Is that from your special?
For my special.
Oh, that's you.
Dude, give me one of those. You got one of those for me?
Stay positive.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I would have wore it for the show.
Oh, it says
Oh,
stay
you got
positive? Yeah. HIV.
Why stay positive? What is that the name of the special?
I hate
What's
his.
the
the whole-
I hate his fucking positivity.
The whole theme of the
You
special
don't
is
like
like,
it?
fuck
He's
the
trying
news.
to get himself out of his anger. He's just so angry all the time.
If he's not in here,
He's trying to change
I
America's
actually like
sweetheart.
And the whole theme is like, get off the news, live your life, touch grass. So I think he's
Coming
going
from
with
a guy with severe social media addiction.
that. I know,
Kind of-
right?
Kind of hilarious.
It's actually-
And a baby.
That's Kyla.
That's kind of
What size? Oh, that's too big.
The back is for my closer. About this Holocaust I made it done. XL. That's what you are, right?
Yeah, larger XL. I
Okay.
can read it one.
That's nice.
That's
Maybe
nice.
that's,
I want to wear it.
positivity special.
It's just like, guys, this shit's fun.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kanye-
hell yeah.
Kanye is nice.
That'll go viral.
That's a buddy.
Nice. Jesus.
What an
Jesus
orangutan.
Christ. The
My
Congo.
God.
All right.
Hey,
Now
That's
that
crazy.
That's
That's
nice
nice.
for you, Ari.
That'll sell some
XL.
shirts.
That
available
is
at
an
Orange.
XL.
Nice in an
That's good.
XL.
Yeah, dude.
Damn. That's crazy.
Available at orangesupport.com right now.
Archsphere.com, ladies and gentlemen. Pay for this special. Yeah, he's got $85,000 worth of plans to cover it.
Netflix
Yeah.
did not cover it. Please help.
I love the trailers like coming soon on Netflix.
Yeah, right.
Netflix didn't cover the fucking.
Fuck no. They're
They didn't
cheap.
cover the plans?
They didn't cover it up. I'm out of a lot.
At least they put that fucking special on.
At least they put it up and they're putting Jew up
Yes.
Are
Nice.
they?
Oh,
Yes.
nice.
Whoa.
Yes. Beautiful.
like April and May or something.
Yeah. Netflix is taking some fucking chances.
Netflix
I think
is.
that fucking roast, that Tom
Yeah,
Brady
Brady
roast, that turned it around, baby. That was
Oh,
the
yeah.
number one most watched thing on Netflix ever.
They must have been like, oh,
Yeah. Oh, this woke shit,
what are we
it's not really selling.
You don't want to laugh.
Yeah. Fuck
It's
yeah.
People
Sports
just wanna laugh.
and comedy coming together.
Fucking fun. Have some actual fun for
And
once.
it's ruled.
It ruled.
It was funny as hell.
It ruled.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
By the way, that probably
What?
saved Tony's ass. Because then people say, oh, that's what he does all the time.
That's what-
Yeah.
You asked Tony to do Tony at a fucking political rally,
Yeah.
which is
That's all you can do.
which I told him don't do it,
Yeah.
but he doesn't want to listen.
We have the same agent. He was like, I'm getting death threats from Trump guys. Like, if he doesn't win, I'm going to die.
Oh, right.
They might actually kill Tony.
You know, they had stories already written blaming it on Tony. Yeah. Already written.
I love those leak stories that come out once in a while. It's like, oh shit, that didn't happen yet.
They have the stories ready because they don't write the story based on who wins. They write stories like, if Trump wins, we're going to blame this.
Right.
And if, Kamala wins, we're going to blame Tony Hinchcliffe.
What happened to journalism?
It's done.
The internet killed it.
Clicks.
It's also the format sucks, right? The TV format's the worst. And then the news format, you want me to read paper?
But also, they became so self-important. It's the same people that gave Chappelle a 0%.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, right, you guys are trying to be part of the story instead of just reporting on it.
Yeah.
All those little things just led to the end.
And that led to the fire.
Yeah.
A little bit. I mean, you want to red pill people? Burn their fucking house to the ground.
Oh,
That'll red pill people. And then watch the governor do a little shimmy when he talks about acquiring the land. A little shimmy about, figure out a way to.
What's his story? Where's Gavin Newsom from?
Figure out a way to purpose. Satan from hell.
Yeah.
That's
what's up with that
Christ.
boy? Let me find out about this man.
Antichrist.
Is he from Ohio?
I don't know. I think he's from Northern California. He was the mayor of San Francisco at one point.
How long has he
Northern
been?
California?
How long has he been the
Where did he go to school? Stanford?
Man,
He's been the governor for a while.
He's friends with a lot
few
of
years.
people we like.
They're all friends.
I know,
What do you
but I'm
mean a lot
just
of people
saying,
we
it's all, he behind closed doors, I think he's like us. I think he's a regular
What's
guy.
all college basketball coach by?
Incorrect.
Oh, yeah.
We'll talk after.
Yeah, in California. Listen,
Swamp Jack.
this guy,
Billionaire heir. He's just a fucking rich
I
man.
knew he was there. I knew it.
his
Rich kid.
whole thing has been preparing for him to run for president. He acts like a president. He talks like a president. And if it wasn't for this, past election, he probably would have ran for president. Now he's fucked. But he thinks he's not fucked. So he's talking like he's got it all under control. He's going to change everything and make everything better.
Click some early life stuff. I want to learn about this, man.
I want to know. They're talking about fast forwarding the application process for all these people to rebuild their homes. Where are they going to get the money?
Newsom's aunt was married to Ron Pelosi.
An attorney for Getty Oil?
Look what Jamie just said.
Oh, boy.
Hold on a second.
Get a conspiracy theorist.
Not
in there.
actual Notre Dame, you dumbass.
That's all I can see. I don't know.
Uh,
So, I don't know.
It's going to be a good game.
Went to a
Finally got a
French-American bilingual
Go back to the
Catholic
top. I
school.
want to learn about this.
Redwood High School.
Jesus Christ. Look at red now.
He had severe dyslexia that still affects him.
Our mother.
Dyslexia.
It's like the people that we get to pick from.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like there's no real
Well, who
options.
wants to do it?
Well,
yeah,
he got
so it's
recalled. He got recalled, and they still won.
Really?
They're like,
Tried too early.
people. Yeah, if they did it now, he'd probably lose.
Yeah.
But look how many people in California this year voted red. Like a giant chunk of California.
Really?
A giant chunk.
Wow.
You compare the map from 2020 to 2024, it's like most of the state is red except for the high population centers. All those areas down south, like near San Diego, all that shit went red.
So the problem is you get a DEI hire as your candidate.
That's DI.
That's it. Jamie, toss up some Jeremiah Love highlights.
Oh, shit.
Put them on.
What are you guys betting? What is the bet?
I think it should be something not money-wise.
Okay.
Embarrassing or like
blowjob.
blow each other or something.
Yeah.
Ass
Fuck
fuck.
each other. No one
Yeah.
wins.
You have to
Ass fuck.
drink out of Jamie's asshole. You
Now
have to funnel the beer into his asshole, and you have to funnel it back in your mouth. Yeah. Let's
maybe
go.
trade jobs for a week.
I'll do
I'll do that. That'd
And then
be
you
good.
know the,
no,
the arena.
Watch Jamie in a arena going,
Jimmy on
Yeah.
tires.
yeah.
Yeah. Jeremiah Love highlights. Jeremiah Love.
Freshman, ultimate wide receiver in the country, 18 years old.
No, Jeremiah Love.
He's
Good
going
luck,
Ohio. He's
I know.
turning Ohio
He's a
on.
coward.
He's trying to turn it
When's the
around.
last time Notre Dame beat Ohio State?
Oh,
Jeez.
shit.
Because they haven't played for a while.
I know, but they played 6 times in the last 16 years.
In the last 20 years, 0.
Okay. Last 5.
20 years.
Probably like 94? 90.
They won that. Have Irish
You
people
guys won 95.
rivalry renewed?
Have Irish people ever complained about that mascot?
No.
That's what's great about the
You know what
Irish.
else you Irish haven't complained about?
Hey.
Slavery.
True, that's true.
Or
Yeah, that
England.
guy.
That guy.
That
That's
guy's
a
ugly
good
as shit. He's
So they complain a lot
small
about it.
little.
When I was a kid, all the
midget.
Irish guys.
They complain a lot about England.
That's true.
Yeah, can you play Kneecap and Jeremiah Love highlights
And I
at the
love
same time?
Palestine.
What's Kneecap?
There's a band.
You know,
Rap band.
can you play Get the Brits Out and we can drink with it? What's Kneecap?
I got a band. It's a
for
rap
you.
band.
They rap,
Irish
they
rap.
have an Irish rap band? They
From
rap in
Ireland?
Irish.
Yeah.
Really?
Whoa, I
Okay,
can't
well,
understand
I
that.
don't even know that's called the
Sometimes they
IRA.
roll.
Like House of Pain?
Listen to how good this is.
All right.
You don't need to
Brits
watch. Get the Brits Out.
I like the illustrations.
We're on our Mad one.
Shout out my boys Kneecap.
Are they still around?
Yes.
the
Oh, yeah.
Brits?
Back in the news. It's your favorite Republican who's every song that I choose.
Oh, bro, I'm putting this on the Spotify.
Shit's nice.
Oh yeah.
I'm putting this on the list.
You can just
that
don't
the
be
Queen?
cunts.
Queen
Yeah,
of the
that
Rock?
is the Queen. Lizzie's in a box.
Lizzie's in a
Go
box.
for a dance. Go for a dance. Go for a dance.
Hey,
What's it
go.
called
Go
again?
for
What's
a
the song
dance.
called?
That's called Get the Brits Out. Get your Brits out.
Got it. It's in.
Shit rocks.
It's on the.
Oh, that's them, huh?
Spotify.
That's terrifying.
Oh yeah.
No,
the,
they rule.
the Irish War. No, that's not true. They're actually good. They're actually good.
Dude, they're pretty
The
good.
war is fun.
They're awesome.
How do I not know about these guys?
I knew.
Let me hear what they sound live.
Oh, thanks.
Go for a dance.
These are tough people.
Rapping in a polo shirt.
Brits out.
Crazy. How many people do you think live in Ireland? It's not that big of a place, but it has such a huge influence. Like, think about
It's because they
America.
all came to America.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a
but
big
there's so
public.
many.
Yeah.
There's a lot. You ever read Born Fighting?
They don't love condoms.
Great
Oh,
book.
about the Scots Irish?
Scots
That's
Irish.
a lot of it.
Yeah.
Well, it's Catholic.
Yeah.
It's Catholic. They're
breed.
supposed to
They-
fuck
Yeah,
all
that's
around.
true.
They're supposed to have a bunch of kids.
And Protestant.
Look at this. See if they have any
No
Philly.
shirts.
See if they have any
Getting
Philly
wild.
footage. I was at their show in Philly.
Were you really? How do I not know about these guys? How come you never told me about them?
They're good.
They're the best.
Who
In
did you tell you
Philly, this is maybe not my best story. This is the last time I did cocaine.
Oh, come on.
The last time?
It was with these guys.
It wasn't the first
It was with these guys. So
It's not the
they
last.
have a movie, and it's really good. But my girlfriend and I watched the movie, and I was like, "Oh fuck! I forgot I told these guys I'd go to the show tonight." I was like, "Why don't you stay at home and I'll be back? I'll probably be back by midnight." As soon as I got the green room back, hey, fucking did it. I was like, "Yeah, all right, I'll do it." Yeah. And then we were out till I got home at like 5 a.m. and the door was locked. And I was like, she got me.
Yeah, they were like, she got you. But she has to lock the door. It's 5 a.m.
It was a right, yeah. She
You
made the
You
right
have
move.
to. What are you gonna do? Go to sleep with the door wide open?
Yeah.
Just so drunk ass Shane can
Well, it
come
was
home
in
at 5
It
a.m.
was an
coked up.
elevator. She could have left it
That was the
unlocked.
Philly one.
That was an elevator, yeah.
No. You gotta bring a key, bitch.
Key bump.
I said no.
That's the
First
first
couple
place.
times, but it
That's
was
ice.
these,
You
it was
can't
these
say.
bros.
Hold on, I got one.
That's straight
It's
up.
the snow. It's not even ice.
Oh.
Snow.
Is that the Philly place?
Yeah.
That was a good place.
It was a great place.
Yeah.
Never got any furniture in there.
Never
Do you-
got it. You had some.
Do you like it when you go back for a little bit? You like it when you
Oh,
go
I
back
was-
for a little bit?
I loved it. I
He's
loved
the
going back to Philly.
king. Dude, we went and did the 999, all of us, and we're walking up to where the Phillies play. And this is Shane now.
Yeah.
And just walking down the street, not that many people, when they did recognize, like, what the fuck? He's the hero of the
Philly,
town.
Philly rules. Yeah. It's the best. I do love Philly.
Threw up in your toilet.
You did, and then you denied it.
I
I knew it was your nasty ass.
Obviously.
Who'd you blame it on?
O'Connor.
O'Connor
O'Connor was asleep.
And O'Connor was blacked out, and he was like, it might have been me.
That's denied.
That was the 999. That was tough.
Oh my
Wait,
God.
did he tell you about this?
No, what happened?
We
What's
went
a
to-
999?
There's a challenge.
Go ahead.
There's a challenge that's no one should do.
Yeah.
Help me out. Help me out.
I remember this.
It's 9 hot dogs. It's 9 hot dogs, 9 beers, and 9 innings.
The baseball, yeah.
And
Ew.
the games move faster now.
Yeah.
So it's tough. It's 2.5 hours.
But we got there early, and we were like,
9
all right,
hot dogs.
Nine
9
hot
9
dogs.
hot dogs during a baseball.
Shane hooked it up with the
We got
booze.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got the booze and the hot dogs stocked
Not the
for
booze,
us.
the booth, whatever. The
Yeah.
box.
Sweet,
Yeah. And that helped a lot because we can get 12 ounces instead of 16.
Yeah.
and no lines for the
But
bathroom.
O'Connor, we got there early. O'Connor had 7 hot dogs done before the national anthem. Before he just started pounding. He was like, "I'm gonna handle this well."
Joey
He
Chestnut.
was sick the whole game.
In the third inning, he was fully asleep like a heroin addict.
Wow.
And the 8th woke up like, dude, you got
He
5
woke up.
beers
We're
left.
like, "Bro, you're so close. You got the beers easy, but we were like, bro, you're so close. Just eat 3 hot dogs right now."
Yeah.
He did it.
Hot dogs.
Who did it? You failed.
I
did like 15
couldn't
beers.
eat the hot dog.
Yeah.
Foley,
That's a lot of salt.
17 beers.
Shockingly, Foley did not do it.
Where's the room?
Really?
Where's the space?
Where's this
There's
guy?
like 9 hot
And
dogs. It's a fucking
Are you
pile
allowed to
of
puke?
food.
I said you're allowed.
Colin puked.
Get it out.
And literally every single person.
Colin puked in the bathroom into the sink for no reason.
Yeah.
Behind
Probably
the
couldn't make
toilet.
it.
Stuffed
Probably
it up.
couldn't make
Yeah.
No, he's just making bad decisions. He knows
Yeah.
better. He
It's
does.
9 beers.
Yeah.
9 beers, you're
The
going to make
beers,
that
the
decision.
beers is easy.
Who
For
did
you.
it? Who did it?
9 beers during a baseball game is
3-hour game.
He had 15
Right.
easy. I was
But-
being the goalkeeper, and people like give me beers. I was like, nope, not done. Yep, counts.
It was with the Are You Garbage, Chris and Tommy.
Oh, nice.
It was
Great
wonderful.
guys.
But
Yeah.
7 dogs before the national anthem was. I watched it right, and I was like, O'Connor, what are you doing?
You're starting too
Damn.
fast.
You're gonna die.
They're not
That's
digesting.
impressive.
They want to do it over the whole course.
Horrendous.
Let your
He's not-
body break it down.
He's not a big guy.
No, he's got abs.
Does he?
Yeah.
Wow, there you go.
O'Connor's a fucking beast.
God
Yeah.
damn.
When was this from?
food.
July?
Yeah.
It depends on when you've eaten, though. If I haven't eaten all day, I could
Oh,
be
we didn't eat.
No one ate all
No one
day.
ate.
Although Foley was sitting down hitting.
You doing chicken
There
wings for
was
no
other
reason?
things in the box. He was also eating like a cheesesteak.
Yeah.
I think it's well in Philly.
It's
I
that,
think I could eat 9 hot dogs if I haven't eaten all
the
day.
bun, though. The bun is
Yeah.
what gets you.
Bun will get you. That's a lot
And
of
you
work.
had to eat the bun. We're
It's
allowed
the 9
fixins.
beers and 9 dogs.
But when you see those dudes doing the hot dog eating competitions, no bun.
No
They
bun?
dip it.
No, they dip the bun.
They dip the bun. Right.
Yeah.
Like they break it down
Yeah.
a little bit before it gets in there. That seems like
It's
cheap.
rough. I had 2 hot dogs right away. I was like, I
Feel
forgot.
it.
I don't think they should be allowed
I
to
hate
dip.
hot dogs. They're
No,
disgusting.
don't dip.
I don't love them either.
Why are you dipping?
Do it real.
Who eats a hot dog that way? Eat a hot dog like an American.
I agree.
Fucking
Yeah.
pussy Joey Chestnut.
And you should probably have some mustard on that thing.
Yeah.
Pussy ass Joey
What's the other guy?
Chestnut.
The Japanese guy.
Kobayashi.
Yeah, he quit. He quit the biz.
Couldn't beat
He couldn't beat
Chestnut.
I
Joey.
think
And he
his
just,
health was deteriorating.
I'm sure.
yeah.
Probably
Makes sense.
A million hot dogs.
And he's not a big guy.
Yeah.
No, he's
So
Japanese.
he's stretching the shit out of his gut.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh that feeling.
Oh, you got videos.
How many hot dogs is that guy eating?
He, you know,
What's his record?
he was up there.
6 million.
No, like what does he eat? 63 hot dogs?
Wow. So what's Chestnut? He's even bigger than that.
Bro, I want you to think of a
Chestnut.
bucket full of hot dogs. That's what that is. It's like a bucket full of hot dogs.
66.
Young Chestnut.
Did Chestnut win?
Yeah, he's the
Hell yeah.
The crazy thing is these aren't big guys.
No, it's a gift.
Jeez.
Have you seen some of the other shit they eat too?
Look at the size of the stack. Look at the stack. Look at the stack. No, the one above that, Jamie? The one above that? Yeah, that one.
This is why
What
the
you got up
terrorists
there.
hate
Look
us.
at the size of that stack of hot dogs.
We're just eating hot dogs for the sport.
That's fucking insane. That doesn't even make sense. Like, how's it fit in his body?
He can do it.
It doesn't seem like it would fit, though, right?
Well, if we have fast
Yeah.
metabolism, some people have
But no, I
faster
mean
than others.
space. Like
Burn it
physical
physically.
space.
They burn it.
Like, where's the last hot dog? It's got to be like right here.
Is that his wife? She's pretty hot.
His wife.
That's what.
There's a female champion.
Yeah, there's
Nice.
Oh,
Female
shit.
champion.
Oh yeah, they got a female division.
Oh, I'd like to meet her.
She'd swallow a wiener.
That's crazy that the females win it too.
It's a belt, too. That won't fit.
Damn, you imagine dating a lady that was a fucking hot dog chick? I'd rather date a porn star.
Jesus
There's
Christ.
more fucking honor in that.
Yeah. You gotta put mustard on your dick to get ahead.
It's my wife. She was a hot dog eating champion.
Jesus Christ.
51 this year.
51, 58.
What's the
Oh
guy?
man, the woman ate 51 hot dogs.
Damn.
Record is
God.
76.
It was Mickey Sudo.
Jesus Christ.
She's a beast.
Look at that. They used to have
Wow.
30. It used to be 30 and 3/4. They gave her a 3/4. That guy lady got 39 and a half.
48 that year?
That's like when you're
Wow.
5. I'm 5.5.
Imagine she didn't swallow. You're like, come on.
This is crazy, bitch. You ate so much ketchup.
Yeah.
I eat so much
Damn,
ketchup.
she won 51 in 2024.
51?
Wow,
That's so
that
nice.
job must be sick.
How much
Pseudo.
time? 10 minutes. She ate 51 hot dogs in 10 minutes.
She was
Wow.
just in 57 in 5 minutes after the
Burger
King
King
did
did
not
not sponsor that.
Whoa.
5 minutes. That was just for love.
He just did it just to show off because he wasn't at that event.
Bro, that's more than 10 a minute. That's so crazy.
Oh my god.
crazy.
He said it in 5 minutes.
Just the fucking movement.
O'Connor's a
So
pussy.
crazy.
What the hell?
Is he
Yeah.
swallowing
9
everything?
hot
Is he
dogs in
chewing?
4 hours will put you in a coma.
I'm
This
sure.
is great.
Dude, we told Aaron Judge we were
We
doing
need to
that.
watch that.
We told Aaron Judge, the MVP, that we
Yeah,
were
it
doing
was
that.
like,
He was
oh,
like,
cool.
cool, guys.
We should see that. We should see that.
What?
I want to see him eat 57 hot dogs. It'd be
Pull
hilarious.
it up.
Pull it up. I want to see how they do it. Are they chewing?
Barely. They slide it down. It's wet. It's
Do
soggy.
they throw up right away?
It's like
No.
a comedy store waitress.
Are you allowed to throw up? Look at this. Look at this guy.
Look at that. He's
Just
wolfing.
dipping it and shoving him in his mouth. That is
Just doing
insane.
The salt would kill you too.
Oh, yeah.
What do they win? Nothing.
Money.
They win us talking about
What
it.
are the groupies like for this sport?
Oh, I think pussy that guy.
Nice shirt. American flag polo. Nice shirt.
Well, in this
That's
case, he's doing it for
Jared
charity.
Busey.
Oh my gosh, this is so disgusting.
Every 5 he eats is $5,000 getting donated.
Oh man.
The guy with the camera is like, I'm going to get barfed on.
This is.
Did somebody say something about Gary Busey?
Yeah, I thought that guy looked like a.
Gary Busey.
Bro, that
Hot,
guy's wild.
dude.
You seen his
Crazy.
Instagram lately?
No.
You know, Gary Busey had a horrible motorcycle accident with no helmet on. It shifted his skull.
What?
Like one of his eyeballs is like down
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
the other
yeah.
one's up
So
here.
is he normal now?
No, that's when he became not normal. If you go to before that, like when he was on Lethal Weapon, he was a great actor. He was in a bunch of fucking
Point
great movies.
Break.
Yeah, he was great in
Did
a lot
you
of those
see, what was
movies.
that reality show with him?
Oh,
No, but
yeah.
that was post. That was post impact.
Ah.
Yeah, he almost died. He fucking hit his head on a curb.
That makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. Look at him now. Look at it. See how that left eye is like
Whoa.
lower than the right eye?
Left Eye Lopez. Was that carrot cake?
That's his.
Yeah.
I like it.
That's all my ex.
He's
That's
listen to him talk though too. He's just
So good. I don't want to eat it too fast. Exactly.
that ain't Gary Busey.
Yep.
Should run for president.
He sounds like Joe Biden for real.
That's what I'm saying.
It is a baby quit.
Oh,
there it is.
look at
There
those
it is.
teeth,
That's
bro.
Busey.
he's out there. I had a
Whoa.
conversation with him on the phone once. A friend of mine was at his house, and he goes, "Hey, Gary Busey wants to talk to you." I talked to him for like 3 minutes. It was just like rambling, just crazy talk.
Sounds about right.
So I think he was talking about Jesus. It was like a lot of nutty shit talk.
His son's around too. His son's an actor.
Oh yeah.
Jake Busey.
Jake Busey.
Oh yeah, he's a
man.
great actor, man. He played that guy who was like trying to blow up the world in one of those movies.
Mm.
Oh,
Kingsman?
no. He played the guy who blew up the space machine in Contact.
What?
You remember in Contact, the first one blew up, and then the fucking watch had to go off.
Jodie Foster?
Yes, that movie. He blew up.
It was
the-
your fucking father the whole time.
Remember, they were supposed to. There was this machine that lets them go to this other planet. You remember, it spins around in a circle. It's dropped. That's him. He played
There it
the.
is.
He played the Christian
Like Ron
preacher.
White.
Yeah, that's right.
What the fuck was that?
Ron White.
Ron White.
Yeah. He plays the Christian preacher that.
That's it.
That's his son. That looks like
That sabotages the. He sabotages the space machine.
Imagine your dad is.
Do you remember that
Gary
movie?
Busey.
Yeah.
That movie was fucking great.
I like that. I saw it in the theater.
That's Carl Sagan's book.
That's right.
Yeah. So he
Jodie Foster was all right.
She was all right.
And her
McConaughey
dad.
was good in that movie too.
McConaughey's such a fucking beast.
Yeah, he's in everything.
Gee,
He
look
was
at the
really good, though.
chompers on that.
He played
guy.
a very good fucking psychopath Christian.
Yeah.
Solid movie.
He looked like a cult leader for sure.
Legit.
What's that other one? Interstellar?
Interstellar.
Yeah, the
so
other mechanic.
so
McConaughey
good.
movie. Fucking great movie.
Don't watch that on a plane.
That turned me around on McConaughey a lot.
You didn't like him?
I didn't like rom-com McConaughey.
Wow.
Tropic Thunder was the first thing that I was like, McConaughey's all right.
What about the AIDS one?
That was after Tropic
Bro, that
Thunder.
movie fucked him up.
Yeah, it did.
Physically fucked him up.
Probably, when did Dallas Buyers go? Was that before that? That was after.
Do you know that movie's about Fauci?
Shut
Oh,
up.
yeah.
Come on.
That's what it's about. Yeah.
Get out of here.
It's about suppressing therapeutics for AIDS because they wanted everybody to take AZT.
Yeah.
Dallas Buyers Club, 2013.
oh,
yeah, he
that's
got-
way later.
He got wrecked doing that movie, man. Like because he had
Yeah.
to become like an AIDSy guy, so he had to lose a ton of weight.
Never really looked the same after. Even Wolf of
He
Wall
got down
Street.
to 135
What?
pounds in 5 months.
Whoa.
Bro.
Wolf of Wall Street, he still looks a little
Well,
gaunt.
nothing's
Yeah.
worse than the machinist.
Oh, nothing's worse.
Christian
than that.
Bale.
The
Nothing's
amount of
worse
weight
than
he
that.
lost for that.
No, he almost died.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like literally like starvation. Like your organs are failing. You get down to that kind of weight. That was the crazy. And the movie sucked.
I know.
He did it
That's
for
the
a movie
worst
that's
part.
and he's one of the greatest actors of all time.
Wait, didn't
He
50 Cent do that in the movie Suck?
Yes, he
50
did.
Cent got
He
like,
did it
Really?
too. He did it too.
Yeah.
Here's
What was
the
that
thing:
movie?
if you're getting that
25
low, you don't
cents?
got the energy to put in a really good performance.
Right.
And then the script sucks.
Wait.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
right.
Like,
fucking-
remember when he hung out
you're
upside
ready to
down
die.
for the
Yeah,
Super Bowl?
but what?
That's
It's like DMX.
No way.
Yeah,
He's a dime.
and then he got big again. Remember when he was in the Super Bowl?
That's
Yeah.
him?
Remember
Yeah.
he hung upside
Joe,
down?
he got
That's
fat
why.
He had
upside
to hang
down.
upside down for like 40 minutes.
Wow.
while
That's
waiting.
why. He got big because he's like, fuck this. I
That's
went
why.
the opposite way. I mean, he got crazy. He used to be ripped, remember?
Oh, yeah.
50 Cent used to be fucking jacked.
He
He
was
used to be on
plowing-
stage, he looked like an MMA fighter.
Plowing Chelsea Handler.
He was on a liquid diet for 9 weeks.
Yikes.
Doing liquid diet right now.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus
I'm gaining
Christ.
weight on liquid diet. You know?
That is a weird thing that, like, Robert De Niro started everybody off on. You know?
What's
Remember
that?
he gained all that weight for Raging Bull?
Oh, yeah.
That was like the first time an actor had ever gotten really fat from moving.
Yeah. Matt Damon did it, too. He got real thin for Liquid Courage.
How about the lady from
Courage Under Fire.
the monster lady
Oh, yeah.
getting ugly?
Oh,
the
yeah.
hottest show in
Charlize
the
Theron.
world getting
Oh,
ugly for
yeah.
a role.
Shaved her eyebrows off. Got
Ugh.
fat and shaved her eyebrows off. Like a
Yeah.
serial killer. Eileen Wuornos.
Awesome. That's it.
Fucking great movie, though.
Yeah, it was.
Shout out to my friend Patty.
Why?
Put that movie together. Patty
Oh,
Jenkins.
okay. I was like, just
Yeah, that's her
random
movie.
letter.
That's her
Oh,
movie.
yeah.
She directed it. She directed it.
All
Yeah.
right.
And Charlize Theron fucking gained like 100 pounds from that movie. It was crazy.
Yeah.
She got super fat.
Oh no, this was one of the best ones.
Wow.
What did he do it for?
He's ripped.
He got
That's
so
always
sick of
funny.
actors letting the character get in shape in season 2 because the actor gets like a personal trainer. He goes, no, in life you get fatter. So
Oh,
he just
that's
ate
funny.
for an entire season.
Yeah. What movie was this? Or
No,
what
this
show
is
was
Always
this?
Sunny.
Oh, that's hilarious.
He's a hunk.
Because he was a hunk and then he decided to get fat. Good for
He
him.
was slightly a hunk. Then he got very fat. Then he became a super hunk. And now it's just him and Ryan Reynolds being hunks.
Owning soccer
Being
teams.
silly hunks.
Being silly hunks.
Which
Everybody
is the
loves a
funniest
silly hunk.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The hunk.
Everybody loves that guy.
Hey, silly
Yeah.
At least Joe keeps his shirt on usually.
Most of the time.
Yeah, Van Wilder, based on Burt Kreischer.
Isn't that nuts?
It's so crazy.
Isn't that nuts? It's literally a movie based on Burt. It really is.
Yeah.
They wrote a story about it for Rolling Stone
The
magazine.
original title was The Interruption.
It reminds me of me.
You guys have such good birds.
Oh, you gotta go pee. Come on. Nope.
I'm
got
okay.
Damn
I'm
it.
ready
Hanging in
for
there.
the third time.
I did the
third
sauna.
time. Wait, the third time? That's Therese.
That's the one you were waiting on?
That's the one. It's been sitting on
The fact that you can still get one this many hours in.
I was waiting for you to do the third one.
I know.
Do another one.
Ronnie keeps pulling out these knives. I'm getting nervous.
Sorry. No more knives.
Nice.
Every 5 minutes, Norman's pulling out a knife and no one's even noticing.
Thanks.
Oh my god.
I just did Something's Burning. That show's still going.
How's it? Well,
It's about LA now.
it's
doing great now that
now that it's free.
Yeah.
The shackles it was in. That story
Contract
is
disputes.
nuts. That story is from Bert to tell, but for us to go,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Oh,
we can't
it's
talk
not-
about
it's
it
not
on the
fair,
show,
like-
but
Sorry, geez.
off
Look at
the
the
air,
drama.
we'll tell you the whole story.
Oh, no.
And
I don't
you'll
know
go,
anything about
what the
Business fucking
fuck?
sucks.
Well,
Everybody you think is cool sucks.
It doesn't have to be
Doesn't
that
have to
way.
be.
Doesn't have to be that
You're
way.
good at like,
Thank you.
it's like cool. It's everybody pass around money the way you should.
It's how it's supposed to be.
Oh,
Everybody
right,
should be
right.
fine. Have a good time. Let's all have fun together. It's not, but that's not how it is. Everybody wants it all. They want the giant chunk of it. You know, we were talking about the other day. We were talking about festivals.
Yeah.
You know, these festivals, they'll sell, tickets for a giant arena, and they'll take a giant chunk of all the money, and they have all these comics up, but everybody's there to see the comics.
Yeah.
But you are making up, well, we have employees.
Right.
Why do you have employees? Like, what is this? Like,
Okay,
what is
good.
your business? Your business is like selling other people's art at a cut rate
Right.
because you get them all together because they're all here. Like, it doesn't make any
So you know
sense.
what it led to? The way cab drivers were so shitty that led to Uber.
Yes.
That led to Bert's tour.
Right.
Bert's like fun
Right.
festival tour.
Right,
He goes, I'll
right,
just run it
right.
myself then. Cut you guys out.
They offered me one of those once, and it was like so ridiculous.
You did one at Toronto?
Which one?
I think you did JFL 42.
No, I
were just
headlined. No, it was the JFL was going on, and I did an arena. I did it like with them, sort of.
Yeah, exactly.
But it wasn't the same thing. It wasn't like
Yeah.
what they do, because what they were doing was like you would go and do one of those big shows with all these names on it, and they would give you like, let's just say a number like X.
Yeah.
And I was like, but how many of these people are coming to see me? And like, you're gonna put my name on the thing, with and
Exactly.
you're gonna give me a tiny amount of money in comparison to what I would make if I did the show, and I could just do a show. Like, this doesn't make any sense, and it was all because they have employees. But why?
Yeah.
But then they went under.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because it's like you can't. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Because you get to a certain point when you're selling tickets, like why would I not sell? Why would I not make money when I'm selling tickets for you? It doesn't make any sense.
But is there a thing where sometimes you do a fest and the fest helps you sell tickets?
Yeah, maybe when you're coming up, right? But once you already can sell out big places and they're asking you to sell out a big place, but they want the money, like what are you talking about? This doesn't make any sense. There's like 5 people on this show that can sell at a 10,000 seat arena.
Right.
And they're all getting a fraction of the money, and you guys are getting most of it. It's like there's a bunch of those things that happen and without names. Like the South by Southwest was the craziest one. They offered to have me come down. And you know what they were going to give me? They were going to give me free tickets to watch the other shows. I'm not bullshitting.
What about drinks?
I'm not bullshitting.
No, that's South by.
No,
That's South by.
no, they didn't offer me
That's
drinks. They didn't offer me drinks. They didn't offer me a hotel. They didn't offer me flights.
Damn.
There's no hotels.
No flights. Sorry, we already used flights.
Yeah.
Use again. It's
Keep
there.
it going.
But like those things, that's fucking crazy. Like that's crazy. Like what is your business model based on? Like your business model is based on selling tickets. So you have artists perform, you sell the tickets, you make all the money.
He's gonna hear us right now. That's probably why. He comes back anytime you're quiet. He has to talk. Oh, he panics. Just be silent. He comes back. Just be silent.
Well, he panics if he doesn't think things are funny.
He's gonna go.
Like if we start talking about like fucking weird DNA shit or something. Hey, wow,
Hey,
fatty.
He's the most successful autistic person in the world.
How is his stack of notes looking? I haven't seen his ass. How's his stack of notes? It's still sticking out of his ass like a tumor. It's like a festering pus in his right cheek. What is going on with your ass
Yeah,
pocket?
you're gonna want to see Jeremiah Love score a touchdown versus Penn State.
You think it's gonna happen?
Wait, no, hold on. That was fun.
Oh, look at this air. That's insane.
Wow. No, wait to see the
Bro,
effort.
that's insane.
Wait to see the effort he put in to score this.
Show that again.
Oh, it's crazy.
That
was great.
leap right there.
It's slow,
Look
bro.
at that. That is insane.
Look
That's
at
so
that. He's
impressive.
got a hurt knee.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. He's got a brace on.
His right knee's fucked up. He didn't
He
get a lot of
led with
touches.
it.
That's so crazy.
Wait till you see the touchdown he scored.
Yeah, he did that all with his left leg.
Yeah.
Like he's favoring his right knee
Oh, yeah.
even when he goes down.
Yeah.
For an extra 2 yards.
I know, that was like a loss of yards.
Yeah, that was like, dude, just
Bro,
give it up.
but that's a fucking player you want on your team.
He's the first player Notre Dame's had in a while that's like a complete mutant.
Wow.
He's
What's wrong with his knee?
Watch this touchdown run. Just watch the effort.
From the 2, Irish trying to take the lead.
It's anybody's game at this
He
point.
handed it off to Love, who stays on his feet.
Wow.
It's in the end zone.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, fuck Penn State. I needed it.
Some child's getting fucked today.
Don't get me wrong, fuck Ohio State.
Damn.
For sure. But fuck Penn State. We needed that win.
Yeah.
That was my
That was the
whole,
closest game
my
to the
whole
playoffs.
childhood was on this game.
You know, I never went to see a live football game until I moved to Texas. I see them all the time though.
UT?
Yeah, UT. I went to Dallas and I saw the Cowboys play the Jets.
Oh, Cowboys
fucking
Stadium's
amazing.
great.
It's incredible.
Amazing.
It's literally
You're
incredible.
also
It's so
college. The
fun.
tailgating at college is unreal.
Yeah, you got to get to a college game.
Oh,
It's
I've been to a bunch of UT
tailgating.
games.
I went
Yeah.
to a. I
I
went to
shot
a,
the cannon.
Oh, really?
I shot the cannon.
Oh,
at
that's
UT.
right.
It
I
was
was so
so
scared
dope.
of that fucking cannon.
It's so loud.
So scared.
And they got a bull wandering around like a real bull. Like
I
this is
touched the
crazy.
bull. I was afraid of the bull too. I touched it like a
Did I went to
autistic man.
University of Montana game?
Oh, really? Autistic
And
man.
they were like, "You can touch it."
I went to Montana game. We were going to tailgate hopping, and I was like, "We should do something." It was an opening game. We just made 200 Jello shots. And we
Oh,
just
you tell me that.
walked
Yeah.
around passing the people that are into Jello shots could not contain their
Yeah,
excitement. Like what? And like, what's the score? We're like for the whales, and they go, okay. It's just to give out. Yeah, just to make up. We make up charities.
Oh, okay.
Like, to raise awareness for homeless moms. I'm like,
Nice.
oh, okay. And then we got into like the official tailgate, and then we got talking to like, you can't pass out alcohol at a place where we're serving alcohol.
Oh,
we got kicked out. It was so fun.
Oh, that
it was
makes
so
sense.
fun. People love Jello shots.
that makes sense.
Oh yeah, Cricket McKay does Jello shots now.
Whoa!
Whatever. Which of a red or a green.
All right. Get out of town.
Yeah, Mothership's got to start doing Jello shots.
Yeah. Uh-oh. What'd I miss? Ah, shit. I saw the eyes.
What?
That's eyes. It's a new one.
You got out of it. When you left, I was like, just be quiet, Mark. We'll hate it.
Oh,
we're
you
gonna
got that right.
leave silence out there for you. I blew it.
Also,
But
you
that's
gotta
how
handle
I
the
felt like
silence.
I don't want to do tricks when guys go pee.
Are you guys gonna go? You going to Kill Tony tonight?
Yeah.
Who's the
I don't think I am.
who's the guest on Kill Tony tonight?
It's
I
us.
think we are. Protect our
I
purse.
did the arena with Kill Tony on New Year's.
Yeah.
Fucking amazing.
The heat.
Fucking amazing.
head,
I did the day
the
before.
heat,
I did the
The 30th.
night before, the 30th. He sold out 2 nights.
Twice in a row.
Yeah, 2 nights in a row.
Hot show.
at
2
the
years in a
arena.
row. We're doing that.
2 years in a row, 2 nights in a row at the arena. Mad packed with fucking crazy fans. Dice Clay performed. It was amazing.
Wow.
The fucking Kill Tony experience is so different. It's such a fun
It's
thing.
a new show every time.
It's a new show every
So you
time, and the
come to 2 in a row,
fans are so rabid. They're
When-
so happy to be there.
when
It's
he-
fucking incredible.
When he did MSG, all the comedy clubs in the city filled up with those fans. They're like, well, I'm here
That's
with Tony,
right.
but it's in Stams and Stella. And it was just
Yeah.
like, you were a hero
Yeah.
everywhere you went for
Yeah.
like 3 days.
That's how it should be. You know, we could do that here. We could have Austin like that all the time.
Keep expanding.
I need to buy a theater. I'm gonna buy a theater.
You
in
gonna
here.
do it?
Do
Yeah,
it.
man, I
Do
think that's
it.
the next move. The next move is buy a big place where big names can come in for the weekends. You know, and just give them a sweet deal. Give them a deal the same way with the mothership. Like
How
give them
much?
most of
How
the money.
much would a theater, like, what's that
It's a lot of
price?
money, Ari.
Oh, Bryce, that's a new one.
got it in there. You got it in there.
That was great. What's that price?
I don't know.
If you have a theater that can entice like big name people to come in,
Yeah.
you know, because you can only get such a high name to do a 250 seat room unless it's our Tuesday night shows are some of the best fucking shows.
My
in the
Uber
world.
driver, he was like, I mean, I used to come once a year, but now it's like I come to a podcast, like, may as well. My buddy built a place to just
Stay
do
a week.
spots.
The greatest
So I'll just do
playground on
spots.
earth.
Yeah.
When we were there the other night, that fucking lineup was
crazy.
bananas.
I saw that
Back
a
to
lot.
back
That
night.
was sick.
Crazy. It was Ron White, Theo, Shane. Who else? Who else was on the? Was
Segura.
Brian Segura?
Whoa.
That's right. Segura, Simpson, me, Tony.
Theo. Theo
Fucking
still there?
incredible show.
Irving, no women.
No ladies. But we have some funny
Yeah,
chicks there too.
The night before was Whitney.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Bro, Whitney's killing it right now.
Yeah.
Something about having a kid like made her extra funny.
That's did it to Louis. No, Louis said
Yeah,
that. He
it's
was
true.
like, I had a kid, and I was like, I gotta get to work.
Right.
Do the same hour for
You
10
can't
years.
you can't dilly dally when you've got mouths to feed that aren't
Right.
yours.
Exactly.
It gets heavy. You got one coming, right?
Yeah, 1 week.
Yeah.
1 week.
It's like right now.
No, it's not mine.
Oh. If it comes out black, you're full. You're free.
That's true.
What are you gonna do?
So I can
Yeah,
have
what are
right.
you How nervous
How
are you?
nervous are you?
I'm a little scared, but I'm excited to meet
Oh
the
yeah,
little
we
guy.
already discussed this.
Ah, it's not
Disgusting.
interesting.
It's sick.
Any
very
retard can have a kid. Crackheads have kids.
That's
Jamie.
true.
And who are
Yeah.
you doing it with? You're one.
Ari Shafir with the fucking ninth inning.
There we go.
Ninth inning
Yeah, a
home
little
run.
rally cap.
Yeah, that a baby.
Books.
Ow!
Easy. Come on. Talk to
America's
us.
Sweetheart on Netflix right now.
America's Sweetheart available right now.
What do you know what you're gonna name the kid?
Yeah, we're going Jussie Smollett. I do. I can't say.
Is
Don't
it
say.
a boy or a girl?
It's a boy. It's a boy.
You don't want to set your kid up
No.
for trolls when they're not even born.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They got some privacy laws for the minors.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to have
Actually,
privacy
they're
laws for
laws.
everybody.
Yeah.
It's the laws are weird, man.
This like idea, like it's journalism. Like, nah. You're just
Well, the weird one is when someone buys a house, and even if they buy it under an LLC, immediately the house gets put up on the internet. They show
Yeah,
where the guy
Zillow.
lives. This is the fucking plans of the house.
Right.
This is the best place to stalk These are bushes where they can't see you.
Yeah, that's not
Weird.
You know
Weird.
everything about you.
Wow, it's like we're moving into this place where no one's going to have any secrets anymore. With all this encryption that's going to get broken because of quantum computing, we're fucked.
So think about it. Said 2010 was the year we gave up privacy.
Really?
Everyone started filming everything on your iPhone. You had a camera on you. And
Yeah.
we just kind of all agreed we're done with privacy.
Well, is this going to come a point where encryption fails?
Yeah.
And so all this iMessage shit, like everything's going to fail.
It's a Black Mirror episode, isn't it?
It is.
All secrets get
Yeah.
out.
Really?
And then it's like, there's, oh no, it's Westworld. And then it's just mayhem and war. People are fighting against each other.
You think it's going to be
Westworld
that?
season 3.
I think it's going to be an understanding.
Not at first.
Well, if everything's
Not
out,
at first. Somebody
nothing's
fucks
crazy.
somebody's wife or girlfriend
Oh,
20 years
yeah.
ago.
Oh, it's
All
gonna
that
be a lot
gets
of that.
out.
Oh,
It's a
it's
South
gonna be
Park
a lot of that.
episode
You
too.
tried even to do it, really?
Yeah.
I think it. People
Which
going
one? Swear to God, the cloud. There's an episode where everybody read everybody's text.
And then it's just
we gotta move our texts over to fucking WhatsApp and delete them every day.
But if everyone's texts are out, no one can get canceled.
Yeah, but ours are worse.
Ours are worse.
We set the bar. That protect our parks chain is fucking rough.
Oh, that's wild.
Just the memes alone can cause real problems. A couple of there. That are
My
like,
whole algorithm right now is just Hitler playing basketball.
mine is Jews
Oh,
telling
this
you
is
what's
Jamie,
Yacidic.
Jamie,
I saw that one.
can you please put up a Hitler highlight video? It's not as funny as it gets.
AI playing basketball?
But it's so good.
That's
It's
what
him
it is.
walking into the arena. Him playing football is so good.
What is it? AI?
It's AI. It's just they just superimpose him onto.
Does he
Patrick
win all the
Mahomes.
time? Because
It's
that's
so
concerning.
funny.
Does
No,
he
he
win?
they show him walking into the arena.
Oh,
Like the
yeah.
camera, and then
And everybody goes
it
crazy?
looks shitty.
Is there a Hitler in the UFC one?
Probably.
Ooh,
Yeah,
there will be now.
I've seen a lot of.
Because you mentioned that.
Oh, that's
so crazy. This is so crazy.
Oh, it does look shitty.
It looks shitty, which makes it funnier.
Well, it has to look shitty.
I've seen a lot of George Floyd versus Derek Chauvin.
Travel.
Oh my god.
Didn't he
Dude, I saw
travel
a guy
there?
at the park once playing, it's a black guy playing with a Klan outfit on. He was just dunking on this white dude.
There's a Derek Chauvin versus George Floyd fight, and it's McGregor versus
I've seen
Eddie
that.
Alvarez.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
I've seen
that.
Taking him apart.
Yeah, it's so
AI is
crazy.
amazing.
It's pretty funny.
What he can do now with the
Diddy and LeBron in
Did
jail
you see
together?
the
That one?
video that Kill Tony had made?
Oh,
Pull that
yeah,
up.
before the MSG shows.
Fucking no,
With them
before
all, like-
the recent one.
Pull it up.
Before the recent one,
With
the
them.
New Year show. Those guys, the Door Brothers, did it. You know those
Oh,
guys?
yeah.
Those guys are
That
fucking
was awesome.
incredible.
Yeah, the door
They're
brothers.
incredible. Well, look at this. It's so good. Jamie will find it. It's so good. You watch it, this is so wild. This like William Montgomery's in it. David
Yeah.
Lucas is in it. It's crazy.
Damn.
Guy blows his brains out in it. It's fucking wild.
Well, that fucking Biden Trump thing, you guys. That's
Insane.
Is that 30 million views?
Watch this.
at
Look
this
at this.
point?
Give me the volume.
Oh, it's right there.
Oh,
Where's
gross.
the volume?
So good.
Naked red bad rolls.
Oh,
So
man. Muslim ban.
What are we doing?
Uh-oh. The show's over.
Are they putting like
Red
two?
rum. All we know is red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum.
Did they not?
What the
They didn't act these out off of
No,
that?
this is all AI.
Really?
Yeah. None of these guys are
real?
really doing this.
What?
This is all fake.
It
Yeah.
looks so good.
100%? Wow.
100%.
100%. Whoa. This is AI?
Yeah, it's all AI, man.
Holy,
Isn't
holy,
that crazy?
holy.
Look at this.
Whoa.
The girl thing.
No,
Oh, look at that. Whoa.
that's good.
Oh, AI is going to fuck us. Imagine another 10 years.
I've seen that in real life. I've seen that exact
Look at
face.
David Lucas.
David Lucas
He
looks sick.
stabbed somebody.
David Lucas won't leave a breadcrumb.
Isn't this crazy?
That's crazy. Whoa.
Bro,
hard
look at this.
R. This is freaking me out.
Isn't it amazing?
That's amazing. This is not None of this was acted out.
And imagine what this is going to be like in 5 years from now.
Exactly.
In a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
It looks really good.
It looks amazing.
William's my favorite.
Jesus. Hey. Damn it. Oh, they got me.
They got you.
Oh, Jesus. Puerto Rico. I love Puerto Rico. Just like Woody.
Isn't this amazing?
Yeah, how about Trump throwing Tony on the
Selling
bus?
out Tony. Just
What he
selling
did,
him
Trump
out.
Dog was just like, I don't know him. I don't
But he
want to
doesn't
know
know
him.
But I don't want to know him.
They were
Well, I
like,
mean, he almost lost the fucking election.
he goes, I don't know him. I don't want
It wasn't cool. It wasn't
Firstly,
cool.
I don't
What's he
wanna
gonna
know
do?
him.
In the
wasn't
middle
cool.
of that, you gotta denounce
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
No, I like
You
what
gotta denounce
the
it.
vice president guy said. He goes, I haven't seen it, but guys, shut up already with jokes.
Oh yeah, JD Vance.
That would have been a
yeah,
cooler way to
that
do
was
that.
awesome.
I don't know him. I
That's
don't
one.
want to know him.
What were they talking about? Because he was like, why are we talking about this? Let's talk
Yeah, it's
about
like,
Yeah.
they're on homelessness?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they
Yes.
were just trying anything. They were
Yeah,
trying
of course.
anything. Internal polling, like they were lying. Like their internal pollings were going to get wiped out, and they were lying. They were trying to make it look like it was
We're
going to
doing
be, and they were going to win, and so everybody would be excited. And they were asking for money, like the whole time, and then asking for money
They're
when it
still
was
asking
over.
for money.
But they were asking for money when they knew they were
Still
going to
get
win,
those texts.
and then they
Me
were
too.
asking for money when they were losing.
You up?
Mark
Jesus,
my
like,
words,
they're
they
just
just
will do
money.
Bill
asking
Tony.
for money the whole time, and then after they lost, asking for money.
Wait, mark your words what?
He's going to do Kill Tony
Trump.
one day. Trump.
Donald Trump.
I
I mean,
bet.
Trump is Trump.
Yeah. He could do it.
Tony's like garbage, not special, but like clip, whatever set was like, when he set it up, it was like, I just wanted Shane as Trump with Donald Trump. It would have been cool.
No,
he called it that.
No, that's what it's
Garbage
show.
the title.
The special is called Garbage.
I thought you were like, Tony's garbage special. I was like, what? No.
Literally called Garbage.
All right.
Garbage Island.
The one that he released on Twitter.
Yeah.
Genius.
You're like,
Genius.
what the fuck are you
It's
doing,
like, bro, that's our
I thought you
friend.
liked Tony.
Trump can still do it. He can still do it.
He could
Especially
do
if
it.
Kill
He
Tony
could, he
keeps
would.
killing it. And Kill Tony's going to keep killing it. He's awesome at it. That's what he does.
And all
Talk
the
shit about things.
all
Yeah.
the canceling helps the numbers.
RFK
I'm sure.
or
For him, it did, bro. He
It's
went on
fun.
stage in the middle of it all. On stage, it was like fucking the Rolling Stones just showed up. It was
Whoa.
nuts. He went on stage at the store at the Mothership Brother, and they went fucking bananas.
Store, too.
Might as well be.
It's
I call it
funny.
the main room. I call that other room the main
I do
room.
too.
I never call it
The
fat.
reaction the comedy audiences give to someone who's like outed, whatever word you want to use, is like they're just like, we support you.
Yeah.
They're so they know what's happening, and they're like, we don't like it. You're our guy.
And
Damn.
they know what's going on. It's
Yeah.
like that cancer shit doesn't work anymore. So it's just fucking stupid, especially over a joke like that.
Yeah.
Like, shut up.
I know.
Just shut up. But it was funny because he got canceled once and then he got over it. And he's like, "Bro, I thought the first one was bad because this one was rough." He said he didn't sleep until I endorsed Trump. He goes, "That was the first time I had any sleep in 2 weeks."
Whoa.
He lost weight.
Whoa.
He was so scared.
He lost weight. What
Yeah.
did he have to lose?
Yeah, he didn't have much to
He
lose.
had extra.
He couldn't eat. He said he couldn't eat.
It's just blowing away in the Santa Ana winds.
He was like an ember. He was like an ember taking out a mansion.
Emperor alert.
Say Sam
Tony's flaming.
Sam Morrell has some friend that lost an $82 million house.
Oh,
The
what?
most
Is that right?
expensive house to ever burn in the fire.
What friend does Sandler?
That's what I didn't even ask. I'm like, if you want to tell me, you can tell me. I'm not even gonna pry.
Sandler?
You know somebody like that.
Damn.
Somebody had an
Shit.
$82 million
Sandler.
house. It might be Sandler. That is a good guess. He's friends with Sandler.
He is, yeah.
If anybody's gonna have a $82 million house, you see the conspiracy theories? Why is Tom Hanks' house not get burned down?
Oh, they did that in Maui too. They did the same thing.
What is this? What is this?
Yeah,
A little bit.
those conspiratards. Conspiratards are the best.
And then they
Yeah.
have an answer. They're like, it's because of this. And they go,
No. Deep state.
Conspiratards.
Deep state. EMF, direct energy weapons, Russians, Chinese.
It'll come back. I mean,
Yeah,
Katrina
that's
fucked the
added
whole
to the
New Orleans up,
dictionary.
and we're all back and
it'll
running.
come back.
Yeah. It'll
The
take 10 years.
Palisades
But yeah, man, it's not even like some homes.
is all the houses.
What? How do you even get started with the Mexican
Bro.
going to build our house?
Bro,
Like,
it's
no, I'm 30
bigger
behind.
than Manhattan. Larger than the size of Manhattan is burned. Like
Mm.
by I think
Of
2.5
Manhattan?
times. I think it's find out if that's correct.
Palisades is
I
that
know
big?
it's what burned. not just Palisades, but all the fires together.
right.
It's larger than
Still,
Manhattan.
Manhattan's huge. I mean, just
Manhattan,
east to west
It's
village.
not that big.
Fucking
I know, but
huge.
east
It's
to
big
west,
enough.
It's
your
14
place to
by
my
2.
place, and then imagine going up to like
All fire.
old stand-up New York.
all fire.
Yeah.
Like that had to be
Right.
rebuilt.
And the whole
No
Central
way.
Park. Yeah,
Crazy.
it's crazy.
Just Manhattan's so dense with tall
yeah.
buildings in the
Those
same area.
Rodneys, the cherry rooms.
So this is
there's
just
no way they
Residential homes, but the size of land is bigger than Manhattan.
They'll never. I mean,
How are they
going
going
to
to rebuild it?
decade before they even start on
More
some of
than
the
that.
houses?
What? Also, they got to go through the Coastal Commission. That's
That's gonna fuck
unbelievably
them.
brutal.
What does that mean?
The regulations.
Yeah,
What is that?
it's fucking brutal.
Try
What's
to build
that?
a pool, they'll fuck you. Imagine a new
Yeah,
house.
it's crazy.
Pretty sad.
What's that
It
lady?
is.
The fitness lady?
Suzanne Powder.
No, the other one.
Suzanne
the dark-haired lady.
Julian Michaels.
Yeah, Julian Michaels. Julian Michaels was just talking.
Great
She was on a podcast. We said it took her after the last fire a year to get the permit to clean up after the last fire.
There you go.
A year. She said she had dead
A
animals
woman
in her
can't
pool.
clean up?
She couldn't clean up the pool. It took her. She said there was animals that died in the pool because they were trying to escape the fire.
What do you mean they couldn't clean up?
They weren't allowed to clean up. You have to get a permit to clean up.
What?
Fucking
Yeah.
government.
A year.
Everyone's it's the right, it's the left,
That's
it's
that
all
commission.
of them.
But that's
No,
that
that's
coastal
actually- that's the
commission
left.
is the coastal commission is
That one there?
unbelievably
That's the left.
Bureaucracy.
Yeah, but that's the left.
Too much government.
Too much government.
But it's California is uniquely retarded.
Yes, that's true.
Especially the coastal area.
Bill Maher's been bitched by that for 20 years.
Uniquely difficult to build there. Like I had a friend who was building a house there. He's like, "Don't do it. Don't ever build a house there."
Wow.
He goes, "It's driving me fucking crazy." It took years to get approval.
Yeah, live
And then
somewhere
they
else.
just look up your ass with a fucking microscope with everything you're doing, and they have the ability to do it. So of course they act on that. You know, they have power over you. They have power over these rich people, so they flex. And I'm sure there's a lot of bitey old moving around.
Yeah.
Little bitches, little that. You want to go on vacation?
Oh,
Want to
yeah.
go on my yacht?
Live
What
in
you got on my
Mechanicsburg.
plane?
You should move to Mechanicsburg.
Yeah, it's a spot.
That's the spot.
Especially if you're shingles.
I love passing that sign on the way to I don't know what clubs you pass
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh. It was
Yeah.
that. It was me and Colin and Nate were driving. We're like, oh, wait, it's a real place.
That's it.
It's not just from like movies.
What, Pittsburgh?
Not Mechanicsburg.
Mechanicsburg.
Oh.
Is Mike in the Mechanics?
Shit rocks. What's that?
Mike in the Mechanics? Is that Mechanicsburg?
No, Poison is from Mechanicsburg.
Hey,
Oh, really?
there you
Yeah.
go.
Jim Henson's from What's your name?
We got Poison.
That's something.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Poison rules. Jamie, play a little Poison. Fire it up.
Is it 18 to Life? No, that's not. What's Poison's big hits?
Where are you from?
Every
Maryland?
rose has its thorn.
Maryland's got stuff.
Oh, Maryland's got a
So
lot
you
of
got Edgar Allan
So
Poe.
Dave Chappelle.
Wait, who's ain't nothing but a good time?
Keys. The one
Ain't
about
nothing but a
that
good time.
That's them too, right? Isn't that?
Dave
Start thinking
Chappelle.
about Dave Chappelle, yeah.
He's not from Maryland?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was from DC.
Oh, DC. Okay.
Just outside.
That's different.
No, it's just outside DC in Maryland.
No.
Well, it's just
Different.
outside. It's not
Everything's
Maryland.
just outside. Yeah.
It's just outside DC into Maryland.
Oh, okay.
Ain't
okay.
nothing but a good time.
That's Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania.
Just
Where's
waiting
the
to
coffee
take
blow there?
Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
Interesting choice to play a better song in your music video.
Yeah. That's bold.
You need to speak slow and stop. You need to get your foot in gear or you're out of here. Get it? Move.
The
Oh,
old
I
late
see a really good
dishwasher
answer.
days.
The old bosses.
Great head of hair.
Oh, no, that's all they did.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Come on, bro. That's what Mechanicsburg does.
Kicks open the door to a fucking concert. I don't want to wash dishes.
And why would you watch it at all with that going on?
Because he's trying to make it in the band, Ari. They're going to pay for the band.
Man, this is gay.
It's
so
so
gay.
It's so gay. It's
That's
crazy. They all wore
Here's
makeup.
Mateo. Here's Mateo's screensaver.
That's the last one. That's fine. That's gay. That's fine. How'd they stay so thin back then?
Heroin.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
Like Iggy Pop, still ripped.
Isn't it crazy, like, how they used to dress? Like, the hair and everything?
Oh, yeah.
Like, what happened? And Nirvana killed that like a bullet.
Yeah, they're like,
Yeah.
actually, you guys are super lame.
Yeah.
Cut your fucking hair.
When
just
Nirvana
like
came
Banks.
along, it just died.
Killed hair metal.
Killed it. Killed it. Never mind, killed it.
You guys are phonies.
Yeah.
Rightfully so.
Rightfully so.
But it was
They
just
had it done.
crazy, the shift in culture from.
This needed to stop.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Cocaine needed a little dose of heroin.
You're right.
That's a great quote. Cocaine. That's a T-shirt. Cocaine needed a little dose of heroin.
Yes, yeah, because
It
they,
really
they
is
killed all the
90s rock.
psychedelics, right? So the 60s were all the psychedelic. The 70s, everyone was just recovering. And then the 80s come along and everyone's doing coke. And the music got awful.
Bravado music.
It's just weird. Everyone's wearing makeup and they're all fucking dancing around with their tight pants on with their
Eighties
butts
had some
eyeliner,
hits.
bro.
80s had some hits.
Eyeliner
Yeah, for
and
sure.
teased up hair. It was
Yeah.
weird.
Even the cool ones like
What
Cure
are
are
you?
still like, hey,
Flying
Yeah, it was weird.
Seagulls. Don't you forget about me.
yeah.
Crazy. And then Iron Maiden.
Oh, Iron Maiden's killer.
Yeah. So you get a lot of weirdness.
How about
Right?
the Misfits?
You get dudes dressed up like gay bikers.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that.
A lot of things was
Yeah.
Pantera before.
Look at
this
these
guy.
fucking fruits.
Fucking YMCA.
Pantera, the
That
glam
fucking
metal
CBC
days. Bro, look at Pantera.
Yeah.
Pantera was fucking rocking the glam look.
If you see all these guys on the side of the highway, you'd be like, oh, they're hooking.
It's
Yeah,
so
yeah,
funny to be
yeah.
that
Yeah.
fucking fat guy in the group. Like, guys, are you sure we all want to dress like this?
I'm allowed.
Because it's not business.
You sure you want to wear a weapon?
It's just dress normal.
That's with no shirt? Come on.
If you're a fat guy and you're a
Tuesday,
glam
Tuesday,
band, you
work.
better be playing drums.
It's George
Yeah,
Tuesday
behind the
t-shirt.
cymbals.
Fat guys would be like, are you sure this doesn't suck?
You're like, it sucks.
How
That's
weird
my
is it?
parents.
Like,
It sucks.
there was a time where you dressed in a way that no one would ever dress in public, and it was cool.
Well,
Yeah.
the best was me and Diaz were at the
Look
griddle.
at that! Look at that!
Caution tape.
You'd see
Try
those people
tough.
on Sunset at like 3 p.m.
Damn, I would
With
fuck
like-
like 3 of these guys.
The guy on the left is not bad.
All
The guy on the left is
Right.
like, I would take.
If you're doing meth, the guy on the right sucking your dick.
Like, that was an Olympic.
He's jerking you off with those studs on his
All right,
hand.
what order of who you choose? I go left, right,
Go back up.
left, middle, right, middle.
I go,
Oh,
Yeah, it's different.
yeah.
It's a
That
different
guy,
one,
all right, he beat the Olympic boxer.
We got a fifth member of guy's boxing for Algeria now. I go 1,
Left, uh-huh.
Judas Priest was the craziest
2,
thing.
4.
One is high.
One, obviously one all the way left. I'd go all the way to the right.
All the way to the right. Fuck, dude, that's number 4.
That's the angry
That's the guy that
blowjob.
sucks your dick if you're
No,
on
no,
that.
no. Third to second. Third to second.
Which one could go trans the easiest?
We've all fucked worse. Obviously, we've all fucked worse.
Which one could go trans the easiest?
Oh,
lower left,
bottom left.
They're right
bottom
there.
left.
They're not
Lower
going to
left
the
is
door.
already
Yeah, culture club is there.
Look at their
Yeah.
lipstick. That's so crazy.
They're wearing lipstick.
Look at the nails.
And they're
Earring.
fucking. They're
That is
fucking more than a
so
month than we ever
Who the
had.
fuck is Cry Tub? Who the fuck are these guys? I never heard of them.
I've never heard of
Well,
Cry.
this is why they went too far.
They went too
They
far.
went way over to being a girl.
Cry
Isn't that nuts?
Top.
If you tried to do that now, people would think you're culturally appropriating trans people.
It's true.
The
yeah.
rules of glam metal.
You know what's really funny? The
Yeah,
straight girls who
right,
put fake dicks in their underwear and they get a lot of money on OnlyFans.
They trick me.
Oh, there you go.
They're poison.
Yeah, those guys.
A poison tribute band.
Shut up.
Oh.
You can't experience poisons in the house.
That's right. Yeah, we took it down. You're real.
Yeah.
Did you know how many underwear I had to shop through on Amazon to bring out my fake dick or fake pussy on Kill Tony?
Oh, how many?
They have
What do you
starter
mean?
pussies for trans
Ah.
people. If you attach a
Christ.
pussy to your dick, so it looks like you have a pussy.
Oh,
That's what I had to find to get on Kill Tony.
Just push it.
Oh,
Yeah, so there's a hole you can stick your dick in to hold it, and it's got tendrils to like hold it in,
Ooh,
and so like you have a puss.
what?
Yeah,
Ooh, like a fleshlight that you strap on?
yeah. And then Harlan Williams figured it.
Oh.
but there was also a hole right through the bottom.
Yeah,
so
look
you
at this
just
dude on the
Cry
left with
tough.
the double chin.
They're crying tough.
Look at Anthony Cumia.
they're all cool me up. Every one of these is cool me
That's
up.
Dave Portnoy.
That looks like
Rich Voss.
Yeah.
The second from the right.
Voss
That's Rich
used to
Voss.
look like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. He used to have a
He used to
hair.
have Jerry
Yeah.
girls.
Yeah.
right.
Well,
It's
but
a whole
hold on,
different band.
yeah.
Yeah.
This
Ross
is-
in the early days.
This is a 1984. This is not the cover band. This is a different band.
This
These
is the
guys
band we're
got
looking
laid
at.
This
Maryland.
is Cry Tough.
Yeah, this is a demo track from 1984.
Let's hear it.
Vamos.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Vamos.
Eyes of a Killer.
Not bad.
Got a little Zeppelin.
Sings all it.
This kind of music makes you shake your butt like this.
Like Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom, yeah.
Yeah, trying to appropriate some land.
You ever hear Charles Manson's song?
Yeah,
It's
What?
good.
it's not bad.
It's good
Pull it
folk
up.
music.
Charles Manson, he got together
It's
with
folk
Brian
music.
Wilson.
Oh,
Yeah,
They
Brian
work
was
together?
like threatening. He was threatening Brian Wilson's life. Like he
so
was
like
trying.
produce this for me?
Yeah. He got in with them. Like we probably brought a bunch of the
Were you
hippie
guys
girls
fart?
around. When you guys fart over there?
I did
A
not
while
fart.
ago, yeah.
His-
It's good.
It's not bad.
It's folk music. It's better than Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan sucks. This is
Does
fun.
it smell like shit? Does anyone smell it? I don't smell it. Let me hear some more of
It's the
this.
smelling stuff.
Hear some more of that Manson. He's not going to get any money from us.
Yeah.
Not bad.
It's not bad.
Kind of Neil Youngy. He's a
It's
big
not
race
bad.
war guy.
I was on a fuck Bob Dylan train for a while.
Yeah.
Then you start listening to some Bob Dylan.
Here comes the story of the
Dylan, great.
Hurricane was like my
Hurricane's a
favorite song.
fucking
I will
great
say
song.
one
that
time I
movie is a waste of time. I saw the
Oh.
movie.
Well, apparently they made a little. They fucked around
Biopics
with the reality.
suck.
Yes.
Biopics always suck.
Wait, Bob Dylan's still alive. We have Google. Why are you changing
Biopics
the
always
history?
suck.
They added
Why
a
you call them
guy.
biopics?
Biopics.
No,
There you go.
biopic. No,
Am I wrong?
you guys are all wrong.
No,
You guys are all
biopics.
wrong.
It's a biopic.
They fucked around
For
with
real?
the actual story. They
Biopic.
added a
You
bad
guys are
cop.
the espresso.
Yeah, they had a
I'm
lot of shit.
actually.
Yeah, it's biopic, and then the dummies took over and called it biopic.
Chalamet
It's
killed
biopic.
it. I'll say
It's
that.
biopic.
What's that?
It's my
Chalamet
choice.
killed it.
Killed in what?
Timothy Chalamet.
He's Bob Dylan.
Oh,
in the
did he kill
movie.
it? I didn't see
He's
it.
great.
He
He's
killed
great.
it in a good way.
But
Biopic.
it's just an
Biopic.
Oh, and I'm wrong.
You are wrong.
Guess what? I'm wrong.
All right.
I'd like to
Yeah.
take this moment to apologize
Jamie's
to
little
listeners
nasty ass will do that.
You know what?
You know what? While you say something,
You're
bitch
Irish.
I want to
ass.
see Ari's
You're
new
Irish.
special so bad, but I don't have
Yeah,
Netflix.
free Palestine. All of this because of you, Jamie. You
I
did
hope
this.
it's good. I
That's
like
not
the
right.
juice.
Jamie, what's the bet before we wrap this up?
Push-ups. Why don't you guys pick stuff out of each other's hair?
Especially
That's
the
lies.
bit where Ari tells all the guys that are
That's good.
watching
That's not bad.
about how every time they
Consider we're
masturbate,
rich
they
for
create a
stuff.
little monkey
Yeah.
baby that's waiting to greet them when they die.
What's the bet?
We do have a very,
You guys are something like
Hold on.
real.
Who's that running back that punched his girlfriend in the elevator? Ray
Ray
Rice.
Jamie, what did you say? You have a what?
we have a advantage in the.
Just imagine that,
I
guys,
don't know.
every
I got
single
one. It's not fair.
time.
I got one.
So you've got what?
Jamie,
Thousands.
if you lose,
thousands of little
if you
monster
lose,
babies.
Shane has to take care of your dog for a week. Shane,
Yes.
if you lose,
I
you
don't
gotta
want
take your
that.
girlfriend
I
for
don't
a
know.
week.
If Notre Dame loses, I get
And they're going
your
to do it and
dog.
say, why?
Oh,
Why,
shit.
Papa? I could have been a real boy.
You might die in a week.
He will.
He's already puggy. He's already
Notre
barely
Dame
alive.
loses, I get your dog. He tricked you. Did you hear what he
He
said?
had some
He
self-control.
tricked you.
Well, I wasn't saying
Anyway,
But he almost tricked you.
somebody
Carl.
watch his new
He almost
Netflix
tricked you.
special.
He was
He
like
had 85
setting
grams
himself
of
up to
plants
win
in the
if he
background,
lost.
and that's super cool.
That was
dude.
genius.
I'd take all those plants and just put them in my house.
There's not many bets. I
That'd be
can
so
win.
sweet. Live in like
Well,
a
you gotta
little
bet
jungle.
like men.
30 push-ups,
Like bet even.
something like that.
That's too easy.
Push-ups.
No.
Why is this too easy? If you're talking shit, it has to be a bet.
He's gonna do a
Not
5
money.
minute set.
Money
5 minute
meaningless,
set
he
at the
said.
mothership.
Ooh, I like that.
If you lose,
Ooh. And then if
Notre
Shane
Dame
loses,
wins.
he's got to take over the board for
We
10
all
I'll
take
take
5
on the
minutes.
board.
Jamie, will you do a 5 minute set if you lose?
I mean, I don't have any material. So
you can put something
Hey,
together.
So what?
Neither do I.
How much time do you need?
We're all
No,
just
put together
guessing.
5 minutes.
Have
I
you
don't
seen
know.
Kill Tony?
Well, what's the equivalent of me doing that if we
You
win?
kill
Of course,
Tony.
right. What's the
You do
equivalent?
1 minute.
Each of you do it.
What's the
Yeah.
equivalent?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
he working the board.
Yeah, that's not the
It's
same. It's not
equivalent.
the same.
You have to let Ari get you in a triangle.
I already got it.
Oh.
No, like from the back.
No.
Real triangle. Like walking
Everybody
the
knows
foot.
you didn't.
Dude, you whimpered.
Everybody knows I went and whimpered.
Like
You can
a
see the
seal.
picture of him breaking my shoulder, giving the thumbs up, dude. Everyone knows I didn't whimper.
He tapped twice. And you went like
With
this.
him, yeah.
Yeah, bro, your shoulders broke on their own. They were
Oh,
very
yeah.
brittle.
Yeah, they're fucked up.
You gotta get, did you get the stem cell?
No.
You gotta do that.
We were all hurt after that for like a real week. Just bloody knees.
Yeah, I was in
Or
shorts.
like
an
bled
idiot.
later.
My knees were all scrapped
I
up.
didn't care for it,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Well, especially you. You've been through the staff. You know what happens when you get infected.
Oh.
That's right.
I don't know,
almost
man.
died.
The Irish, everybody the whole time has been saying Notre Dame's going to lose. Every week.
So go up, even
But
up,
they're in the
even
title
up.
game.
500
One.
bucks, even up.
What could
You
you
know,
do?
$500. Jamie,
5 minute set.
Nah,
He said it's fine.
5,000.
Whoa.
That's more.
Now we're talking.
5,000 even up.
5,000 with the spread.
deal.
Now we're talking.
No, deny.
Why? That's what the bet is.
Jamie.
If I bet online, that's what the bet is.
You're not betting
Don't
online.
let him get away with that.
Damn, it was cheap.
5,000 EV up. Even
No,
up.
that's just a bad bet on my part. I could place that bet online and
If
say
you're gonna
no,
talk
they
shit,
money
you
on it.
have to bet.
That's
You
why
have to bet like it's a real bet.
Either mayors bet each other on
It
the
has to be who wins.
No,
He's not a
I'll bet
bookie.
against a real fan. I'll bet against Tony and Matt Rive.
Oh. Come on.
The true Ohio State fans.
How about $500?
You don't think he's a real Ohio State fan?
Even up, we
No,
go $500.
No, Ohio State's represented by Tony and Matt Rive.
Put some money up,
Even
J-Mo.
up? You won't go even
I said I
up
would.
for $500?
All right.
500 I'll go even.
500.
You
That is
should
zero.
I
because
did. I'm not afraid to.
I know, but
That's the point. That's I know you're
Yeah,
afraid.
it's not
you know,
fair.
You're already conceding.
it's not a fair bet.
something you're conceding.
It's not a fair bet.
Yeah, but if you're gonna talk shit, you have to take a not fair bet. You have
I'm
to
not
take a
talking
bet.
shit
It's
on-
a football game. They start at the beginning. There's the same amount of athletes.
There's not.
What
They
do you
bought more athletes.
What do you mean? So is there more playing at one given time?
Yeah, they. No, it's still
No,
11
right.
on 11. But
11
they
on 11.
they bought more athletes because they have a sex offender's money.
Lex Wessler,
Yes.
Friedman.
Yes.
So,
So
what
what
will you
was-
bet?
what
How
was-
much will you bet even up?
Hold on.
How
what
far
was
will you go
Ohio
even?
State's? What's his name? Wexner. What's it? Wexner. So what was his ties to Epstein?
Epstein ran his money for a little while.
Epstein ran his money,
He
and
did
then
a
he
Victoria's
controls
Secret.
most of our. Like he paid for all you guys like libraries and shit.
He donates a lot of money.
He
So
donates a lot of money.
yeah, for
Who gives a fuck?
getting into the weeds here.
This is about
Where you going
academics.
with it?
I don't know if we're getting in the weeds. I'm just wondering.
You're
regular
also
question.
acting like
He's
Notre
trying
Dame
to back
didn't
out
spend
of
any
the
money
deal.
on their players.
Oh,
No, they did spend money.
We definitely did.
Where they
Oh,
get
yeah.
their money?
Just guys with good education.
Yeah, that's why.
Sure, Catholic Church.
Catholic Church.
Oh,
Where's that money?
God damn, you boys should thank
Spotlight.
the fucking church for the Western civilization. Go ahead. Thank the Catholic Church for Western civilization, you peasants. How dare you?
You know, they're gonna let the gays be priests now.
Is that right?
Yep.
That's a
That's
bad idea.
wrong.
Yep.
They've been the priest.
No, but they
No,
allowed them. It's okay now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The
Catholics?
Pope,
What do you mean?
the Pope just made a ruling. The gays can be priests.
What?
I mean, most
They just
priests
can't fuck.
are gay.
But the
True.
true, the heteros
That's actually-
can't fuck either.
Yeah.
So fine.
Yeah. Hey, look at me. Look at me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, hold on a
No, I
second.
don't know.
I don't believe this.
Wait, did he say that or no?
Yep.
He did say it.
Yeah. Pretty good, right? I think it's like one of them army things, like don't ask, don't tell.
Remember when that was cutting edge of liberal?
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's
right.
like,
Don't ask,
just
don't
don't tell
tell.
us you're gay and you're cool.
Yeah, that was
Right.
Obama.
No,
During the Obama administration.
Clinton.
I believe it was Obama. I believe Don't Ask, Don't Tell was 2012.
I thought it was Bill Clinton.
Pull it up.
Well, when was Don't Ask, Don't
Originally-
Tell?
They were both against gay marriage.
Right, they were. Until 2013, so was Hillary.
I think originally it was Clinton.
What year
That was
was
Clinton.
Don't Ask, Don't Tell, Jamie?
I think it was
Obama.
I'm pretty pop.
93?
Okay.
Maybe
Really?
That's Clinton.
Oh, wow. That is Clinton.
And it was cutting edge of like, hey, gays. Just
God, I
shut
thought
the
it was
fuck
way
up.
later than that.
That's pretty old.
I gotta be honest. Don't ask, don't tell.
I love that now.
It's now known
I
as
love
Don't
that now.
Ask, Don't
Fire it
Tell.
up.
When did they call it?
Fire it up. I don't want to hear
Just
about it.
Shut up.
All you fucking non-monogamy people too,
Look
shut
at this.
up.
They
Oh,
repealed
yeah.
it. They repealed it in 1994.
Whoa!
Look at that. Repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
That was quick.
Okay, so
Until 2011.
yeah, it was in effect until 2011. Interesting. That's
Who
hilarious.
repealed it? Oh, then they just let gays.
And now they give you extra money for a sex change.
What?
I'll take some of that.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. People, you could join the military and get a sex change under the Biden administration. Is that true?
that's cheap.
See if that's true. Yeah. See if the military will pay for your transition
You
under
just
the
get
Biden
an
administration.
education.
I'm actually all right with
Well, they were-
that.
they were
If you
trying
get
to do it
through
to
boot
illegal
camp-
aliens.
If you get through boot camp,
Yeah.
Get your dick off. Go
You
ahead.
should get some nice boots.
If you these boots are made for walking. He's running down to Sinatra's daughter now.
we got all the way there. I got one.
We went all the way around.
An article from 2021.
Whoa!
2021?
$15 million, not that much for them.
Of the 243 gender reassignment surgeries performed on military personnel since 2016, 50 of them took place between 2016 and December 31st, 2017, and 193 occurred from January 1st, 2018 to December 31st, 2019. Through the first 2 years that President Donald Trump announced via Twitter that he would bar transgender individuals from serving in the U.S. military.
Dave Smith has the best idea about that. Saying transgender should be in the military, and all the liberals are like, how dare you? He goes, oh yeah, right, because your stance should be transgender should also kill unarmed people in the Middle East. Yes, how about just don't kill?
Right.
Yeah.
You guys are getting it wrong.
It's just weird if they're paying for their surgeries.
Yeah.
Are their surgeries paid for by the military? I don't know if that's the case.
Of that 15 million, you missed that stat. 3.1 was surgeries, and 11.9 was, or 11.3 was psychotherapy.
Oh.
Which is also made up gobbledygook.
It's trying to talk them out of it.
Pentagon spent $11 million. Look at this. Pentagon has spent $15 million in the past 5 years to treat 1,892 transgender troops.
How much is that per troop?
How much do they pay for the regular troops, including $11.5 million for psychotherapy and $3.1 million for surgeries? That's wild. They did pay for the surgery.
That's wild.
Removal of breasts, testicles, hysterectomies, and labioplasties.
Whoa!
Creation or resurfacing the flesh around a vagina.
Reshaping it.
Oh,
I know a bunch of
wow.
girls that shit.
That
I know a
is
bunch of girls that need that.
Yeah.
A couple girlfriends that should be in the list.
Get a tune-up.
A little tune-up.
How wild is that? Russia must be laughing their fucking asses off.
Nah,
They are. You ever seen the commercials? The Russian commercials when they shit on America?
No.
So it's like, how many genders do you have? Like,
It's very funny. That's
It's always just mocking all the crazy gender shit we're involved in. How long before that just goes away?
The gender
it
stuff?
might.
Yeah, I think it goes away.
Could be a fad.
Yeah, it was a fad.
It drops down to the stable 1% that it's been forever.
Yeah.
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 Good happens.
Let's just report. I think it over-reported.
I think young kids growing up in it now.
Well, the problem is now they have these gender reassignment surgery centers who are trying to make money, and they're still open. And if they're open, they're going to try to make money.
It's like COVID testing spots.
They just ram kids through there. They just give them hormones. Like, yeah, you need it. Yeah. They're trying to make a ton of money. There's so many of them now. If you go back to like 2007 and see how many gender reassignment surgery centers there were, and now in 2024, it's bananas. They just erupted like Starbucks in the 90s.
I think the
They're
reassignment
everywhere.
will end because it's like when they said like your dick doesn't make you a man, so then like, well, you can be a woman with a dick, right? That's acceptable. So like, then just be that. You don't have to reassign.
Some people want to get snipped.
Well, that's just cosmetic then. It's your dick and your pussy is not what makes you a man or woman.
Not according, yeah, but
right. So
someone
then,
you
then
need
it's just
to
cosmetic.
affirm. You need to affirm.
Well, who cares? Notre Dame, Ohio State.
Why don't you guys bet $1,000 even up?
Nah, it's not money.
Why are you doing this to me?
Because I want to see you
That's
pay
like
out that money.
it's literally like a title
But you gotta
fight.
spend so much money on your team.
Notre Dame spent $20.4 million. Side revealed by quarterback Riley Leonard in eye-opening take.
Side
One of the
reveal.
only teams that don't have to officially reveal their finances.
What does side revealed mean?
Yeah, this means nothing. This is called literal fake news.
Mm-hmm.
What is this from?
X. X is always right.
Yeah. What is this from?
Community notes.
Jamie.
Yeah.
Check the community notes.
Jamie.
Are you gonna be sad on Tuesday?
Oh, we're gonna be sad if Notre Dame loses the national
Yeah.
title.
Yeah,
You will be.
I don't know. I'll tell you this. I'm gonna go down there. I'm gonna take my dad. I'm gonna say I'd love Notre Dame to win one from my dad.
Oh, good.
That'd be
That's
fun.
weird.
It'll be nice.
Trade dads.
I won't rub it in. I'll tell you that much.
You will.
What if you?
You will,
What
though.
if
Very
But you
done
will.
enough
What
this
if you have to wear a shirt
you
on your
will.
podcast? How about
That's
a shirt
not
on your
bad.
I'll do
podcast?
whatever it takes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that's fair. Both of you. Shirt
Yeah.
on the podcast, shirt on the podcast.
What does the shirt?
5 minutes set.
What does the shirt say?
Notre Dame,
Jamie
Ohio
is my dad. Maybe that.
This is a 10-point spread.
Jamie
You understand
is
how
my
big
dad.
That's
Hey.
literally.
Hey.
All right, think of
Jamie is my dad's not a bad shirt to wear.
This
No big
is
deal. You get out of $1,000.
Yeah, it's true.
You're gonna.
All right, what are the odds? The odds. What though? The odds be greater, small, But what?
What was that?
sound
That was like the
already
end of a
there.
pharmaceutical drug campaign.
What the
Suicide
Depression, diarrhea,
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
Suicide thoughts.
What's it? Plus 295. So that's like a UFC fight. A guy's plus 295.
Sometimes they win.
They do.
Strickland versus Adesanya.
Exactly.
Fight math.
But we're not betting even on that. I'm getting plus 295.
But it's not about the money. It's about the push to your team. It's
We
About
have
the,
a
I
lot of
support my
money,
team.
Shane. If I was you, I would just throw that money down.
Yo, do the T-shirt.
Maybe,
I'm
maybe
afraid to throw the money down.
Wear a nice
$1,000
shirt.
$1,000 even
You
up.
wear a Notre Dame shirt.
$1,000 no matter.
Jamie, $1,000 even up. Okay, we got it. That's it. That's it.
Bro,
I hate
$1,000.
incredible
I hate it.
bet for Jamie.
I hate it.
Incredible.
I
bet
hate
for
it.
Jamie.
Do the
love it.
shirts. Do something embarrassing if you lose.
I want to see
I
that
know.
cash.
Pay me with my
$1,000
own
in
money.
shirts.
You still owe me a couple thousand.
Oh,
Oh,
you made $5,000 from Vegas.
Really? What happened to Vegas?
Yeah, that's why I
You didn't get it. You get all the winnings
nothing.
now?
I paid for this man to live.
That's not how it
Really?
works.
You got mooch?
That's
It's
not how it
not
works
how it
either.
works.
He
Jamie
didn't
the
throw him a
Mooch.
gapper.
You
It's
free
not how it
to
works.
mooch? What happened?
He didn't throw him a gapper. We talked
No,
about it.
that would be like I didn't have any money when we went to the casino, but that's not how it started.
Sweet Jamie the Mooch.
You just wait. So you just took a piece of cheese and ran away? That's nice.
No, he took more
I
than
agree
I
that it
gave
was
him
a
half the
disgusting
winnings.
move. I
I
thought
gave
it
him
was
half the
gross.
winnings. You should not have gotten that much
I
money.
thought it
You
was
gave him half the winnings?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait a minute.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I thought he just gave you the money back.
No,
you son
that's
of a
why
bitch.
that's why it's been a thing for 3 years.
No, but he was so
no,
upset
no,
about
you're
it.
wrong.
Oh,
yeah,
never
wrong.
mind.
You got it. Winnings. That's all I should have lost.
Jimmy, you sat through 4 hours and didn't bring up that information.
I
and would
brought
have
it up
silenced
for
him
a
the very
year and a
beginning.
half.
I know, Jamie.
Stop bringing it up.
What a
Attention to
warrior.
your
He
game,
goes,
man.
he goes on the Flagrant podcast and starts talking shit.
Sorry, I called you a mooch there,
Everyone
Barry.
thinks
Oh,
it's
yeah.
something
Meanwhile, he gave you more
Shut
than a
up,
gapper.
Jamie.
He didn't have to give you half the winnings.
Yeah,
That's
a
crazy.
quarter of
Because
the
he could have
top.
lost it all and he would have paid you
No,
that
well,
money back.
it wasn't just one gapper, was it?
What do you mean?
I had to keep doubling down because your hand.
Do you want to
Didn't I?
explain what happened now?
Didn't I?
We're going to tell lies.
Tell it
Oh,
us.
go ahead.
Oh, that's
But
lies.
That's
lies.
It was $1,000 hand. $1,000
Jamie's
Two
high.
aces come out.
How much did I put up on the
Two
1,000?
aces come out.
I
You got
split
them.
the aces.
How much did I put up on
I
the
paid
1,000?
for that.
You paid for the.
The second time aces came out, I didn't have enough to cover that one. I had 400. I borrowed 600 from Shane. Fourth time it happened again.
How many
Everyone
times
at
you
the-
got aces?
Four in a row.
Wow.
Everyone at the table then
Wow.
bullies Shane into saying you have to pay the 1,000.
I did.
And then we won all 4 hands.
Wow.
Yeah,
And we're starting to collect the money because everybody else won too. There's chaos at the table.
I said,
Right.
And
that's
he starts
mine.
going, how much money do I get? And I gave him a stack of chips and I said, is that good enough?
And?
Then he turns into shit. He goes, I don't know. What are you getting?
Yeah, I didn't say
Wait,
no.
was it 5K though?
I ended up, we only won 8,500. So I think I ended up giving him like 4,200.
Okay.
That's fair. I think it was fair.
Bro, it's
Very
more
fair.
than
Not
fair.
what
How
your
are you
bid
talking
said.
shit about that?
I was just making fun of him.
Yeah. And then he was
Yeah,
just talking
okay.
shit.
You just
I
lied.
feel betrayed.
I feel betrayed too. He gave you more than he needed to give you.
No,
I'm crushed.
you got the story wrong and said it, and I sat back and let you say it wrong.
That's what CNN does.
Oh my God, they do worse. They
Who's
do
the
worse.
real fake news now?
Wow, Jamie wins.
Damn.
Jamie wins, and I feel like he's gonna win this bet too. I feel like he's getting $1,000, and you're gonna have to wear a T-shirt as well. $1,000 and a T-shirt. Jamie's my dad, and
Or
Shane
or
gets
Shane is
lied.
my dad.
I don't get the dad thing. What is the
I
dad?
don't know what the dad
Just
thing is.
fine.
Okay.
No.
What
Jamie's
about
my
Jamie's
dad.
or Shane's my bitch or something?
Um,
Jamie's my.
I am Jamie's bitch.
There you go.
That's it.
That's a shirt.
You make the shirt.
I'll get it made.
Get it,
He'll
man.
get it
Both,
made.
just get it both made right now.
I'll get it made on Temu.
You.
You guys would all turn on me, and that's fine.
Oh.
J-No. Whenever you're done.
Oh.
Jamie, the show's not about you. The show's not about you.
This is the longest you've ever spoken on the
Jamie,
show. I think.
can you toss on Michigan Ohio State highlights from this year, please?
Oh shit.
Go blue.
They did beat
Not even your
Alabama,
team
which is
now.
nice.
Toss on Michigan Ohio State.
That's not your team. I'll play Northern Illinois.
Whoa!
That's taking a whole Illinois.
Whoa, this is
This is getting ugly.
This is getting nasty.
Yeah,
Jamie's
he's
got
got
this
Israel.
nasty tone to his voice. Did you notice it?
He is a little nasty, fuck.
Nasty. He's thinking about
Bring
the
it out,
$4,200 and they're giving you $1,000 and
It's
been
crazy that he kept it quiet that whole time, though.
he could have given him
Now, all
$1,000.
you guys got to understand.
The
It's
extra
all he-
1,000?
It's all he talks
pays the
about.
money back and gives you $1,000.
And then he
Should
took
have been happy.
abuse.
I was happy.
He
I
didn't
didn't
have
care.
to pay you that money back if
Hold
he
on.
lost, right?
I didn't care
If
at
he
all.
lost, he was going to pay you that money
I didn't
back.
care.
No
How
chance.
much of that
What do you mean?
sausage
Wait,
shirt?
That was
wait.
free.
Wait,
Oh,
wait.
no, that's
Oh,
free.
so
I
wait,
gave
wait,
the
wait,
money
you
for
gave
free.
it to him. You gave
Yeah.
it to him. So
Yeah,
it wasn't that. It wasn't a
No.
If you gave it to me, why'd you give you any money?
I was.
If you gave it to me, why'd I give you any money?
Because you did the right thing.
Snippy.
That's
I would-
something
I
But he
give you that
did
money
give the
for
right
free.
thing, and you've been fucking with him this whole time.
I've never fucked with him. He went on.
Oh,
come on, bro. You can bring it up.
I didn't go on the Flagrant podcast to talk about it.
Jamie's been complaining about it ever since.
I don't. Ari, how do you feel about this?
I feel betrayed. It's like when you find out a news story, it's like not the real thing.
Yeah, but ivermectin. This is
So you
ivermectin.
guys think I'm the one who betrayed you?
Oh man, I couldn't
I think you
care
just
less.
cursed Notre Dame. I think it's going to be a blowout this weekend.
Yep.
And then next, Protect Our Parks. Jamie's going to just trounce you.
I would not do that. I
He's
was
going to
How's the next Protect Our Parks? That's
He's going
the
to
t-shirt.
piss in your
It's gonna
Bud
be
Light,
months from now.
and you're not even going to notice. 'Cause, you know.
You guys are turning nasty. Obviously, you guys don't know how to handle booze. You guys are starting to act like rotten fucks. And that's fine.
Risky business.
You
You
guys
get the risky business on us.
Oh, the whiskey
Just
business.
take those on. It's all the
You guys
show.
want to act like cunts? That's fine. I'm having a nice time. I'm enjoying myself. Jamie, can you put up Jeremiah Love highlights?
I think you guys need to bet $4,200.
Oh, I don't mind that.
$4,200 even up.
I said 5.
Yeah, but
Of course,
42.
this is easy.
But 42 is
You
the right
can't
amount.
make
because
money
that's-
anywhere else.
But that's where you got it.
What are you paying this guy a year? Give it to us straight.
$34,000.
Jamie makes a good amount of money.
Oh, really? More
Yeah.
than Red Band?
Oh, yeah.
Ah, that's not what Red Band said.
I don't know. Well, I don't know what Red Band makes. I'm guessing.
Oh, I thought
But
you paid him
but
yearly.
yeah, but like I'm saying, like right now,
Uh-huh.
like Jamie makes more money.
No, you rolling it.
Because Adam and Eve is not your main sponsor anymore.
Fleshlight.
Fleshlight.
Yeah.
Fleshlight. Joe's like, we should go
Fleshlight.
mainstream.
I saw some thread that was saying
Fleshlight.
that my whole show is like a deep state operation.
Thank you.
That's being lost, though.
And then look at that. And then someone was saying,
The last
yeah, a
touch of
deep
the
state
game you
operation
got.
that was founded in
Insane.
2009 by the Fleshlight.
Fleshlight.
I like that.
I like that.
The
Who's took
Fleshlight
the gain?
ads.
Who's followed the money trail? Who's
Yeah,
touched the fleshlight?
Imagine if the deep state was so clever that they created this podcast.
Oh.
That would be a fucking genius move. Could you imagine? You
I
just get
saw-
a retard who
Your
was
industry
a
plan.
MMA commentator, and you saw his Fear Factor. Like, this is our
Your
guy.
industry
A
plan.
comedian who says a lot of ridiculous shit. This is the guy.
Ours your
We
fear
just
factor.
slowly build. What'd you do? Burn yourself?
Almost, and then I dropped it. Sorry.
It's funny you bring that
Want
up.
a new one? You want a freshie?
I saw that article. There's an article that was Joe was compromised in deep state.
Oh, really?
And I was like, I almost, do you want to reply? Like, no, he's not.
It's
So
so
like,
funny.
that's exactly what they would say.
You can't say
Reply
that.
no denying it.
Yeah.
That's how you know the conspiratards have no boundaries. Like, everything's a conspiracy. Like, they'll keep going forever. Nothing can just be legitimately successful. No band.
Yeah.
No nothing. No movie.
There
no
must be
actor.
a reason.
Yeah, if
You
you
must
become
have done
if you
something.
become a famous actor, for sure somebody fucked you.
Yep.
You know, for sure.
Big
for
J
sure.
had that joke in Dog Belly where he's like trying to defend that you're not racist. Like, no, my clears.
You can't do it. You can't do it.
You can't do it.
Well, that's why they use that all the time. They
Of
turn it
course.
on you, and you have to say, "No, I'm not," and then you're already fucked.
It's
You know,
unprovable.
you hate women. Wait a minute. No, I don't. Oh,
Yeah.
well, it's already out
I
there.
fuck a woman in the ass.
It's already. Oh, she loved it. Ask her. I'll show you the text messages.
The video of you fighting the guy on Fear Factor goes through my algo once a week.
Oh yeah, ready to go.
Yeah. I don't. Did you actually fight him?
No, there's a lot that was cut out of that though.
Oh, let's hear it.
Well, that guy had already. They had warned me about that guy because he had. Yeah, he had did something to his wife, like physically. And he also like there was a counselor on another show. He threw the counselor to the ground. He was a violent guy.
Uh-huh.
And so when he was in my face, I'm like, this guy might hit me. And so I just decided to grab him. But I pushed him away from me a couple times, and that's what they didn't show. He said something, and I pushed him away from me. He said, "Don't fucking touch me." I go, "Oh, what, bitch?" Then I pushed him again. I go, "What the fuck are you gonna do?" And I pushed him again. I'm like, "All right, we're doing this." So I just grabbed the back of his head. I'm like, I'm gonna do one of two things. I'm either gonna strangle him or I'm gonna knee his fucking face into another dimension.
Wow.
So I just grabbed a hold of the back of his neck, and I'm like, if this guy hits me, I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna do. Depends on if he hit me hard, I was gonna knee his brains into oblivion, and if he didn't hit me hard, I was gonna strangle him.
Thank God
That's
you
what I
know
was
this
deciding.
Family Feud.
So I was just holding him. I was just holding him because it was like it was too dangerous. He was screaming. He was he had already had a history of violence. He was in my face. So I could get sucker punched like anybody else.
Sure.
And if you get sucker punched, you get fucked up.
Oh yeah.
If you don't know a punch is coming, you get rocked. You can get knocked out.
Wild
Anybody
cards in
can.
front of you.
Happened to me.
And if he knows how to punch, someone could just swing a punch, and just because you think you're a tough guy, you get hit in the jaw. So I was like, this is too close. So I just like clamp. I just grabbed a hold of his neck. I'm like, what?
Were you nervous about your gig at all? Worried soon?
I was never nervous.
You're in the moment anyway. You're not thinking of that.
What's
regardless.
crazy is those dudes that think Like if I was ever about to fight someone that was like,
A fighter.
you're too close and like push me away or like in any type of fucking actual cognizant hold, I'd be like, I gotta
The
leave this
thing
guy
is,
alone.
Yeah, this
when
guy's
you grab a
smart.
guy's neck and he's never had his neck grabbed, you grab the back of his neck
Yeah, I
and
would
clamp
stop
your
right there.
forearms down
Okay,
on his
all right,
neck like
all right,
that,
you got
and
me.
you realize you can't do anything.
Taking it way to the forward.
You have
That's
this
not good.
feeling where you're like,
Yeah. You go, hey, let's talk about this.
But I was,
Yeah.
but I was like, okay, if I do this, no one gets hurt. But if I do this and he hits me, then I have to do something.
Yeah.
So that was what I did.
The best one I saw live was there was a heckler at the Comedy Store.
Oh, now we're talking.
Terrible. Ruined the whole show. Rogan's on. They run him out of there. And Joe's just like, shots for everybody. He bought the whole place for shot. It was crazy. Before,
Yeah, when
like,
we kick people out of the Comedy Store, I would buy the whole audience shots.
Yeah. He got
Like,
like
I was like, this is a
employee
bad
discount.
feeling.
Yeah.
It was like a bad
Yeah.
feeling. I was like, let's just buy everybody shots.
It's the guy in the front patio comes up afterwards and it's like, you fucking bitch, I'll do. And the Joe was just so calm. You read him, and you're like, you're not gonna do anything. And the guy was like, I'll fucking hit you. You're like, you won't though. And then, I mean, whatever.
Yeah,
And
whatever.
it's like, yeah,
We don't have to tell the whole story.
Yeah.
Well, hold on
It
a
was like,
second.
you knew the guy wasn't gonna do
I
shit.
didn't hurt him.
You knew the guy wasn't doing his shit, and you just called him on it. It was
Yeah.
pretty funny.
Man, a lot of shit went down on that patio. That was
Well,
the
there
Mid
was
Sea
no
thing too.
crowd control. There was no crowd.
Yeah.
Murder went down on that patio. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I got shot. But there was no crowd control. And so, like, there was no security. Like, you had wild, crazy people that were drunk out of their ass looking to start fights. And there was
Yeah.
no crowd control. The
Hookers
crowd,
would show up.
that guy ruined the entire show.
Yeah.
And they never got kicked out.
Yeah.
The early days of the Comedy Store were crazy. They
Yeah.
were so great. There was no crowd control. So, like, a group of drunk guys started yelling at people. That was the night.
Yeah.
They yelled at you for the whole night. They ruined the whole show.
And then you're like, can someone? Like,
Oh,
no,
no one did anything.
One
No
of the
one
best
did
was
anything.
Chip Hayner was on stage once. He was a door guy, but he was doing a set. And then some guy started heckling. He's like, hey, you keep shutting up. Like, someone's going to throw you out. He's like, who? He's like, me, as soon as they get off. And then the guy heckled him again. He goes, I'm done. And he just grabbed the guy and pulled him out. He's
Yeah.
wearing a store shirt. He's like,
That's
that's not my
hilarious.
job to throw you out.
It was just so crazy because we had comics that were door people, and some of them weighed 18 pounds.
Me? you said to some guy, he had a heckle in the main room, and he goes, you got to go. And I was like, I guess it's me. And I went over there, like 130. I was just starting, and I was like, you got to go. The guy goes, no.
Oh, damn.
The Comedy Store was crazy.
Not the-
There's something about that place that just attracted the most psychotic people. Do you remember the fucking guy that you almost got sued by because I said that you were his lawyer?
What?
The guy was
Holy Spirit.
completely schizophrenic, and I told him, Ari is your lawyer. Ari is going to handle you. And Ari starts saying, as your lawyer, I'd advise you. And so Ari starts giving him
I
like
took
legal
you said,
advice.
I'm your lawyer, and then in the comments, you called me. You go, hey, somebody's gonna call you. You're my lawyer. I was like, what? It's like, wait, somebody's calling me around. I go, you're my lawyer. And then you with that as a directive.
Ari came down and was like negotiating like legal points with this fucking completely insane person.
Just say you're too poor.
And then the guy says he's going to sue him, so he sends like a legal letter.
Oh, I had to actually get a lawyer to help me out. You gotta fight back.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know what he sued me for?
What?
All the riches in the world.
Wow.
Was on his document.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's
That's pretty
crazy
good.
guy
That's
right
that's
there.
how you negotiate.
Yeah,
So
I
you
put
start
$100.
That or
start
$88 million. He said one or the other.
or
Everybody. Who is this,
Start
Dr. Evil?
That was
88 million.
fucking insane.
God, they
Like
were.
complete. He was like, didn't you think he was Jesus or something?
Thought he was Jesus, King of Kings.
King of
I
Kings.
mean, I kept him on the line for about a year.
Oh, it was
I
nuts.
kept talking to him. He'd call.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, we got. He wanted to sue the San Diego State Hospital, which definitely fucked him up. Definitely fucked him up.
He might have had a case there.
Yeah, yeah. I'm like, you guys should contact the real lawyer because it sounds like you're messed up.
Called Morgan and Morgan.
Bro, there were so many crazy people there.
God.
It would just
Yeah,
attract
always
the most bizarre people, and we would always talk to them. We would always be in the back parking lot with like completely insane people.
Complete lunatics.
No security.
You're right on Sunset. That was like the
Yeah.
heart of
Oh,
But
that's
it was
crazy.
also the magnet. There was something about that store.
Mitzi's
Right.
made a deal with the devil. And it was just like, that's why they won't burn. It's already been burned.
There's something about that place. They tried to kill it with the fucking landslide. They reinforced the wall. I said, "Fuck it, keep it up." There was a time where the back area was bowing so hard from the ground, like it was so close to a landslide. I wouldn't go in that back area.
Wow.
I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
guys, I would tell them when it rains, don't go back here.
You would see things go like the little
Yeah.
like mini landslide.
Yeah,
area, like,
and rocks
that's
would
a joint.
fall, and the thing was bowing. Like they had these big timbers, like these fucking beams, these pressure treated
Yeah,
beams,
like-
and they were bowing. And I was like, guys, don't be back here. This is how people die. This happens. And I was telling the store, I was like, you got to do something. Like this. And
You're harsh on my mellow, man.
They didn't want to spend money. They didn't want to spend any money.
Landslide.
I would not go back there. And when I would be back there, if I was feeling paranoid, I would fucking try to be like close to the door. If you heard something, you dive through the door. I was like really thinking about it. They finally fixed that. They fixed it and reinforced the shit out of it. But it was like sketchy. One time it did fall. Remember, there's a bunch of chunks that fell where the cars park. And then
there was an earthquake one day. And you get out there. We didn't feel it in there because it's safe. And then you get out like, what the fuck happened up here?
Yeah. And we had a little mini landslide back there. I was telling them, like, one day, this whole fucking thing is going to come through. Look what you're stopping it with.
Yeah.
You're stopping with a couple of beams and some, like, rebar. Like, this is not going to hold this. It was already going like this. Like,
also, we were just animals. We were playing, Brody was playing drums, like turned over trash cans, like playing drums.
Yeah.
It was like 3 a.m.
Chairs.
We're all out there,
Playing on the
chairs
chairs.
and pails. And then somebody up there who bought a house thinking, oh, views of sun, didn't know this was going to happen. And then just goes, it's like 3 a.m. And they go, guys, keep it down. And Joe Rogan just, as I go, keep it down, goes, move!
you live behind the comedy store. We're not telling people to keep it down. You got to move.
They were just like,
you live in a terrible spot.
Nothing I'm so sorry. But
I know.
The seller is not a place for a home.
Well, comedy used to be so lawless and Wild Westy, and then it got weird rules.
So many places to
bullet
fuck
hole
in
in
the
the
comedy
sign
store.
back there from Kinnison.
There you
Kinnison
go.
shot the sign.
Exactly.
And they didn't even fucking ban it.
Yeah.
They cleaned that bullet hole up, Ari.
Yeah.
They cleaned that bullet hole up.
But they
They
left the
fixed
hole.
it. Yeah, but they
Oh, wait,
fixed the
just now?
sign. No, a few years ago.
Uh-huh.
They fixed the sign. Why would you fix the sign? The
Yeah, you
broken
gotta keep
glass
that.
was there because Kinnison shot through it. Leave it there.
What?
Damn.
It's still lit.
I didn't know they did that.
Yeah, they fucking replaced the glass. So don't replace it.
No.
That place was crazy.
It was so fun.
Imagine being there during the Kinnison days when they're all on coke.
Oh my God! Fucking in the back room.
Marin said that he did so much coke with them, he had voices in his head for a year.
A year.
A year.
Good Lord.
A year.
First podcast.
Ah.
Those places.
I remember a time before digital cameras, somebody was like, to Dice, like, can I take a picture of you? And he's like, sure. Hey, Ari, you take the picture. And he gives me their camera. He goes like this. He goes, hey, Ari, you take the picture. And he goes,
Because he knew you
and I was
wanted
like,
you to cut their heads off in the
okay,
picture.
yeah. And I was
Oh,
like,
man.
this. And then he goes, did you get me in it at all? I'm like, no. And he goes, nice. Okay. I'm like guessing what he meant. Did he just Dice? Yeah.
Dice.
Now all that fucking guy does is take pictures.
I'm sitting in the green room. He comes in. Who are you?
Wanted the picture.
His whole thing is performance art. Like even back then, he was doing that.
He would go on for 2 people. He would say to the comments, he goes, come in, watch me, see how long I can go before I say anything.
Wow.
And so he'd go on, he goes, hey, put his thing down, tap his fucking cigarettes, didn't light him, just chewed them. And then he goes, so is that when you're out there and talk to the guy, you're taking the thing and for like 6 minutes, just not saying anything.
No, you just did a flight with him, right? I saw a video of you guys on
I
plane.
looked like me.
Oh, my bad.
It wasn't you?
I thought it was you.
Posted us, it was
I
me.
totally thought it. I was like, where are they going
We
together?
had some guy was just bugging some guy trying to get work done on a flight.
Yeah, I thought it was
On a
you.
first class
I mean, look,
flight.
pull that up. It looks
And
it's
Dice
spinning
sat
image.
next to him.
Yeah, it's on my Instagram.
Oh my god.
I scrolled through it in 2 seconds, but I thought that was you.
Yep.
What's he saying? What's he saying?
I got it. I'm not her.
This poor guy.
A little bit. So, no, I'm just, you know.
Aggregating questions. Some tech guy flying in to do the Facebook algorithm.
He's like, I got work to do.
Damn. Like I was all excited. The middle seat's empty, and then here we go.
That's done.
He's not bad. At least this will be good.
But did you know, like, what a healthy ego
We
you
got
have to
that.
have?
You got the Dalmatian.
First guy to ever sell out Madison Square Garden. Sold it out like 100 times. And here he is
100 times.
talking to
Twice.
people. He sold it a bunch of times. Madison
Really?
Square Garden.
I think I did
Dice,
twice early on.
Dice sold Madison Square Garden a bunch of times. A bunch of
Louis
times.
got the
But
record.
first time to
Does
do
he?
it.
Yeah, I think so.
But when
12.
Dice did it, no one had ever
No one
done
had
it.
ever done it.
And he did it twice right away.
And then in the middle of that, in the prime of his fucking career, he releases a 2 CD set of him bombing.
It's him
The
popping
Day
into
the
a
Laughter
club.
died.
That's right.
Your ice.
Dangerfields.
Yep.
It was so. He was like, "How do I follow the biggest album, maybe of all time?" I go the other one.
The other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, just bomb on purpose.
Let me
With
show you
Rick Rubin
what
producing
stand-up
it.
is.
Whoa.
And Rick Rubin loved it.
He was
Like,
trying
I
to do
love it.
well.
No,
But he was doing it to a crowd he knew wouldn't like him.
No. He didn't have any material. You need to go back and listen to that again.
I got
He had no material. He had no material. He
Jeez.
was just making things up while he was up there. This guy gets up. You're about as funny as a glass of milk. Is any fucking tourist? There's 20 people in the audience, and he's recording a 2 CD special.
Whoa.
But back then, albums were what specials are.
Yeah,
Like more so.
Oh, it was huge.
Yeah.
It was huge, but it was crazy. Like that, he did it.
Was it? I haven't heard it in so long. Was it?
I gotta go
Is
back
it
and listen.
enjoyable or
No,
just
it's horrible.
okay?
It's all
terrible.
concept. It's all concept.
It's bombing. He's
all
bombing.
concept.
It's nonsense, and he's doing it on purpose.
Rock said it's his favorite album.
Oh well, it's just crazy because you can't believe he's doing it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like a Banksy.
But it's this crazy. It's his favorite album because he just had the balls in his prime to do something so insane, like as a piece of performance
Yeah,
art.
performance art weird.
He just doesn't get the credit he deserves because so many people hated on him for a long time. They hated on him because of his success. They didn't like the fact that this guy was doing nursery rhymes and he was like selling out arenas. They didn't like him.
it's
They didn't like that he was
misogyny also.
dirty. But they were looking for excuses
Yeah.
because before that, when he wasn't famous, they all would go see him. They would all see him at the store. They all loved him. Everybody like Dice is up, and they'd all watch him, and he would kill. And then he got famous, and they're like, "Well, I don't like what this guy's doing." It was like the first cancel culture.
That's how it always is, that people are just bitter about someone's success. So it's like if they were open micers, they're like, "No, that guy's great." But they're theater actors, like, fuck them.
Well, you remember
Same
when
hat.
he did MTV and he got banned?
Uh-huh.
The same thing with Tony doing Madison Square Garden for the Trump administration. They asked Dice to do a fucking set on one of those MTV Video Music Awards things.
And he did Dice?
And he does Dice, and they
Wow.
banned him for life from MTV. It was a big deal. He's like, "The fucking tampons! Oh!" And they were like, "No!" And so
Wow.
they told him not to do that material, apparently. They were like, "Yeah, look." He fucking, of course he did it. Of course he did it, and he got banned for life. And then everybody went on the I Hate Dice train. And comics, like professional comedians who were like,
Comics
doing-
went against them? I must have, I guess. Now that I know,
all
I know
the
now, they
guys
must
that
have.
are like alt comics and the guys that weren't doing as well as him, same kind of shit you always hear. And they found some reason why he's everything that's wrong with comedy. You know, it was
Yeah.
just, it was so dumb, man. It was so weird.
That is a bummer. But it's crazy to see people's arcs. Like, look at Dice now. Look at Roseanne now.
Oh,
Like,
sure.
Where are we going to be?
Dice is interesting, though. I was talking to him at the stand last week, 2 weeks ago, and it was like, of all the guys who started that way back then, they all moved in, either quit or became actors, whatever. Dice stayed in stand-up comedy for 50 years.
Oh, yeah.
He did movies and TV.
He just did them. He never left stand-up.
He only did Ford Fairlane.
Just a reminder, federal felons, of a couple things. One, I know the lady that's getting multiple counts of kidnapping amongst 73 plus other charges was in the building earlier this evening in your unit. Two, you make sure that whoever she berates into coming to my door understands that that recording says it all.
Fairlane. You know, that was the big one. He
that's
did
right.
one big movie, and it didn't do that well. And then he kind of just
And
went
then
back.
he's been in stuff. But
He
that
did that
Allen.
TV show. Remember he had that TV show?
PM.
Yeah,
Bless
with,
This House, I think it was called.
Natasha Leggero.
Was it Natasha?
She's
in it?
on it, yeah.
that's
It was on Amazon. I remember that.
Jamie, you
Right,
guys-
I was just-
I was just looking at it.
One
But
of them
there
are
was
cool.
that-
He's just in these.
But
Fort Fairlane was his
But
thing.
the Ford Fairlane
Yeah,
was
he's
a
done
big.
so
Oh, but this is like
much.
episodes of
Holy
shows.
shit.
Don
Dharma
David
Greg.
Jordan. I did
Bro,
that.
you remember Dharma and Greg?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Ken
the
Elfman.
Dice Undisputed, 2007, Tosh.0, Blue
Yeah.
Jasmine. But what was the show that he did? Was it the
Dice?
No, the TV show.
Television.
Was it called Dice?
Yeah.
Dice. Yeah.
Was it?
Wow.
I guess so.
13
It's
episodes.
actually great. Dice is pretty good.
Really?
Yeah.
I saw it.
It's good.
Wow.
That was dirty with Jim Norton.
Bless This House. That's it. Bless This House. That's the show.
Oh, that's he tried
95, 96.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
Dice?
Yeah.
That's Dice?
He came back. He's that wife, and the wife tells him what to do.
Wow.
Oh, is he in
Yeah.
Rugrats? Did I see it?
Yeah, he's a Rugrats. Bless This House.
What the
No,
fuck?
what is
That's
that?
not it.
That's an old.
That's the
Look
show.
at him.
He's in a sitcom.
He really tried to do straight up
Yeah,
sitcom.
and he kind of changed his fucking act for a little bit.
It looks like he didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
no.
enough. That's enough. That's just King of Queens.
We
That's
don't-
all of them. That's all of the sitcoms.
We don't want that.
Remember Grace Under Fire? She was a pillhead.
Well, she went nutty and threw a drink in the face of Chuck. What's his
Lorre?
name?
Lorre?
Chuck Lorre. Yeah.
End of story for your
Yeah,
career.
that was it.
Yep.
Wrapped it up. That's why
Damn.
you never see that show in syndication.
Too powerful.
She was a feisty
There was a
coos.
few of those moments that happened with comics where they went nutty and then you never see that show again.
Titus.
Chris Titus. Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. That show disappeared.
What
They
happened?
buried that fucking thing.
What happened to him? He became like a.
What is this?
Yeah.
Rugrats.
Yeah.
Ah, let me hear it. Let me hear it. Let me hear it.
If we can't fix it, it's time to nix it. A dog? I don't like dogs.
I probably saw this episode.
It's probably-
How weird.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Boy,
No,
show
what did-
career, though.
What did happen to Titus?
Show business is strange, you know?
It is.
It's strange fucking
You gotta
business.
take what you can get.
I think the strangest thing that I was ever a part of was when you were getting kicked out of your own show because you wouldn't do a special on Comedy Central.
That's gold.
Isn't that wild?
That was the wildest thing to be a part of because you were freaking out. You were explaining to me on the phone. You wanted to get money to pay the staff. You were like, I'm going to pay everybody. I'm going to do it out of my own pocket. And I said, wait a minute. What I'll go and host it for free. Remember, was that?
Yeah, they were like, no. Like,
I said I would
what?
host it for free. I said
Saving
I would take
some money.
over his job and I would host it for free. I said I'd do it for free. They wanted to punish him because he didn't want to do a special on Comedy Central because he got a Netflix deal.
Mm.
This is when Netflix was popping off.
And Comedy Central is about
And
to be
his
what it is
show
now.
was one of the most successful shows on Comedy Central.
Great show.
Yeah, This Is Not Happening was one of the big shows. It had billboards on Sunset.
Yep.
It's
Remember
so
the
wild they
fucking
kicked off your own show.
Yeah.
They're like, nah, we can do this.
Bro,
Like,
you
it's mine.
showed integrity. You showed
Well,
integrity.
he want to get on Netflix.
He was going to give all the money. He was going to pay the entire staff. He was going to go into debt to pay the entire staff because he knew that they were getting fucked. They had all signed off for that. So, if you're a cameraman or if you're whoever the people that are working behind the scenes,
Yeah.
there's a whole crew of people that were going to be out money because of him. He's like, I'll pay those people.
5 seasons they worked on that. They blackmailed me. They go, either sign with us or these people all be out of work with 2 weeks to go. Good luck paying their rent. How do you want to play it? And I'm like,
Wow. They said it that way?
yeah.
Motherfucker.
I was like, I'm not prepared for this. I'm just
But
writing
not only
dick
that, but
jokes.
you were within your rights and your contract to do that special on Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was in his contract that he could do
I was
that.
allowed to do whatever. It was like, I made one on my own. And like, we wanted it. Like,
Imagine
okay,
a network wanting an Ari Shafir special.
But it was one of the
Consider.
last nails in the coffin for Comedy Central because it was one of their best shows. And Roy Wood did a great job.
Yeah.
Roy Wood's hilarious.
Yeah.
But the problem was everybody knew what happened.
And then I wasn't there editing it anymore.
Yeah, but everybody also knew what
Right,
happened.
it
They were
lost
all
its coolness.
grossed out
Yeah.
by it. They were like, what? Because you were real public about it. You
Oh,
did my
yeah.
podcast.
I
you
should have
talked
been more
about it.
public about it. I could have stopped it if I went on here, like, hey, Viacom is
It
blackmailing
wasn't
me.
that big back then. It wouldn't have done it. It wouldn't have done it back then. It wouldn't have had the impact that it would have. If
Yeah.
you did it today, they'd be fucked.
Oh,
You know?
yeah.
I mean, it would kill their fucking career. It would kill the network.
And you and Roy
Sorry,
were cool. You guys worked it
Roy
out.
called me and said,
No,
what
he's
should I do
cool as
here? What do you want me to
shit.
do?
Yeah,
I'm not
Roy.
going to do this.
Roy's
I was
the
like,
man.
he goes, unless I get permission, I don't want to do it. And I was like, no, we need to save people jobs.
Yeah. It was the move. It was the move. But, you showed so much integrity. That was a ballsy move because most people, when the shit hits the fan like that, they're worried about losing their gig, they cave in.
Yeah.
And you're like,
I was
It's for the
poor for too
principle
long.
thing.
Mitzi made us poor for too long that I was like, well, I already have no money.
Yeah, and you could always
Like,
tour. You were always
I could just
tour.
go back
You
to
could
that.
tour.
Yeah.
You probably make more money doing stand-up than you do the show anyway.
Yeah,
God,
you
that sucked.
editing it was the secret sauce.
Yeah.
'Cause you-
Yeah, you were so
They said
dedicated.
they
to
said
it.
we couldn't use comedians' input on their own stories.
What?
They were like, I was like, no, I'm gonna let them like tell me what
That's
they want,
insane.
and they go, no, that's a precedent. We can't do that. I was like, and then I go, oh, I'll just call them directly.
Yeah.
So I called them each. Like, what do you want? I'll just make it my notes.
Yeah.
Just show me what you want out and stuff.
What
Yeah.
a mensch.
No, you did an amazing job. It was a great show. And I was there when you developed that show.
You did a
We were
great
doing
story on it.
Oh yeah.
Was it a great one? The fact that the woods, the Alabama woods.
It's a true story too.
That's crazy. That was a crazy one.
Crazy story.
Yeah.
But
With who? Who was the fighter?
I don't want to say.
Okay.
I didn't say on it. The guy who,
Okay.
the guys had gone through enough.
Okay.
But when I saw you develop it at the lab, at the improv. When I was like, what is he doing? I was like, what is he doing over here? What's Ari doing? It's like storytelling show. I was like, what is this? It was weird. I was like,
comics have cool stories.
I know, but it was like you had a vision and you started piecing it together. Then all of a sudden it's on fucking Comedy Central. I'm like, look at Ari. Like, this is crazy. You pulled it off.
Do you ever feel like, hey, why am I so judgmental? Why am I judging him for trying a story show? And then it blew up. Yeah, you go, hey, what's he doing?
For sure. But you know, in the beginning,
It was a once-a-month show. It wasn't that.
I was
There's
like,
also plenty of you see your friends doing dumb shit.
Sure.
You go, what the fuck is he doing? And 9 times
well,
out of
Ari
10,
gave me the
yeah,
worst
that's
advice
true.
of all time.
That's
Ari
true.
gave me the worst advice ever. He's like, go to edit your show.
Yeah, well,
Show's too long.
2 hours
No one's
over.
gonna listen.
2 hours over my advice.
No one's gonna listen.
Yeah, it was just it was a fun live show. We had fun every time.
No, it was
People would do
amazing.
it, and then
It was
eventually it was like, I guess TV.
Yeah, dude, you fucking killed it, and you should bring it back.
Yeah, you should.
Netflix should do it. Maybe I'll bully them too.
Ooh, I like it.
They should do it.
We should bring back this. Not happening.
Why not? Do you have the name anymore? Who owns the name?
Neither one of us own the name. It's both of us. Like, if
How
we
about-
do anything with that name,
How about you call it This Is Happening?
This is
Neither
happening.
one of us- This is still happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
Why
who's
not?
neither one of us?
Neither Comedy Central nor me can
Oh,
do
okay.
it without the
Well,
other.
just wait a year. Comedy Central's.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will be for sale. You could probably buy it out.
Yeah, they got burned up.
What
in
are they
fires.
now? They're like all
They're just a
South
production
Park.
company.
They're not even South Park,
No,
right?
South Park's on Hulu.
Paramount, right?
South Park's on Hulu.
Daily
Paramount.
Show. What's
Yeah,
left?
Daily
Oh,
Show is
Daily
not
Show.
on Comedy Central either.
It's
No,
not.
I think it is.
It's a Comedy Central production that's on Paramount on
So
Hulu.
what is on Comedy Central now?
Old reruns.
Of The Office.
The
Yeah.
Office is signed.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Wow.
Damn.
It used to be the spot.
Oh,
It's
The
sad.
Chappelle Show.
It's sad. It
One
was
of
a
the
great outlet
greatest
for
sketch,
comics.
if not
South
the
Park.
greatest South Park.
Tosh.0.
Yes.
Second best sketch of
Workaholic.
Isn't that crazy?
Even Teal.
That was a more improved version of it.
Yeah.
Kind of amazing when you
It
think
was
about
a
their
great
downfall.
spot.
It
And
was
then
big.
Remember they wanted to do like an app? Like, we'll do your special on their app.
Oh.
They were like, who's going to get
why
your
would they
app?
not let Joe Rogan just? It was like Rogan, Segura, Kreischer. They'd all host. Ali Sadiq. They're like, no. Anyone we suggested, they're like, no.
Yeah, we said we'd host it for free.
Save money.
Yeah. You don't have to pay the fucking guy hosting
They
it.
were so butthurt.
Oh, dirty pool. So dirty. That's so
Cool.
dirty. So dirty.
Yeah,
What a dumb fucking thing to do.
they fucked themselves.
So
right out
I
of the
wore an
network.
Ari Shafir shirt on that season because he was under contract with Comedy Central because I can't pull out, but I'll wear a shirt that says you. Yeah.
So crazy.
So the rules.
Yeah, it rules.
Did you make any money on that show at least?
I did back then, but
All right.
It was a big fucking show. You remember the Stern
crazy.
the Stern debacle?
Yeah.
Stern shit. Who's this guy? Nobody knows him. And Ari stands in front of his billboard on Comedy Central.
no one's heard of you.
And then tells him to fucking go to Netscape Navigator to look it up. I know the old people don't understand Google.
Jamie helped me with that video. Jamie, I was like, can you help me make this? Yeah.
It was genius because you were kind of kissing his ass while you were doing it. It
Mr.
was
Stern, I
amazing.
meant no disrespect.
But it was
Called you an old
amazing.
man and blow
It
him
was
and Clint Eastwood's dicks
amazing.
in their old man.
He spent a half an hour talking about you. He was going to ruin you, and you
Yeah.
fucking owned him.
It all helped.
And then he never talked about you again,
Yeah, I think his staff is a guy.
bro. You should not the staff, the fucking internet. Like the
Yeah.
beating that he took from that was.
Yeah.
It was like such a checkmate move. Because the photo of you standing in front of a billboard on set, the odds of it happening
Who
while
was
the
this guy?
bill,
Like,
that is
I'm someone,
hubris.
right? Yeah.
That's like karma.
Why was he going at you?
I said something about
Radio's dead.
It was
He on my podcast.
He
He
was
went off.
He was saying something. I was like, "Fuck him, fuck Stern. He's out of touch." Him and Clint Eastwood should go blow each other's wrinkled dicks in their old man camps.
Yeah, that's what he said.
And then right at the time, he was saying, "Podcasts are not the future. You got to do radio."
Yes.
And it was like, "Bro, it's okay. You're out of touch."
You got to be a broadcaster. You got to work your way up.
30 minutes he spent on me.
He thought that was
Damn.
real back then. That's
You
funny.
want
They
to
all
run.
thought it was never going to go. They thought the podcast thing was just what are these guys wasting their time?
I know.
So funny.
Look at him now.
What are these
That's
Look
was Bert Kreischer on some radio show. They had an ad for like MeUndies or something. And Bert was like, "How much do you make for that?" I was like, "I do okay." And he goes, "Let's," because I have them too as a sponsor. And he goes, okay, how much should I go? Same time. Bert loves that. Same time. And so they go, okay. And then at the same time he goes, 1, 2, 3, go. And the guy goes, $75. And Bert goes, $3,500. And he goes, what? And he goes, $75. What? He goes, yes, CBS is taking all your money.
Louis did that to Schultz. You see that episode?
No.
Louis did a flagrant. He was like, because Schultz just put out a special behind a paywall. And he's like, you did that. I got the idea from you. And I made a ton of money. And Schultz like, well, what did you make? He goes, you go first. And Schultz goes, $5 million. He goes, that was stupid. You shouldn't have told me. Because Louis wouldn't say.
Wow.
But he made way more than that.
Yeah, also with him, like that was the only way to see him because it was in like the height of. So like the thing about people wanting to rebel against cancel culture, they had to go to his website to get it.
He was always the first at that, Louis. That time, and then like the early time, $5. No one else had the success he had with that first one.
Yeah.
Genius.
$1 million in like a day.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Genius.
And he
self-funded.
He made it so easy to get. You'd be better off buying it than stealing it.
And also, he realized from that point on, like, hey, like I'll just do all my own stuff now. That way, they can't just take it away from me.
Yeah.
Like I always have a direct connection to my fans. He always had email lists. Yeah. And his email list, he writes things. It's like it's good.
Yeah, he gives you a newsletter.
Yeah, but it's fun. It's like it's genius.
Even his TV show was different.
Yeah.
He was like, I don't want notes, so I'll take less money.
And he fucking edited it all on a little MacBook.
Edited
it all on like one of those little tiny
Right.
14-inch MacBooks.
Yeah. He's a different breed.
And now, like you can't fuck with him. You can do whatever he wants now. Like he's basically got his own fan base. They all got to leave him alone.
Yeah. And
kind of amazing.
He's got new material. Kill it.
He's always killing.
He took about a year off, right?
Yeah.
Took a year off.
What, that time?
Just chill out.
Late
Yeah.
time.
After the garden.
Yeah, he said, he's like, I'm not doing stand-up anymore. Every time I talk to him, I was like, well, since you're a former comic, you wouldn't understand. Shut up, all right. How's your sculpting class going, loser?
He did love that. He loved that sculpting.
He loves sculpting.
All right, boys. I finally have to pee.
All right.
So let's wrap this
Jesus,
up.
that's unbelievable.
Yeah, I've gone 5.5 hours without peeing.
Solid.
Good.
Did we just 5.5?
At least.
I think we won.
Annie Letterman stand-up special.
Let's go. What do we got? Fuck you, bitch. Honestly, you're gonna do that to me, bitch. You know, all the guys come in, they're like, all women talk about is their periods, and then you did me dirty like that. Let's just say this. I've ruined a lot of couches in my day. I've been no underwear that's good. Sometimes my boyfriend will clean the bathroom and I'll be like, how'd you get it up there? And I'm like, that is a really good question. I have no clue. I forget I have my period until I get it. I think I'm a boy until I'm in a puddle of blood. But, it's good lube for when you want to get on Dateline together. And, fuck you guys for... Doesn't getting your period make you so mad at guys? They're such a piece of shit. Are you straight or is that your girl? I can't tell. Why'd you lean away? Why did he lean away? Are you boyfriends? He's like, get your hands off my fucking man. Or did all four of you come together? Look at your tits. Is it real? You're a gift. You're a gift. I think you're about to get your period. Ma'am, I think you should go shove some toilet paper up your pussy. Yeah, periods really, it's like, I think guys think we talk about them a lot, but I think we don't talk about them that much. Do you guys know about the diarrhea part or? What's up with that? You do need to know. Who said they didn't need to know? Who said they didn't need to know? The guy with the girl? Oh, right there. Oh my God, I skipped up. You have long hair. I thought you were a girl. You don't want to hear about him? It was you, and then you blamed him? Are you straight or gay? You need to hear about periods. Gay guys, you get a pass. You can just earmuff. If you're not going to touch our muffs and our muffs are going to be nowhere near your ears, you can earmuff while we talk about periods. But the rest of you have to hear every single part. Do you guys know when it comes out like yolky? Yeah, sometimes it comes out like a yolk. I always think of it as like an artisanal coffee, you know, like it just drips down and, you know. But anyway, yeah, their periods are fucking sick, dude. I got my period for the first time in my Umbros when I was 11. I was like a young man, and a period just started dripping down my Umbros. Do you guys remember Umbros? Did you play soccer? How old are you? Oh, you're too young. Too old for me, but too young. It's really honestly disgusting. And then you guys are a couple? No? Why'd you look? Oh, you're not sure. It's your second date? But I like you guys are cute. You both have glasses. You listen to emo? Okay, where'd you guys meet? At emo night? Oh. Do you guys share the razor blade when you cut, or is it? Oh my god! You know how people get their wedding rings tattooed on? They're gonna cut their wedding rings. Oh my god, you guys! I came up with the best thing. Oh my god! You should cut your finger when your finger on her period. Now, where do you guys think you're gonna have period sex at some point, or sex period? So it's the third date, second date. Okay, where was the first date? At an Italian restaurant, and then he's like, let's do the opposite of a nice restaurant. Just comedians just spitting COVID in our faces, desperate for a laugh. Say or do anything for a laugh. Okay, so you went to the Italian, where did you meet on? Oh, at emo night. Who came up to who? Mutual friends, and was there an original setup or no? They didn't think it was going to happen, and then to breakfast. So a guy you banged invited you to breakfast. Who is this psycho that's inviting someone to breakfast? I'm so sorry. Was it on the weekend at least? Was it a brunch?
Point taken. Who do you go out to breakfast with?
Who is this guy that's trying to fuck your girl? I will fuck him up. So you're dating multiple people. That's fine. Now, is it going well? Oh, we're all worried about you. He friend-zoned himself. Guys, no! This is in your head. He's like, oh shit, should I have not said that? I should have pretended like I thought she was a dumb bitch. You got a negative to be like, your tits are big, but they're fat. Did you know big tits are fat? It's just fat. Do you know your fucking big titties that everyone likes are just fucking fat? That's what I try to say about big tits. I'm like, you fucking losers and your big fat tits. How much of your tits go on a diet, you fat pigs? Let's just say there's not much happening here. Blaustein, don't you guys love Michael Blaustein? Look at him. He didn't even move. Where's your girlfriend? Which one's your girlfriend? Oh, she's the furthest away. I can't see. Hold on, let me put my glasses on. Did you guys think I was blind? I want to look like I just came from the doctor. All right, I need another suggestion. Stevie Wonder. All right, I have a friend. Okay, I like that one too, but I have a friend who's going blind. Josh Potter. Do you guys know who Josh Potter is? I'm glad you like him, but that was the most pathetic woo, and we all felt it for you. You tried so hard, but it like got caught in your throat. Did you? Why don't you help her? Are you jealous that she's so into Potter? How to compliment me with an insult? She loves you. I think you're a stupid bitch. I hate you, bitch. bitch. I hate you, bitch. All she does is talk about you. And I go, no, no, no. She goes, she's so funny. I go, she's a stupid bitch. But I came with her and now she's happy. So thanks. No, thank you. Yours are cute. Oh, blowing kisses. What? Is anyone else getting horny? My boyfriend's gonna beat both of your ass. What if my boyfriend can just punch your girlfriend in the face? Oh, you like my girlfriend? Like, no, not her, not her. Okay, love your shiny stuff. I've got ADD, so. Okay, so my friend is going blind. My friend Josh Potter is going blind, okay? It's been happening most of his life, which doesn't make it better for us, but it makes it kind of, you're like, well, he's had a lot of time to deal with it. Like for us, it's like one of the eyes is milky. It's like a little harder for us, you know? No. He's so cute. We love him. But I go on the road with him a lot, and I realize if he goes blind before he has a girlfriend, like I just have a Josh Potter. Like I'm his emergency contact. I have to get him a girlfriend before that last retina detaches. Or I'm gonna have to build an extension in my home. Is that what it's called, build an extension? So I got taxes on the mind. I said extension, build a, what do you call it? Okay, anyway. So that's what I was thinking about with Stevie Wonder. But also I always promise him, I go, Josh, when you go blind, I will make sure you're like dressed well. Because people have done Stevie Wonder dirty. Not only did his retinas detach, but his dreads are also very slowly detaching. I mean, they're pulling down. It is. And he doesn't know. That's the thing. He's all happy, swinging around, smacking in the face with them, and we're all like, don't swing too hard, you're going to lose another one. Like, do you think he's like rolling around in his bed and like a dread? Like, he's like, what is this? He has no clue what he's like. Are there worms in my bed? Anyway, I don't know why I'm making him so gay. He's like, I feel like I'm like Stevie Wonder. Where should they go on a third date was my other one. Okay. Well, to this guy's house to kick his fucking ass. Do you know this guy that's taking her out? Are you friends with him? Are you fighting for her, on her? No, he's just your friend. Right. No, you guys are you vibing? You feel like this is fun? You're not ready yet to say. It's fun, but you're not ready to say if it's forever. He's in, bitch. He's in. He's already on one knee. He's literally on his knee bend. He's ready to just fall forward. Okay, so have you had a crush on her from afar for a while? Okay. She's cute. And she's playing hard to get with this other guy, which is pretty fucked up. So why do you think the other guy is not interested in you? Okay, how old are you? 22? All right. I don't want to do the baby girl talk, but it's not your friend. He's not your friend. He's not your friend. If you were like ugly, I'd be like, he's your friend, you know? You're very fuckable. And as your friend, I just start eating it up. We're all trying to date her. Everyone in this room is trying to date you. I love this. I love this. And now, okay. All right. All right. So this other guy, he has a girlfriend. Is he a dork? Have you guys been to a foam party? Okay. Do you guys remember foam parties? Did you have those? Okay. I just was curious. Okay. That was it. I didn't have anything to say about it. Okay. All right, so your friend has never made a move. Have you slept over his house ever? Have you ever slept in the same bed as him? I had a lot of those friends. They're like, sleep over. I'm like, what? You wake up, you're like, oh my God, is that one of Stevie Wonder's dreads in my... What is that? All right, you guys. I'm Andy Letterman. Thank you so much. It's so fun. Shut your mouth. Okay, give me a suggestion. Hitachi Magic Wand. That was too. I'm so sorry. That wasn't you guys. It was the man behind you that was like, "How does she masturbate? What tool does she use when she comes?" Ah! You didn't ask Brendan Schaub about his pocket pussy, did you? Sexism. The only problem with the Hitachi is that it looks so much like a microphone. Sometimes I can't help myself. The Hitachi ones, they're very, do you know, they're they're back massagers. No, they really are, because the company, like, in all bold is like, please do not put this on your pussy. They were like a reputable company that were like, we finally found such a high-powered tool, and women were just like, anything that vibrates is going in our pussies, right? Toothbrushes. I remember my parents had like a water pick for their teeth, which, ew, why did that exist? I think to go inside my mom. And when I was a kid, my brother and I, the twin brother, we found my mom's like back massager. We're like, what is that? And she used it on us. Instead of letting us know, like now as an adult, I realized that there was pussy juice all over my shoulders. But as a kid, I was like, I feel loose and I smell tuna, but that's fine. But I'm not weird. All right. But it is, I do feel like the Hitachi is so high powered. Like, even if there's no like low level on it. Like, it's getting blasted. You don't want to end up with, my fucking pussy looks like Brendan Schaub's ears at the end. A fucking cauliflower pussy. I'm walking around like, they're like, what, did you go to spin class? No. I did spin on something though. It's just too much. And then it dies in the middle and you want to kill yourself. And, oh, you laughed hard, bitch. I used to be all nervous to bring sex toys. It is hard when you have the Hitachi that'll bring it on like a first date. You gotta drag it in. It's 500 pounds. Okay. Am I done? I don't know if I'm done. I feel like I am, and then I don't feel like I am. I feel like we can squeeze some more out of this vag topic. You scared? Are you guys, why? Don't say it like that, bitch. Don't be like, tampons. But mine is half in and half out right now, and that is really uncomfortable. Don't you hate when that happens? No sudden movements. No sudden movements. I know. I just found out they had like ones that are small. I've been just using the biggest ones. And it hurts. It hurts. You pull it like, ooh. It bites back. It like pulls back. I'm like, what? Is it a mouse? I was kidding when I called it a mouse. What else? Amusement parks. Oh god. Same thing, right? All right. When I was I hope my boyfriend's not here because I am getting to the age and I am in love in a way where I no longer want my horror stories to be near my sweet boyfriend. But like, it's fine for you guys. But if he's in them, it's so embarrassing. But if he's gone, I'm like, and then I was fucking gagging on it. But if he's here, I'm like, oh, it's disgusting. Ew, I don't like that. It's like, love you. I've never had usually I have boyfriends where I'm like, and then I was getting fisted in the ass. And they're like, please stop. I'm like, why? I'm a woman. It's feminism. And now I'm like, secrets. When I was 15 years old, I went to Six Flags Great Adventure in New Jersey, in the great state. I do have a spray tan right now, so I feel like obviously I'm bringing up New Jersey. Okay, so I'm waiting in line. I'm with my friend and her boyfriend, and I just meet these identical twins. It's so weird you said threesome and I meet these identical twins. I'm a 15-year-old. I have nipple rings, and I have like a bottle of vodka somewhere. I didn't have a lot of pockets, so it could have been. I was fun. And I was like, I don't have anyone to go on this ride with. And this like twin turned around and was like, you can go with me. And his name was Sean Borg. I saw his name. And we went on the ride, and he played with my nipple rings. And we stayed in touch. And I used to have like this list of phone numbers. It really is like so slutty now that I think about it. I was like, okay, I hooked up with this guy on a ride. This guy I met at Quaker Youth Retreats. Okay. Both were involving my nipple rings. I actually went on this Quaker Youth. I was brought up Quaker. Do you guys know what Quakerism is? It's a form of Christianity, but they believe that God's in the form of an inner light that's in everyone and everything except my ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend. She's a godless bitch. And but anyway, that was I've already said that joke before. But I have to confess when that happened on this show. I don't want you to be like, oh my god. That joke you guys didn't laugh at, pre-written. The thing you liked the least, yeah, I worked on that. I workshopped it, done it many times. But okay, so I lost my own train of thought. Did tampon girl just go? Don't be tampon girl and girl. You need something less wet. The nipple rings. Okay, the twins, the nipple ring. Oh, I went to Youthquake. I don't know why I heiled Hitler. We're not like that. We're not anti-Jew. We're just,
Primates, you're an online question. My kids don't want to go to school in the morning. Can I offer them
So Youthquake was like all the youth groups, like Quaker youth groups, would meet up at this place. We went to like North Carolina or something. We took a bus, and me and my friends, we tied the sheets together because we said we were going to sneak out, and they call them friendly presences, the adults. Which, by the way, were they fucking us? Friendly presences? Does that not sound like people that are fingering your children? Friendly presences, FPs. That is actually maybe the one place I wasn't molested. But, okay. So, it's cool to be molested, bitch. Stop it. If you weren't molested, you're a loser. I'm sorry. You have a 9 to 5. Your life sucks. You're boring. You need to get some teacher jizz on you as a kid, and that's how you turn into a comedian. I got Jackson Pollock into this job, okay? I was fucking cute. I don't care. I was cute. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, did she just make a good coffee?
I had it. I got good grades.
Whatever would have continued with her train of thought though on her slutty list.
Youthquake. So me and my friend that we were staying in a room together, and we were like, we're gonna sneak out. And the friendly presences were like, no, you aren't. And we're like, what are you gonna do? Rape us? Of course we are. Like, fuck you. And so then they sat by our door, so we couldn't sneak out. So then we tied sheets together, and we climbed. It was snowing. We climbed on we scaled the wall. My nipple rings were frozen. They were frozen, and we climbed into this other guy's room. We just made out. I did fuck him 15 years later, but not worth it. Not worth the wait. Woo, ruined Vermont for me, honestly. I was like, I don't think I ever want to go back to Vermont. That was disgusting. Do you ever have that where someone like ruins? Like, can't listen to Elton John anymore. Do you know how someone stole Elton John from me? They were so lame when I dated them that all they did was play Elton John on piano. That now I'm like, I'm done. There's no more fucking. It's not my song anymore. It's your song. I can keep doing this. You guys hate what I'm doing, so I'm going to stop doing it. But you love me, so it's okay. I have high self-esteem. Isn't it so good to like, when you have high self, it's like, you don't matter, but you do, but you don't. Okay, new suggestion. Anyone? Popcorn. You want to see my nipples? Thank you for asking that, actually. That is nobody ever asked that. They're not like, how did the 14-year-old get her androgynous zones pierced? I'll tell you who did it. This big fat lady named Sue at South Street Tattoo in Philadelphia. I'll never forget this bitch, okay? Dude, Sue is probably still alive unless a parent killed her because she was piercing the shit out of our genitals and we were young, okay? I just feel like my tits should be fully developed before you pierce them, but it's okay. But I appreciate it. It was fun at the time. So Big Fat Sue I remember she had a leg tattoo of a picture her daughter drew. She tattooed it on. She's like, I'm gonna let her color it in. I was like, wow, you really do age inappropriate things. You let your baby get a tattoo gun on your leg. It'd be funny if you saw her now. It's like all over her face. Her kid gave her blackface. Wait, can I just tell you guys this because I've never been comfortable saying it on stage? Because I have the spray tan, I feel like this is stand up on the spot. The last time I got a spray tan, I went back to Philadelphia. The lady gave me the spray tan. She did not ask me how dark I wanted it, and she gave me the darkest, okay? And I was in blackface. I was in black body. My whole body. Because she gets like your labia and shit. Like my whole body was, okay? I went home and my 80-year-old dad goes, I just never thought my daughter would be a person of color. He said it immediately. And then I coughed in his face and gave him COVID. Said, haha, Dad. All right. So she pierced my nipple as she was putting the nipple through my 14-year-old breast, my baby boob, my buds. My buds. She drops the needle and she goes, oops, Butterfingers. Bitch, you better not have Butterfingers when you're driving away from my dad who's chasing you down the fucking street, bitch. Butterfingers! As she pierces the nipple of the child. But we survived. Okay, give me one more and I have to go. You've been waiting. It's like, honestly, I don't want to judge your guys' suggestions, but it's the excitement and the fact that you've been holding your breath. You couldn't wait. What do you think? He's like, is she going to put it in her ass? I bet she puts it in her ass. And then she puts it in her pussy. She's a slut. My Little Pony. My niece is like really into dragons. But if you call it like a unicorn or dragon, she gets really mad. And she told my sister-in-law, she goes, you need glasses for your mouth. Oh. Isn't that good to fix your words? Also, she calls the sunset pink o'clock. Also, she knows Santa's not real, but nobody wants to tell her yet, so she keeps bringing it up. She's like, my head's confused. Just tell me the truth. They're like, what do you think? They're like fucking with her so bad. She's like, and then the same night she said that, she goes, Mom, where do babies come from? And we were crying laughing because she was just asking all these questions. And then her mom was trying to explain to her like that babies come out of a vaginal canal. And she goes, a canal, like the one that attaches the Nile River? And she literally brought out her like homework and told us what a canal was. And then I tested positive for COVID 2 hours later and left their house immediately. That was the last time I saw her. Okay, I wanted a big exit, but I got some laughs on my niece's jokes. It was fun. I'm so glad to be back. Thank you, Jeremiah.
One thirty to
We did 5 for sure.
Go watch Ari's special.
Go watch Ari's special. It's on Netflix right now.
Go bigger and
American
blacker.
Sweetheart. $85,000 worth of plants.
watch it all the way to the end. Even if you can't watch it all the way through.
Ari, America's Sweetheart.
The thought of a dead black man gets me so fucking hard. Possibly too far. People are going to get killed. So who better than a child? They don't contribute to the GDP, like at all. Guys, I'm joking. I hope you understand that. Remember when you couldn't kill Asian people for 3 months, 4 years ago? I've been having so much fun. I've been shoplifting like a lot. Black people, you gotta be white someday. It rules so fucking hard. Oh, it's the best. Black people, honestly, I hope you get white privilege someday soon. But until that happens, man, you make excellent decoys. If I'm at CVS and three brothers walk in, I'm like, it's go time.
Greatest piratical menace in the Caribbean. They turned to the Caribbean first as these legitimate merchants, seeking sources for goods that were denied them by the trade embargo put on them by the Spanish. They were primarily interested in three goods: sugar, tobacco, and salt. Sugar and tobacco were luxury goods that all the best people had. If you went to visit somebody and they didn't have a sugar bowl when they served you tea, it was somewhat embarrassing. If they were unable to smoke a cigar or light a pipe after dinner, then it was also seen as somewhat low class. Anybody who was anybody was using sugar and tobacco at this time. They weren't just luxury goods for the elite, they were luxury goods for the merchant class and even the middle class. Basically, anybody who wasn't the lowliest of peasants wanted a little bit of sugar and tobacco to show off just how classy they were. Now, sugar was seen as a relatively harmless luxury, something that sweetened the tea and that the young ladies liked. But tobacco was catching on so quickly that people realized soon what a real menace it was. It caught on particularly fiercely in the Protestant nations. The Catholic churches all across Europe condemned the leaf as a heretical heathen ritual, but even in those Catholic countries, you would find Spaniards and Frenchmen and Germans all smoking tobacco. Even the church's condemnation could not keep the use of this plant back. But in those Protestant countries, it was running rampant. In 1604, the newly raised King James I of England published the Counterblast to Tobacco. It read in part, quote, "Have you not reason then to be ashamed and to forbear this filthy novelty, so basely grounded, so foolishly received, and so grossly mistaken in the right use thereof? In your abuse thereof, sinning against God, harming yourselves both in persons and goods, and raking also thereby the marks and notes of vanity upon you, a custom loathsome to the eye, hateful to the nose, harmful to the brain, dangerous to the lungs." End quote. There's a lot going on in this quote. It looks bad, it smells bad, it's bad for you. These are all obvious things. However, there's a lot of talk of God in there. The vanity line is very important. This was seen as a sinful act because it served no purpose other than as a luxury good and a status symbol. In Europe, the tide was beginning to turn. Vanity was seen as a dreadful sin, and more people were climbing onto this train of Puritanism. We're going to talk a lot more about that later. But for now, despite the Puritan elements and the king's diatribe against the leaf, tobacco had caught on in England and in the Netherlands and in Spain, France, everyone was using it. It even took it over to Asia, where it was going to cause a whole slew of its own problems over there. Tobacco was quickly becoming something that everyone in the world wanted a little bit of. Salt, on the other hand, was not a luxury good. It was a necessary element of life. If you lived on the North Sea, or if you lived on the English Channel, you were going to find yourself eating a lot of fish, primarily cod. And salt was used to preserve that cod for transport from harbor to harbor or overland. It wasn't only used for fish, but for curing all sorts of meats, especially at sea. Basically, if you wanted to eat anything that wasn't freshly killed or picked from your own garden, you were going to need some salt to preserve it and keep it edible. And unfortunately for the Dutch, they had recently lost their sole source of salt. Most of the salt in Western Europe came from salt mines in Portugal. Now, the Dutch and the Spanish Empire, including the Portuguese, were still embroiled in the 80 Years' War, and the Spanish decided to use a tactic against them, denying them all sorts of trade. Most of this the Dutch could get around, but they had trouble finding a new source of salt in Europe. So they turned to the New World, where they quickly found an inexhaustible source on the coast of what is modern-day Venezuela, then called Brazil. On the Araraya Peninsula near Lake Araraya, the Dutch found a salt plain that would supply their entire nation with salt for as long as they needed it. At least, for as long as they could get it from out of the hands of the Spanish. They sent their massive ships to collect as much salt as they could possibly carry, along with a few armed pinnaces and sloops to defend against any Spanish patrols that might come along. This was still all Spanish land, and while the locals had been willing to trade, the governors were well aware that these two nations were at war and would chase off any Dutch ships they found. But no patrols came. Not one single vessel came to question or harass the Dutch. When they started thinking about it, they realized that they hadn't seen a single warship or official patrol boat on their entire trip to the New World. So rather than keeping their pinnaces and sloops on hand to protect them, they sent them out to do a little investigative work. No matter where they sailed, more and more boldly into Spanish-controlled harbors, they didn't find any warships or patrol boats. All they found were fat, heavy, and slow merchant vessels. Merchant vessels that the Dutch quickly relieved of any valuables they might have on board. This quickly became really the primary goal for these missions. Men who were admirals in the 80 Years' War back in Europe would bring their own vessels along, ostensibly, according to European politics, to protect their salt vessels, but really all they did was follow in Drake's footsteps and attack as much Spanish merchant shipping as possible. For 6 whole years, the Dutch sailed around 800 of these large salt ships to Brazil, and for 6 years, their sloops raided and plundered. The New World had always been heavily defended by Spain. It was a place that all of their riches stemmed from, but they quickly realized that this was now the most vulnerable point in the Spanish Empire, and they exploited that fact. As tales spread back in Europe of the rich waters of the Caribbean, the French Huguenot pirates who had for decades terrorized the Spanish came back in numbers. There were more French pirates in the Caribbean at this point in time than there ever had been in the past. The Dutch dwarfed the English fleets in the heyday of Drake and Hawkins. They were a menace that was unseen in the past. Their forebears, men like Drake and Vandermark and Letestu, they would have been proud of seeing this new generation of young Protestant pirates taking on the Spanish, but they also would have been shocked. These new pirates faced almost no resistance from the Spanish. The Spanish almost never sent ships against them, even after reports had been sent to the governor of their terrible, terrible deeds. When an especially bold governor would send out a couple of ships to try and take on this pirate menace, well, it was laughable. The Dutch and the French would sometimes just fire some shots at them and send them packing, but more often they would just take their ships and drop off the Spaniards in small boats to get to land. The Spanish quickly realized that the more ships they sent against them, the stronger and stronger these fleets were becoming. The truth was that the Spanish Empire was completely bankrupt. Their wars against France, and then against England, and then against the Dutch, and then against Portugal, and all the while against the Ottoman Turks, had left them completely destitute. Philip had gotten them into so many engagements that all of the gold and silver of the New World, which they shipped over on massive flotillas twice a year, could still not fund all of these wars. The mood at the Spanish court in the capital has been what would be called somber. Many historians have compared it to the last days of the Roman Empire, when the Visigoths were at the gates and the Huns came knocking, and they knew that their days were numbered, but they tried to project an image of strength. However, despite their best efforts, they could not convince anybody else that they had anything left to hold them back. So the Spanish colonists, who at this point were really Americans, most of the people that lived in the New World had been born in the New World. They huddled in their towns and their ports, and their enemies, the Dutch and the French, ruled the waters. The English, however, are noticeably absent from this time of Protestant piracy in the Caribbean. That new English king, King James, didn't share the former queen's attitude towards piracy. He punished and imprisoned any pirates that he caught, and he encouraged legitimate trade and commerce and colonization. Elizabeth had tried her hand at colonization several times, but it had never really worked out. The English had made a lot more money off of the piracy of men like Francis Drake, so the colonies really got pushed to the back burner, but under James, he redoubled his efforts. He focused primarily on North America. He had his dream of a New England across the Atlantic, and he granted a charter to the Virginia Company. They sailed across the Atlantic to North America, to the region known as Virginia, named after Elizabeth, the Virgin Queen, and in 1607 they settled Jamestown. The attempted settlements at Roanoke had ended in disaster, but Jamestown, named obviously after King James I, was England's first successful and lasting attempt at a colony.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. You might say all kinds of stuff when things go wrong, but these are the words you really need to remember. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. They've got options to fit your unique insurance needs, meaning you can talk to your agent to choose the coverage you need, have coverage options to protect the things you value most, file a claim right on the State Farm mobile app, and even reach a real person when you need to talk to someone. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
A relief mission carrying supplies to the settlement at Jamestown 2 years later in 1609 was hit by a truly disastrous storm, and it shipwrecked at the island of Bermuda. The captain, a man named Sir George Somers, had sailed under Sir Francis Drake as a young man and under Sir Walter Raleigh, as he led these castaways on the island of Bermuda for 10 whole months. They really built a proto-settlement there. They built homes and fishing huts. This is supposed to be the inspiration for Shakespeare's play The Tempest. But in addition to homes and shelter, they also built ships. And 10 months after shipwrecking, they sailed on to the colony of Virginia. Every person, including the dog on board, had survived. In 1612, this man, George Somers, was granted his own royal license to build a permanent settlement on Bermuda. Now, if you look at a map, Bermuda is kind of perfectly situated between England and the New World. It's not an island in the Caribbean, but it is a perfect stopping place, kind of similar to the islands in the Atlantic that the Spanish and Portuguese used to travel to the New World. But soon, the English realized that the real money was not in tobacco plantations in Virginia or in new Puritan settlements in Boston, but the real money was down south in the Caribbean. We've spent a lot of time on the New World in this show, all over the Caribbean and even on the Spanish Main, but now we're going to be focusing much more heavily on the region, and I'd like to spend just a little bit of time going over some of the basic geography. If you picture the Caribbean, or pull up a map of the Caribbean, there's one at the website, you'll see that the majority of the islands in the Caribbean form a sort of a barrier between the Atlantic Ocean and the Caribbean Sea. This barrier stretches all the way from Florida to South America and forms almost kind of a hook shape. These islands are generally categorized into 3 different groups. The northernmost of these islands, the islands closest to North America, are collectively known as the Bahamas. There are a ton of these islands, and they're all relatively small and kind of packed together. The waters in between them are all shallow and clear and beautiful. They all have miles of sandy beach and tropical palm trees. Basically, it's paradise. You know, it's the Bahamas. The Spanish mostly ignored the Bahamas, at least in terms of colonization. They traded with the natives there and captured a lot of the natives for slaves, but really there weren't too many Spanish settlements in the Bahamas. Now, to the southwest of the Bahamas, there are the largest islands in the Caribbean, namely Cuba, Jamaica, Hispaniola, and Puerto Rico. These are known collectively as the Greater Antilles. The majority, really nearly all, of Spanish colonization in the Caribbean took place in the Greater Antilles. Now, the discovery of gold and silver on the mainland and the subsequent conquest of the Aztec and Inca empires pushed the Greater Antilles a little bit into the background. But the oldest and sometimes grandest settlements in the New World were still there on these islands, and they were still kind of a jewel in Spain's crown. And then to the southeast of the Greater Antilles lay the Lesser Antilles. They form really the hook part of that hook shape, kind of wrapping around from where the Greater Antilles and the Bahamas leave off to reach all the way around to the South American continent. The Lesser Antilles are generally split into 2 different sets of islands, 2 subsets, the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands. The Spanish colonies are peppered throughout all of the Lesser Antilles, though mostly they were on the Windward Islands. That's where most of the Europeans first made landfall when they were crossing the Atlantic. That's all part of that triangle trade. If you traveled south to Africa and then traveled west across the Atlantic, the Windward Islands are where you would very first make landfall. And it was here, in these Lesser Antilles, that the Dutch really first made their presence known. They moved fast. These colonies were small and poorly defended, so the Dutch pushed out basically all of the Spanish merchant shipping. They became the only way for the few Spanish who were still left in their colonies there to get many of the goods that they needed just simply to live. As they pushed further and further into the Caribbean, the Spanish basically pulled back just to the Greater Antilles and to the mainland. These were the only ports that were of enough import for them to spend the resources it took to defend them. So the Dutch controlled basically the entirety of the Lesser Antilles and the Bahamas. Now, due to the years of the Spanish taking them as slaves and open warfare, and in many cases, most importantly, the germs, these islands were basically uninhabited. There were almost no natives left on many of these smaller islands. So really, once the Dutch pushed the Spanish out, they had really nobody competing with them. The Dutch began to settle down and put down roots. They started colonies of their own and moved into the established Spanish colonies. At first, this was really just the actions of Dutch merchants who were looking to make a profit in the Caribbean, but soon it became a real place of warfare, an American theater of the 80 Years' War. They not only came in and put down their own colonies, but pushed further and further into Spanish-held waters. Eventually, even all of the colonies on the Greater Antilles were forced to concede to trade with the Dutch. And the Dutch had such massive fleets that really the Spanish could do very little against them, and they began building these truly impressive harbor forts on every place that they had a settlement that really made the thought of reconquest of these islands a non-issue. The Dutch were definitely here and were a presence that the Spanish really couldn't do anything about. But the Dutch weren't finished there. They pushed further into the Caribbean and then began to push into South America. That is the part at the southern end of the Lesser Antilles, being modern-day Venezuela. They started a really overland war campaign on the mainland against all of the Spanish settlements there. So all of the Spanish resources in the region were pushed into fighting against the Dutch. And the French and English used this as a perfect time to trickle in and begin setting up their own colonies. The very first English colony in the Caribbean was on the island of St. Kitts, or St. Christopher. This was named after Columbus. This was perhaps one of the first places he landed. It was settled in 1623 by the English, and then in 1625 the French established a colony on St. Kitts as well. The French and the English, these were French Huguenot settlements, so they settled the island peacefully and split it between them. And the Dutch were happy to have the French and the English. They were all good Protestants, mostly. There were some Catholics there, but it didn't encroach on the Dutch interests in the Caribbean. It really kind of enhanced them. See, the Dutch and English were building sugar and tobacco plantations in their settlements, but building plantations is kind of an expensive endeavor and really kind of hard work. Trade was really the preferred means that the Dutch used to make a profit. They preferred to bring in tools and all sorts of manufactured goods into the colonies and then export all of their produce back to Europe for sale. This was a lot less work and really made them a lot more money. Notably, the most important and valuable cargo of all was what the Dutch excelled at, the sale of human beings. The Dutch could really be given credit, or take the blame, for starting the early 17th century plantation system. They really built this entire economy in the Caribbean. There were manufacturing centers, primarily Antwerp and Amsterdam, that built all of the machinery needed to process sugar and tobacco. Their slave ships carried untold numbers of Africans to the New World to work for French and English masters, and their merchants carried all of the goods produced back to Europe for sale. Really, the Dutch facilitated this entire New World economy, built entirely on the back of African slaves. But despite all of the profit that this plantation system created, still their most emotionally satisfying venture was piracy. Now, Spanish ships all over were being attacked by Protestant ships, but in 1628, a Dutch admiral named Pieter Heijn fulfilled Sir Francis Drake's dream. He sailed toward the Spanish Main with a fleet of Dutch naval vessels, bolstered by another fleet of Dutch Caribbean pirates. It was in the waters near Mexico that they intercepted the Spanish treasure fleet. Initially, Admiral Heijn took 8 ships. He had to chase the rest of the fleet down, but in the end, he took a total of 16 ships, some in the open ocean, and finally capturing the last few on the coast of Cuba. Now, all of these ships were virtually unguarded. They didn't have a fleet of warships to guard them because the Spanish couldn't afford it. So he took all of these ships without bloodshed, and he stole enough money from the Spanish to fund the Dutch army for a full 8 months. Now, despite the blow to the Spanish financially, Admiral Heijn was not a monster. He released all of his Spanish prisoners with ample provisions and a guide to take them to Havana. He did, of course, take their ships, but the race for colonies in the Caribbean was on. Now, it should be noted that these colonies were not official royal colonies. As the English and the Dutch and the French all spread throughout the Caribbean, their monarchs were all otherwise occupied. Back in England, King James had passed away, and his son Charles had taken the throne. Turns out, Charles wasn't the best of monarchs. That Puritan element in his country was gaining steam and causing Charles a lot of trouble. There were a series of civil wars in England, so the English crown was not really worried with anything that was happening in the New World. Now, on the continent, both the 30 Years' War and the 80 Years' War were still raging, so nearly every nation in Europe was embroiled in some sort of warfare. The only people who cared what was happening back in the New World were the merchants who were trying to make as much money as possible, and the pirates who wanted to steal as much of that money as they could. Now, that's not to say that the English crowns didn't have an interest in their New World colonies. Anybody who had founded a colony in the Caribbean paid their respective monarch a percentage of their profits. It could even be argued, and has been by many historians, that these early days of Caribbean colonization caused many of the wars raging all throughout Europe. The English would go on to take the islands of Barbados, Antigua, Montserrat, and Anguilla. The French would take Guadeloupe, Martinique, Saint Martin, Saint Barth, Saint Lucia, Grenada, and Saint Croix. The Dutch, the Danes, the Swedes, the Norwegians, they all took their share, and for a time, the Northern Europeans really ruled the Caribbean. The Spanish, in a drastic and ill-conceived attempt to combat this incursion, well, they greatly aided their enemies, and they really gave rise to Caribbean piracy. They planned to deny these Dutchmen and these English and French the tobacco and sugar that they desired. So they banned tobacco production in Brazil for 10 years. Then they depopulated entire islands and moved all of the people from these islands to larger population centers. One of the most drastic of these was when the Spanish took the entire population of the northwest part of the island of Hispaniola and moved them to the other side of the island. And it was here, just off the northwest coast, that we find a small island. Insignificant, really, that Christopher Columbus discovered on his first voyage. In his journals, he records it. Out of the mists, he saw this island rising, a large, round mountain that reminded him of nothing so much as a massive tortoise. He gave the island her name, Tortuga. The island of Tortuga was a long-time haunt of pirates in the Caribbean. Dutch and French pirates used the island as a place to launch raids against shipping going to Hispaniola. It had a really great port that was large enough for about 2 gunships to enter, so it could be easily defended. But after the Spanish and French pirates made landfall, they intended to set up shop on Tortuga for good. They chased off the few remaining Spaniards, and in 1625 they established a colony on Tortuga. For a time they planted crops. They hunted, they fished, and they raided the Spanish. This was a collection of true scallywags who were feasting on boar and pigeon and Spanish loot. But that was, of course, something that the Spanish couldn't put up with. Eventually, they did come to reclaim the island. The men who had settled Tortuga saw the Spanish coming, and they ran to their canoes where they rowed over to the mainland. The Spanish followed these pirates over to Hispaniola. They intended to track them down, but they had a lot of trouble. These men were wily and wild, and they were at home on the ocean or in the mountains. These pirates lured the Spanish further and further inland until one night they snuck past the nearly 800 Spanish soldiers back to their canoes, where they rowed back to Tortuga. Now, when the pirates returned, they found that the Spanish had built a small fort and left a few Spaniards living there. The French and English intended to exile or kill the Spaniards, but as it turned out, they weren't really Spanish at all. These men were locals who had been born and raised on Tortuga, or some of them on the nearby coast on Hispaniola. The men spoke Spanish, but they had no love for their governors or their overlords. They were these locally born Americans. And it turns out they really liked Tortuga. They showed these pirates how they'd always survived on the island. The locals, along with a growing number of Amerindian natives, showed the pirates which trees they had always cut for timber. There was sandalwood and candlewood, which gave a rich yellow dye. There were palms, which they used for wine, and there were yams that they used to make food and beer. They were shown all around the best fishing grounds and a place where hundreds of thousands of pigeons would fly every year. The natives showed them their traditional methods for hunting or trapping wild boar. They did so without dogs or guns. And the natives showed the European pirates their preferred method for cooking this boar, using a rack to smoke and roast the meat. The Arawak had called this rack a boucan. The French and the English, as it turned out, loved the meat from cooking in this method, and they took that Arawak word as a new title. They were no longer pirates, but buccaneers.
At every local McDonald's, serving a great first bite starts with putting care into everything. First, McDonald's suppliers make sure they meet our high standards at every step. Next, daily food quality checks happen at every McDonald's restaurant, over 13 million a year. From plants to plates, we're investing along our supply chain. It's about more than just meals. We serve integrity, care, and quality in each McDonald's, so you can feel good about every first bite.
This was supposed originally to symbolize a shift in occupation. They meant to be hunters of boar who sold the pelts to the Dutch and timber merchants selling wood. They meant to produce yams and dye and build a real colony, a sustainable place to live. They sent for wives and families, and they built farms and houses and were trying to build something new. These pirates were trying to give up a life of violence and trying to build a colony that was all their own. It was a place that was unique in the Caribbean, where Spaniards and Englishmen, French, Dutch, and natives, even free Africans, they all flocked to Tortuga. They had an elected governor, but they had no royal authority or national allegiance. These were a free people. Now, they were mostly Protestant, but there were still Catholics there as well. And the Africans and the native people practiced their own religions, and nobody was trying to kill them. These people in Tortuga chose their own leaders, and for a time, it was really a democratic paradise. They called themselves, originally at this time, the Brethren of the Coast. But the old world would soon enough encroach upon them and drag them back into a world of warfare and religious struggle. In England, the civil wars were not going well for Charles, and a young Puritan MP named Oliver Cromwell, along with many of his associates, plotted to found a new English colony along Puritan principles. Now, they had founded the colony at Boston in Massachusetts, and it was flourishing, so Cromwell had his eyes on putting something in the Caribbean. A group of these Puritan leaders, they received a royal commission from Charles to open the Providence Company. In 1631, they planted settlements on Providence and Henrietta Islands. Now, don't worry if you're unfamiliar with these islands, they really didn't last long. Now, these settlements were so far away from the established English colonies and the Lesser Antilles that their efforts at trade completely failed next to the cheaper and more reliable Dutch merchants. So the Providence Company turned their eyes on Tortuga. There, these Puritans established a thoroughly English colony where they imported slaves and planted tobacco and persecuted anyone that wasn't thoroughly Protestant enough for them. They split the island by the old national boundaries, and both the French and English factions built forts to protect their towns and their harbor. Now, after failing at trade and at tobacco planting, which was so lucrative a vocation that even the smallest subsistence farmers cultivated it, the Providence Company turned to piracy. The pirates of the Providence Company were the worst kind of pirates. They were the boring kind. Their captains banned drinking, they banned whoring, they banned any music that was not an official hymn, they even banned card playing. All I imagine on board these Providence Company pirate vessels are men who are praying silently and looking for Spanish vessels to sack. They did, however, sack Spanish vessels pretty successfully, and they raised Spanish ire. So in 1635, a Spanish fleet attacked Providence Island and the British settlement there. They were repelled by the Providence Islanders, but then they moved on to Tortuga. On Tortuga, they occupied the island. Now, most of the men were out hunting in the mountains or raiding at sea, but any men they captured, they hung. There were no questions, there were no trials, just execution. All of the women and children were exiled. Now, attacking a settlement that has an official royal charter might seem like an act of war or the sort of thing that would start a war, but that wasn't exactly the case. While the 80 Years' War was raging, the English and French were both at peace with Spain. But the colonial powers had adopted an unofficial policy known as the No Peace Beyond the Line policy. It meant that below the line of demarcation that was set by the Treaty of Tordesillas from 1494, the politics and treaties of old Europe did not hold. In reality, what this meant was that the New World was up for grabs, and whoever could take land and hold it could have it. There was no such thing as an act of war in the New World, only a quest for colonization. Now, for these attacks on Tortuga and Providence Island, the men of the Providence Company all obtained letters of reprisal against the Spanish. Before they could use them, though, the island of Providence was eventually retaken by the Spanish. They took every man that they found and sent him back to Spain in chains. Now, the Puritan pirates, with these letters of reprisal, remained in the Caribbean, and they rallied under a man named Captain William Jackson. Armed with these letters of marque, they decided to set sail and plunder. Now, in March of 1643, Captain Jackson took his 7 ships and sailed into what would eventually become the port of Kingston, Jamaica, and they went ashore. They marched on a town called Villa de la Vega, which is now known as Spanish Town. There were 500 English buccaneers that attacked the city, which was, at the time, the principal settlement on Jamaica. There was a fierce but brief firefight, and the English took the city. Now, these buccaneers, in fact, really all buccaneers, followed in the footsteps of Francis Drake. Taking ships was all well and good, but tobacco and sugar were heavy, and it took a lot of time to turn them into gold. Taking cities, though, was a much better enterprise. You had the opportunity to ransack the homes of the rich, empty the taverns of all the food and drink, and then ransom the town. For the troubles of these 500 English buccaneers, they received a grand total of 7,000 pieces of eight, 10,000 pounds of cassava bread, and 200 head of cattle. In truth, it wasn't much, but a number of the Englishmen were so enamored with the island of Jamaica that they decided to abandon ranks and stay there, many of them taking on Spanish wives. And even the Englishmen who stayed loyal and went back to England loved the island so much that it filled the entire English consciousness with kind of a lust over the island of Jamaica, which we'll return to eventually. Back on Tortuga, though, the island had returned to life. Now, once again, they had no rulers. The Providence Company was gone, and they had no crown to make them bow. Dutch, French, English, Native, and African all called the island home, but it wasn't the idyllic colony it had been. All of the respectable settlers and farmers on the island had been killed, and no more would come to settle down. The only women who would elect to go to Tortuga were prostitutes, and the only children on the island were their bastards. There were few legitimate businesses, and the few that there were only taverns that were filthy places that served cheap rum and worse ale. Now, there were merchants on the island, to be sure, but there were no craftsmen, no cobblers. If you needed a pair of boots, you would take them from a dead man. And these merchants served only to fence the goods that the pirates stole, selling them to the Dutch. There were only 2 industries on the island of Tortuga, and every man there took part in both. Once again, they hunted boar, and once again, they hunted gold. This is where history records the Brethren of the Coast, the buccaneers of Tortuga, and begins to tremble. These men held no allegiance to kings, and they held even less allegiance to each other. No one in the Caribbean was safe from nighttime raids. No ship, save the Dutch merchant vessels, failed to guard against attack from the buccaneers. If the island had once been a paradise, now, in the eyes of everyone in the Caribbean, it was hell. And Lucifer himself resided there. Well, actually, 2 Lucifers resided there. There was a Dutch pirate named Hendrik Jacobzoon who sailed with the Brethren in the 1620s. He was called by authorities, quote, the worst shark in the sea, end quote, and he was named Lucifer for his propensity to use fire when taking a ship. Now, Jacobzoon was killed in 1627, but he left behind a man who may have been his son through an African mother. Even if he wasn't his son, he taught this young man the art of piracy. This man's name was Diego the Mulatto, but when Jacobzoon died, he took on that title, Diego Lucifer. Now, as with most of our pirates, Diego's early life is pretty unclear. He's frequently associated with other men, and his origins are cloudy. There's a lot of confusion over exactly which Diego did this and that. There are several Diego the Mulattos, but this man, Diego Lucifer, becomes much clearer as time moves on. The first records that can be undeniably attributed to him show him living on the Spanish Main, on the Yucatan Peninsula, at the town of Campeche, with his godfather. Now, he received an education, and reportedly spoke several languages. We know Spanish and Dutch, perhaps even others. But his education may not have been all that thorough. After all, Diego the Mulatto was a lower-class citizen. Anybody who had mixed racial blood was seen as secondary in the rigid social stratification of the Spanish system. So Diego's best opportunities were to become an officer, either in the army or on a ship, but even his rank on a ship or in the army was limited. This was something that got under Diego's skin. He railed against it and was known to carry a sword with him everywhere. He was hot-tempered and freely answered any insults that he received with steel. Later in life, he spoke of one such insult. Now, we don't exactly know all the details, but it appears that it was an insult they couldn't give answer to. You see, it was a white man of high standing that gave it to him, an officer that he could not retaliate against. So Diego left town and he set out to sea. His first ship was probably a tiny vessel, maybe even just an open rowboat with a couple of casks of rum and water. He took ships and upgraded his vessel until eventually he was raiding all along the coast of the Spanish Main. And then the records state that he joined the crew of Jacobzoon, who may have been his father. Now, his education in the Spanish Navy really proved useful on a pirate vessel. He knew the use of arms, and he knew sailing, and he knew tactics. Now, if Jacobzoon was his father, it may have helped, but he quickly rose through the ranks on his vessel, and most of the men looked to Diego for commands. But when Jacobzoon Lucifer died, Diego took command of his ship, and he sailed to Providence and then to the island of Tortuga. It was there that he took on a crew of some of the most fearsome and famous buccaneers on Tortuga. They were mostly Dutch, but French, English, and African. They allied with other captains as well, including one of the most renowned buccaneers in the Caribbean, a man named Cornelius Zoon Joel, who had the nickname Wooden Leg. I'll let you guess why. Joel was, at the time, a more feared and a more famous pirate than Diego, but he decided to ally himself with a young man, the son of Jacobzoon, that greatest shark in the sea. Now, what Diego was after was simple. There was plunder, Of course, he was a pirate. There was fame, as many of these buccaneers craved, but then there was vengeance. Vengeance for that slight years ago against him, whatever it happened to be, and the whole of the Spanish system that had held him back as a child. Diego had a well-trained military mind and an eye for opportunity, but he knew something that all of the great pirate lords share. While fear is a great weapon, mercy is even more powerful. We're shown this when Diego took a ship that was carrying the widow of a lord and the governor of Mexico City. When this widow was brought before Diego, he ordered all of her goods returned to her ship, and his fleet was going to accompany hers to Mexico to ensure that no other pirates assaulted them. And then he gave this woman his own cabin, with a lock on it and a guard to assure that she would not be harassed by any of the men on board. When this woman returned to the mainland, she spread around word of his gentlemanly conduct. This most feared pirate in the Caribbean found that captains who were assured of safe conduct were willing to surrender much more freely if it would save their lives and their ships. Sir Francis Drake knew this, and so would men like Henry Avery, Benjamin Hornigold, and Blackbeard. But one city in the entirety of the New World would receive no mercy from Diego. It was on the coast of the Yucatan, where he had been raised, Campeche. It was on the evening of August 10th. The people of San Francisco de Campeche came to the docks to watch the trade winds carry in 13 vessels. Former U.S. Navy SEAL Bennerson Little wrote a book describing pirates' military tactics, and he described Diego's raid dramatically. It reads, quote, "Some of the observers noted the quiet beauty of the vessels in the offing, the early sun shining on sails and timbers. Several local merchant vessels, Fregatas del Puerto, were expected, and such arrivals were always a time for celebration, for with them came goods, money, and news. But not all on shore assured that their glad tidings were in order. Instead, they scanned the cut of the sails in view, and then the hulls of the vessels themselves when they finally rose above the horizon. It was soon apparent that only one of the vessels appeared to be Spanish-built. The rest appeared to be Dutch, and the Dutch were pirates." End quote. On shore, the alarm was raised, and the church bell rang, and the call for the militia was sent out. The militia gathered on the docks, or they ran to erect barricades. They were armed with muskets and bows. They were armed with pikes and swords. They placed powder and shot strategically around the town, and they gave orders to locals and their native allies and the slaves. The women and children were told to run for shelter, and all of the men prepared to be attacked. But the 13 ships laid at anchor and waited. There were no boats lowered from the side, and no cannon fired. These 13 ships sat in the harbor, eerily silent. The militia of Campeche was tense. They were on edge. The pirates might attack at any moment. As the sun crept towards the horizon, they feared the worst. On board, though, the pirates rested. Let these soldiers wait. Let them fret for hours and grow heavy-lidded. The sky grew dark, and the full moon rose, but still hours passed, and the ships sat quiet. Midnight came and went. It was now the day of the feast of Santa Clara de Assisi. The buccaneers of Tortuga called their advance guard the Forlorn Hope, or more shortly, the Forlorn. The Forlorn of these 13 ships quietly lowered their boats and rowed toward shore. The soldiers were fighting sleep and dread, but they had their matches lit throughout the night. The Forlorn made landfall near town, led by Diego the Mulatto, and they marched toward Campeche. Wooden Leg Joel and the 500 men of the main force lowered their own boats and made for shore. The Forlorn passed the cemetery, then the church on the southern outskirts of town. There was a trench dug here, but no men to defend it. Behind them, Wooden Leg and his men marched forward. Diego and his company moved into town. The homes were quiet and dark and still all around them. Then, suddenly, the night was filled with fire, smoke, and the roar of 50 muskets, and iron and lead filled the air. Pirates fell and screamed, and Wooden Leg Joel ordered a retreat. Diego raged and argued, but Wooden Leg Joel had the command. As the pirates fled, the 50 Spaniards reloaded and ran to give chase to the invaders, but 500 pirates turned around and waited, muzzles trained on the road. As the Spanish came into view, the pirates fired. This left their commander and half of his force dying on the ground. As Diego led the force back toward Campeche, he saw the commander dead on the ground. He stopped and said a small prayer. It was Captain Domingo Ravan Romero, his one-time mentor and his godfather. The force of pirates moved back into town slowly, wary of another ambush, but Diego knew his destination. At the center of town, as in all Spanish settlements, lay the main church, the town hall, and the storehouse. As the sun broke the horizon behind them, they saw a third trench, complete with a wooden barricade and 300 men guarding it. Domingo assessed the situation and gave the order to attack. The morning was filled with volley after volley of shots. It followed a pattern: fire, take cover, reload. Fire, take cover, reload. The men who had fire pots and grenades waited for an opening, but the Spanish were too well organized and they couldn't be approached in their trench, so Diego pulled back and devised a plan. He and 50 of his men left the firefight, while the remaining pirates increased their rate of fire. It covered Diego's group while they rounded a block of houses, snuck in, and attacked the Spanish flank. It was close and dirty combat. The pirates fired their muskets as they were approaching, then they dropped them and they pulled their pistols. As they ran into the mass of Spanish soldiers, they fired one pistol, then another, then they drew their cutlass or their axe and they lay about them at any Spaniard standing. This gave the remaining body of the pirates that were firing a chance to charge forward and fire, or fling their grenades and shoot their bows. The mayor of the town and 37 men were dead within minutes. The pirates released a final volley of musket fire, and the rest of the Spaniards turned and ran. Diego, searching for his vengeance, told Joel that now was the right time to press the attack and finish all of the town's defenses. But Wooden Leg didn't exactly agree. He wasn't here for vengeance as Diego was. He was here just for plunder. For 2 days, the pirates drank town dry, ransacked homes at will, murdered anyone they pleased, and took any woman they found. This was not the orderly raids of Drake's day, done in service to God and Queen and country. These men had no country. They were filled with lust and rage. Most of the buccaneers had been taken from their homes, either from European streets where they were pressed into service, or from the coast of Africa where they had been forced into servitude. All had lived hard lives, and each man here had been mistreated by the Spanish in one way or another. This attack was an orgy of violence, wine, and death as they filled their pockets with any trinket that caught their eye. Diego and Wooden Leg Joel would go on, though, to write to the highest officer left in town. He was holed up in a very well-defended church, with every gun, soldier, and woman or child left in town. They demanded 40,000 pieces of bait. Campeche had absolutely no hope of paying 40,000 pieces of bait, and Diego Lucifer knew it. He didn't expect the town leaders to pay up. He expected the commander of town to come and meet with him. With his godfather and the mayor both dead, the only authority left in town was Captain Domingo Rodriguez Calvo, who was the very man who as a boy had so insulted Diego. Diego boasted that he planned to cut off his ears and slice his nose, but not to kill him. He wanted Calvo to know who was the better man and to live with that knowledge. But Calvo would not give Diego the pleasure. He wrote the pirates a very simple message. It read, quote, "Do whatever you wish with Campeche," end quote. So this force of 500 pirates concluded their plunder, richer, but not quite by 40,000 pieces of bait, and they left Campeche behind them in flames. Now this was the first and perhaps the most famous of Diego's raids, but his story is far from over. He's going to continue raiding for years and become the most famous pirate of his generation, and over again, he's going to show up in our story. He's going to guide the English in their raid on Spanish Town. He will take captive a young and important priest named Thomas Gage, and he will sail with his successor, a then unknown young man who will become the most famous buccaneer of the century. Next week, we'll look at this story through the lens of 3 books that shape and that record the world around them. The first book is the English Book of Common Prayer. The second is the English American by Thomas Gage. And the third book we're going to look at is The Buccaneers of America by Alexander Exquemelin. I'd like to thank everybody who has shared the podcast, either telling your friends about it or leaving a review or talking about it on Twitter. All of that stuff is really great, and I really appreciate all of that. I'd also like to thank all of our patrons on Patreon and all of the people who have donated to PayPal through the website. You guys really help keep the podcast afloat. I'd like you all to know that we've got some pretty tangible rewards coming in the near future. We've got some pretty amazing Pirate History Podcast merchandise coming. That treasure map style map of the Caribbean that's getting worked on is really amazing. The artist has told me I'm not allowed to post any pictures of it while it's still in progress, but that's too bad because it looks really cool right now, and I think everybody's really going to want one of these. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you're enjoying that music, you can go check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not going over to our website, piratehistorypodcast.com, where we've got all sorts of supplemental information, pictures, maps, and a little synopsis of the episode. We've also got a list of all of the sources used in today's episode. Next to all of the sources is a link that goes to the aidbooks.com listing on that book. So if you'd like to learn more about anything we talked about this week, you can use that link to go to AidBooks and buy the book, and AidBooks is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We've also enabled comments on the website, so if anybody has any questions or would like to make any comments, I really love reading and responding to them. Once again, and most importantly, everybody, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice like a shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pilot. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Right now, today, this very moment, if you chose to, you could look up information about what was happening anywhere in the world. What 30 years ago we would have had to read in tomorrow's newspaper, or if we were lucky, hear about on the nightly news, right now we can hear about almost exactly as it's happening. The internet, well, it's given us almost instant access to everything in the world. Not just current events, but if you wanted to, you could look up string theory or physics, calculus, or the works of Plato. You could look up how to build a bookshelf or fix your car or boil an egg. This unprecedented access to information has changed the way we look at everything, from politics to economics and society to entertainment. Everything right now and how we view it is in flux, and we're a people that have learned to adapt to that. For most of human history, if you were going to hear anything about what was happening in the wider world, you would be lucky to hear about it weeks or months later, if you heard about it at all. If you were going to learn about history or mathematics or astronomy or medicine, you would have to be, you'd have to be pretty wealthy. You'd have to find a private tutor, or you also had the option of joining the church, who would teach you some of that, but you'd have to follow church doctrine and not be able to do whatever you chose with the information you had. Their access to information and new ideas was so restrictive that for generations and generations, things barely changed. One person was unlikely to have vastly different views on the world from the views their parents had held. But then, in the West, by about the late 16th century, things had really begun to change. In a lot of ways, those people would identify with the way that we adapt to information so quickly. They had printing presses everywhere. They were omnipresent. Every town of any size had one or maybe more printing presses, and anybody who had a mind to print something and the money to do so could have it printed. Some of the greatest figures we know of in history come from this time because we know so much more about them. Men like Martin Luther or Sir Francis Drake, the reason that they're such colorful and fleshed out characters is because they printed works, and other people printed works about them that have been passed down to us. With that information, we're able to come up with a much clearer picture of who they were than the picture we would have of someone like William the Conqueror. In the metropolitan centers of Europe, that would be many parts of Italy, certainly parts of Germany, France, Spain, England, any of the big cities, some of the greatest celebrities in those regions were the writers. People who wrote works usually of romance or poetry or plays. They were the celebrities because people read these works. They devoured them. They devoured adventure stories, and they devoured political manifestos. They ate up theological arguments. And these bodies of work, these works of the written word, well, they changed the world. Or at least the people who read these works changed the world. Today, we're going to look at 3 such publications and what they did to the world. At 3 examples of the written word that rocked the nations of Europe and forged the new world. This is episode number 15, 3 books. The first book that we need to look at is the English Book of Common Prayer. It's not a particularly earth-shattering work in and of itself. It's really nothing more than a collection of prayers and psalms and liturgical services meant for members of the Church of England. It dates back to the reign of Elizabeth's half-brother, King Edward VI of England, and it started basically as kind of a how-to book for English priests. Catholic priests did their masses in Latin, and English priests needed guidelines to know exactly how to do things like perform baptisms and day-to-day masses and marriages and funerals. The book is still in use even today. It's been updated a few times, and most churches in England use a modern version of the book, written in a much more modern vernacular. But the book is so thoroughly British that even if you live in America or Australia or have never been to England in your life, it still impacted you in some very real ways. If you were to picture the movie Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, when Harry takes that luck potion and runs into Professor Slughorn, and they happen upon Hagrid, who is mourning the death of his very good friend, a giant spider named Aragog. Well, Professor Slughorn gives a eulogy to the spider after taking a little bit of its venom, which is a very rare toxin. And he says it in a very particular cadence. It goes something like this. Farewell, Aragog, king of the arachnids. That is essentially British type of eulogy. That cadence, the way it's almost got that sing-songy sound, that comes from out of the English Book of Common Prayer. And even if you've never been exposed to any British eulogies before, you've heard parts of it. If you've heard a funeral that says ashes to ashes and dust to dust, the first time that those words appeared in written form were in the funeral services for the English in the English Book of Common Prayer. Now, by the time of Queen Elizabeth, the book was still in use, but Elizabeth didn't try to enforce its use. But Elizabeth's successor had different views on the matter. He was the son of probably her greatest rival, Mary, Queen of Scots. That is, Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. When she was forced to abdicate the throne by Queen Elizabeth, her 13-month-old son took power. His name was James, and he became James VI of Scotland. Now, for many years, he didn't really rule Scotland. He was under the thumb of one or another English-approved regents or tutors, or someone who was really the power behind the throne. But he did eventually come into his own, and in the final years of Elizabeth's life, King James of Scotland was in close contact with one of Elizabeth's top advisors, a man named Lord Robert Cecil, who informed James that the Queen had agreed to name him her successor. This must have come as something of a surprise because there was no love between the two monarchs, and the history of their two families was rather troubled. But Elizabeth really didn't have any other option. She had no children, and there was nobody who she trusted to do the job as well as she did somebody who had already been king. Upon her death, James began a stately trip south from Edinburgh going to London. Now, when I say stately, it was certainly grand. There was certainly a lot of pomp and circumstance, but the reality is that it was moving very slow. Part of this is that he wanted to take some time and stop and meet as many of his subjects and see as much of his new country as he was able. He said of his subjects, quote, "The people of all sorts rid and ran, nay, rather flew to meet me." But the other reality is that he was really kind of going slowly because he wanted to do his best to miss the funeral of Queen Elizabeth. It might seem kind of shocking or maybe kind of uncouth for the new king to purposefully miss the funeral of his predecessor, but we have to remember that Elizabeth is the woman who ordered the execution of King James' mother. So James stopped at every castle that he came across, and every lord and lady that he met, well, they lavished affection on him, and they threw feasts in his honor, and they received him with all the grandeur that they could afford. James realized that his fortunes from his time as the King of Scotland had truly changed. Back in Scotland, he had been really a poor king. His reign behind that series of English-approved regents, and well, it was always under careful scrutiny from Elizabeth. She didn't want Scotland getting too powerful. The Scottish were not a wealthy people, and Elizabeth intended to make sure that that stayed the case. If they weren't wealthy, they were less likely to be able to rebel. So that was a state of affairs that she approved of, not something that James cared for. But now that he was King of England, or was about to be King of England, well, he realized that he was now a wealthy man. It must have felt kind of like he'd hit the jackpot. In his own words, he said he was, quote, "swapping a stony couch for a deep feather bed," end quote. That's how his fortunes had changed from discomfort and hardship to extreme comfort and luxury. When he finally did reach London after his long procession, he stayed first not at the castle, but in the Tower of London. He stayed there in the royal apartments. I wonder if this is something of a tradition. It seems like Elizabeth did this. It seems like Mary spent some time in the Tower. Basically, every regent we can remember in our story has spent some time in the Tower of London. Now, for most of these people to stay in the Tower, they were actually arrested and put there by the monarch who was on the throne at the time, but it seems like being there in prison may have given any monarch that stayed there a sense of focus. They realized that they were not superhuman and not gods. They were in fact just normal people, and they realized that their fortunes could change and had to act accordingly. Now, it's said of James, when he stayed in the Tower of London, that he was particularly enchanted by the crown jewels. This was likely a greater collection of wealth than he had seen throughout his entire life, all amassed in one place. And it was his. The crown jewels belonged to him. This was a symbol that he had really made it. Now, he didn't just sit around and stare at the jewels. He wanted to see the city that he was now the king of, the heart of the nation that he was now the king of. But he decided to do so incognito. He would travel around with bodyguards, to be sure, but with his hood up to make sure that nobody could see who he was, which seems like kind of an excessive precaution. Nobody would know exactly what James looked like. But he didn't want anybody to get wind of it, so he traveled around in a carriage or by boat to see as much of London as he possibly could. This must have been kind of a revelation for him. It was the end of the Elizabethan age, the height of the English Renaissance. It was really flowering of English music and fashion and architecture. It must have been a beautiful sight to see. It's even possible, perhaps even likely, that he stopped by the Globe Theatre on one of these excursions, and he saw one of the very first performances of King Lear or Hamlet. James would have heard of Elizabeth's patronage of William Shakespeare. It was national news, and it was a practice that James would go on to continue. And the bard did, at many points in his career, perform plays in front of King James. So it's possible that he wanted to see this famous playwright who was changing things. And this is something that King James would have enjoyed. See, at the time, Shakespeare might seem to you and me in the modern age as kind of hoity-toity, old-world language, but Shakespeare at the time was speaking the language of the people. A lot of his jokes were, in reality, very crass and low, things that Elizabeth could take a certain amount of pleasure in, but James was kind of a crass and crude man himself. He was a Scotsman who liked to drink and liked to make jokes, and many of his jokes were filthy jokes, and he probably would have loved some of the grittier humor in Shakespeare's plays, things that Shakespeare himself probably would have censored if he was performing them before Queen Elizabeth. But had James gone to one of these performances, he could have seen it in all of its glory and seen all of the people and how they enjoyed it, gotten a real sense of who the English commoners were. Seeing these things at court would be an entirely different experience from seeing it in a crowd full of rowdy, drunken Englishmen. But there was another side to his travels around London. At the time, there was an outbreak of plague that kind of dampened his spirits. It was a bad summer, from the time that he heard of Elizabeth's death until the time of almost his coronation. Somewhere around 30,000 people died in the city of London alone. On the day of his coronation, there was a stately procession planned throughout the city, which is something that the people would have loved, and James, it would have really stroked his ego, but unfortunately they had to cancel it because of the plague. They didn't know exactly what could happen at the time. Not only were there dangers of his people getting sick, when an outbreak of plague happened, people were frightened and angry, and they may have taken that out on the new monarch, who they saw as, well, if the plague broke out at the same time that Elizabeth died, this might be seen as a very bad omen, and James may be a harbinger of death. So they skipped the parade and went directly to the coronation, where on July 25th, 1603, King James VI of Scotland was raised King James I of England. Now, when King James met that counselor, Sir Robert Cecil, that contact that he had in London who secured the throne for him, he said to Robert Cecil, quote, "Though you be but a little man, we shall surely load your shoulders with business." Robert Cecil was King James' kind of a bridge between the Elizabethan reign and his own. He was perhaps the most powerful man in England after King James himself. Cecil was the Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal, as well as the Secretary of State at the end of Elizabeth's reign, and King James kept him on in those roles. It was clear, though, that when he said he was going to load Cecil's shoulders with business, that James didn't really have any interest in the day-to-day running of his kingdom. Really, Cecil had kind of run England while Elizabeth was ill and feeling very old, so King James knew that Cecil could do the job. This wasn't just James being lazy, though. In a lot of ways, it was really kind of a necessity. James was a monarch, but he was a Scottish monarch. He was, at first, completely ignorant of English law or English custom or the English Constitution. He only knew how things were done in Scotland, and Cecil really knew how things were happening in England. But that's not to say that James didn't have ambitions as the new monarch of England, Scotland, and Ireland. He had huge, big-picture ideas. King James was the King of England and the King of Scotland and the Lord of Ireland, but these three nations were still, at this time, three distinct nations with their own laws and their own customs. King James was the Lord of all three, but these were three separate titles that the man held. Rather than him being king of all three, he happened to be king of each one independently. Now, historians call King James' accession to the throne of England the unification of the crowns, but that seems to me something of a misnomer. While the crowns were unified in King James' royal person, they were still separate legal definitions. However, James did endeavor to see the two kingdoms of Scotland and England made one, a nation that he intended to name Great Britain. This was, of course, everybody agreed, crazy talk. What kind of a fool would come up with such an idea as a nation named Great Britain? It was madness. This was, to the English, clearly the drunken ravings of a wild Scotsman. However, to the Scottish, it was a clear sign that their own king had gone completely native and turned over to the English. No one but James and his coterie of yes-men was on board with the idea. But the king was a persistent man, and he continued pushing this idea. He took as his personal symbol an amalgamation of the red Tudor rose and the Scottish thistle, which is Scotland's national flower. Now, it's kind of strange. This tradition actually persists today. In Queen Elizabeth II's government of Great Britain, there's a symbol that's reminiscent of that. The heraldry of Queen Elizabeth's government has on one side Queen Elizabeth's lion, the symbol of her own house, transposed on the other side against a unicorn, which is actually the national animal of Scotland. The symbol of the Queen's government of Great Britain has on one side an animal that is not native to Britain and has probably never set foot on the island outside of a zoo, and on the other side an animal that isn't native to reality. However, James' primary strategy to unify these two crowns was to unify their religions. Under Elizabeth, the Church of England had been kind of a fractured institution. Now, in London, and in the urban centers all around England, the traditional English church held sway. The bishops and the priests of the church, they read from the Book of Common Prayer, and they preached the wisdom of the Queen and King, and they generally assured that there was really no distinction between church and state. The organizations were one and the same under Elizabeth. But then in kind of the rest of the country, especially in that West Country region, which is where Francis Drake came from, well, it was a country full of rural areas, and there was a much more orthodox kind of Christianity growing there. They believed, and they even petitioned King James when he came into power, in things like the priesthood, and the office of bishop, and the sacrament, and the very idea of absolution, and even wedding rings. Well, they wanted those things abolished. These were people that believed in personal prayer, and in reading the Bible, and in a ministry of educated Christians rather than a sacramental priesthood. Now, these more Orthodox Christians were still members of the Church of England. They were even a minority in the Church of England, but they were an extremely vocal minority and really kind of zealous. The more traditional members of the Church of England said of them, quote, "They loved God with all their soul and hated their neighbor with all their heart," end quote. These traditional members, these critics, gave these Orthodox Christians a derogatory name. They called them Puritans. Now, James was never a man to shy away from religious debate. It seems like it was one of the things that he really, truly enjoyed in life. He would go on in his career to write books on demonology and witchcraft and divine right of the monarchy. In Scotland, he had frequently called debates, some of which that grew pretty heated, with a group of religious officials from a certain sect known as the Presbyterians. The Scottish Presbyterians were people who believed in, well, they believed in a republican government, and they were almost what you would call egalitarians. They were people who would inspire movements like the American Revolution, the French Revolution. They were really ahead of their time in that manner. And James, I don't know if I can say he really enjoyed it, but he frequently debated with them over issues of faith. He was a king, a man who had been king since he was 13 months old, that was arguing with a group of religious people that believed it was God's will that the people should govern, not the king himself. So naturally, James took kind of an absolute monarchist stance. And he said about the monarchy, quote, "The estate of monarchy is the supremest thing upon earth, for kings are not only God's lieutenants upon earth and sit upon God's throne, but even by God himself they are called gods." End quote. That is a man who has never in his life not been king, believing that God himself calls monarchs gods. That's something that's impossible for me to wrap my head around, for anybody to be quite that wrapped up in their office, even if it is an absolute monarchy. But then, upon becoming James I of England, he thought it was about time to set those Puritans straight. So he called a council between his top bishops and any Puritan leaders that cared to attend. These two groups debated over their Puritan values and how best to incorporate those values into the English church. In the end of the debates, though, James was more divisive than he was unifying. He told the Puritans in no uncertain terms that it was time for them to get on board, use the Book of Common Prayer, and stop bickering and causing so much trouble. He did, though, offer them a single olive branch. He decided to commission a work for these people who held personal Bible study in such high regard. It's a work you may have heard of. The King James Bible would go on to be the most widely read and probably the most influential book in the history of the English language. And the Puritans, after the book was finally finished, well, they wound up liking this new Bible. But it still wasn't enough. They didn't get on board, and perhaps after this first council with them, they were pushed even further from the English church. King James, failing to convince these Puritans to do his bidding, called his first parliament, and that didn't go particularly well either. The House of Commons, that lower house of the two houses of Parliament, refused to name him the King of Great Britain. They denied his claim of absolute monarchy, and they even balked at his new requests for taxes. The early months of James' reign really weren't going well for him at all. If nothing else, there was a series of fairly deadly plots against his life. There was what's known as the main plot, which was led by several noblemen, including Sir Walter Raleigh, who was foiled but then saw himself imprisoned in the Tower of London. There was a second plot called the Bye plot, which saw several Catholics trying to kidnap James and have him replaced by a Catholic claimant to the throne. That was, of course, foiled, and the conspirators were executed. But then came the third plot on James' life, known to history as the Gunpowder Plot. In 1604, King James banished all Jesuit Catholics from England. These were the most troublesome sect of Catholics to the realm, and King James no longer had any need of them. And the Catholics in England saw this as a sign of his true plans when it came to the Catholic faith. The man who was really behind this plot wasn't who you might be thinking. The real prime conspirator was a man named Thomas Winter. But there were others, of course. There was Robert Catesby, Thomas Percy, and then there was, of course, Guy Fawkes. These men created the core of everybody that was behind the Gunpowder Plot. These men, well, they bought a home near Parliament in London, near the House of Lords, and they recruited like-minded Catholics, men who were Catholic and passionate about their faith and believed that King James meant to root out Catholicism from England completely. Their plan, after buying the house, was to stockpile as much gunpowder as possible. Then they would dig a tunnel from the cellar of the house, under the House of Lords, under the streets of London, kind of a mine shaft, at the end of which they would put all the gunpowder and then light it afire, bringing down Parliament on the first day that Parliament was going to be in session, that being November 5th, when King James himself would be there. They did begin stockpiling the gunpowder pretty successfully, but the second part of the plan, that digging the tunnel under the streets of London, well, that's a difficult thing to do. That's a serious mining operation in the middle of a very metropolitan town, a very busy part of a very metropolitan town. And these men, they weren't professional miners. These were thinkers and aristocrats and a few merchants, not people who knew anything about how to dig a tunnel. They were having trouble doing it. In fact, some of their gunpowder got ruined when their tunnel got flooded. When one day they heard a rustling above them and they opened the door. There was a woman standing there who, it seems she must have had some inkling of what they were doing, because she let them know that she was getting ready to sell her house. She was a coal merchant there in London, somebody who had done quite well and was getting ready to move out of the city. And she told these men, Guy Fawkes primarily, that her house had a tunnel that stayed dry and was well maintained, where she kept all her reserves of coal that ran directly under the House of Lords. Naturally, they jumped on the opportunity. They moved all of their gunpowder into this new cabinet cellar they had found and began to plan exactly how they were going to go about bringing Parliament down. However, there was one of these conspirators who sent a letter to his brother-in-law, who was a member of the House of Lords. His brother-in-law was a staunch Catholic, a man who had argued for the Catholic cause, but had been in the House of Lords frequently. And he didn't want his brother, someone he loved, to be killed on this unfortunate day. The letter read, quote, "My lord, out of the love I bear to some of your friends, I have a care of your preservation. Therefore, I would advise you, as you tender your life, to devise some excuse to ship to your attendants at this Parliament. They shall receive a terrible blow this Parliament, and yet they shall not see who hurts them." End quote. Naturally, this Catholic MP showed this letter he had received to King James, who ordered a search of all of the homes and cellars near Parliament. It seems that immediately upon seeing the letter, King James thought and said aloud that there must be some sort of plot to blow up Parliament using gunpowder. When these soldiers entered the cellar of Thomas Percy, the man who had bought the home, Guy Fawkes was there to treat them. Guy Fawkes was not well known, but Thomas Percy was a well-known Catholic, and he told the soldiers that this home belonged to Thomas Percy. Not only that, the cellar that they entered was filled with all sorts of materials for making fire, and a good amount of coal. The king, upon hearing about this, immediately ordered that many more troops be sent to that particular cellar to search it as thoroughly as possible. This all happened the night before Parliament was to meet, on November the 4th. These soldiers found plenty that the conspirators had hidden in the cellar. They found all of the barrels of gunpowder and all the tools they meant to use to blow up Parliament. There was no question that they were guilty of this plot. After the conspirators were arrested, some of them had to be hunted down, everybody squealed. Finally, the Catholic resistance in England was put to rest. This plot was the last gasp of militant Catholics attempting to end the reign of King James and the tyranny of the anti-Catholic bias in England. However, some things about this plot kind of ring false. Many historians find that the circumstances are somewhat suspicious. The conspirators were terribly organized. They bumbled most of the things that they attempted to do. However, time and again and again and again, things really turned in their favor. They were extremely lucky. Now, of course, the conspirators believed that this was God showing his favor upon them, but many historians believe that this was actually a plot, either by King James himself, but more likely by some group of the Privy Council who didn't want to kill King James, but wanted to support anybody who was trying to bring him down. They were trying to bring down Parliament. They wanted to bring these plotters out into the open. So they sent that coal merchant to tell them that she had this cellar that just happened to run right under Parliament. She may not have been a coal merchant at all. King James seemed shockingly well informed about the gunpowder. Nobody knew what the plot was at the time, but King James just sort of jumped to it. You know, he's not Sherlock Holmes, he's just a king. And beyond that, many historians look at the end result. After the conspirators had been arrested and imprisoned or put to death, the king was able to push through many very, very heavy anti-Catholic laws. That Parliament, well, they would have probably argued against King James and anything that he wanted to do at the time, but because of the gunpowder plot, King James was able to remind all of these MPs that it was him on the night before their first day of Parliament that had saved them all from a terrible, fiery, explosive death. So they were much more amiable to his suggestions.
This winter, take a staycation at Outback Steakhouse. Enjoy delicious Canberra chopped steak in a red wine glaze. Savour a flavourful bloomin' French onion sirloin. Or sink your teeth into a sizzling 18-ounce bone-in ribeye with signature spices. It's better than a staycation at home.
Dad, I thought we were taking a steakcation, not a staycation!
Enjoy your steakcation for a limited time at Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
But the surest sign that King James had nothing to do with the plot, the clearest evidence, is how paranoid he became after it was all said and done. He essentially retired from life at court and left London for Whitehall, where he lived life to the fullest. Every night he had a feast, and every night there was a different play or ball or masquerade that he attended. And it was all really in his honor. It was King James that funded all of these festivities. He surrounded himself with his favorites, all young men who were handsome, charming, courtly, and appropriately dressed. Nearly all of them were Scottish, and nearly all of them were sycophants. He lavished gold and jewels and rich plate upon them. He gave them fine fabrics, basically anything their hearts desired that he could provide. And more than anything, he gave his favorites titles. James knighted more men in his first year as king than Queen Elizabeth did in her entire reign. To enter into this elite club of King James favorites, you really needed high fashion, you needed rich discourse, you needed a sharp wit, and you needed a certain amount of flattery for King James. In his book Rebellion, The History of England from James I to the Glorious Revolution, historian Peter Ackroyd gives a rendition of exactly what it took to get into this club, according to one Thomas Howard, the Earl of Suffolk. It reads, quote, Suffolk suggested to Harrington that in his conversation he should not dwell too long on any one subject, and touch only lightly on the topic of religion. Never say that this is good or bad, but modestly state that if it were your Majesty's good opinion, I myself should think so and so. Do not ask questions. Do not speak about the character or temperament of anyone else at court. Remember to praise the king's horse, a Rongenet. You must say that the stars are bright jewels fit for Robert Carr's ears, and that a Rongenet surpasses Bucephalus and is worthy to be ridden by Alexander. Suffolk also advised Harrington that silence and discretion should be linked together like dog and bitch. The previous sovereign had always spoken of her subjects' love and affections, but James preferred to talk of their fear and subjection. Why did Harrington wish to come to court in the first place? You are not young, you are not handsome, you are not finely, so he must rely upon his learning, which the king would admire. End quote. The man mentioned in that quote, Robert Carr, that Suffolk talked about, was by far the king's most favorite. The king met Robert Carr at a tournament after Carr had been thrown from his horse and broken his leg. The king had his doctors sent to personally care for Robert Carr, and then personally himself tutored the young knight in Latin and politics, and was said to, quote, leaneth on his arm, pinches his cheek, smooths his ruffled garments, end quote. But if James loved his favorites, he really despised most of the rest of his subjects and his parliaments. On many of his frequent hunts, whenever some well-wishers would come to see their king at sport, the king would bluster and he would curse at them until he was named by the Venetian ambassador, quote, despised and almost hated. King James was not a beloved king, but he is, in histories at least, remembered fondly. King James' reign is remembered as the what's called Jacobean era. That's a name you should remember, the Jacobean era. That comes from the Latinized form of the name James, Jacobus, and the Jacobean era is a time of prosperity. It saw settlements at Jamestown, Plymouth, and Bermuda. It saw Shakespeare write Macbeth and King Lear and Hamlet and The Tempest, among many other plays. During his reign, Sir Francis Bacon made scientific advancements that would really begin an age of learning in England that would, quote, far surpass that of the Grecian and Roman learning, end quote. And even if King James himself was not loved, all was not lost when it came to the monarchy. His eldest son, Prince Henry, was well loved by the king. He was a polite young man who was fiercely Protestant. He had a keen military mind, and he was enamored with military affairs, especially those of Sir Walter Raleigh, who he thought being kept in the Tower was a crime. All of the troubles of King James' reign, from the religious schism between the English Church and Puritans, the dwindling royal coffers, and the economic situation in England, and the frequent clashes between the king and his parliament over these issues, well, it was thought that they would fade away once King Henry took the throne. But of course, King Henry would never take the throne. One day, while he was playing cards with his younger brother named Charles, he became quite ill and almost immediately passed away. The court fell into a truly genuine despair. James, the king, had grown fat and old and weak and sick, and he was 50 years old and he was already going gray and he sweated constantly. He drank to excess every night and he caught colds frequently and coughed nearly all the time. His younger son, Charles, was now the heir apparent, and, well, he had many of his father's internal prejudices, and he was also, in ways that James was exuberant, the exact opposite. He was quiet and reserved, timid, and really deeply paranoid of those around him. But at the same time, he had a deep pride, a real ego that would cause him serious troubles down the line. He was mistrusted and genuinely disliked by every faction in the British Isles, from the English to the Scottish, from the Protestants and Catholics, and the Puritans and the traditional English church members. Exactly why he was hated differed depending on your religious or political faction. Before his accession to the throne, he attempted to woo the Infante of Spain, the Catholic princess. Many of the Protestants in England saw this as a clear sign that he had Catholic leanings, but then, on the other hand, to the Catholics, he was just another Stuart, still an anti-Catholic monarch. His bishops and counselors, the men who were really in charge of the nation, were reviled by all of the common people, and every one of the Puritan parliamentarians thought they were truly despicable men. Time and time again, these counselors blundered and deeply offended the masses. So Charles was raised to the kingship upon the death of his father during this deeply divided time on March 27, 1625. The next 17 years of his reign, Charles doubled down on many of his father's mistakes, and it really saw the situation in England worsen dramatically. Most of that story, though, is deeply complex and really not all that important to our story. So I'm not going to get too deeply into all the dates and names and intrigues that led up to what was coming. There are a couple of things worth noting that happened during that period, though. The first of these was an attempt to revive some of the glory of the days of Queen Elizabeth and Sir Francis Drake. One of these counselors that was close to Charles I thought himself a keen military and maritime soldier. He decided to emulate Francis Drake's raid on the port at Cadiz in Spain. However, unlike Drake, even though Drake didn't fully succeed in that mission, this next mission to Cadiz was a complete and utter failure that cost the crown and the people of England a lot of money and a lot of pride. But the most important blunder that King Charles made was, well, it involved that book, the English Book of Common Prayer. He tried to enforce the use of that book even more stringently than his father had. His father had never been foolish enough to try and push that book on the people of Scotland, which is exactly what Charles tried to do. Now, the Scottish, who were steeped in their ideals of republic and the Presbyterianism they followed, they didn't really care for what Charles was doing. So almost immediately, they were in open rebellion. They invaded England, which was something that the Scottish hadn't done for some time, and this was quite a blow to Charles's majesty. But then, as he was attempting to raise troops and deal with this Scottish incursion, the Irish looked down and said something along the lines of, "Wow, right now is a really great time to invade. That king is an idiot." At almost that exact same time, the Puritan faction in Parliament and all over England said, "Wow, right now would be a really great time to rise up. This king is an idiot." And suddenly, King Charles was fighting really 3 wars at the same time. It was a situation that I don't think any monarch would envy. But the first major action of the Puritan parliamentarians, well, it really wasn't a military action. What they did on June the 1st, 1642, was present the king with 19 propositions. They were less requests and more of a strict ultimatum. What they demanded the king do was cede all power and all rights to appoint state officials, military leaders, religious leaders, and even tutors to his children. He had to hand over all military affairs, including the militia and the navy, to Parliament. Any questions of religion, especially this question over Puritanism that was currently about to tear the realm apart, had to be handled by Parliament. Essentially, what this did was say that King James could continue to be king in name, but essentially hand all of his power over to the Parliament. One captain of the parliamentary forces said, quote, "The question in dispute between the king's party and us was whether the king should govern as by God his will, and the nation be governed by force like beasts, or whether the people should be governed by laws made by themselves and live under a government derived from their own consent." End quote. The coming war was a war of religious liberty, but even more than that, it was a question of whether or not monarchy had the right to rule without the consent of the government. The civil wars that were to decide this issue, though, they tore England apart. The 19th century English writer Thomas de Quincey would describe the people who lived through the English Civil War as people who, quote, "met in peace and sat at the same tables and were allied by marriage or by blood, and yet after a certain day in August 1642 never smiled upon each other again, nor met but in the field of battle. And at Marston Moor, at Newbury, or at Naseby, cut asunder all ties of love by the cruel sabre, and washed away in blood all the memory of ancient friendship." End quote. Neither the Royalist army, called the Cavaliers, nor the Parliamentarian army, called the Roundheads, had, before the war started, any real wartime experience. At first, on both sides, but especially on the Cavalier side, the cavalry were prone to attempt to take over the battle. They would gallivant around the battlefield looking for fights and engagements wherever they could find them, but this left the infantry, and especially the artillery, just out of the battle. If these units got into any engagement at all, it really didn't serve any purpose. However, many people still managed to die in these battles. The situation here reminds me quite a lot of the early days of World War I, where commanders who were looking for glory and honor, but didn't really know too much about actual battlefield tactics, managed to get thousands of men killed before they learned what they had to do to actually win this war. Now, the tide shifted this way and that, depending on who had won the most recent battle, but it was a young parliamentary minister named Oliver Cromwell that really turned the tide. He, first of all, won a number of battles, eventually rising to command an entire regiment himself, and then he built what's been called by history and by Cromwell the New Model Army. That New Model Army was the best army in Europe, potentially, and it turned the tide finally to the Puritan and parliamentarian forces. When fighting finally was done, King Charles was executed, and his family was put into exile, and Cromwell was given the title of Lord Protector of the Commonwealth. Cromwell he's a big figure. He's not quite up there with Hitler or Napoleon, but he's close, and part of what makes him so interesting to people who are into history is how divisive he is. How you view Cromwell largely depends on your pre-existing political bias. For example, Winston Churchill, who was a lifelong conservative and deeply British, hated Cromwell with all of his heart. Churchill would describe Cromwell's words as repellent and called Cromwell cold-blooded and saw in him nothing more than really a military dictator and a communist. Churchill said that Cromwell cared as much for personal property as for religious liberty, which is to say he didn't care for either at all. No, Churchill wasn't all hatred for the Lord Protector, but even when he attempted to offer some sort of praise, it was really peppered with scorn. For example, Churchill said, quote, "Cromwell, although crafty and ruthless, as occasion claimed, was at all times a reluctant and apologetic dictator." End quote. He summed up Cromwell's entire rule like this, quote, "Without Cromwell, there might have been no advance. Without him, no collapse. Without him, no recovery. Amid the ruins of every institution, social and political, which had hitherto guided the island life, he towered up, gigantic, glowing, indispensable, the sole agency by which time could be gained for healing and regrowth." End quote. Churchill might be forgiven for seeing in Cromwell what he did. Winston Churchill did, after all, have some experience with communists and military dictators. However, to get a look at the other side of how Cromwell is typically viewed, let's look at an actual communist. Leon Trotsky, the Soviet revolutionary and communist thinker who was exiled by Joseph Stalin for his opposition to Stalin's authoritarian practices, well, he wrote on Cromwell. He said of him, quote, "The revolutionary realist, Cromwell, was building a new society," end quote. And he also said, quote, "Cromwell was a great revolutionary of his time who knew how to uphold the interests of the new bourgeois social system against the old aristocratic one without holding back at anything," end quote. The reality, though, is that both of these men are looking at a man from the 1600s through a 20th century lens. Was Cromwell a dictator? Certainly. Was he a communist? Well, no, he wasn't a communist. But, however, under his watch, very real communal movements like the levelers and the diggers did take root that sought to do away with things like class and property in general. These are communist ideas, but Cromwell had no intention of turning the nation of England into a complete communal society. However, in my book, with my biases in place, as an American that tells stories about pirates, Cromwell is really kind of a key figure. You see, Cromwell had a lifelong obsession with the New World. As a young man, he nearly moved to Plymouth himself, and then when he became Lord Protector, he pushed for greater American colonization. Before he took office, he was behind the idea of the Providence Company, somebody that we talked about last time, and their particular brand of Puritan piracy. This interest in the New World and the actions of Cromwell that are upcoming are all largely due to the writings of one man, the man who, shockingly enough, began his life as a Catholic and a Catholic priest at that. The man's name was Thomas Gage. He's usually seen in this story as a footnote in the story of British Caribbean colonization, but to me he's a really fascinating character. He wrote his book, the second book we're going to look at, called The English American, His Travails by Sea and Land, and it became a bestseller across England. It was so loved by Oliver Cromwell himself that Cromwell would go on to order a second printing. Now, Thomas Gage's family had been, for a long time, a major player in English history and English politics. Even before Thomas himself, his great-grandfather had been one of the top counselors to King Henry VIII. However, he was a Catholic, and he didn't stand by Henry after he split with the Pope. His father's uncle, his great-uncle, was arrested for conspiring to kill Queen Elizabeth in what was known as the Babington Plot. And I've heard the family compared to the Kennedy clan, who happens to be Catholic as well, only if America was in a time of extreme repression against the Catholic faith. They were old and they were influential and they were wealthy, but they didn't have the power that they once held. Now, what set the Gage family apart was their age, their honor, and more than anything else, their Jesuit faith. Thomas himself, this young man, was on track to become yet another Jesuit priest in the Gage clan. There were probably 5 priests in his family already. He was on track to become the 6th, and he was training in Spain at a well-respected Catholic seminary. But it seems there that at this seminary he grew kind of disgusted with the Jesuit order, and he left that order to join the Dominicans. Now, this might have been genuine religious dissatisfaction, or maybe it was something that was kind of central to Thomas Gage's character. He had a lifelong streak of rebelliousness and a desire to roam the world. It was the Dominicans that allowed him to indulge both of these desires. See, shortly after joining with the Dominican order, he signed on for an expedition of friars that were bound for the Philippines via the Americas. They were going to go minister there. Now, he arrived first in Mexico. However, he heard horror stories almost as soon as he got off the boat about the state of affairs in the Philippines. Apparently, all of the elder friars there were very corrupt and worldly men that had grown fat on the things that the Philippines offered them, and that was something that Thomas Gage just couldn't stand. So he ran away from Mexico to get down to Guatemala, where he joined a small priory to teach the Catholic faith. However, here he became dissatisfied with the Catholic faith in general. Friars near him would routinely live impious and worldly lives. They would grow rich on the corruption, and they would live in really a splendor that they shouldn't have, according to the rules of their order. Quote, "The rules of the order of the Franciscans demanded that they wear sackcloth and shirts of coarse wool, and that they go bare-legged, shod with wood or hemp. But these friars wore beneath their habits, which they sometimes tucked up to the waist to better display such splendor, shoes of fine Cordovan leather, fine silk stockings, drawers with 3 inches of silk of lace at the knee, Holland shirts and doublets quilted with silk. They were fond of gambling and acquainted with gamblers' oaths." End quote. He called these friars lupus rapaces, or in English, rapacious wolves. Now, the reason we know so much about Thomas Gage, a random flyer in the New World, is because he kept spectacular journals. He kept them about everything in his day-to-day life, as well as many of the bigger picture issues that we saw. However, after he became so disenchanted with the faith, we sort of lose track of exactly what he was doing for a while. His journals don't keep the best records of his actions, and probably for good reason. After being denied permission to return to Europe, he didn't exactly run away, but he traveled into the wilderness to minister to the native peoples. And somehow, during that time when we had so little information about him, Thomas Gage gathered somewhere in the realm of 9,000 pieces of 8. Now, we don't know exactly how he did that. Personally, I like to picture Thomas Gage as, well, kind of like Colonel Kurtz from Apocalypse Now, Marlon Brando's character from that movie. I see him atop an Incan temple with an army of natives doing his will, slowly losing his mind in the hot, wet, mosquito-ridden jungle. However, that's probably not actually how it went at all. More likely, he was somebody who smuggled in goods between the natives and the Spanish colonies because nobody was likely to search a priest, as well as possibly just more traditional old-fashioned banditry. But then, once he had all of these pieces of 8 in hand, he traded them in for a bunch of pearls, and he ran away in the middle of the night from his priory to take ship that would take him back to Europe. Shortly after leaving port, however, he ran afoul of a character that we have actually met before. A Dutch ship happened upon the ship that Thomas Gage was on, and it stopped the hapless vessel. Their captain led a boarding party of heavily armed buccaneers on deck, and they began to ransack the ship. Now, while there was little on board of any worth, this strange Englishman, who happened to be, for some reason, a Catholic priest in the New World that spoke fluent Spanish as well as a native, well, he caught the eye of the pirate captain. This man introduced himself as Diego Lucifer, the Scourge of Campeche and the Spanish Main, notorious pirate captain, late out of Tortuga. He unburdened Thomas Gage of his purse, but he let him keep basically all of the other valuables he had with him. They were mostly books and paintings and things that the pirate wouldn't be able to make use of, but it seems that he had no ill will towards the young priest. Now, this was the first meeting of these two men, but they would meet again, and in the company of a very young and as yet unknown Henry Morgan. So Gage finally made his way back to England, and he was dumped on the dock, broke, friendless, disowned by his family, and in poor standing with the Catholic Church. He was wearing the black robes of a Dominican friar in a country that was quickly turning towards the Puritan faith and had a strong anti-Catholic bias. He had some very important decisions to make very quickly. First, he traveled to Rome in an attempt to recharge his Catholic faith, but he found that he loved the areas that he traveled through much more, which happened to be the Protestant areas of France and Germany. He had a real spiritual reawakening there. At least, that's what he would say in his later writings. But then, upon returning to England, for some reason, he turned away from the Catholic faith completely. He renounced it, and he became a priest in the Anglican Church, which is a name that around this time we can actually start to use. Up until now, it has been called the English Church, or the Church of England, and around this time is when we start to see the words Anglican Church in the history. Now, it's possible that he turned away from the Catholic Church because he had little choice in doing so. Thomas Gage came from a famous family that was famously Catholic. People knew who Thomas Gage was and knew that he was a Catholic. He was living in a time in England where being a priest of the Catholic faith was enough to get you executed. And at one point, a man who was named Thomas Gage was brought before the Privy Council. Now, it's not entirely certain that it was this Thomas Gage, but it's quite likely. We don't know exactly what was said, but shortly after that record, the Thomas Gage who we do know, well, he informed on some of his old Catholic brethren. These were men that he had known when he had been at seminary school, the people that he happened to know were Catholic priests incognito in England at the time. There were at least 4 of them that, after he informed on them, were hung, drawn, and quartered. These men were executed in a terribly violent fashion. They're now, today, all of them martyrs of the Catholic faith, all because of the word of this man, Thomas Gage. Now, it's possible that he did it because he had no choice, but it's also possible that he had some sort of retribution he felt these men deserved. They may have slighted him at some time in his past, and this was how he was getting back at them. Whatever his motivations, these actions brought him a sense of security. He knew that he was safe, and this time of peace gave him a chance in England to finally write about his experiences in the New World. He wrote that book, The English American, and it captured the imagination of everybody in England. The book is a straightforward account of his times in the New World, but at the same time, it's kind of an article of propaganda. It describes in loving detail all of the flora and fauna and the natural beauty of the Caribbean and the New World, and it goes on to speak about the riches that the Spanish bring out of there all the time. But then it goes on to make mention of the Spanish themselves. In large part, it goes on to make mention of their defenses, which Thomas Gage sees as insufficient. He talks about the miles of empty coastline that are not guarded by any navy or any soldiers or even any people that could send word to the Spanish authorities, where any nation who cared to could make landfall and invade these Spanish cities. It says that were some nation to do so, there are untold thousands of native Amerindians and slaves who would, without question, rise up against their Spanish overlords and aid this invading nation in destroying the Spanish from within. He makes it sound almost like all they have to do is invade, and the natives and slaves will tear down the Spanish before they even get to them. Now, Gage hoped that his words would reach some people in influential places. However, I don't know if he expected them to reach the most influential man in all of England. Cromwell read that book and really kind of fell in love with it. He had that lifelong interest in the New World, and that interest, now that he was Lord Protector, was no longer just a romantic fancy. It had very real-world ramifications. See, the Civil War had put a pretty serious dent in England's economy on all fronts, but none more so than the maritime trade. What English merchant shipping had existed before the war had been taken over completely by the Dutch. All of the sea routes that had once been British were now in the hands of the Dutch. The Caribbean colonies that had once been English, well, they'd begun to falter. See, during the Civil War, because of those lack of trade routes, no Englishmen were going out to move there, and the Englishmen that were left on these Caribbean colonies were little more than free labor that the Dutch used to grow them tobacco and sugar and coffee and bring back to Europe to make a profit. And this was a state of affairs that no Englishman was happy with, and Cromwell saw as a real slap in the face. One of the other major aftershocks of the Civil War was the huge amount of young men that were in England and Scotland and Ireland with nothing to occupy their time. Most of these had been conscripts into one or another of the armies that had been taken away from their homes or exiled or seen their entire family destroyed, that had nowhere to go and no hope of earning any reasonable income. So there was this huge population of young, healthy, and yet indigent men that were quickly eating up a lot of the resources of England. So, to take care of both of these problems, as well as a few others, one of the very first actions of Cromwell's new government was to pass the Navigation Act of 1651. It stipulated several different things, but the most important was that trade from any English port, including those in the Caribbean, must be carried on the back of English ships. This was most clearly a slap in the face to the Dutch, who had been carrying nearly all of the English trade goods, and it brought the English and the Dutch to war. Now, these nations had been allies for some time, since the early days of Elizabeth's rule, but finally, because of their trade practices, both of them on either side, they were now at war. But this didn't really stop Cromwell. He had his plans, and he intended to see them through. Now that the trade routes were open and Cromwell was able to employ his navy and the merchant ships, he began to ship all of those indigent, poor young men over to the New World. He did this in mass. There were huge numbers of young men going over there, but they weren't going over there to seek a better and new life. These young men were being sold into indentured servitude. They were told that it was their only chance at a better life, but in reality, they were a problem while they were living on the British Isles, and they wound up being cheaper than slaves and thought a lot less likely to rebel by the plantation masters. And more important than that, slaves were all Africans, and to people at the time, black Africans were second-class human beings. These indentured servants, while cheap, nearly free labor, they were still good young white boys who spoke at least an approximation of the king's English. And then with his boy in motion, Oliver Cromwell got in touch with Thomas Gage, who was essentially in retirement at that time, occasionally teaching at one or another priory around, but mostly he was just resting. However, Cromwell needed him. You see, the English didn't have anything near an intelligence service in the New World. They had nobody, aside from Thomas Gage, who had really intimate first-hand knowledge of what it was like in that part of the world. So Cromwell ordered Gage to write him a bit of information about his experiences there that would go into more detail than his book had. He wanted to know about emplacements and potential military encampments and the best way for the English to invade.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. You might say all kinds of stuff when things go wrong, but these are the words you really need to remember. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. They've got options to fit your unique insurance needs, meaning you can talk to your agent to choose the coverage you need, have coverage options to protect the things you value most, file a claim right on the State Farm mobile app, and even reach a real person when you need to talk to someone. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Naturally, Thomas Gage complied, and the results, what he came up with, were, to Cromwell at least, encouraging. Gage wrote, quote, "There are no people more sinful than the Spaniards in America, both great and small, viceroys, judges, and poor peasants, who in general sin and hide not their sin. Therefore their sins will betray them and fight against them if any nation shall oppose them. It hath been for these many years their own common talk from some predictions, or, as they call them, prophecies, vented out amongst them, that a strange people shall conquer them and take their riches from them." End quote. This was a Puritan preacher telling a Puritan head of state that these people are sinners, and they know they're sinners, and they even know that were somebody else to invade them, a more righteous people, God's judgment would fall on the side of the righteous and against them. This was exactly what Oliver Cromwell needed to hear, so he began his plans in earnest. Cromwell's plan is known as the Western Design, and what he intended was nothing if not bold. He intended to send an army across the Atlantic Ocean and take, by force, the islands of Hispaniola and Cuba. These were the two great jewels of Spain's empire in the Caribbean, and if England was able to take care of them, he saw the rest of the Spanish Empire falling like dominoes. He gave command of this force to two men, the Admiral William Penn and General Robert Venables. And then he ordered Thomas Gage himself to accompany them as something of a guide and an advisor. Gage was somebody that Cromwell really trusted. These men gathered a fleet of somewhere in the realm of 60 ships, perhaps a bit more, and they sent one entire Royal Naval vessel to pick up the aging, quarrelsome, and black-robed monk and brought him back to the port at Portsmouth. Then they began to gather an army. In historian Stephen Talty's book, Empire of Blue Water, he describes this force that they gathered thusly. Quote, "The approximately 2,500 men emerged from their lodgings and were judged harshly. These were not the soldiers of Cromwell's new model army, the famous Roundheads, a force whose ferocity was matched by its discipline. To look at them, these men came straight out of the gutter. Cut-purses, drunks, knights of the blade, incipient murderers. I believe they are not to be paralleled in the world," wrote Major Robert Sedgwick, who would later command the men, or try to. "People so lazy and idle as it cannot enter into the heart of any Englishman that such blood should run in the veins of any born in England. So unworthy, so slothful and basely secure, and have, out of a strange kind of spirit, desired rather to die than to live." But there was one man on the ships, anonymous as yet to history, who would give the lie to Sedgwick's words. In the space of 8 short years, this brilliant leader would turn men like these stumble-bums into what were perhaps pound for pound the best fighting men in the world. End quote. This is an introduction to, well, the key character of the third book that we need to look at. A man who was really our first great pirate lord that we're going to talk about. A man who was known as the king of the pirates. However, as yet, it's not quite time to look at the Buccaneers of America or in any depth to look at Henry Morgan. When he got on those boats in Portsmouth, he was not a famous man. He was a low-born Welshman, somebody who had very little experience and was no better than those cut-purses and drunks and insidious murderers. But he was, certainly, on board this fleet that was going to travel from England to the New World. The fleet set sail, and immediately things began to go wrong. At the forefront of the mind of every man on the voyage, well, there was a shortage of fresh food and water. The people who had been in charge of supplying the fresh food and water had, as so often happens on these voyages, decided to line their pockets by buying not enough and poor quality. Then there was the conflict between the two commanders, the admiral and the general. They quarreled over exactly who was in command of this mission. Then, to make matters worse, there was a rumor that began to go around that this wasn't a military action at all, but it had been a trick to get rid of so many of these men who came out of the gutter, send them to the New World, and sell them to a foreign prince. But the thing that drove these men almost to the edge of mutiny, that caused this voyage to almost end in disaster before it began, was when they learned that they weren't going to be getting any share of the spoils. They weren't going to be getting any loot from this vessel. They were going to get the stipend that they were agreed to be paid, which was not enough to support themselves or their family, and that was it. The question that these men must have been asking themselves is, exactly what am I fighting for? To the men in charge of the mission, men like Oliver Cromwell, the answer was simple. They were fighting for God and glory. But in the minds of these thousands of hungry and nearly mutinous sailors, they needed something a little more material to inspire them. But they managed to avoid an outright mutiny. They made landfall at Bermuda, where they picked up 3,000 more soldiers. These weren't really soldiers, though. These were men much like those that had set off from the voyage, only these were indentured servants that had been sent off from England's shores to get them out of the homeland and into the faraway places in the Americas where they could work on the plantation. They were desperate to escape their life of toil. One of the soldiers who had left England with the voyage at the outset, who was not much of a soldier himself, said of these new recruits, quote, "This island is the dunghill wherein England doth cast forth its rubbish," end quote. See, these men that they were picking up, they weren't even the kind of notorious and tough robbers and murderers and bandits that the original party was made up of. These indentured servants, these men were so beaten down by their life in the New World that any circumstance must have been better to them than what they had. Even the potential of facing down musket fire and arrows and any sort of blood and death and fire that was coming their way. Now, this wasn't the end of the soldiers they picked up. They picked up some 1,200 more soldiers at the island of St. Kitts and Montserrat. And then, on March 31st, 1655, this army, which was the largest force that was in the Caribbean at the time, and perhaps the largest force that had been in the Caribbean ever, made landfall on the island of Hispaniola. Now, they were the largest force that had ever been in the Caribbean, but they were not, I would say, the largest army, because these men were not an army at all. None of them had any training at all. They were undisciplined and disorganized. This force never even reached their target. Their intention was to raid the town of Santo Domingo on Hispaniola. That was the place that Francis Drake had taken years before, that was one of the oldest settlements of Spain in all of the New World. However, after landing only about 40 miles down the coast from Santo Domingo, they wandered the wilds of Hispaniola for days upon days. See, Thomas Gage, who was to be their guide during this, had never been to Hispaniola, except for potentially stopping there to pick up wood and water on one of his ships. He went to the Spanish mainland. They did meet one other man who was not Spanish, an Irishman, who they insisted could guide them to Santo Domingo, but he didn't know where Santo Domingo was either, and the commanders of the voyage wound up hanging this guy because he couldn't lead them to the town they were looking for. After weeks of wandering around, finally, they didn't find Santo Domingo, but they came into some sort of encampment. Unfortunately, it was a military fort they ran into. And as these soldiers who were tired and hungry, some of them starving, many of them ill, injured, well, they just sort of wandered up to the fort, thinking that they might be able to take it. And of course, these Spanish soldiers, who were well-trained crack shots, shot off volley after volley of shot against them, and hundreds of English soldiers died. So there was no orderly retreat. They just ran away as fast as possible. And worse than that, there was a dispute between that general and that admiral, so they had no naval support from the sea whatsoever. They weren't even nearby their fleet. The fleet had stayed where it had put these men ashore, so it took them, again, days and days and weeks to get back to their vessels. Anytime that a force who is not native to the Caribbean invades there with no experience, things go badly for them, even without a different army. See, they were marching through a veritable fog of mosquitoes, all of which were carrying malaria. The only fresh water that they had to drink was filled with yellow fever and dysentery. As they attempted to get back to their ships, men were dying and falling behind every day. They lost more men to illness on the march back to their vessels than they lost in the attack itself. But finally they did manage to make it back to their ships. However, they knew that if they landed at any Spanish port, they would be attacked and fired upon, and at the very least arrested, if not executed. They could potentially make it back to one of the English colonies in the Lesser Antilles, but that was a long trip away, and they needed supplies and aid desperately. The closest place that they were likely to have been able to make landfall, and we do know that they made landfall, was just a little bit to the northwest. On the northwest coast of the island of Hispaniola lay the island of Tortuga. See, they knew that Tortuga was friendly to English sailors. In fact, the English had had a colony on Tortuga not very many years ago. Had they sailed there, they would have found fresh supplies, food and water, probably medicine. They also would have found women and drink, things that these sailors would have been in very desperate need of. They also would have found an island full of men who were much more familiar with the Caribbean than they were. Men who knew the weak points of all of Spain's empire. Now, assuming that they did land at Tortuga and not somewhere else, it was there, most likely, that they met up with a man. A man who was, at this point in life, getting on in years. He was graying at the temples, round cheeked, growing a little bit chubby, but he still had that swarthy, villainous smile. He was still armed to the teeth, and whenever he did meet up with these English soldiers, he would have introduced himself as Diego Lucifer, and told these Englishmen who were lost as to exactly what course of action to take, that the weakest point to attack the Spanish Empire was at a smaller island just to the southwest called Jamaica. You see, Jamaica is the best option for the English to attack in the Caribbean, and any decent commander at the time, who at least had any knowledge of the surrounding lands, would have known that that was the place to go. If it had been Francis Drake ordered with command of this mission, Jamaica is clearly the place he would have chosen. Jamaica was a rich and fertile land, like most of the islands in the Caribbean, but it was also a key link in the treasure fleets that they were sending twice a year from the Americas to Europe. Beyond that, though, it was so poorly defended. At this time, in 1655, the entire population of Jamaica was only at the most 2,500 people. That was a little bit less than half of how many soldiers were on this voyage. Diego Lucifer led this voyage to the island of Jamaica. They landed near the largest city there, the city that is today known as Spanish Town, and the English marched right in. It was only a few hours later that they were in complete control of the city, and only a couple of days after that the Spanish capitulated and they were in complete control of the island. But though that might seem like the English fortunes were turning around, they truly weren't. See, the troubles that had affected them throughout this entire voyage were still dogging them. They still didn't have enough food to eat, and the Spanish, after they had left the island, had taken most of their food with them. The diseases that had been plaguing them this entire time, malaria, yellow fever, they were still plaguing them. They happened in Jamaica too. And the lack of order and discipline that these soldiers had was still a major problem. They may have been in command of the island, but it was very quickly becoming apparent that this was not going to be a by-the-numbers military action. Men continued to die in shocking numbers. By November, only a few months after initially taking the island of Jamaica, there were only 3,000 English soldiers left. At that point, it was clear that there was no command structure. The general and the admiral who were supposed to be in charge were not at all in charge. It was also clear that there were no relief supplies or reinforcements coming. These men were on their own, on an island they had taken from the Spanish, who were still mighty in Spanish-held waters. But in those intervening months of chaos and turmoil and death, one man had really risen to a leader. He was a man who could rally all of these men around him and get them to all work together towards their own best interests. That was a young Welshman who up to this point was entirely unknown. All these men who were angry and starving and scared, well, they looked to this man that they raised to be their leader, to be their captain. They looked to Captain Henry Morgan for what to do next. Next week, we're going to finish our look at 3 books through the eyes of Alexander O. Expoon and the Buccaneers of America. We will look at the very first days, the rise of Captain Henry Morgan as that pirate lord, that pirate king, what he did and how he did it. For the next several weeks, we're going to be looking at Captain Morgan. We're going to focus almost entirely on him because his story is central to the pirate mythos and to what's to come in the world of Caribbean piracy. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody that has listened and is listening, and everybody that's helped spread the word about the podcast through social media or reviews or through word of mouth. I really appreciate that. I'd also like to thank Phil from over at the Under the Crossbones podcast. He interviewed me this last week, and hopefully I didn't make too much of a fool out of myself, but it was a really fun time talking to him, and we even kicked around the idea of doing something that would be a little bit of work between us, and perhaps even incorporating Captain Buddy from over at the History of Pirates podcast. I'd also like to thank everybody that's donated to the show through PayPal on our website. You guys all really help keep the podcast afloat. And I'd like to thank all of our patrons on Patreon. We're going to do a quick list here. A shout out to all of you guys who are all super awesome. That's Brad, Philip, Marks, Anders, Andrew, Talon, Keith, Preston, Patrick, Dave, Brandon, Levi, Rasmus, Bill, and I'm sorry if I can't pronounce your name correctly. I'm going to go with Extros. That seems like the best bet. And I'd like you to know that you guys have given me the opportunity to begin work on recording an audiobook version of something that's key to the background of this podcast that I think anybody who's enjoying this is really going to enjoy. And we've got those rewards on the way for you. I'm going to need to figure out exactly how to get in touch with all of you so I can send them right out your way. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you enjoy that music, I definitely suggest you go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. And if you're still getting sent to the wrong old website, why not go on over to our SoundCloud page, our Facebook page, or our Twitter, where we've got links to the correct website. Over at the website, we've got all sorts of maps, pictures, and supplemental information, as well as a bibliography if you'd like to read any more. We've also got links to our iTunes, Stitcher, Podbean, all of the services we're on, which, if you'd like to, we really appreciate everybody that leaves a review of our show. Most importantly, though, to everybody out there, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by cruel tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When I had the idea to do an episode looking at 3 books, I wanted to use those books as a jumping off point to look at the influence that those books had on the world around them. However, considering the topic that we're going to talk about today, that was really just an impossibility. Today, we're going to look exclusively at this book, and we're not even going to begin to get through it. This book single-handedly started Europe's love affair with pirates and piracy. It's the only source on most of the pirates in this generation, and it took men who would have otherwise been entirely unknown throughout the world and made them famous, or at least infamous. This book went on to make the author quite a wealthy man who had quite a bit of renown of his own. The book we're going to be talking about today is The Buccaneers of America by Alexander Exquemelin. This is episode number 16. 3 Books, Part 2. Now, in The Buccaneers of America, the author himself, Alexander Exquemelin, is a character as well. He's not just the narrator, he plays a role in what's happening in several parts, and he's there all throughout it. So we should look at Exquemelin himself a little bit. Now, as with nearly all of the figures we talked about, his original European origins are unknown. He was probably born in France, but it's also likely that he was Dutch or Flemish. We really don't know, and people from all of these regions argue about exactly where he came from. What we do know of the author, especially in his early life, before he became a household name, is what he told us himself. In the beginning of the book, he tells us that in the year 1666, he sailed as an indentured servant with the Dutch West India Company, which is why many people believe him to be Dutch. The fleet he sailed with was large and multinational. There were somewhere around 30 ships and only a couple of warships, and he goes into some detail on the crossing. He talks about the possibility for meeting pirates in certain areas, how the warship went and chased after a known pirate ship that had been spotted just off the coast and failed to capture them. And then he goes into quite a bit of detail about a couple of initiation rituals that he had to go through along with some of the other passengers. He calls them baptisms, and the way that they're performed does kind of mirror a baptism. The first of these baptisms takes place as they pass a place called the Race, which was a narrow and rocky passage that was somewhere that was dangerous for ships to pass. And if you were someone who had never gone through the Race before, you had to undergo this little baptism. They had a man, the bosun, dress up in kind of a strange costume that mirrored a priest, maybe. He wore a long sackcloth robe, and he had a necklace on that was made out of all sorts of ship's tackle. And in one hand, he had a bucket of tar, some of which he had slathered all over his face, and on the other hand, he had a wooden sword. Each of the people who had not passed through the Race before had to kneel before the bosun. When they did, he, with one of his fingers dipped in the tar, drew a cross on their forehead, and then hit them on the back of the neck with his sword. After this, the rest of the crew would dump seawater on the people who were being baptized. And then, with their sins washed away, they would get incredibly drunk. However, not on the ship's wine. The people who had never made this voyage before had to bring brandy and wine of their own that would be drunk up at this ceremony, and everybody had a grand old time on their wine. Now, there was another initiation that happened when you passed the Tropic of Cancer that was a little bit more terrifying. You had to hang from one of the masts on the ship over the water and willfully drop yourself into the water. Now, you weren't required to do this, but if you refused to do so, you had to pay, depending on your station, either 1 or 2 pounds silver. Exquemelin says about these initiation rituals, quote, "Nobody from either nation can give the reasons for doing these things, apart from its being an old tradition among the seamen. Some say that the matter was so ordained by the Emperor Charles V, but it is not to be found in his book of laws. Having in passing described these ceremonies of the sailors, we will now continue our voyage." Now, all of the ships in this fleet were headed to different locations. A few of them were headed to Newfoundland, some of them were headed to Plymouth, some of them to Bermuda, Most of them were headed to the Caribbean, but the ship that Alexander Exquemelin was on was headed to a very particular little island called Tortuga. Now, the next 2 or 3 chapters of Exquemelin's book are dedicated almost entirely to describing the flora and fauna of a place like Tortuga and the coast of Hispaniola nearby. This might seem somewhat excessive to you, and it did to me reading it the first time, but I realized that this is something that the people in Europe would have no notion of. This would be like somebody traveling to Mars and writing about whatever they were seeing there. This was somebody who made it to the New World, something that most of the people in Europe were never able to do, sending a report back to them to tell them all about the sights and the sounds and really set the stage that they were to find themselves in. You and I, we've all seen video or pictures of the Caribbean if we haven't been there ourselves, but for the people in Europe, this was an entirely alien world, and Exquemelin really wanted to set the stage as much as possible. Now, this couple of chapters also discusses the locals on the island of Tortuga, the men who lived there for some time, those people who hunted boar or chopped timber, those people who used the old native cooking custom as the bucan, those people that would be known as the buccaneers. Exquemelin goes into some detail about the conflict between Spain, France, England, and the Netherlands over this tiny little island of Tortuga. And that's actually one of the few things in the early part of his book that can be corroborated. See, there are records kept by the great powers in Europe of this conflict, so we know what exactly Exquemelin tells us that's true and what of it is not true. Many of the things they heard here were secondhand because this happened long before Exquemelin came to the Caribbean, even before he was born, but he gets the gist of it right. Some of the names, some of the dates aren't exactly correct, but he gets essentially what happens there, at least on the road to being right. So that can give us an indication that Exquemelin knows what he's talking about, even if he doesn't get all of the facts exactly correct. But that's something that's a major problem with the Buccaneers of America. Alexander Exquemelin speaks with the authority of somebody that was there, that has firsthand knowledge, but when there are sources of evidence that come from other places, usually the Spanish, who kept excellent records, they almost always contradict what Alexander Exquemelin told us. So we have to take everything he said with a grain of salt. Unfortunately, for so much of what we're going to be talking about, there are no other sources about it. There are going to be pirates in this story that he's going to go into some detail talking about that don't appear anywhere else in any other narrative. There are no other records of these people, so they may be complete fabrications of his imagination. Now, they probably weren't. The things that we know he talked about turned out to be mostly true, but we have to assume that since we can't find any other proof, that they're not exactly historical fact. You see, part of the problem is that Alexander Exquemelin was working off of eyewitness accounts, or at least the tales told by some pirate he met in a tavern. See, he didn't have access to court records or the governor's mansion in any of these places. He merely had to talk to people who were there, who hopefully knew what they were talking about. But we can't know any more than he did whether or not these people were telling accurate tales. To give a picture of these contradictions that we can't exactly know if they're true or not, I'll give an example. After Alexander Exquemelin is freed from his indentured servitude, and then after he goes on at some length about how indentured servitude is so much worse than slavery, he goes on to say, quote, "When I was free once more, I was like Adam when he was created. I had nothing at all, and therefore resolved to join the privateers of buccaneers, with whom I stayed until the year 1670, accompanying them on many various voyages and taking part in many important raids, as I shall describe later on in this account." End quote. He then goes on to tell us of the first buccaneer on Tortuga, the first man who raided from the island. The man's name is, as Exquemelin records it, Pierre Legrand, and he tells us of Legrand's greatest success. Pierre was at sea in a small bark, little more than an open rowboat, and things weren't going well for him. His ship was in such poor repair that it was barely seaworthy, and all of the men with him were going hungry. They had no food and little water. They were just out there in the ocean, searching for prey, unable to find anything and baking in the hot Caribbean sun. As his men scanned the horizon, finally, one day they saw it. A lone ship just sails in the distance. Legrand sailed his small bark towards the ship. Clearly, it was a Spanish merchant vessel that had become separated from its convoy and didn't have any protection out on the high seas. So as night fell, Legrand ordered his men to board the vessel. He told them that the Spanish aboard were unprepared for an attack and unlikely to repel. although he did say that they have, at worst, a 50-50 chance. He had his men swear an oath of loyal endeavor, and then Legrand ordered the ship's carpenter to bore a hole in the ship's hull, allowing it to sink as they boarded the other vessel. This emboldened the men who were with him because they knew that they had to take this ship or they had nothing to escape to and nowhere to go. It was either take this ship or face prison or death. Each of his men, armed with a cutlass and, if they were lucky, a pistol with maybe one shot, they came up on the side of the vessel, climbed aboard her silently on their bare feet, and moved across the deck. They scanned the deck and saw that no guard had been posted. They were able to move around the deck freely. But as they moved below deck, they heard laughter and raucous conversation. Each of these pirates drew their sword and their pistol if they had one. Then the pirates burst into the captain's cabin, where there were a number of men sitting around the table playing cards. The pirates moved so quickly that they didn't have a chance to react. Many of the men probably still holding their cards or their mugs of ale. Suddenly they had a cutlass to their throat, and the captain had a pistol clapped against his chest. Legrand ordered the captain to surrender his ship. The captain must have thought quickly, thinking if there was any hope of repelling these pirates when he heard a sudden report coming from the arms chamber. The smile on Legrand's face told him that the men in the arms chamber had been taken. The ship belonged to the pirates, and the captain had no choice but to surrender. The crew of the small vessel was led on board and clapped in irons. As they looked around, they saw surrounding the ship nothing but empty ocean. There was no way that these pirates could have boarded their vessel, unless, as the captain assumed, they were demons sent from the sky. He was said to have said, quote, Jesus son demonios estos, end quote. Apparently, his men, the captain's men, had warned the captain that those sails off in the very, very far distance might have been pirate sails, but the captain said that he needn't fear of such a small vessel, and so he didn't order any special watch to go on deck. Now, after dropping off the crew on land as quickly as they could get to it, Legrand took his new boat and he sailed all the way to France, never to be seen in the high seas again. Now, that's the end of the account given by Exquemelin, but this raises some questions for him. How exactly would Exquemelin have any knowledge of an attack at sea that happened in the year 1602? This was some 40 years before Exquemelin himself was even born. Now, Exquemelin said that he got this story from the journal of a, quote, trustworthy man, but it's just as likely that this was something of creation myth, that the buccaneers on Tortuga told of how they began their raiding. The one man, Legrand, Pierre the Great, who showed everybody on the island exactly how they could fight the Spanish and make a whole lot of money in the process. Pierre Legrand is one of those pirates that there is no other account of. This is the only source on him at all. The only source anywhere else in the world that carries somebody around the right time that sort of matches his description comes from harbor records. A man named Pierre came into this harbor that apparently came from the same place that Legrand claimed to be from, although he didn't call himself Legrand there, he used his given name. But this didn't happen in France, which is what Exquemelin tells us. This happened up in Canada. So in the one place that potentially we can corroborate some part of this story, it's actually incorrect. So we have to take this story not exactly at face value. It might not be true at all. But since we have no evidence to disprove it, we just sort of have to accept that this is the story that the man who is the source for all of these pirates we're going to be talking about over the next few weeks, this is just a story that he decided to tell us. So we have to at least accept that it was something that the pirates at the time believed. Now, after talking about the origin of the buccaneers on Tortuga, Exquemelin goes on to talk about several of the other well-known buccaneers of the time. He talks about a Dutchman, a couple of Englishmen. He goes on to talk at length about a French pirate who was very active in the area, who we will talk about later. But this all happened after Exquemelin arrived in the Caribbean in 1666. When we left our story off last time, him and Venables had just taken the island of Jamaica in the year 1655. Now, we mentioned a couple of times last time that on board that voyage, one of the soldiers in Oliver Cromwell's Western design was a young man named Henry Morgan, which of course is the prime subject of Alexander Exquemelin's work. He goes into a great deal about his time with Henry Morgan, so we're going to look at some of that. But If you try to look at it in a narrative flow from the year 1655, when Morgan arrived in the Caribbean, the puzzle isn't exactly complete. Exquemelin writes in his introduction to Captain Morgan, quote, Henry Morgan was born in that part of Wales known as Welsh England. His father was a well-to-do farmer, but Morgan, having no liking for farm work, decided to go to sea. He reached a port where ships leave for Barbados and signed on for the voyage. On arrival, he was sold as an indentured servant in the English manner. Having served his time, he went to Jamaica, where he found several buccaneer ships ready to put to sea. He joined the expedition and soon learned their manner of life. After making 3 or 4 voyages with the buccaneers, he and his comrades had made enough money out of the loot and dicing to buy a ship of their own. Morgan was made captain, and they went marauding along the coast of Campeche, where they captured several ships. End quote. Now that short paragraph, that brief introduction to the man who would be known as Captain Morgan, is all that Exquemelin writes about the first 25 years of Henry Morgan's life, even the first 6 years of his time in the Caribbean, the time that made him Captain Morgan.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. You might say all kinds of stuff when things go wrong, but these are the words you really need to remember. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. They've got options to fit your unique insurance needs, meaning you can talk to your agent to choose the coverage you need, have coverage options to protect the things you value most, file a claim right on the State Farm mobile app, and even reach a real person when you need to talk to someone. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
So today I want to take a long, hard look at that paragraph to fill in some of the gaps and correct some of the inaccuracies. I'd like to do this by taking that paragraph sentence by sentence. Exquemelin begins, quote, Henry Morgan was born in that part of Wales known as Welsh England, end quote. That much is essentially true. Now, I had trouble finding out exactly what he meant by Welsh England. They were, at the time, united, so perhaps that's what he's talking about. But yes, Henry Morgan was born in Wales, probably in the county of Monmouth, although people in Wales argue divisively over where exactly he was from. Exquemelin continues. His father was a well-to-do farmer, but Morgan, having no liking for farm work, decided to go to sea. Now that is essentially correct in spirit, although there are a couple of pretty serious issues with it. Mostly the fact that it's incomplete. There's a lot more to that story. See, Henry Morgan was the son of a man named Robert Morgan. Now, Robert did own a farm, but neither he or his son actually got their hands dirty tilling the soil. They had many other men working for them to do that work. You see, the Morgan clan was an old and distinguished family. Robert sent his son off to school because he wanted him to become a lawyer. Henry would later say, quote, I left the schools too young and have been more used to the pike than the book, end quote. Now, the people in the part of Wales that Henry came from were renowned across the British Isles for their military prowess, and very little else. The English had a lot of fun at the expense of the Welsh, but they didn't ever take them for granted when it came to their power on the battlefield, and Henry Morgan almost certainly would have learned quite a bit about the pike. You see, he was a teenager during the English Civil War. He probably would have been a little too young to actually serve, but men who were members of his family, both of his uncles, his father's brothers, were involved deeply in the Civil War, on opposing sides, as it turns out. His uncle Thomas was actually somewhat well known. He was one of the top-ranking officers in Cromwell's New Model Army. He was kind of the right-hand man to the top general in that army, and Thomas Morgan himself was a decorated war hero and something of a mild celebrity. Now, his other uncle, Edward, would have had quite a bit more influence on the young Henry Morgan. Edward was a colonel in the royalist side of the Civil War, the Cavaliers, and he was posted at a pretty key position there in Wales. Now, Henry Morgan, to say that he was more used to the pike, almost certainly had some experience with them. This suggests to some historians that likely he served under his uncle, not as a soldier, but as something of a squire or an assistant, or somebody who was essentially just there to help him out and kind of learn the trade. So Henry Morgan, growing up as a young teenager, would have learned things like siege warfare and artillery, and the rudiments of battlefield tactics and how to lead men into battle. Now, as he grew a little bit older, 16, 17 years old, there's a possibility that he even did fight. Probably not as a grunt soldier, but somebody who led a small battalion of men, somewhere probably around 10 men. There's no record of that, but it seems quite likely. Now, Exquilin says that part about how Henry Morgan went to sea, and while that's true, he didn't go to make his fortune on the oceans. He went as part of a military expedition under Penn and Venables. Now, Exquilin goes on, quote, he reached a port where the ships leave for Barbados and signed on for the voyage, end quote. And that, yes, that did happen. That was the voyage of the Western design, Cromwell's plan to take over the Caribbean, and that port was Portsmouth. That much is undeniably correct. Then Exquilin continues, quote, on arrival, he was sold as an indentured servant in the English manner, end quote. Now that, however, is not true. There is a possibility that Henry Morgan told his men that tale to partially ingratiate himself with them, but that's pretty unlikely. Now, I should note that some historians take this line of Exquilin's at his word and believe that Henry Morgan was at one point sold as an indentured servant. But then most historians argue that the evidence proves that this line is just factually inaccurate, and I tend to agree with that side of the argument. Henry Morgan wasn't just some dockside ruffian. What we said last time about what Major Robert Sedgwick said, who is a character we're going to meet in just a little bit, but Major Sedgwick said about that expedition to the Caribbean that they were, quote, so unworthy, so slothful, and basely secure, end quote. And that really doesn't fit the Henry Morgan that comes down to us from history. He, from the Morgan clan, came from a proud tradition of military men, a family that was wealthy enough that Henry, as a young man, as a teenager, had his portrait painted. This portrait is the only painting that still exists of Henry Morgan, and it's the only description that's been given of him physically up until the time right around his death. So it's the only thing that we have to go on about what Henry Morgan probably looked like, and it shows a boy who's unlikely to have been sold into indentured servitude. The fact that he had a portrait itself is some evidence, but he's wearing rich clothing, ruffles around his neck. He's got a curly, probably a wig, but it may be his natural hair. He's got a mischievous smirk. He's dressed kind of like a dandy. You might imagine this kid running around chasing the maids around his father's home, and his father wasn't looking. That doesn't sound like what somebody who would be sold into indentured servitude lived their life like. So most historians agree that that bit is totally incorrect. However, there is another possibility. It is possible that Henry Morgan was forced into military service by the government of Oliver Cromwell. If Henry Morgan had served in the Civil War, he would have served on the Royalist side. However, he wouldn't have been just a grunt soldier. He would have been an officer, somebody with a little bit of experience. So if he had served, it's quite likely that he would have been pressed into service to go across the world, something that nobody from the New Model Army wanted to do, but they needed some experienced soldiers to keep these ruffians that were going to the Caribbean a little bit in line. Exquilin, his passage goes on, quote, having served his time, he went to Jamaica, where he found several buccaneer ships ready to put to sea, end quote. Once again, no, that's not how it happened at all. See, assuming that we agree that he didn't serve his time as an indentured servant, that part just isn't true, and he did go to Jamaica, but he didn't just arrive in Jamaica. He was one of the first Englishmen ever to set foot on the island in that invasion force. So instead of finding some buccaneers to put to sea, all he would have found there are a couple dozen poorly defended Spanish plantations. Moving on, quote, he joined the expedition and soon learned their manner of life, end quote. Now this is true. However, there's so much more to this story of how Henry Morgan learned the life of a buccaneer. Henry Morgan's first months in Jamaica, in fact, the lives of all of the men on that expedition, well, they were horrifying. You see, the English had taken that town, the capital of Jamaica, with no fighting at all. But there was far more to come. There was still going to be quite a bit of resistance over the island. So the men, these Englishmen, they had sleepless nights sleeping on the beach. You see, the Spanish soldiers that had been at the garrison there fled into the hills in Jamaica. And while there weren't many of these soldiers left, Jamaica was their home. These soldiers had lived there their entire lives, or at least for many years, and these English soldiers had never been there before. They didn't know the island at all. So the soldiers, naturally, well, they feared attack from the Spanish, coming from an unsuspected direction. However, it wasn't just the Spanish that they had to fear. The Spanish had freed their slaves, who had gone to join up with the communities of Maroons deep in the wilderness that did not want the English there either. So the escaped slaves and their Maroon brethren were fighting against them. And then the Maroons and the Spanish were both allied with the local Taino people, who knew the island even better than the Spanish did, knew all of its nooks and crannies. And these three groups, sort of loosely connected allies, led a very successful guerrilla operation against the English. But even when the soldiers were completely safe, they would be sleeping on or near the beach, and they would hear thousands of crabs that would come in ashore. Then the scuttling of these crabs, as recorded, sounded almost exactly like the rattling of cartridges that would be carried on a Spaniard's belt. So they spent all night hoping that it was just the crabs and not the Spanish, unable to sleep because the possibility of attack was so real. So as the men spent their sleepless nights and long, unpleasant days, their stores of food began to dwindle, and all of the men on the expedition started to go hungry. The Spanish had taken a lot of food with them, destroyed what food they could before they left, and so the Englishmen had almost nothing to eat. Now, Jamaica is, of course, a rich place with lots of wildlife, but hunting on the island, for the Englishmen at least, was a dicey proposition. You see, many times when people would go hunting for either boar or tortoise, well, if too many men went to go hunt those boar or tortoise, they would scare the animals away. However, if there were too few men going hunting, well, most of those hunting parties that only had a few men with them never returned. The only news that the men back at base camp would have of that hunting party would be the vultures they would see circling in the sky deeper into the island. So the men were going hungry. The men spent their nights consumed by fear, and then, in August, a few months after they had taken the island, Admiral Penn and General Venables, with several hundred of the top officers in the group, well, they set sail and returned to England. It would turn out, as they kind of expected, that Penn and Venables would be thrown into the Tower of London for failing to take Hispaniola. However, that wasn't a concern for Henry Morgan and the other soldiers that were left in Jamaica. The men were all alone on a foreign island, halfway around the globe from their homes, and they were surrounded by hostile eyes from the tree line, from the Taino, the Maroons, and the Spanish. They were going hungry, they were growing desperate, and then, as things began to get worse and worse for them, the men began to get sick. The yellow fever and malaria that are still to this day notorious killers of people that are unused to the Caribbean, well, they began to take their toll on the men as they had on Hispaniola on a daily basis. Now, these months have very little record. There was essentially no authority on the island. However, it's likely, given his notoriety and popularity that would crop up almost immediately once records did start taking shape, that Henry Morgan was the leader among these men, someone who rallied them and got them what food they could find and organized their defense as best as he could. But there were only about 2,000 men left, and then even though there weren't that many Spanish soldiers, they didn't know how many natives or how many Maroons they were, so this seemed like a pathetically small force. But then, a few months later, after about 6 months on the island of people dying, going hungry, and living in fear, a ship from England finally arrived there in what was called Hadway Point. The men on the island must have rejoiced. The ship carried the island's new governor, that man we talked about earlier, Major Sedgwick, who, when the operation had left English shores, had said of the men that they, quote, desired rather to die than to live, end quote. He found when he got to Jamaica that if that was their wish, it had certainly been granted. The men were dying left and right, and he realized that the Jamaican expedition was in a dire situation. So he wrote back to Lord Cromwell, the Lord Protector in England. He told him, quote, you must in a manner begin the work over again, end quote. But Sedgwick did what he could to improve the island. He organized their defenses, and he gave them whatever form of health care he could find. Then he secured hunting and fishing grounds for the men. These were military operations that he used to secure certain tracts of land that had plenty of game on them for the men to eat. And he gave command of what ships they had there in Jamaica to a man named William Goodson. This made him the admiral of what was known and would go on to be known for centuries as the Jamaica Station. Then, in January 1656, a ship called the Marston Moore sailed into harbor, and her captain, a man named Christopher Mings, was named sub-commander of the Jamaica station. He would go on to be vice admiral of their fleet there. And then, after about 9 months, the island of Jamaica began to take on something resembling civilization, and something that kind of surprised me, but I found really interesting and began to happen. You see, the men who would call Jamaica their home would occasionally be captured by the Spanish, and the Spanish record over and over again that they use the same defense whenever they are being interrogated by their Spanish jailers. They would say that it wasn't them acting of their own volition, they were actually under orders from the Jews. You see, now I'd heard about this before, but I always just kind of chalked it up to being a clever lie. I thought that since probably the only people that the Spanish hated more than the Protestant English were the Jewish people around Europe. However, it turns out that many of these immigrants from Europe, these Jewish immigrants, played a major role in this era of Caribbean piracy. Now, if we recall, way back in the 1490s, after Ferdinand and Isabella took Spain back from the Caliphate of Cordoba, they called an inquisition that aimed to cleanse their realms of any non-Catholics. Now, of course, they targeted thousands, maybe millions of Muslims that were still living on the Iberian Peninsula, but they didn't stop with the Muslims. For years, the Inquisition scoured the lands for any Jewish families that were living there. They whipped up mobs and violent pogroms that would execute or exile any Jews that they found. Now, as you might imagine, most of these exiled Jews, and certainly any that were still living there secretly, well, they fled the country as quickly as possible. Now, most of these people went to Portugal or Germany, many went to the Netherlands, some went to England. However, for a lot of Jewish families, that wasn't far enough. They decided they had to get out of Europe entirely. In fact, they had to get into a different hemisphere. However, they would have still found most of the New World, then the early 1500s, controlled by the Spanish. Naturally, places like New Spain, which would be modern-day Mexico, or terra firma down south a little bit, were just completely out of the question. They were centers of power for the Spanish Empire. Some of the larger islands, places like Cuba or Hispaniola, were almost as solidly in the hands of the Spanish government and not the local planters. However, there was one island just slightly to the southwest of those two that was smaller and had a tiny population, but that was rich and offered them something of an opportunity. That was Jamaica. Now, to be sure, Jamaica wasn't perfect. There was still a governor and a garrison there, but they had a lot less interference from Europe and from the higher-ups in the Spanish government. So the Jews in Jamaica were able to just keep their heads down. They took to calling themselves Portuguese, and they practiced their religion in private, and nobody bothered them. Then in 1655, when the English took the island, that man Venables made mention in his journals of a surprisingly large number of Portuguese nationals that had not fled with the Spanish. But when Major Sedgwick came and became governor of the island, he found out the truth, and he was elated. These Jewish people who had stayed in town were locals, people who had lived there their entire lives, sometimes for generations, but locals that he could trust. They weren't Catholics. They were people who hated the Spanish just as much as he did, so they were going to be powerful allies in this fight. He wrote back to Cromwell, and Cromwell made all of the Jewish people on Jamaica officially English citizens, and they were finally able to practice their faith out in the open, just as they were in England. Now, Sedgwick had plans to make use of these locals, but they happily obliged. I mean, can you imagine it? Living in a place at the edge of the world, hiding in the shadows for centuries, and then all of a sudden, a new tolerant government who is at war with your previous overlords shows up? That must seem like a gift from God and something that you are going to make the most use of you possibly can. So, several of the prominent men from their community, along with William Goodson, Christopher Mings, and a few of the higher-up officers, joined a council that was going to help the new governor govern the nation. They had several pretty pressing concerns, the least of them not being the Spanish who were nearby, and some of them still on the island. So, this council began to formulate a plan. What it came up with was a two-pronged approach. You might call these two approaches forced trade and proactive defense. Now, the proactive defense side of that two-pronged attack was essentially sending out ships filled with buccaneers to sweep the oceans clean of any Spanish vessels, be they warships or merchant shipping that they could find. The second part of that two-pronged attack, that forced trade, after the seas were clear and the trade routes that had been controlled for centuries by the Spanish were in the hands of the English, well, they would fill that gap left. English merchant vessels would show up at many of these ports that were traditionally visited by their Spanish brethren and offer to buy all of the tobacco or coffee or sugar that they had stored up. They would tell them that their Spanish ships weren't coming to pick it up, and if they wanted to sell it, they were going to have to sell to the English. Now, if any of these patriotic Spaniards living in the colonies decided they didn't want to sell to the English, they might just let it know that some of those notorious pirates that these people had heard about roving the high seas might just pay their little town a visit. Nearly all of them sold their goods to the English, who then made a huge profit selling them back in England. This dealt a blow not only to the Spanish, who they were at war with, but to the Dutch, who had a monopoly on trade in the Caribbean and who they had been at war with only about 2 years prior. However, they weren't able to begin this plan immediately. What they needed, they had some ships, not enough, but they didn't have nearly enough men to enact this plan. So some of the locals suggested that this man Ming, and probably some of his top aides, which almost certainly included Henry Morgan, set sail and go to a little island just to the northeast called Tortuga, where they could recruit as many of the buccaneers there as they needed. And it must have been a sweet offer when they got there. Tortuga was a dangerous place that was in the hands of usually the French at this period in time, which was fine by most of them, but it was still contested and deep in Spanish waters. However, this island, Jamaica, it was previously Spanish, but now they had a fort, they had a good harbor, and they had a government, an official English government that was going to do all they could to protect these pirates. A government that would make use of them to be sure, but that these pirates could rely on. At least they had one port and potentially a series of ports that would be a friendly environment. But before they could begin this plan in earnest, in May their governor, now General Sedgwick, passed away. His replacement, who showed up a few weeks later, passed away almost immediately. So, finally, they appointed a man named General Edward Doyle, who had been there since the 1655 invasion. He had been there the entire time. He was as local as any Englishman in Jamaica got. Now, the new governor's first order of business was to fight off an invasion from those Spanish guerrillas who were living up in the hills. There were 2 invasions. The first one was bolstered by about 300 Spanish soldiers from the island of Cuba. So there were in total somewhere around 400 Spaniards and around 100 native and African guerrillas. But they were fought off pretty easily. However, then another invasion occurred a few months later that was somewhat larger. That one involved some actual fighting, however, with very little loss of life. The English came out on top, and the Spanish guerrilla force fled back to Cuba. So, finally, Christopher Means, along with almost certainly Henry Morgan and several of the other most notorious names to come, set out and began their practice of forced trade and proactive defense, which amounted to little more than piracy on the high seas and raiding any of the Spanish coastal towns that were within their reach. Most of the records about where they actually raided are kept by the Spanish around this time, but it looks like they raided Rio de la Hacha and Santa Marta, along with a few other old favorites. And it was during this time that what Esquimulin said about Captain Morgan learning the ways of the Buccaneers during this last few months of 1656 going into 1657, he would have truly learned what it took to be a buccaneer on the Caribbean Ocean. So let's move on with that passage from Alexander Esquimulin. He writes, quote, "After making 3 or 4 voyages with the buccaneers, he and his comrades had made enough money out of loot and dicing to buy a ship of their own." End quote. This is correct, at least in spirit. In the year 1659 or maybe 1660, Henry Morgan was finally, it is recorded, captain of his own ship. However, whether he bought it with his own money or took it from a Spanish captain is unclear. However, we do know that in 1660 he did take 3 ships, which he sold to 3 of his closest and most trusted friends. The Dolphin, the smallest of those vessels, he sold to his friend John Morris. Robert Searle took the largest, which was an 8-gun, 80-tonner that was called the Cagway, and then his friend John Lawrence bought the Pearl. Oddly, however, we don't know the name of Captain Morgan's own ship at this time. But these four captains, this Captain Morgan, Captain Morris, Captain Searle, and Captain Lawrence, they become probably the most popular and maybe the most feared pirates operating in the Caribbean at this time, at least out of the port there on Jamaica. They were men who were a terror to the Spanish, but back in port they were extremely popular, lots of fun, and apparently spent their money for other men's pleasure. They ingratiated themselves very well with the local brethren of the coast who had moved into the port of Jamaica. And in that passage, that one single paragraph written by Alexander Xwimlin is concluded. It reads, quote, Morgan was made captain, and they went marauding along the coast of Campeche, where they captured several ships. End quote. This little sentence encompasses what is arguably the greatest raids that the Caribbean had seen since the time of Francis Drake, and what is most certainly the largest pirate fleet ever seen in the Caribbean, rivaling those of the Greek and Roman pirates and even the Barbary pirates. Now, sources do differ here on a few of the times of some of these raids, however. Reputable historians, people who are scholars on this period, disagree exactly on how many and when these raids occurred over the 18 months or so between late 1659 and early 1661. In truth, though, the Brethren of the Coast were so active from this port of Jamaica that it's almost impossible to expect them to have exact dates. You see, the Spanish kept their records, but the English only kept sparse records at best, so we know when they came back with huge amounts of money, but we don't know exactly how those correspond to what the Spanish were reporting. However, I did my best to synthesize all of these sources down to make a sensible narrative that actually makes sense, and it goes something like this. In late 1659, Captain Ming led a series of raids on the Spanish Main. These are likely those raids that Captain Morgan and his compatriots earned their ships on, or perhaps used those ships on. However, Captain Ming did quite well. Now, when he got back to Jamaica, he sent a boat ashore asking the governor for letters of marque to make all this official. He did this, of course, after the fact, which was common practice at the time. These Jamaican officials were unbelievably corrupt. Now, he got these letters of marque. However, when he came ashore, he had no money to send back to England. You see, Cromwell's protectorate operated much like Elizabeth's Admiralty had a few decades before. Men were welcome to pirate their way all across the seven seas, but the only way that they were allowed to do so by the English government is if they paid their dues back to the Admiralty in London. Piracy was officially sanctioned as long as they didn't attack England or her allies and paid their share. But Captain Ming didn't do that. He blamed his men, the Brethren of the Coast, on why he didn't have any money, saying that they had taken all the money and divvied it up among themselves, but the governor there wasn't having any of it, so he was sent back to England to face trial. Oliver Cromwell certainly wasn't going to be happy about this. But instead of a step there in the Tower, or perhaps the hangman's noose he must have feared he faced, something much better awaited Ming when he got back to England. Oliver Cromwell, the usurper, had passed away. King Charles II had been restored to the throne of England, and the House of Stuart was back firmly in control. Now, King Charles had promised to return Jamaica to the King of Spain. However, the testimony of this vice admiral of the Jamaica station really swayed him. He learned that this pirate, or what Charles might have considered this upstanding young gentleman, well, Jamaica was a profitable place, a place that King Charles would be wise to hold on to. It was something that was said to be a dagger pointed at the King of Spain's heart, as well as a really great moneymaker for the English throne. So, King Charles, instead of punishing Christopher Ming, sent him back to Jamaica. He sent him on a new flagship, a 46-gunner called the Centurion, which arrived in the spring of 1661. Captain Ming here wasn't the only surprise on board the vessel. The new governor, a man named Lord Windsor, descended the gangplank. General D'Oyly, who was the former governor, was replaced effective immediately. The port of Cadway, where they had been for years now, was renamed Port Royal. Also, the name of the fort, which had been Fort Cromwell, was changed to Fort Charles. And Captain Ming himself was to take over that role of admiral of the Jamaica station from William Goodson. Christopher Ming had a lot of work to do. Historian Stephen Talty writes, quote, "On September 21st, 1661, Morgan and the other adventurers were given a hero's send-off, with wives, whores, and merchants lining the shore to cheer the boys away. It was the middle of hurricane season, which runs from June to November, and the ships tacked to Negril in Jamaica and then headed north for Cuba at 3 knots." End quote. Their goal was the former capital of Cuba, Santiago, which was on the southeastern side of the island, probably the closest major Spanish port to their home in Jamaica. Captain Ming sailed the Centurion, which was the flagship. There were a host of other brethren vessels with him, though, including Captain Morgan and his friends. Just off the coast of Cuba, they encountered a friendly vessel, captained by none other than Oliver Cromwell's no-good playboy nephew, Sir Thomas Whetstone. Back in England, he had been a man who liked to dice, chase after women, and spend as much money as he could get his hands on, but he had to run away from several of his creditors to the Caribbean to try and earn his fortune. So he was here with a ship full of natives and a few Africans, and only 1 or 2 other Englishmen on board, and the fleet of Christopher Ming's was going to make use of them. You see, these natives and these Africans had quite a bit of intimate knowledge of the island of Cuba, so they had a council of war on board Ming's flagship, the Centurion. The harbor there at Santiago was guarded by an imposing castle, the Castillo de Moro, and her gun batteries were aimed squarely at the very small entrance into the harbor. So these buccaneers plotted. But while they discussed, they had even more vessels arrive, latecomers from Port Royal, and even several vessels that were coming from Tortuga, swelling their numbers. So they decided that the best place to land was about 2 miles down the coast, at a little village called Aguadores on the mouth of the San Juan River. The locals there were only a few people living there, fled as soon as the brethren marched into town. So for several hours, the brethren of the coast had their fill of all of the goods that they could have in town. And then they went ahead and burned the entire village down. Behind them, the village was burning, which kept them warm through the night as they slept a peaceful night. However, in the morning, they got up and marched towards Santiago. Now, the locals had run to Santiago and warned them that there were a large number of English, Dutch, French buccaneers who were coming for Santiago, so they had time to prepare, but it still wasn't even nearly enough. You see, at the fort there in Santiago, the man who was in charge of the garrison was the same soldier who had been in charge of that guerrilla operation against the English in Jamaica. Now, exactly what happened here is unclear. Perhaps he worked out a deal with the English, or perhaps he just learned his lesson and didn't want to fight these buccaneers anymore, or perhaps he was terrified. He had been unable to defeat the English any time in the past, so this man, the Spanish commander, turned and fled. Many of the soldiers that were manning the walls fled with him. The governor did show up and managed to rally what soldiers were left, but it wasn't nearly enough to stop the English. Within only a couple of hours of musket fire, they had taken the fort. They spent a total of 5 days ransacking the town of Santiago. They had their run of the town, taking anything, any women, any goods, any food, any drink that they cared to take for 5 whole days. And then, as they left one of the richest towns in the Caribbean, they found the gunpowder store in the fort, lit a fuse, and marched away. 700 barrels of gunpowder blew up the fort and burned down the town of Santiago, which they said didn't recover for a full 10 years.
At every local McDonald's, serving a great first bite starts with putting care into everything. First, McDonald's suppliers make sure they meet our high standards at every step. Next, daily food quality checks happen at every McDonald's restaurant, over 13 million a year. From plants to plates, we're investing along our supply chain. It's about more than just meals. We serve integrity, care, and quality in each McDonald's, so you can feel good about every first bite.
Back in Jamaica, they were seen as heroes, You can imagine that these men who had stolen thousands of pieces of eight were suddenly very rich and making all of the merchantmen, tavern keepers, and whores back in Jamaica extremely wealthy as well. Now that must have made all of these local merchants very happy, but the Buccaneers and the Brethren of the Coast, as well as pirates all throughout history, are notoriously bad about keeping any money in their pockets. They spend it freely. But they also realize that they're going to need more very shortly, and their commanders know the same thing. Christopher Mings was eager to get back out there on the ocean. However, while they had been gone, their lord, Lord Windsor, had retired. And the new lord, the new governor of Jamaica, was a lot less willing to sign these letters of marque that would allow them to attack the Spanish settlements. However, it was on Christmas Day, 1661, that the new governor finally relented. According to Alexander Exponent, quote, "The English celebrate Christmas with a great deal of eating and drinking, and at that season the masters let the slaves have whatever they ask for." End quote. This sounds to me quite a bit like the old pagan Roman tradition of Saturnalia. That's actually exactly what the Romans did, so perhaps that's how Captain Mings got the new governor to relent and sign the letters of marque that he needed to go attack the Spanish again. The day after Christmas, Ming began to assemble his fleet, made up of English vessels, Dutch marauders, some French Huguenot allies, and then the usual ragtag Brethren of the Coast from Tortuga. In all, more than 20 ships left Jamaica and were joined by several more en route. This was that fleet that was the largest pirate fleet ever seen in the Caribbean. Now, these weren't all massive warships, but they carried plenty of guns and were filled with men armed to the teeth and ready to do extreme violence. This was a fleet that would have made any Spanish city tremble. Even the great centers of power like Havana must have worried if they had gotten news of it. However, those islands had nothing to worry about. This fleet was headed to the west. It was actually the vice admiral of the fleet, a man named Edward Mansvelt, who was captain of the Griffin, that saw their destination first. A place that we visited before, San Francisco de Campeche. That was the same place that Diego Lucifer attacked when he was a young man, and it's in fact even possible that Diego the Mulatto was here, captain of one of these ships from Tortuga, one of these Brethren pirate vessels, here to attack Campeche. You see, the men on this voyage had some knowledge of this part of the Spanish coast, and they suggested to the admiral, Admiral Mings, that he wait until nightfall and attack under cover of darkness, which is exactly what Diego the Mulatto had done. However, that wasn't something that a man like Mings thought was honorable. It's kind of funny considering he's about to march into town and burn it to the ground, but he wanted to attack with his drums and his trumpets announcing their coming. Graham A. Thomas, in his book The Pirate King, gives a beautiful narrative. He says, quote, "Mings attacked the town, his men only armed with pikes, swords, and pistols against the cannon. The fighting was intense. For almost an entire day they fought. The buccaneers had to take the stone houses one by one while being shot by Spanish snipers and soldiers. Shot whizzed around, bouncing off cobblestone, embedded into stone walls, tearing through clothing, and ripping into flesh and bone. Men shouted as they attacked. Spanish soldiers were impaled by pikes. In close combat, men were cut down by pistol shot and swords. Shards of wood, stone, and metal flew in all directions from pistol and cannon shot. Mings was wounded 3 times, but by the end of the day, the buccaneers were successful. In the harbor, they captured 14 vessels. Crews were chosen to take them back to Port Royal. The Spanish counted their losses at 150,000 pieces of eight." End quote. That's a low-end estimate. The highest I've read, translated into modern American dollars, is that the Buccaneers in Campeche stole $75 million worth of goods. Captain Mings had been injured, and the man who took over the operation was his vice admiral, that man Mansvelt. Mings would go on to retire shortly thereafter, go back to England, and lead a prosperous life with all of the money he had made in the Caribbean, and Mansvelt was to take over. Now, Alexander Exquemelin has a little blurb about Mansvelt that comes right after that passage we spent so much time looking at today. It reads, quote, "At this time there was in Jamaica an old buccaneer called Mansvelt, who planned to get a fleet together and raid the mainland. Seeing that Morgan was a young man with plenty of courage, the old buccaneer invited him to join the expedition and made him vice admiral of his fleet. End quote. Now, if we were going to give that passage the same treatment that we gave the passage in this episode, it would take an entire episode to cover everything that was wrong. You see, it was a complete fabrication, and we know that because we know where Captain Morgan was. And in fact, that's exactly what we're going to do. Next time, we're going to take a long, hard look at exactly what Captain Morgan was doing on his 22-month-long first great raid against the Spanish. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, and I mean that. We hit a huge milestone this week. It snuck up on me. I didn't even see it coming, but I'd like to thank every single last one of you. We hit 100,000 downloads, and that's a huge number, way bigger than I expected to hit anytime this summer. I'd also like to thank everybody that has been kind enough to support the show, either through Patreon or through PayPal, through the webpage. We wouldn't be here doing this without you guys. Anybody who has been kind enough to leave a rating or a review anywhere you listen to the show, you guys really help get the word out, and I appreciate everybody out there. You guys are really the best. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain, the fantastic band Grilling. If you're enjoying it, you definitely should. This week, go on over and check out their website, grilling.com.au, because they are planning, I don't know if they've released dates yet, and I might be the first to mention this, but they are planning a tour to the U.S. So if you're in parts of the southeastern United States, you are going to get a chance to see Grilling perform, and I think they're going to put on a fantastic show. You can also go to our website after you're done over there, piratehistorypodcast.com, where we've got all sorts of supplemental information. Links to our sources, show notes, maps, all sorts of cool pictures, anything you're looking for, it's over there, as well as a link to our PayPal, Patreon, Twitter, Facebook, iTunes, any of the great places you can listen to us. Most importantly, and once again, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of the stairs from the old country road for a fight and a pound. The stories of battles I sing from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on the legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When we left off last time, Henry Morgan was preparing for his first great raid on the Spanish Main. His last raid under Mings and Mansfield was a resounding success, and now Captain Morgan and his closest allies were about to embark on a voyage that would see them gone from the shores of Jamaica and Port Royal for a full 22 months. Now, 22 months is a long time to be gone from home, especially when you're going to be in hostile waters, deep in enemy territory. Now, Captain Morgan didn't intend to be gone for 22 months. There were some setbacks and unexpected surprises. However, he knew it was going to be a long voyage, and they prepared thoroughly for it. This week, I'd like to do something a little bit different. This great raid could really be considered the dawn of the golden age of piracy. And I'd like to take a step back before we set sail with Captain Morgan and look at what they were doing while preparing for this voyage. I'd like to take a look at the ships that they were loading with all of their victuals and arms. I'd like to take a look at exactly what those supplies were, what kind of food and drink they had on board, as well as what kind of weapons they were using and loading on board. This will be a step back from our narrative history and a look at the technical side of the early days of buccaneering, privateering, and piracy. This is episode number 17, Guns, Rum, Ships, and Steel. The reason that I chose this time period to look at the tools that these buccaneers were using, well, it's because things have changed drastically from the times of Francis Drake. Not only the political and religious landscape, but the tools that these men were using. The European powers were in something of an arms race. The most important factor in that arms race were the ships that they would be on board, but everything from the guns they were using to the supplies that the men on board had were highly important to see who would control the New World. And here, in the 1660s, we're seeing the first fruition of that arms race. We're seeing things change to what they will be in the golden age of piracy. Now, there will be some pretty stark differences between the 1660s and the early 1700s, but some of the things we're going to be talking about today can be applied not only to Captain Morgan, but to men like Blackbeard and Charles Vane. One of the primary differences, though, is exactly how these men saw themselves. When you're reading the histories about Captain Morgan and his brethren of the coast, the word privateer pops up a lot, but really, the word privateer wasn't coined until about the mid-18th century. So men like Francis Drake and Henry Morgan, who very much were privateers, would never even heard that word and not thought of themselves as such. But it's still the best description that we have of what they were. Now, Francis Drake obviously worked directly for the Queen and her council. He was a royal man, but by the time of Captain Morgan, things were a bit less well-defined. In their early days, operating out of Tortuga, the Brethren of the Coast were outright pirates. They had no screen of legitimacy to hide behind. That was part of what made Jamaica so attractive to the Brethren of the Coast. They were safer than they were in Tortuga because there was less threat from Spanish ships, and while they had to sail under orders from the admiral of the Jamaica station, they essentially operated just as they had before, sometimes with better equipment than they'd ever had in their lives. They also had, through the governor of Jamaica, a certain amount of royal authority. Now, that probably wouldn't have held up too well in a Spanish courtroom, but it allowed them to be much more bold than they ever had before and claim a lot better prizes. But to be clear, Jamaica and Port Royal weren't exactly high society. This was the farthest flung corner of the empire, and they operated essentially without any interference from London. There were supply requests and letters to the crown in London that wouldn't be answered and wouldn't even be found until sometimes decades later. The message to these men, these Brethren of the Coast, was clear. Their mission was to survive by any means necessary. Now, of course, the most important tool to, well, really anybody living in the Caribbean at the time, but especially the Brethren of the Coast, were their ships. It's important to take a look at exactly what ships they were on. They've changed so much over the past few decades. For many, many years, the most powerful ship sailing the high seas was the Spanish galleon. The Spanish galleon was an impeccably engineered ship, perfect for the Spanish Empire and the New World. It was very well-rounded. It was made for speed and durability. It had room for guns as well as large holds for hauling gold and other treasure across the Atlantic. And while it had all of these aspects, which made them perfect for the Spanish treasure fleet, they didn't really excel at any of these. These weren't specialized ships. The defeat of the Spanish Armada under Queen Elizabeth and Francis Drake showed Europe more what naval warfare was going to be in the century to come. All of the naval powers of Europe, but especially the Dutch and the English, began developing what could really be called warships. While the galleon was a powerful vessel, it wasn't specialized enough to be a warship. The English warship was called the man of war, colloquially. It was a ship that was larger and slower than any of the Spanish galleons, but it had much more room for guns by sacrificing its cargo holds. These ships were huge and imposing, really what could be described as a floating fortress, and they terrified anybody who had never seen one before. But as the ships began to evolve, so did the tactics of naval warfare. You see, really since the dawn of naval warfare, ships focused mostly on speed and maneuverability. The goal was to ram another vessel as fast as possible and then board that vessel, killing anybody aboard and taking the ship for your own. That was how the Greeks and the Romans did it, and really, that was how the Spanish and the English did it up until about the time of the Armada. But now that that time had passed, we were seeing things like durability and firepower come to the fore. The European powers were moving towards something that they called the line of battle. This was a deeply complex naval military maneuver in which two fleets would come into contact in the high seas and then form up in these big, long, straight lines and then shoot at each other. And that's basically it. The reality is that the focus became more and more on hitting the other ship with cannons. However, it's really, really hard to hit a moving ship on the sea, so these admirals and captains just sort of sailed about 100 or so ships and shot cannonballs at the other side's ships until one side sunk more than the other. Now, of course, eventually, naval tacticians would come up with much more advanced stuff, like what's called crossing the T. That's where a captain attempted to sail his ship in a perpendicular fashion to another ship, kind of like the top of a capital T. If he were the top of the capital T, all of the guns on his broadside would be facing the other ship, who had maybe a couple of guns at her full. So they would be able to catch that ship in a hail of cannon fire, with her being able to respond with hardly anything at all. It was a devastating tactic, but it didn't come around until some time later. Around the time of the 30 Years' War back in Europe, the line of battle was really the height of naval tactics, and there really wasn't much to it. You see, it was these broadsides that are the big difference. Ships had always, of course, had guns on them, but now they were packing more and more guns, as much firepower as possible, on board their vessels. They called these ships, due to the line of battle, ships of the line, and broke their ships of the line down into different classifications. A first-class ship of the line would have been a terrifying sight to any enemy navy. These ships had 3 or 4 decks on them that were devoted entirely to cannon. When these ships fired a full volley, the air would be so filled with smoke that the ship would become almost invisible to their enemies, and consequently, their enemy ships would become invisible to them. Now, these decks would not have been pleasant places. This is a cramped space. They were trying to fit as many decks and as many guns on these ships as they could. There would have been very little light, virtually no sunlight. The only access to the outside were their gun ports, and the air inside would have been filled with gunpowder and the sound of explosions. These decks were so small that men couldn't even stand upright in them, and sometimes they would have 10 or 15 guns on both sides, and then the center of that deck would be filled with gunpowder and shot, things that they would need to light their cannon. I can think of few places that sound more terrifying to me than one of these gun decks. Very little light, probably unable to hear from the frequent sound of explosions, not only from your deck on both sides, but from the deck above you as well. The air so filled with smoke that it's almost impossible to breathe, and really no way to see anything but the room around you. The only time that changes is when the other side scores a hit on your vessel and holes open up into your ship, showing you the outside world. Now, that might almost for a second seem like a gift because some of the smoke begins to roll out and you're able to see some of the light from the outside world until you realize that those holes are getting your ship closer and closer into sinking into the depths of Davy Jones' locker. And it would have been almost impossible to escape from these ships. If your ship begins to go down, there's going to be a scramble to climb up to the deck above you, where there's going to be another scramble and the chaos of men dying and bleeding and screaming. You're not going to be able to make it to the top deck to swim away, and then when you are, hopefully you are close enough to shore to be able to swim. Working the gun decks of any of these large battleships for many of the great European powers seems like one of the most terrifying jobs in human history. That's why most of the men who were on board were not volunteers. These men were forced into service. These men were victims of the press gangs back in Europe. The lucky ones hoped to win their battle and head home. The unlucky ones hoped to win their battle and see land ever again. That land would have been halfway around the globe from home, but it would have been safer than on the back of a ship owned by the king. Now these ships, these first-class ships of the line, carried sometimes as many as 100 or more cannon, and they were massively expensive. Not just expensive to build, but to sail and maintain as well. Any nation, though, that wanted to play an empire needed to build as many of these ships as possible. Whoever had the most and the best would rule the waves. But there were, of course, smaller ships as well. There were the second and third rate ships of the line that held slightly fewer guns. However, they were virtually the same ships, just with perhaps one less gun deck and a few less guns on board. But then there were still smaller ships. Ships that were less imposing. But using the right tactics, these vessels could be just as successful against the larger warships and the empires of old Europe. The most common and most prominent warship in the Caribbean was the frigate. Now, exactly what the name frigate implies is a little bit difficult to ascertain. According to Samuel Pepys, who was an English admiral that would, a few years after these events, categorize the English Navy into different subcategories, a frigate was a warship that was directly below the first, second, third, and fourth class ships of the line. In practice, according to the English, that meant that it was a three-masted vessel, ship-rigged, that carried one above-board gun deck. It was fast, it was maneuverable, but it still had quite a lot of firepower. Now, the French and the Dutch had their own variations on the frigate, and the Spanish fragata had its own key differences. But essentially, what a frigate was a single-deck warship that was built low and long. These were very long, maneuverable vessels that could cut through the water, unlike any other warship of their time. The frigate was the bread and butter of the men who lived in the Caribbean. At Port Royal, Jamaica, the best warships they had would likely have been the frigates. Admirals Mings and Mansvelt, and certainly Morgan, had frigates. These were their vessels. Later on, the greatest pirate ships we know of were frigates. For example, Blackbeard's Queen Anne's Revenge was a frigate. One of these ships, under the command of one of these buccaneers, privateers, or pirates, made him a superstar that was able to take on the local navy. However, it was a difficult ship to come by. You had to be very lucky or highly skilled to get one of these out of the hands of the Spanish, English, Dutch, or French. Most pirates were unable to do so. They usually traveled in convoys, so there would be several frigates there, so a single pirate ship or even a group of pirate ships would be unlikely to take one. A more common pirate vessel that was a bit smaller than the frigate was the brig. A brig is a slightly smaller vessel that instead of having a ship's three masts only has two that are square rigged. So it's quite quick and very light and carries a fair number of guns, but not nearly as many as a frigate and nowhere near as many as one of the larger ships of the line. But a brig, well, it started off as a modified brigantine. The brigantine was a vessel local to the Mediterranean that had two masts as well as oar power to help it move. The brig had no oar power, but still kept only those two masts and the sail thereon. They were useful ships to the pirates, but not that common in the Caribbean during the golden age of piracy, so only a few notable pirates actually sailed on a brig. The most common type of vessel employed by most of the pirates in the Caribbean was the sloop. A sloop was a small and sleek vessel. It didn't have a ship's rigging either. It had fewer sails that were rigged to catch the wind. They would be able to go where larger vessels wouldn't be able to follow, up an inlet or a river, or perhaps across one of the many Bahamian sandbanks where any larger ship would run aground. These were vessels for pirates who preferred to take what they could and run, while pirate who had a frigate had the ability to stand their ground and frighten away any potential hunters that didn't have a larger vessel or fleet. The sloop was the quintessential pirate vessel. It carried enough guns to frighten merchant ships, sink smaller vessels, and anybody that it could not defeat run away at the fastest pace possible. It had a small amount of cargo space, but not enough to carry cotton or sugar or tobacco, or at least not enough to make any money. It did have enough room, however, for the necessaries: rum and guns and gold. Now, Captain Morgan himself most likely sailed a frigate. He was, at this time, second in line to be admiral of the Jamaica station, so he would have sailed a ship that was a little bit more worthwhile. However, the other 3 men in his fleet, those friends that he had sold his vessels to, were sailing either a brig for one of them, or the other 2 what really should have been classified as a sloop. Now, the sloops would have been carrying just enough to sustain the men on board, but the larger vessels, the frigate and the brig, would have had cargo space allotted for, well, anything that they managed to take from the Spanish, as well as all of their necessary victuals, most notably the rum. Now, alcohol on board a sailing vessel was a tradition that was really an essential tradition that dated back to time immemorial. Now, until the year 1655 and the English invasion of Jamaica, the English usually carried on board French brandy. Brandy was really the first distilled alcohol, the first hard liquor in the world. You see, French wine manufacturers were shipping a lot of their wine to and from the New World. However, this wine takes up a lot of space. Wine barrels are huge and heavy and aren't exactly economic to ship across the Atlantic Ocean, so they were looking for a way to more economically ship their wine. They decided the best way to go about this was to dehydrate some of the water that was in the wine and ship it across the ocean where it could be reconstituted back into its good wine self. However, that's not exactly how it worked out. I like to imagine one French sailor, late at night, singing on deck, found by his comrades with a huge, stupid grin on his face and an open cask of concentrated wine next to him, inviting his friends to come and share a drink with him. Brandy, which was the name for this concentrated and distilled wine, caught on like wildfire in the New World. At first, it caught on primarily among sailors who thought it was just a fantastic drink that really took all their woes away, but these sailors brought it into port, and then many of the people in these New World colonies found it just as fantastic. They also discovered that the longer it aged in the oak wine barrels, the better and better it tasted, and sometimes they would let casks of brandy sit for as long as they could stand before trying it, and that was the best brandy of all. Rum was probably the very next type of hard alcohol made. Its base ingredient was discovered by Jamaican slaves on sugar plantations. You see, the process of refining sugar creates a byproduct called molasses that the plantation owners had no use for. Now, the process of refining sugar is an extremely dangerous and often painful, if not deadly, occupation for the slaves, so the slaves needed something to take their woes away. They took this molasses, which the slave owners didn't need, and fermented it. This created a thick, sweet, and highly alcoholic drink. But the Europeans decided to take it a step further. They took the process of distillation, which they used for brandy, and applied that to this molasses-based alcohol. This was the basis of modern rum. The island of Jamaica was rich in sugar plantations and also had several rum distilleries. The Englishmen, upon seizing Jamaica, found themselves swimming in the stuff. They had not only all the raw materials needed, but all of the infrastructure to produce as much rum as they could drink. So in effect, the English colony at Jamaica became the center for Caribbean rum production in the 17th century. Now, obviously, they shipped and sold this rum all over the world, but the Royal Navy put it to good use there in Jamaica. Under their Jamaican pirate admirals, they began a policy of serving a ration of rum called a tot or a toddy to their sailors every day. This traditional ration was probably not given to them initially to give them something to drink, but to keep them from drinking too much. Now, years later, George Washington, during the American Revolution, would order a tot of rum given to his soldiers, and the English Navy would actually continue this practice of giving rum to their sailors until the year 1970.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. From your morning podcast to your afternoon playlist, State Farm knows you personalize your entire day, and that's why State Farm helps you personalize your insurance with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It offers coverage options that help protect what you care about most at an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
At every local McDonald's, serving a great first bite starts with putting care into everything. First, McDonald's suppliers make sure they meet our high standards at every step. Next, daily food quality checks happen at every McDonald's restaurant, over 13 million a year. From plants to plates, we're investing along our supply chain. It's about more than just meals. We serve integrity, care, and quality in each McDonald's, so you can feel good about every first bite.
Now, while the Jamaican pirate admirals put this into full effect, the tradition actually dated back to the time of Francis Drake. If you recall in one of our previous episodes, Drake actually discovered a drink that the natives used when his men were coming down with scurvy. It combined a medicinal tree bark tea that the natives employed and lime juice, which Drake then decided to mix with a small amount of rum. This was really the world's first cocktail. It was called, at the time, the El Drake, and it was the basis for the modern mojito. Now, Richard Hawkins, the son of the famous John Hawkins, made it official naval policy to have all of the ingredients for making the El Drake on board to cure men who might come down with one of the terrible diseases at sea. This was the precursor not only of the El Drake, but of a drink that wouldn't actually be invented for about a century yet, a drink that would become ubiquitous on board naval vessels. That would be grog. Now, grog would come after the time of the golden age of piracy, but essentially what it was a drink that took rum and lime juice, very similar to the El Drake, and mixed that instead of with medicinal tea bark, with a light beer, so that it would hydrate, protect against scurvy, and keep the men nice and drunk so that they could do their work free of pain. This sounds like a spectacular drink. To be sure, the hard-drinking buccaneers with Henry Morgan were loading all of the ingredients for the El Drake on board their vessel. They didn't know exactly what might happen to them at sea, and these were necessary and highly available on the island of Jamaica. Now, in addition to the rum, they would have had jugs of fresh water that they would try to stretch as long as possible. However, fresh water at sea isn't going to last very long, no matter how you try to store it. So, to keep themselves hydrated, they would have had jugs of alcoholic beverages that were very low in alcoholic content. This would have been something similar to about 2% beer, just enough to keep any bacteria from growing and souring the water. Now, this beer would have been not exactly like a bottle of PBR. They probably wouldn't have used any of the ingredients that we're used to in beer today. There would have been no hops in it, first of all, but it also likely wasn't even made with traditional grains. They would have used local ingredients to make as much of it as possible. It's entirely possible that they had beer made out of the molasses, similar to what the slaves drank on the plantations, but much more likely, because they were the brethren of the coast, they drank some of their traditional beverages. First of all, they would have probably had a sweet potato beer, or a yam beer. You see, sweet potatoes were a staple food in the Caribbean at the time, and it wasn't only eaten, it was also made into a hearty and slightly alcoholic drink. Now, this is different from the sweet potato beer you can get today, and I fully intend to make some and try it out before too long. The other drink they probably would have had that I also very much want to try would have been a palm wine made from local palm trees that sounds thick and creamy and almost sickly sweet, but much more alcoholic than the yam beer. Now, they probably wouldn't have mixed that with the water because it sounds like they both would have soured, but these are all of the alcoholic drinks that they would have had on board. The rum, they would have kept drinking that to a minimum, unless they were celebrating something, because really they had to be on their toes. They never knew when they were going to run across a patrol that they had to run from at top speed. Then, after that, they would have loaded on board all of their foodstuffs. Most importantly, for any ship going to sea, they would have loaded on board hardtack, which was a biscuit made out of flour and water and sometimes salt that was baked 4 times until it was an unbelievably dense cracker. A cracker that would never go bad and was extremely nutrient dense. Now, this food has a lot of nicknames that sailors gave it throughout the years, and most of them are some variation of tooth cracker or jawbreaker. It appears that the only way to actually make this food edible is if you soaked it in a small amount of salt water or more commonly coffee on board. Now, in addition to the hardtack, they also have loaded quite a bit of salted meat on board. This would have been almost certainly pork because there was probably no beef on the island of Jamaica at the time, and there were quite a few pigs that the Brethren of the Coast were adept at shooting from their time on Tortuga. So they would have had a fair amount of what amounted to very hard pork jerky. But these 2 types of foodstuff, well, they would have been well known to all of the sailors in Captain Morgan's fleet, were not what they were likely going to be eating. These were really nothing more than a last resort. These were foods to be eaten if the ships were becalmed or lost at sea and they had no other way of getting food. You see, the buccaneers would have put on board enough fresh food to last them a few days, perhaps a week, however long the food would stay fresh. And then after that, they were mostly going to subsist on tortoise. Fresh tortoise, which they could catch almost anywhere in the Caribbean or the New World. These tortoise were so common that nearly every visitor to the Caribbean and their writings afterward would make a mention of them. Columbus did, saying that the bays he stopped in were so filled with tortoise that they made a racket that kept the men from sleeping as they banged against the hull of the ship. Exquilin said they were, quote, very good to eat, end quote, and another visitor said, quote, the choice of all for fine eating is the turtle or sea tortoise. The flesh looks and eats very much like choice veal, but the fat is of a green color, very luscious and sweet. The liver is likewise green, very wholesome, searching, and purging. End quote. So their diet would have consisted primarily of rum, stale water, fermented yam juice, hard crackers, pig jerky, and fresh turtle meat. Yum, a pirate's life for me. However, I do have a plan, in fact, to put out a video where I make, try, and review some of these pirate victuals. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to eat any turtle meat, but I am going to try some pork jerky, some hardtack, several of these pirate beverages, and several other pirate-themed drinks I can get my hands on, as well as a selection of rum. Me and a few friends are going to try these out, make a video of it, and put the results on YouTube, because why not? But most of what we've talked about so far, sloops and frigates, hardtack, and fresh tortoise meat, these were par for the course for really any sailor in the Caribbean at the time. So what is it that sets the buccaneers apart? Well, most notably, it's how they modified their ships. Historian Stephen Talty writes, quote, the first order of business was to rip out the wooden bulkheads in the holds, which were used in merchant ships to keep barrels and trunks from sliding. Cabins, first class and steerage, were gutted, creating an open space below decks, for reasons both piratical, to accommodate large numbers of men these ships often carried, and philosophical. Pirates were democrats and decreed that no man should have better quarters than the next. Carpenters would reinforce the deck to support extra cannon and cut slots in the hold for guns or mount them fore and aft as chasers, cannon that could be fired on anyone trying to pursue or escape them. Above board, the forecastle and any superstructure behind, in seamen's terms, abaft, the mainsail was removed, as were the cabins, roundhouses, and the stern, creating a clear deck ideal for boarding vessels or stashing excess numbers of privateers, captives, or booty. Finally, the rig of the converted vessel could be altered by stepping the mainmast aft for increased power in the wind. Pirates adored speed. An extra knot could mean the difference between riches and hanging. Like grease monkeys cackling as they dropped a supercharged V12 into their father's vintage olds, the brethren took a stock mercantile vessel and made it into a thing built to fly. End quote. Now, the thing that truly set these ships apart is partly what Stephen Tulke was talking about there, the rigging. The rigging is called today Jamaica rigging, which was, at the time, the fastest rigging in the world. That rigging, in addition to the fact that these ships were built not out of heavy English oak, but out of much lighter Caribbean cedar, made these ships the fastest ships anywhere known. Some years later, but still during the Age of Sail and even in the Golden Age of Piracy, that Jamaica rigging would be slightly modified into something called the Bermuda rigging, which is still today used by sailors in sailing races across the world. These ships were so fast that they would be used throughout the Age of Piracy, into the American Revolution as blockade runners, and even up until the American Civil War and the Spanish-American War. These are ships so fast that they are even used well into the age of steam power because they can outrun the fastest steamships out there. Now, there was something else. One other thing that differentiates the Brethren of the Coast from common mariners. And it also puts them in kind of a stark contrast to the pirates of the Golden Age of piracy. It was their weapons. A typical merchant vessel in the region would have been armed, but poorly. A Spanish vessel, for example, would have made for a ripe target to the Brethren. On board, that merchant vessel would have had no cannon. They would have only had a few nearly useless firearms. You see, the Spanish government strictly regulated firearms in their colonies, at least for the colonials. They didn't want anybody there getting ideas of rebellion and jeopardizing their trade in gold and silver. The Navy, however, was a bit better supplied, but it was so weak by the year 1660 that they couldn't defend Spanish interests at all. The captains of these Spanish merchant vessels would have carried a sword, but for most of them, it's unlikely that the crew would have been armed with anything past a knife to prevent the possibility of a mutiny. Now, their firearms, which they did have, were the arquebus, which was a design dating back to the pre-Elizabethan days. It dates back in parts of Asia even earlier, into the High Middle Ages. The arquebus we discussed before, but it was a long-barreled gun with a hook to help stabilize it, and it had what amounted to little more than an open reservoir for the gunpowder. It was essentially a very small caliber cannon that worked to repel boarding parties in Francis Drake's day, but now it was very outdated. Unlike the Spanish, the Dutch and the French and the English didn't have the same restrictions on firearms. The Dutch and French were making some of the best firearms in the world. The 30 Years' War, as well as the English Civil War, saw the rise of a class of soldier called the musketeers. They used much, much better firearms than the arquebus. They used, naturally, the musket, which was a long-barreled firearm that had a flared muzzle, which made it much easier to load, and it was made to be carried by hand, unlike the arquebus, and also made to be fired quickly. The first major advance to the musket was the matchlock design. This was essentially a trigger attached to a lit wick that would be dropped onto the powder reservoir, which would light it on fire. It made it a lot easier to fire and kept you from having an entire other step in the firing process. But it still wasn't perfect. A burning match would give away your position, especially at night. It wasn't a stealth firearm. So the next step was the wheel lock, which improved upon that design, but that paled in comparison to the flintlock musket. If you, in your mind's eye, right now, picture a pirate gun, a pistol, or a musket, it's a flintlock design. This was the cutting edge of firearm technology. It was reliable, it was fast, and it was accurate. Well, it was relatively accurate. It was accurate for the time. You see, the musketeers, that class of soldiers, well, they weren't sharpshooters. In battle, they were trained to load quickly, to point their guns in a general direction, and fire. Rinse, reload, repeat. The buccaneers of Tortuga, however, were some of the best shots in the world. You see, on Tortuga, before the Brethren of the Coast became buccaneers, they were hunters by trade. Alexander Expoman writes, quote, "Hunters go off in groups of 7 or 8, one man carrying all the guns and another leading the hounds. One of the party stays on his own at the boucan to look after the goods, smoke the flesh, grind salt, and do the cooking against the return of the rest of the party. They kill great numbers of animals, sometimes shooting 100 wild swine in a morning, only to take 7 or 8 of them, because in general they prefer to have sows." End quote. That's perhaps 6 or 7 men, hunting and killing perhaps 100 boar in a morning, using probably matchlock but perhaps flintlock muskets from the 17th century. If any of that's true, then these men are amazing shots. Now, you might be thinking that these were just a bunch of guys exaggerating their hunting tales, kind of like that time that I caught a 100-pound catfish by myself barehanded. And yeah, there's probably some of that in there, but then again, the victims of the buccaneers mentioned time and again their prowess and accuracy at shooting their muskets, so there must have been something to how good they were using their guns. They were reported to, on command, shoot down a Spaniard in the rigging of the other vessel while at sea, reload, and then fire again quickly. That's a feat that none of the musketeers back in Europe would have been able to perform. But if that separates the buccaneers from the more typical merchants and seamen of the era, what separates the buccaneers from the later Golden Age pirates? Well, first of all, it's their choice to use muskets over pistols primarily. Now, certainly they all had both the musket and the pistol with them, but the later pirates were well known for carrying multiple pistols, perhaps a sash with as many as 4 to 6 pistols on it, and perhaps a musket or 2 among them if they could spare space. The buccaneers, on the other hand, all had a musket with them, and only the captain or some of the better shots might have a musket to shoot again below decks if necessary. Something that I think most of us would notice almost immediately, though, would be the difference in their swords. Now, on board a ship, nearly every man from Europe carried a cutlass, but the cutlass carried by the buccaneers under Captain Morgan and the one carried by, say, Calico Jack Rackham would have been very different animals. They were both one-sided blades that were slightly curved and had something of a hand guard. This was typical of every naval blade. However, the cutlass being used by Blackbeard or Jack Sparrow is an elegant weapon from a more civilized age. The cutlass used by Captain Morgan would have been something that looks to our eyes a lot more like a common machete with a small handguard on it, which is because more frequently than being used as a weapon on board a ship, it would have actually been used as a machete. Now, certainly, on board a ship, if they had run out of shot and powder, they would have pulled their cutlass and used it on any man that dared to oppose them, but more often than not, a cutlass was used to cut underbrush. They were only used in violence if truly absolutely necessary. You see, that highlights really the key difference between the buccaneers and the Golden Age pirates. The buccaneers of America engaged in piracy and took unbelievable amounts of loot at sea, but their primary occupation, more than pirates, especially under Captain Morgan, was soldiering. The most stark difference in the armaments between the buccaneers and the later pirates was the fact that all of these buccaneers carried with them pikes. Long, steel-tipped spears, very similar to all of those used in the English Civil War, a conflict in which Henry Morgan probably learned how to lead men on the battlefield, which is where he would be leading these men primarily. They would fight at sea if necessary and take vessels if they needed wine, water, or lumber. But really, what Captain Morgan was leading these men into was not a fight at sea, but he was leading them to the Spanish Main to carry their pikes and their cutlasses and their muskets and bring them to bear on unsuspecting Spanish settlements. And they would prove to be very, very good at it. I hope this gives you an idea of what the buccaneers under Henry Morgan of the early 1660s were loading onto their vessels. They certainly prepared well, because the raid that was coming would go down in history as a raid that rivaled or even surpassed the greatest raids of Sir Francis Drake. Next week, we'll set sail with Captain Morgan on his voyage to Villa Hermosa and the Spanish Main. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank especially everybody that has supported the show, either through the PayPal button on our website or becoming a patron on Patreon. I'd like to go ahead and give a shout out to those of you who have. That's Andrew, Garrett, Talon, Brandon, Brad, Philip, Strauss, Adam, Barton, Mark, Anders, Patrick, Keith, Preston, Dave, Levi and Emma, Rasmus, Bill, Heather, and Linda. All of you guys on Patreon really help keep this show afloat, and we appreciate all of you. There was a hiccup in the first major reward planned for those of you on Patreon. However, we are back on track. We've got an artist working on that map of the Caribbean, which is looking spectacular. In the next few days, I'm going to post pictures of it to Patreon and to Twitter and to Facebook, and then I'm going to go ahead and send everybody who has pledged their support on Patreon thus far a copy of that. If you'd like to support the show, there are many other ways to do it. We really appreciate everybody out there who has left a review or a rating on iTunes, Podbean, Stitcher, or any of the other places people listen to the podcast. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you're enjoying that music, I suggest you go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not go on over and check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can check us out at Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or SoundCloud. Most importantly, to everybody out there, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound. Downstairs from the open tree toad for a fight and a pound. Stories of battles and things from a voice that could take down the trees. And the face of an angel all battered by cruel tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Darkness come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on the legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year, I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In the spring of 1664, the future of Jamaica sailed across the Caribbean. That future was embodied in Sir Thomas Moody Ford. The Everett? changing world of European politics had shifted drastically in the 9 years of English occupation in Jamaica. Lord Protector Cromwell had died, the Stuart monarchy had been restored under King Charles II, and the Anglo-Spanish War that had seen Jamaica seized from Spain was over. The two nations were finally at peace. That peace, however, stood on an uncertain foundation. King Charles had been backed by many prominent Catholics in Europe in his bid for the throne, most notably the King of Spain. He secured that support largely with a promise to return Jamaica to the Spanish Empire. However, he didn't. He changed his mind, and there was little that Spain could do about it. You see, in England, with the Stuart monarchy so recently returned, the entire institution of monarchy was in question. The other European monarchs were hesitant to act against King Charles for fear of a return to that democratic Puritan parliamentary system. But that hesitation was very nearly overcome in 1661 and 1662 when Captain Mings sailed against the Spanish cities of Santiago and San Francisco de Campeche. The Spanish king and his ambassador in England flew into a rage over these attacks. You see, these raids had been officially sanctioned. The captains of all the vessels had been carrying a royal commission and letters of marque. King Charles II saw clearly just how dangerous the situation was to England and to him personally. Very possibly facing a serious war if he didn't address this situation, he wrote personally to the acting governor of Jamaica, Sir Charles Littleton. He told the governor that the law was clear. These raids on Spanish territory were illegal in a time of peace, and in the eyes of God and the English court, they amounted to no more than piracy. The Stuart kings, all the way back to Charles I, had always been clear on exactly what a pirate was. They drew their definition from Marcus Tullius Cicero, the Roman orator from the time of Julius Caesar. Cicero called pirates, quote, hostis humanae genera, or in English, enemies of the human race. Now that's what pirates were, but exactly who were pirates was a lot more fluid of a question. Douglas R. Burgess Jr. writes in his history, The Pirates' Pact, quote, kings may have employed the term piracy loosely, applying it ad hoc for political purposes, not unlike our present government's fungible definition of terrorism. End quote. That allegory between pirates and terrorists is fantastic. If you were to look at, for example, the Taliban, or certain Islamist rebel factions in the Syrian civil war, well, these groups were once allies to the United States until the political landscape changed. Now, these groups were terrorists, or hostis humanae genera, enemies of the human race. King Charles saw things much the same way. He was happy to employ the buccaneers of Tortuga in defense of Jamaica until the politics in Europe forced his hand away from him. His letter to Littleton ordered a cessation of all piratical acts against the Spanish, an expulsion of the Brethren of the Coast from Jamaica, and greater circumspection in the issuing of letters. Littleton replied in a letter that I imagine Charles' counselors hesitated to show the king. Littleton refused to rein in the buccaneers. He would not recall Mings or Mansvelt, and he would not cease issuing letters of marque. His reasons were both personal and piratical. The buccaneer raids on Spanish shipping were making Littleton a wealthy man, to be sure, but they were also good for Jamaica. They brought gold and goods, things that the island desperately needed. But they brought also the most important factor in Jamaica's survival. They brought Jamaica a navy. The Jamaica station had only 2 or 3 Royal Naval frigates at any time. But Port Royal, well, it had such a glorious harbor. It had merchants that were willing to deal in pirated goods and more taverns per block than any other city in the world. And this attracted the pirates and buccaneers like flies to honey. At any time, that glorious harbor was filled with upwards of 500 vessels, anything from small barks and sloops to brigs, carrying hundreds of guns and thousands of violent men. All of these men were well-armed, battle-hardened, and hostile to the Spanish, willing to defend their home in Port Royal. In his reply to the king, Littleton argued that the buccaneers were essential to the survival of the colony. King Charles, however, didn't see it that way, and he wrote another letter. This letter, however, wasn't to Littleton. It was to another governor, the most powerful and influential man on Barbados, Sir Thomas Modyford. Modyford was a rich planter. He'd worked his way up the political ladder of Barbados, finally becoming a governor, and he was a factor for a group known as the Royal Adventurers, which was an English corporation that had a monopoly on slavery in the Caribbean. Charles gave the governor a new commission. He handed him the governorship of Jamaica. Modyford was tasked with developing Port Royal into a proper English colony, complete with all of the trappings of Caribbean life, including hundreds of new plantations. In order to accomplish this, Modyford sailed with his lieutenant governor, a man named Edward Morgan, who, as it happens, was Henry Morgan's uncle. He also had at least 700 planters and the thousands of African slaves and English indentured servants that came with them. Modyford was bringing not just men, but the entire slave-based plantation system with him. His first action upon arriving in Port Royal was to stop any further piratical raids from leaving the harbor. However, it was already too late. Only a few months prior, a fleet of buccaneer vessels under Captain Henry Morgan had sailed. Nobody knew exactly where they were going, but everybody knew that they were going to go ransack, plunder, and terrorize Spanish colonies somewhere in the Caribbean. This is episode number 18, Renegade. In December 1663, 5 vessels left Port Royal, carrying Captains Henry Morgan, William Jackman, John Morris, and David Martini, along with somewhere in the realm of 200 men. They sailed due west, along the same route that they had taken the previous spring, and they were returning from Ming's raid on Campeche. San Francisco de Campeche was a favorite target for buccaneers from the time of Diego Lucifer. It was a right prize on the west coast of the Yucatan Peninsula, but that wasn't the pirates' destination this time. Their first stop was in Cuba. They hoped to collect some wood and water and hopefully buy some supplies, but the small fleet was turned away. From Cuba, they sailed directly west to the Yucatan, and as soon as they reached land, they collected their wood and water. They rounded the peninsula and started heading south, where they entered the Bay of Campeche. The Bay of Campeche was a shallow stretch of sea that was filled with reefs and constantly shifting sandbanks that threatened to run any ship aground that wasn't wary. So the ships in Captain Morgan's fleet dropped sounding lines to test the depths, and they continued southwest along the coast. Occasionally, the buccaneers stopped at any village that was large enough to support a tavern. Now, these weren't exactly raids per se. However, I don't imagine that a huge number of rough English buccaneers crowding into your tavern, eating up all of your stores, drinking up all of your wine, and fondling all of your serving girls were exactly pressed when it came time to collect the bill. There was a skirmish or two with Spanish patrols that they ran into, but the Spaniards retreated almost immediately, and the English continued due south. However, as they headed further south, they stopped going ashore and stayed further and further away from the coast. They had easily outrun any alarm that would have come from the northern Yucatan, but now as they neared their destination, they required surprise and stealth. They set watch for a telltale brown stripe in the crystal blue waters, made by silt from inland rivers that would be meeting the sea. They were looking for the second such stripe, and when they found it, Morgan ordered the fleet to make for the coast, where they anchored their ships and they rowed ashore. 107 men made for the mouth of the Grijalva River, which led directly to their destination, Villahermosa. Villahermosa was, and still is today, the capital of the province of Tabasco. It was at the time a rich city that hadn't seen privateers or pirates or really any foreign sails for a generation. But Villahermosa wasn't intended to be Morgan's first stop. 3 miles upriver, they found the village of Frontera. Frontera was an ancient enclave. It was a small trading town that predated the Spanish by centuries. The inhabitants there were natives, the descendants, or maybe the remnants, of the Maya. Now, when you picture Frontera, don't picture the great stone pyramids of the Maya that the Yucatan is so famous for. And don't picture the temples or sacrificial altars or monoliths. The Mayans hadn't built structures like that for at least 600 years before the Spanish arrived in the New World. When Hernan Cortez, the conquistador, finished up with the Aztec Empire up to the north. He marched south to the land of the Maya. But he didn't find the legendary empire. He found a fractured group of warring and feuding city-states that he conquered really with ease. It was actually near Frontera that he found an altar that was covered in blood, deep in the jungle for human sacrifice. He had that altar destroyed. By the time Henry Morgan arrived in Frontera, the Maya were a defeated people. The Spanish routinely took their strongest boys and their most beautiful girls from them. The boy slaves worked at the most dangerous jobs that were deemed too deadly for valuable property. These were jobs like pearl diving that you could only do for so long before your body just gave out on you. You see, nobody would employ African slaves to do something that was definitely going to kill them, but you didn't have to pay for Indian slaves. The girls, if they were lucky and exceptionally beautiful, might be taken as a personal mistress for some local dignitary or another. But most of them, the unlucky ones, were sold into a sexual human trafficking ring that's on an unparalleled level. So, as you can imagine, when a group of strangely dressed, blonde-haired, odd-sounding men arrived and informed the natives in a broken Spanish that they intended to kill all of the masters in Villahermosa, the natives were happy to help. This would have been a tense moment for the Buccaneers. Nobody knew exactly how they would be received by the natives in the region, but Henry Morgan took a gamble, and that gamble paid off. The Mayans there told the captains that taking the river directly to Villahermosa was out of the question. The river was lined by some settlements and many guard posts that would lose them the element of surprise. Now, in most cases, they would just go a mile or two inland and follow the river, but that was out of the question as well. The land for some 20 miles or more on either side of the river was impassable swamps, filled with deadly snakes, man-eating caimans, and mosquitoes carrying malaria and other deadly diseases. But these Mayans were happy to provide guides to the Buccaneers that would see them safely around the swamps and take them far from Spanish eyes. The trek wound up being more than 300 miles, but the company marched through the jungle of the Yucatan. They were taking a wide berth around the Spanish to avoid any possible settlements or Spanish patrols. Their trek mirrored and really collapsed that of Francis Drake across the Isthmus of Panama some 91 years before. At the end, they neared Villahermosa completely undetected. Stephen Talty writes, quote, Villahermosa was many hundreds of miles away from the pirate haunts of Port Royal and Tortuga, and its citizens believed that the distance ensured their safety. Hounds might see 10 or 20 years of peace before a horde of buccaneers suddenly appeared on the horizon one day. Guards slept at their posts, the round shot, small cannonballs, for the cannons rusted in the soft night air until they no longer fit into the mouths of the guns. Keys to chests full of gunpowder hadn't been seen in a decade. Vigilance under the hot sun was a challenge few commanders could meet. So when Morgan's men burst into the town square, the Spanish defense collapsed. Morgan reported that he quickly took and plundered the village. The pirates searched the houses for plate and jewels, gathered a few hundred prisoners, and headed back to their ships. End quote. This was not a battle for the ages. But really, that's how Morgan and, honestly, pirates in any era wanted it. A sudden, frightful appearance followed by a quick surrender was just perfect. This is really, though, a testament to Henry Morgan as a military commander. Sun Tzu wrote in The Art of War, quote, rapidity is the essence of war. Take advantage of the enemy's unreadiness, make your way by unexpected routes, and attack unguarded spots, end quote. This is how many of history's greatest commanders strategize. This is Genghis Khan marching through the Gobi Desert, or George Washington crossing the Delaware. Henry Morgan went well out of his way to surprise Villahermosa, and he was rewarded with chests full of gold and silver and jewels. But Morgan, his luck wouldn't hold, and he wasn't prepared for every eventuality.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. From your morning podcast to your afternoon playlist, State Farm knows you personalize your entire day, and that's why State Farm helps you personalize your insurance with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It offers coverage options that help protect what you care about most at an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
At every local McDonald's, serving a great first bite starts with putting care into everything. First, McDonald's suppliers make sure they meet our high standards at every step. Next, daily food quality checks happen at every McDonald's restaurant, over 13 million a year. From plants to plates, we're investing along our supply chain. It's about more than just meals. We serve integrity, care, and quality in each McDonald's, so you can feel good about every first bite.
They commandeered several river vessels to carry the men and their chests full of treasure back to their ships. However, when they got there, they found their ships waiting, but in the hands of more than 300 Spanish troops. Now, here we finally get the fight that was missing in Villahermosa, but even still, it was one-sided. The Spanish were carrying those outdated and antique firearms, while the Buccaneers were carrying some of the best muskets in the world. The Buccaneers were crack shots who had been trained in raids on the Spanish, while the Spanish themselves had possibly never seen a pirate or any real enemy before. The Buccaneers faced imprisonment or death if they failed in this battle behind enemy lines. However, the Spanish, well, they were in possession of 5 newly acquired pirate ships that they could use to escape should they fail, which is exactly what happened. After a few volleys, the Spanish troops retreated back to the ships they had just taken from the English and sailed away on. So the 4 captains found themselves deep in enemy territory. They had no food or drink, but they were carrying chests of treasure, and they had only a few small river craft, not even remotely suitable for getting home. These were little more than open canoes that may have had a single sail. And here, once again, Henry Morgan shows his quality as a commander. These were hardly the only men of the Brethren of Tortuga and the Buccaneers of Port Royal that were sailing around attacking Spanish cities. However, usually, when these groups were faced with similar setbacks, most of these companies dissolved or were captured. But Captain Morgan allowed neither. He kept fear from taking command of his men. He ordered food and water gathered, and then the men rowed their tiny boats along the shore. They soon came upon 2 small barks, which were tiny vessels but large enough to carry the loot and a few of the men. So this tiny fleet of 2 small barks and maybe as many as 4 canoes rowed hard against a current of 1 knot, which would have added about 24 leagues a day to their voyage. But they rowed day and night until they had gone back around the peninsula. Now, these ships couldn't have carried them home, but as long as they hugged the coast, they would be sure to find food and water, and along the way, perhaps a trinket or 2 that they could add to their chests. In a letter written by Governor Moody Ford of Jamaica, dated 1666, he wrote of the expedition, quote, "They then fitted up 2 barks and 4 canoes, took Rio Garta with 30 men, and stormed the breastwork there, killing 15 and taking the rest prisoners. Crossed the Bay of Honduras, watering at the Isle of Raton, took the town of Truxillo and a vessel in the road, and came to the Mosquitoes, where the Indians are hostile to the Spaniards, and 9 of them willingly came with them. They then anchored in Monkey Bay, near Nicaragua River, which they went up in canoes, passing 3 falls for a distance of 37 leagues, where began the entrance to a fair laguna, or lake, judged to be 50 leagues by 30, of sweet water, filled with excellent fish, with its banks full of brave pastures and savannas covered in horses and cattle, where they had as good beef and mutton as any in England. Riding by day under keys and islands, and rowing all night, on the 5th night, under the advice of their Indian guide, they landed near the city of Gran Granada." End quote. That's a brief and very British description of something that my modern mind can hardly imagine. That's 107 men on 2 barks and 4 canoes rowing around the Yucatan Peninsula and down south along the coast of modern-day Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, and into the Gulf of Honduras. They hunted and fished, and they drank stolen Spanish wine, and all the while they continued to row. By this point in the expedition, the men had been gone from home for more than a year, but to me, they were living a fantasy. They were sailing the entire Caribbean coast of Central America, sleeping under the stars every night with a belly full of sweet Spanish reds and roasted venison, turkey, or fish, or tortoise. When they wanted some company, they found a town that couldn't refuse them and a brothel that wouldn't refuse their custom. When they happened upon a city, such as the city of Trujillo, they would enter the city and take whatever loot they could find. In Trujillo, as at that same town that they had taken the breastwork, the buccaneers stormed the fort, they ransacked the town, and they stole everything of value. And in Trujillo, they stole something they desperately needed, a proper Spanish galleon. So the buccaneers sailed east along the coast of Honduras and then turned south along the Mosquito Coast, which is modern-day Nicaragua, until finally they came to Monkey Bay. In Monkey Bay, they found another native enclave, who once again were glad to help in aiding these Englishmen against their Spanish overlords. Now the guides that the natives lent them led the Englishmen downriver to Lake Nicaragua, which is a massive freshwater lake in the west of Nicaragua. Look at any map and you can clearly see it down there in Central America. It's not as large as the Great Lakes in North America, but it's still a very, very large body of water, so big you can't even dream of seeing from one side to the other. So the buccaneers rowed around the lakeshore, hunting and feasting and preparing for battle. Now when they finally went ashore, it was on the far side of the lake, near the town of Grenada. Grenada was a large, old city and very wealthy. It was at least 2 times larger than Portsmouth in England and was home to at least 3 colleges, 7 stone churches, as well as hospitals and monasteries and mansions. And most importantly to the buccaneers, it had at least 7 companies of cavalry and on-foot militia. Grenada was the best defended town in the region, and the natives told them that it was nigh impregnable. However, Captains Morgan, Jackman, Morris, and Martin aimed to prove them wrong. In that letter of Governor Modiford, he continues, quote, hiding by day under keys and islands and rowing all night, on the 5th night, by the advice of their Indian guide, they landed near the city of Grand Grenada, marched undiscovered into the center of the city, fired a volley, overturned 18 great guns in the Prada Palace, took the sergeant major's house, wherein were all the arms and ammunition, secured in the great church 300 of the best men prisoners, abundance of which were churchmen, plundered for 16 hours, discharged the prisoners, sunk all the boats, and came away. This town is twice bigger than Portsmouth, with 7 churches and a very fair cathedral, besides diverse colleges and monasteries, all built of freestone, as also are their houses. They have 6 companies of horse and foot, besides Indians and slaves in abundance. End quote. Now, something that he doesn't mention here is who exactly was marching into Grand Grenada. Now, we know that there were 107, perhaps a few less by this time, members of the buccaneer crew. However, their Indian guides did not come alone. As they grew closer and closer to the city, they collected more and more of their brethren. As they snuck into the city, the natives began to free and collect any native men, any African slaves, and any disenfranchised people they could, until there was an army of over 1,000 men marching through the cities who had very good reason to despise their Spanish masters. After those 300 best men, mostly churchmen, had been gathered up in the cathedral there, a group of the natives and Africans drew knives and prepared to kill every last one of them. However, Captain Morgan reminded them that the English weren't going to be ruling there in Grand Grenada. They were going to leave the city, and when they left, the Spanish would still be there, controlling the entire region, and if they killed these 300 important churchmen and civil leaders, then the Spanish authorities in the region would certainly send out parties and militias to destroy the natives there. So, the men who had drawn their knives stayed there. So these Africans and Mayans left the city of Grand Grenada to make a life in the mountains of Nicaragua. Now these men, these slaves, took all of the guns and spears and swords that they could carry to defend themselves. However, Captain Morgan took all of the cannon and put those guns on board a ship they found there in the harbor, along with their chests of plunder. They added to those new chests as they searched Grand Grenada for gold doubloons and silver plate, indigo, silk, and fancy clothes, comfortable shoes. Basically, they took anything that they took a fancy to that wasn't nailed down. They sunk all of the boats that were there to keep anybody from following them or leaving too quickly to raise the alarm. And then they took this small ship back upriver and returned to the Caribbean. In that letter, Governor Modi Ford continues, quote, "At the end of the lagoon, they took a vessel of 100 tons and an island as large as Barbados called Lida, with a fine, neat town which they plundered. The air there is very cool and wholesome, producing, as the inhabitants told, all sorts of European grains, herbs, and fruits in great plenty. That 5 leagues from the head of the lagoon is a port town on the South Sea called Rayo, where the King of Spain has ships built for trading between Panama and Peru, and that there is a better passage to the lake by Bluefield River to the northeast, and another to the southeast through Costa Rica, almost to Portobello, a country inhabited by Creolians, mulattoes, and Indians, whom the Spanish dare not trust with arms." End quote. That is to say that Morgan and the Buccaneer crew took the northernmost river from Lake Nicaragua to the Caribbean, where they set sail north by northwest for Jamaica. By the time they were sailing that stolen Spanish vessel out into the open ocean, they had been gone from home for 21 months. They had had quite a grand adventure, and they were different men than when they had left. However, they were returning to a very different place. Next week, we'll look at that very different place, at the Port Royal that Henry Morgan found, and the next steps of Governor Modi Ford, Admiral Mansvelt, and the pirates of Port Royal. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd also like to thank our new Patreon supporters, Tomer Dan and Skip, as well as those of you who have been kind enough to donate through the website using our PayPal. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you enjoy it, you should definitely go over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, why not go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com or check us out on Facebook or Twitter. If you're enjoying the show, we do really appreciate anybody that leaves us a review or a rating at iTunes, Podbean, Stitcher, or any of the places where you listen to the show. Most importantly, though, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of the tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on the legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Hello there, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. Now, as you may have noticed, if you're particularly witty, today we're going to try something a little bit different. You see, this week sees us sharing a very auspicious day. It's Talk Like a Pirate Day, mate. And me, being a gentleman I am, intend to teach you, scurvy lot, exactly what a real pirate would have talked like. We're going to talk about the language the pirates would have used, some of the accents they would have used, and the words they would have used. So if you're ready to hear a little bit of real pirate talk, then come on aboard, because this is episode number 19, Talk Like a Pirate. If you're new to the show, and this might be your first episode, you probably expected me to start the show off with something more along the lines of, "Ahoy, me mateys! If you're willing, come aboard. Shiver me timbers or walk the plank. Yarr!" and a lot of that nonsense. But if you're a little bit more seasoned, you've heard the show before, you probably know that one of my major goals today is going to be to burst your bubble and dispel some of the myths regarding the language that pirates would actually use. Now, many of you out there might have been disappointed with how I started off the show. I said hello, and many of you might have been expecting me to say ahoy. But ahoy wouldn't exactly have been accurate because I'm talking to you directly, and the pirate still would have said hello to somebody he was meeting on the street. Now, ahoy was, of course, a real nautical term that was frequently used, but it was used at sea when one ship was meeting another ship, usually a ship that they didn't know that had unfamiliar colors. Ahoy had a couple of very specific responses. They would say, aye, aye, if there were a captain on board, and if there were no ranking officer on board, they would say, no, no. Now, I don't imagine pirates were always exactly honest about what they were saying in response, but that's neither here nor there, mate. Now, this use of ahoy probably comes from an even older use of the word ahoy. Men on board a ship in the crow's nest, whenever they would spot another ship on the seas, or perhaps land in a far distance, would say respectively, ship ahoy or land ahoy. Now, these meant that, hey, look, there's a ship over there, or, hey, look, it's a land over there. You see, the word ahoy itself actually derives from a word in the Middle English. It was a very simple word, just ho. You might think of somebody saying, ho there. That just basically meant hello, and actually the word hello derives from that same word that ahoy derives from. Now, why don't we take a look at a couple of those other pirate cliches? Now, while ahoy was a real term, the others aren't exactly something pirates ever actually said. For example, shiver me timbers. What are you talking about, mate? Now, when they say shiver me timbers, what they mean is that is either a violent storm or some cannonballs rocking the ship and the timbers on board that are holding the ship together are shaking. This isn't a good sign, and it's usually meant as essentially, oh no, something bad is happening. Or it could mean, I am deeply surprised right now. But as you might expect, considering my dismissive attitude towards the term, it's not a legitimate nautical or pirate term, at least not from the golden age of piracy. You see, the first written account of somebody saying that shiver me timbers on a page doesn't come until at least 50 or 60 years after the golden age of piracy. Now, of course, pirates may have been saying this, and they weren't exactly the most literate of folks, so they might not have written it down, but it seems like it would have seeped in somewhere before then. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, a book that tells us when words first appeared on a written page, shiver me timbers didn't appear until the year 1835. However, there has been a recorded use of it sometime before then, in the year 1795, which is still somewhere in the realm of 70 years after the golden age of piracy ended. But of course, those two earlier written sources aren't why we think of Shiver Me Timbers as a pirate phrase. That's because of one man, a writer named Robert Louis Stevenson, and his character, Long John Silver. Now in Treasure Island, Long John Silver said Shiver Me Timbers a total of 7 times. It became an iconic phrase, and it was passed down through the character of Long John Silver into all sorts of different media until, of course, it culminated in what we all think of when we think of Long John Silver, that is, Muppet Treasure Island. Wait, no, I guess there was one production at Treasure Island that was a little bit more important than Muppet Treasure Island, but not nearly as good. That was a 1950 Walt Disney Pictures production of Treasure Island. In that film, a man named Robert Newton played Long John Silver and did so in a way that would shape the character for years to come. Really, the character hasn't been able to escape that until the most recent portrayal of Long John Silver in the television program Black Sails. But the Robert Newton Long John Silver, well, most of what we think of when we think of how a pirate talks come from his portrayal. You see, he said most of the typical pirate things in a very typically pirate way, but he was the man that came up with a lot of that. And what's most important to his portrayal of pirate language was the accent he decided to use. It's significantly different from the accent I'm using right now. You see, Robert Newton chose to use the British West Country accent, very similar to how Francis Drake would have sounded in the 1500s, but in a somewhat later version. If you don't know what a West Country accent sounds like, well, I guarantee you've heard one before. Perhaps the most famous line ever spoken in that West Country accent was a man named Rubeus Hagrid saying, "You're a wizard, Harry." You see, that is a good example of a West Country accent. Here's a man named John Mills from his show on the BBC talking about the Cornish accent, which is a particular variant on that West Country accent, but a good example of it.
It's very tempting to just throw a few random rural sounds together and do an exaggerated West Country accent. Actors call it mummers. It isn't real play, but it's what we all do if you want to sound like a farmer, a pirate, or angry that you're very poor.
Now, Newton's portrayal of Long John Silver might just be the most iconic performance of any pirate in history. However, in more recent years, there has been another famous franchise based around pirates that has a character that speaks in that West Country accent, played by a fantastic man named Geoffrey Rush. Now, Mr. Rush's performance is stellar to say the least. However, his West Country accent is spot on. Here's a good example of him and his pirate dialects.
We were off the coast of Hispaniola when we came under attack. No provocation, nor wine, nor offer of parley. We were peppered with cannon fire. And then the sea beneath the Pearl began to roil. The Pearl was pitching and yarring violently. Every plank, every rail, every spar all at once began to creak. The rigging had come to life. Our own ship turned against us, tangling the crew, wrapping around them like snakes, and wrapping around the leg. But my arms were free and my sword was down.
So that is Captain Barbossa. That's how he talked. That's also probably a lot like how Francis Drake talked, a lot like how Long John Silver talked, and a lot like how Rubeus Hagrid talked. Now, that's of course not how all pirates actually sounded for a number of various reasons. First and foremost, and this might be obvious, is that not all pirates were English. You had pirates who were French and Dutch. You had pirates who were even Spanish, that raised the black and went raiding against their former countrymen, which seemed like foreign blokes, if you ask me. You had pirates who were Muslim in the Mediterranean and Chinese pirates in the South China Sea. But when you're looking to talk like a pirate there, you're looking primarily at pirates from the British Isles and the Caribbean. Now, if we're looking at who these people were, the first thing we have to realize is that not all these pirates were actually pirates, at least not full-time. In the time of Henry Morgan and the Buccaneers at Port Royal, you would have men who would join up with the pirate crew, or rather, more likely a privateer crew that would have some sort of letter of reprisal, that would be doing their pirating in the off-season. These men were usually farmers, sometimes hunters, sometimes fishermen, sometimes men who would be sailors on board merchant vessels most of the time, and usually they had some sort of debt they wanted to pay off, or perhaps they just wanted to put a little nest egg away. But they would go on a pirate voyage or two, which were very lucrative affairs, and make a little bit of money. You didn't usually want to be a pirate full-time if you could avoid it, because being a pirate was dangerous work and not terribly pleasant. There's a very good chance that taking a vessel, you might lose a limb, or lose an eye, or lose your life. It wasn't something that a man wanted to do. Now, in the later years, when we're talking about men like Blackbeard and Charles Vane, most of the men on board their crews weren't pirates full-time either. Most of those men had been impressed into service back in England, taken into a war in the New World, and then just kind of left there to rot. So those men didn't have any money, they didn't have any friends, they didn't have any prospects, so they had to find a way to earn a little bit of each of those. And the best way they could do so was joining up with the pirate crew and making a little bit of cash. After that, they could do as they wished. They could buy a little plot of land, maybe open up a little shop. Most of them probably just wanted to bypass it back to England. So to try and pinpoint exactly how a pirate talked, at its very core, is kind of a fallacy, because what exactly is a pirate? Piracy is really, when it comes down to it, no more than a legal definition. Most of these men wouldn't have seen themselves as pirates. However, there were men who were full-time pirates. We're talking about Blackbeard, Calico Jack Rackham, Henry Morgan, Henry Avery, Steve Bonnet, and Benjamin Hornigold. These men were captains of pirate vessels who had worked their way up through the ranks and found that they had a taste for the work. Now, there were other people on board, certainly, the quartermasters, for example, who probably would have been full-time pirates, but we don't have a great record of all of these men. The men that we know were full-time pirates that we can discuss how they spoke were usually the captains. And they, the captains from the British Isles, would have been from all over the British Isles, because those isles are, well, they're islands, and they got all sorts of coastline. And that coastline breeds people who were sailors, going to sea every day, fishermen, merchants, and a lot of those people turned to piracy. Now, in our West Country region, many of them were turning to piracy because they had that Puritan leaning. And after the restoration of Charles II on the throne, they weren't exactly happy with the way things were going. But people from all over the Isles were turning to piracy. Not just from England, but from the other nations around. For example, Henry Morgan, the man we've been talking about most recently on the program, was from Wales. So he would have spoken with a Welsh accent. He grew up there. He didn't have a pirate accent. He had a Welsh accent. And he wasn't the only Welsh pirate out there. There were loads of them. Most notably, Robert Edwards and Black Bart Roberts. And then you had pirates from the other nations in the British Isles. In Scotland, you had men like John Gow and William Kidd. The Scottish would have sounded a little something like this.
All men with honour are kings, but not all kings have honour. You must never mistreat a woman or malign a man, or stand by and see another do so.
Some people hate English, I don't. They're just wankers. We, on the other hand, are colonised by wankers. Can't even find a decent culture to be colonised by.
And then, over on the island to the east, Ireland, you had some very famous pirates, two of them who happened to be women. Anne Bonny and Grace O'Malley were both based from Ireland. Here's an example of that Irish accent, spoken by two women. Now, this is from the trailer of a film called Irish Pub, which is a spectacular documentary you can find on Netflix right now. It's one of my favorites up there at the moment, and if you want to hear some beautiful Irish accents and see a snippet of what's really a dwindling piece of Ireland's heritage, I really recommend giving it a watch.
Other pubs elsewhere, I suppose, they just don't go into conversation. But with an Irish pub, everybody, as soon as you come in, after a while, would ask where you're from, what you're doing, or whatever it is about you, sort of thing.
You know, you go to England for tea, you go to Ireland for the Irish pub. Isn't that what you do? Just making a quick comparison there, that's what I do. I go to England for tea.
Then you had, ironically enough, a man named Edward England, who was a pirate out of Ireland. However, the vast majority of pirates from the British Isles were from England proper, and they came from all over England. Some other pirates from their West Country region would have been Black Sam Bellamy and even Ed Teach himself, Blackbeard. Now, over in the East England, they got a much different accent. But you've got very famous men from there, such as Ed Teach's mentor, Benjamin Hornigold. You got pirates from the north of England. You got pirates from the colonies, such as Barbados, where Steve Bonnet was born. But a good number of pirates come from the London region, which brings us to the accent that I am most certainly butchering right now. This accent is an approximation, a bad imitation, really, of a lower middle class Londoner accent. It sounds a little bit modern, mostly because I'm really bad at it, but also it has its roots in old language. Middle English is where it comes from originally. The reason we know this is because one of the men who was a major driving force in inventing modern English spoke that language. That's William Shakespeare. He had a very working class sensibility. And he likely had a very working class accent. And the men and women who were performing his plays certainly had that working class accent. Now you might picture something a little bit closer to this when talking about Shakespearean English. This is how many people across the world, especially in the United States, picture a British person sounding. That's because this is closer to what is sometimes called the Queen's English, or in former days, the King's English. This is a much more refined form of pronunciation and very clear and very succinct. It's very similar to how they speak on the BBC. This is, in fact, a relatively recent version of the English accent. It was cultivated for very real effect. In the British Empire, in different days, they had a number of different dialects that many of their people would have spoken, but to cultivate an air of aristocracy around the colonial rulers, they cultivated this accent, something that sounds much more like the lords, kings, and queens of England would have had. However, this is not Shakespeare's accent. Shakespeare's accent was an accent of the people. And, as you might know, the language of the people is significantly different. Now, it's difficult to know exactly what Shakespearean English would have sounded like because we don't have in recordings of original Shakespearean productions. However, there are a couple of men named Crystal. One of them, the elder, known as David Crystal, is a professor of linguistics at the University of Wales. At the Globe Theatre, which was rebuilt in 1994, very near the original site, they attempt to do the most realistic productions of original Shakespeare they can. However, it wasn't until 10 years later, in 2004, that they began doing productions in that original pronunciation. That original pronunciation was worked out by that man, David Crystal. That man knows what he's talking about. He looked at all the evidence and all sources he could find and constructed the accent of a commoner living in London about the year 1600. Now, it's a bit different from what you're hearing me do right now. So I'm going to give you an example from that man Crystal's son, Ben Crystal, who is an actor, a Shakespearean actor, and a man who is a master of the original pronunciation. Here he is doing that famous to be or not to be speech out of Hamlet.
To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against sad troubles and by opposing end them. To die, to slay, no more, and by a slave to say we end the heartache and 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to slay perchance to drain, aye, there's the road. For in that slave of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause.
The people who perform in Shakespeare would have been performing in the accents of real Londoners. And London was the city in England. It was a melting pot of all sorts of different British nationalities, as well as people from all over England itself. So you had Irish and Scottish and Welsh, you had West Country, East Country, you had Northerners, and then you had that Southern accent, all blending together. Now, from London, a lot of these people from all over England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales were shipping out to the different colonies of England. Primarily in this time, they would have been shipping out to the West Indies. However, a little bit later, they would have been shipped out to Australia by force. Now, you might notice some similarities between this Londoner accent and an Australian accent. You might notice hints of Scottish or Irish or Welsh. You might notice hints of that West Country. That is why I chose to use this accent. Because this accent is really most likely what pirates who were raised in the Caribbean would have sounded like, what most Englishmen raised in the Caribbean would have sounded like. These men were from all over the British Isles, and they blended together mixed in with a little bit of French, a little bit of Creole, a little bit of Spanish, and then they would have created their own accent. That's what happens when dialects collide. People began to mesh them and speak a new dialect altogether. It would have been very similar to the accent in Australia and London. The accents in London, the West Indies, and Australia were all probably very similar because they had influences from all over England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. And that, in a lot of ways, is the language of a pirate. For another more modern example, if this is what people sounded like right about the year 1600 up until about the year 1700, we can assume that things changed a bit. However, there are communities here in the United States where people speak in a very strange vernacular. Some people in the United States, when they hear these accents, think that they might be from Ireland, Scotland, somewhere foreign. However, they are from the United States and live, in fact, in North Carolina, right near where Blackbeard himself lost his head. They call themselves High Tiders because they were seafaring people who live on the coast of North Carolina, right in the Outer Banks, and they've got a very particular accent. I'm going to play an example of it for you.
Well, I know my uncle used to always say, picking on me all the time, when I was young, and we'd be fishing, he said, "Come on, let's get going. Hoy toy on the sand side. Last night waterfall, night moonshine, no fish. We put them out of wood. Get it going."
What accent is that? A lot of people look at me and say, is that an Irish, English accent? And then somebody, the two or three of them together, and then he'll look at the other guy and say, I think it's more Irish English than English Irish.
And now, next to some of that original pronunciation.
Two households, both alike in dignity, in fair Verona where we lay our sin. From ancient grudge, bred to new mutiny, where civil bloodless civil lands and clay. From forth the fatal lines of as two foes, a pair of star-crossed lovers take the life, whose misadventure, piteous overthrows, doth with their death bury their parents' strife.
You see the similarities? The similarities between them, between the accent I'm doing and an Australian accent? That, my friends, is the accent of a pirate. Now, some of you might be saying, that's not at all what Jack Sparrow sounded like, which, well, of course it's not. Jack Sparrow was a creation blending Johnny Depp, Hunter S. Thompson, and a lot of Keith Richards in there, which, to be fair, created a fantastic character in an iconic accent, but not a legitimate pirate accent. So what I'm telling you, folks, is that pirates sounded, yes, like Shakespearean actors from about the year 1600. Now, we've talked about accents, we've talked about shivering timbers, and we've talked about walking the plank. But let's talk about the most iconic pirate word of all time. Arr! Now, come the 19th, talk like a pirate day. If you're out at the pub with a couple of blokes sharing a pond, you want to close one eye, put your finger into a hook, and holler, "Yarr!" at every bird that walks by. Well, I say go for it, mate. Sounds like a good time. I might even join you. However, if you're doing that, you are not talking like a real pirate. Now, of course, the hook and the eye patch, that's accurate. So is, while on the subject, the heavy drinking and the high line of birds. However, the word "arr" was never uttered by pirates, at least not like that. Now, that word was occasionally used by men from our West Country region of England, where the pirate dialect so famously comes from. However, it wasn't used as an inflection. It was used much more similarly to how a Canadian might say, "Hey, I'm Canadian, eh? Oh yeah, look at that, eh?" It was a brief affirmation after a declarative statement. You know what I'm saying? Now, so much of what I've done here today is talk about things that are famously pirate lingo that aren't in fact actually pirate. That's largely because that stuff was created by the popular media. However, when it comes to talking like a pirate day, there's no reason to ignore all those fun sayings. Those are the words that fill the mouths of the most famous pirates ever known. Now, those aren't men like Steve Bonnet and Blackbeard. Those are men like Captain Jack Sparrow and Long John Silver and Captain Hook. The popular culture surrounding pirates is part of what makes us love them so much. So there's no reason, just because it's not how an accurate mariner right about the end of the 1600s would have spoken, not to do it. Avast! All hands on deck, you swarthy dogs! Raise the topsails and man the guns! There's a Spanish ship ahoy! Who says we take it? If I see one of you scurvy dogs with a dry blade when all this is done, I'll kill you myself. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that felt good. That felt real good. So that's going to do it for our discussion of pirate language. Hopefully, when you're being inundated with all sorts of people telling you all sorts of fun pirate lingo, this will be a little bit of a guiding light to teach you exactly how a real pirate would have sounded in the golden age of piracy. But however you want to do it, I want you to get out there and talk like a pirate all day. Whew. Alrighty. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. Hopefully you had a good time listening to today's episode. I'm going to release another short episode specifically about the history of pirate cursing to our Patreon supporters, partly because I want to give them a little reward and partly because I don't want any delicate ears to come across it. I'd like to thank our new Patreon supporters. That's Carlos, the History of Westeros, who really, you guys are the best, and I've gotten so much support from your fans that I feel bad taking your money, but I still will. And Rebecca. Rebecca, I certainly hope that today's history of the pirate language really lives up to your standards. I'd also like to thank everybody who has donated through the website using our PayPal. You guys all really help keep the podcast afloat. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brilliant. If you're new to the show, they're a band that I really think you should check out. They have a lot of nautical and pirate theme music that's really spectacular. You can check them out over at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, where we've got all sorts of supplemental information, source lists, maps, pictures, things like that. Or you can check us out on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or SoundCloud. We've got all those sources up and running. We also really appreciate anybody out there that leaves a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, Podbean, or any of the other places that you listen to the show. That all really helps get the podcast noticed. However, most of all, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In the summer of the year 1665, a lone Spanish fragata sailed north across the Caribbean basin. Her holds were filled with pieces of eight, with Spanish silver such as coin, plate, and candelabras. They were filled with pearls, rubies, diamonds, jewelry, silk, and indigo. Every gunport held a Dutch cannon, and the armory was filled with Spanish steel and Dutch muskets. The men on board were bearded, they were blonde, and they had been bronzed by the sun. They wore the clothes of a Spanish lord, from their rich silk shirts to to their very fancy hats, their embroidered coats, down to their very fine leather boots. Those men feasted on European breads, roasted meat, and sweet Spanish red wine. They were men who were alive, and they were rich, and they were headed home to Port Royal, Jamaica. Their captain, Henry Morgan, must have been thinking, though. He must have wondered exactly what they would find when they arrived. Port Royal had been a raucous town peopled by Jewish and Dutch merchants who were willing to trade in ill-gotten goods, peopled by rum and wine mongers, prostitutes, and pirates, mostly pirates. But the men on board had been gone nigh on 2 years. Morgan must have wondered if the English still even held the island. It was possible that the Spanish had invaded and forced and taken Jamaica back. His superiors were probably waiting for him. Governor Littleton, Commodore Mings, and Captain Mansvelt would surely be there to debrief him. As they sailed north, the sun sank beyond the horizon to their larboard, and the brethren of the coast sailed home to what they would find a very different Port Royal. This is episode number 20, Providence. In Jamaica, the new governor, Thomas Modiford, had arrived and replaced Littleton. He brought with him hundreds of planters from Barbados. These were respectable English colonists and plantation masters. With them came all of their slaves and the entire slave trading infrastructure. Modiford himself was a factor, or what you might consider a wealthy investor, or a shareholder who held a large number of shares. He was a factor in a group called the Royal Adventurers, who held a monopoly, a royally stamped monopoly, on the English slave trade. He was one of the top investors in a company that had no competition, dealing in the richest and most profitable industry in the entire world. Modiford also brought with him his lieutenant governor, a man named Colonel Edward Morgan. Colonel Morgan was the uncle of Henry Morgan, who had sided with the Royalist cause during the English Civil War and who had gained a small amount of wealth and prestige. His loyalty paid off after the Stuart dynasty was returned to the throne. He was given an estate back in England. He was given a plantation on Barbados, and then given the second highest position on what was potentially England's richest colonial holding. But Edward Morgan's expertise wasn't in growing sugar or rum production. He was a military man with more than 40 years' experience leading men into battle. And Charles II meant to see that experience put to use. Edward Morgan had one job: defend Jamaica. And he had his work cut out for him. In that long and undeclared War for the Caribbean, the English, the French, and the Dutch all chipped away at centuries-old Spanish possessions, but they would still happily snipe an island or two from each other if politics and circumstances allowed. For Jamaica, and for Colonel Morgan, the French were not really a threat. England and France were, for a time, at peace, and the closest French holdings were on the northwest side of Hispaniola. The only real threat that the French embodied was an economic one. Tortuga, just off the coast of Hispaniola, was something of a rival of Port Royal's, but still an ally. Both were pirate haunts, or what the people of the time would have called privateer havens, that dealt largely in rich goods obtained from the Spanish. They were usually bought at the point of a cutlass. The Spanish, though, well, they were always a threat to Jamaica. It was, after all, an island that had previously belonged to the Spanish. Their nearest neighbor was Cuba, which was, to the Spanish Empire, the jewel of the Caribbean. It was one of Spain's oldest, strongest, most highly prized, and jealously guarded possessions. In addition to Cuba, Hispaniola, and the Spanish Main completed a Spanish encirclement of Jamaica, and an attack could come from any direction at any time. In fact, Spain was known to frequently mass fleets in Portobello, at Cuba, and on the Yucatan. These were really, when we look back on history, really sort of just fleets in being, meant to intimidate the English and keep them from raiding too heavily on their coastlines. These were fleets that were huge and impressive, but they never sailed and never invaded Jamaica. Part of the reason they didn't invade was because, in the previous few years, relations between England and Spain had begun to normalize somewhat. This had a lot to do with changes back in Europe. The Habsburg monarchy in Spain, and indeed really the entire Spanish Empire, was beginning to fail. While Captain Morgan was gone, Philip III had died, to his own great relief, and his son, Carlos II, he wasn't a healthy young boy. The Habsburgs, perhaps even most European monarchies in general, are kind of notorious for their inbreeding. It's meant to keep the bloodline strong and as royal as possible. Much like the Ptolemaic dynasty in ancient Egypt or the Targaryen dynasty in A Song of Ice and Fire, they married as closely related people as they could find to keep their blood as blue as they could. And generations of inbreeding creates genetic abnormalities. These couplings wind up with weak, sickly, sometimes deformed children, frequently disabled or otherwise impaired, and usually not at all suited to rule. Carlos II was one such child. The Spanish government officially claimed that he was as hale as healthy as could be, but foreign monarchs and ambassadors knew better. The child was called a quote-unquote monstrosity, and he was not possessed of his full mental functions. He had a veritable army of wet nurses, something like 40 of them in total, who were intended to nurse him back to health. These women were forced to undergo a shockingly thorough examination. They had to be between the ages of 20 and 40. They had to have ample breasts for milking, and they had to have a family tree that held no hints of Jews, Muslims, or any witchcraft at all. But despite all of this, Carlos was still a weak and sick child. His mother, Mariana of Austria, would go on to become Queen Regent, and she would eventually sign some very important treaties between England and Spain. Her job was to strengthen the Spanish Empire, and she couldn't do that fighting a losing battle over Jamaica. So Spain, for a time at least, was not a huge threat to the island. But there was one threat to Port Royal that Colonel Morgan did take very seriously. That was the Dutch. What was called the United Provinces, one time called the Low Countries, was once England's strongest ally. The English and the Dutch, though, by this time were in a cycle of on-again and off-again wars for control over the trade of the North Sea, the English Channel, and in the Caribbean. And once again, in 1665, things were heating up. King Charles II sent Governor Modi Ford and Colonel Morgan to Jamaica with three main directives. The first was to end piracy against Spain, their new best friend. The second was to forge Jamaica into a rich, prosperous colony, complete with slave plantations and rum distilleries, much like they had elsewhere in the Caribbean. And their third was to make war on the United Provinces' holdings in the Caribbean. They were to prepare, outfit, and go on expeditions against any nearby Dutch colonial holdings. This is all very kind of 1984, isn't it? It's, we are not at war with Oceania, we are at war with East Asia. We have always been at war with East Asia. You know, we're not at war with Spain, we're at war with the Dutch, and we've always been at war with the Dutch. It's all about who has the most power in the New World at the time, and everybody's struggling to be top dog. So the new governor immediately went to work. He sent Admiral Mings and his predecessor, Governor Littleton, back to England. They were both, for different reasons, in some level of trouble with the crown, and they weren't to be permitted in Jamaica anymore. He then announced that there were to be no more letters of marque against the Spanish signed by his office. And then he moved the capital of Jamaica away from Port Royal, inland, to a place called St. Iago. Port Royal was a rowdy and violent place filled with pirates. The beach was a forest of tents and lean-tos filled with pirates sleeping off last night's rum. The few paved streets leading from the docks were mostly filled with Spanish-era merchant shops and warehouses, but from there, town became a maze of dilapidated Spanish buildings, muddy alleyways, and a few hastily built structures that were offering rum, song, food, company, and prostitutes. Really, it's mostly just the rum prostitutes. 1 in 4 buildings in Port Royal was either a tavern or a brothel, catering to the soldiers, but mostly to the buccaneers that made up the majority of Port Royal's population. It was said of the pirates of Port Royal, quote, "Wine and women drained them of their wealth to such a degree that in little time some of them were reduced to beggary," end quote. That was kind of the cycle of the pirates and privateers of Port Royal. They would go on a raid, earn a little money, and then come home to spend it on wine and rum, and most of all, on women. Most of the pirates had a favorite lady waiting at home for them. A prostitute that knew their name and catered to their particular desires and needs. Not always just sexually, but many of these prostitutes knew these men well enough that they kind of catered to their emotional needs as well. Some women, though, didn't have time for that sort of luxury. One local woman, named Mary Carleton, was likened to a barber's chair. When one man was out, another man came in. There were, of course, religious men in Port Royal of many different faiths. There were Jews, of course, that had been there for some time. There were many English Protestants, but they accepted both the Puritan element and the more traditional Anglican element, and they also had a number of Quakers and somewhat more radical Christian faiths. However, a local minister called Port Royal, quote, the most wicked and sinful place on earth, end quote, which gave rise to the saying that Port Royal was the richest and wickedest city in the world. But Governor Modyford's job was to change all of that. His planters were bringing more than just slaves with them. They were bringing their families. Edward Morgan brought his whole family. Unfortunately, his wife and one of his daughters died on the passage, but the rest of his family took up residence on a plantation and attempted to build a real life on Jamaica, away from the pirates of Port Royal. These women that came with the governor, the lieutenant governor, and many of his planters were the first women on Jamaica since the English seized the island that were at all respectable. Prior to this, it did occasionally happen that a very lucky or a particularly lovely prostitute might catch the eye of a local merchant or a planter and become his wife, but these new proper English women were trained and educated in England to be truly marriageable women. They were courteous, they were poised, they were witty at the dinner table when it was proper, and the influence of these women on Jamaica really can't be understated. Men who had seen before a life of rum and whores with no prospects now saw the possibility of setting down roots and maybe even starting a family. A number of the more successful and somewhat more respectable privateer captains took note of this. When Modyford stopped granting his letters of marque, these few men would take what little coin they had to buy some land, perhaps a couple of African slaves, and start looking for a wife. Others, however, didn't exactly care for that option. One pirate, a man named Captain Monroe, cared so little for having his royal authority stripped that he turned true pirate. He went and captured a Spanish prize and sailed it boldly into Port Royal. He, his crew, and his ship were all captured by the governor's authorities. Captain Monroe and his crew were all hanged in the town square as a warning to any other potential pirates. However, that ship was not returned to Spain. With Admiral Mings having been sent back to England, that Dutch captain, Edward Mansveld, became the Admiral of the Jamaica Station and the unofficial leader of the Brethren of the Coast. He and the new Governor Modyford and Edward Morgan, they conferred. They found themselves with something of a dilemma. The orders of the king were to stop any piracy against the Spanish. However, they knew the reality of that situation. As requests for new letters of marque were denied, the men of Port Royal found themselves out of work and unable to buy themselves that rum and those women. The Jamaican Navy was comprised primarily of the privateer ships that raided the Spanish and spent proceeds back in Port Royal. However, now they were bringing in no prizes and no gold. The merchant families that had operated in Jamaica for generations were furious. There were no more goods and no more gold coming into Port Royal, so they had no one to do business with left on the island. You see, the harbor there in Port Royal began to empty, and all of their naval vessels began to flee to other harbors, mostly to Tortuga. Tortuga was at this point controlled by the French, and the governor there was happy to issue letters of marque against the Spanish, so the buccaneers fled there. Their militia back in Jamaica was down to only about 150 men from the height where it had been just a few months before of 600, and all of the proper English planters, well, they now had nobody left to protect them. However, Modyford, Morgan, and Mansveld had plans to counter this. King Charles had been explicit in his commands. The Dutch are our new enemies. Unfortunately, the Dutch were farther away than the Spanish, and their shipping lanes were better guarded. any attack on them had to be really a major expedition, not just a couple of ships on a privateering. So Edward Morgan's job was to provision, outfit, and collect a fleet to attack the Dutch. His first job was to entice the Brethren of the Coast to join the fleet, so he let it be known that every sailor on board this mission, despite the fact that it was an officially sanctioned royal mission, would receive equal shares of any loot taken. He then wrote a will, leaving all of his New World possessions to his sons and his estate back in England to his eldest living daughter, Mary Elizabeth Morgan. In a few months' time, the fleet was ready to sail. It was comprised of about 10 ships and more than 650 men, with Colonel Edward Morgan leading them, being the most experienced English military man in the Caribbean. The plan was to attack the unsuspecting Dutch fleet at St. Kitts, and then, with them out of the way, they could go on and take their Dutch settlements at St. Eustatius, Savo, and Curacao. However, in their first engagement at St. Eustatius, quote, Colonel Morgan with 319 men landed, and, after small opposition, took the place, and the good old colonel, leaping out of the boat, and, being a corpulent man, got a strain, and his spirit being great, he pursued over earnestly the enemy on a hot day, so that he suddenly died, to almost the loss of the whole design. End quote. Despite this loss, however, they did take St. Eustatius, but when they found the storehouses, they were in for something of a shock. They found in there only cotton and a few muskets. This wasn't exactly the rich haul they were hoping for, so about half of the fleet, mostly Brethren of the Coast, left to go find richer hauls, and then the loyal English vessels gathered the 900 or so slaves that they found for transport back to Port Royal. That second group, those Brethren of the Coast, those pirates, took the island of Nevis, but found little more plunder there. In the end, the entire fleet sailed home, whether it be to Port Royal or Tortuga, with their slaves and cotton, but having lost their most experienced military man. In a letter written by Moty Ford, he blames the, quote, loss of the design of Curacao, end quote, on the, quote, covetousness of some of the officers and soldiers, end quote. He went on to say that they, quote, plundered them and hide the goods in holes and creeks, end quote. This was because the haul that they brought back was so paltry, just some cotton and muskets, that he believed they had found richer plunder and hidden it away from his eyes. He thought that it was something of a personal insult to him because he had stopped issuing those letters of marque. It was around this time, though, that Henry Morgan sailed back into Port Royal. Captain Morgan would have been surprised to find his family there waiting for him on the island. He didn't know that they were coming from Barbados and from England, but his family were waiting for him. A decade ago, their cousin had left England to help take Jamaica, and in the New World, he was beginning to make something of a name for himself. The last that anybody in Jamaica had heard of Henry was from a Dutch sailor who sailed into port, saying that the Welshman had not died on some lonely Spanish shore, as everybody had assumed, but he had sacked the great city of Grenada and was headed home. His arrival must have been kind of a balm to his cousins for losing their father, and also something of a shock. That one portrait that we have of a very young Henry Morgan shows us a plump-cheeked Welshman, but the man that sailed into harbor was tanned and blonde and dressed in those lordly Spanish clothes. He was swarthy and confident and rich. The Morgans in Jamaica were not rich, however. They were forced to write the crown for their father's back pay, and they were trying to scratch a living out of the soil of Jamaica. Unfortunately, we don't have much in the way of personal journals or records around this time, but we do know that soon Henry Morgan married his cousin, Mary Elizabeth, and sort of became the patriarch of the Morgan clan on the island. He was wealthy, he was experienced, he knew the island well, and he knew military matters, and he was married to the eldest of Edward Morgan's children. So he was not only the colonel's nephew, he was also married directly into his family and the eldest Morgan on the island. He would have, of course, met and debriefed the new governor, as well as his commanding officer, Mansvelt, on his raid along the Spanish Main, giving them their first real news. Back in England, though, King Charles II already knew most of that story. The Spanish ambassador was livid, bringing King Charles news of Morgan outrages in their holdings, comparing them to those of Francis Drake, about a century before, even calling Henry Morgan El Drake. Henry Morgan wasn't yet the most famous man in the New World, but his name was on everybody's lips. From the monarchs of Europe, of Spain and England, down to the governors such as Moody Ford, down to the Port Royal merchants who were grateful for all of the swag and haul that he had brought in, revitalizing their business, down to all of the whores of Port Royal who were grateful for much the same reason. Morgan had been gone for 2 years, and now he was seemingly back from the dead, walking down the streets of Port Royal. Then, after he was recently back in town, Moody Ford called a council. Mansvelt, Morgan, and a few of the prominent planters and leaders of the Jewish and Quaker communities were all present. The governor and the admiral put Morgan to work. He wasn't to go back to sea, at least not yet. He had a new wife and a family to look after, but he was given charge of the Jamaican militia and rebuilding Fort Charles. His military experience was perhaps the best on the island, at least now that his uncle was dead, and Moody Ford had need of his skill leading men in battle. So Captain Morgan was seeing to the rebuilding of the army, but their navy and economy were still hurting. This was doubly important as the Spanish were harassing the English despite their nominal peace. More so, the Spanish were amassing the Windward Fleet in Cuba, a real threat from Spain. The other fleets that they had gathered in Cuba and on the Spanish Main were threats to be sure, but the Windward Fleet was something else entirely. They had been threatening to amass the fleet ever since the English took the island in 1655, but for one reason or another, usually economy, they weren't really able to get it started. However, now in 1665, after the raid of Henry Morgan, that fleet existed. They were all coming together, and it was a sight to behold. These were galleons as well as ships of the line that Spain was building that could really demolish the English presence on Jamaica. They knew that this fleet could represent the end of the English holdings in the New World. That threat was the real reason that the governor called this council. They elected to send messengers to Tortuga and Hispaniola. The governor was once again granting letters of marque. These letters of marque were not intended to amass a large fleet for a huge expedition such as they had had under Colonel Morgan. This was meant to rebuild their navy, have lots of privateer vessels in port at Port Royal, guarding their shores. And the Dutch were rich, but not as rich as the Spanish. But the English still had orders from King Charles to attack Dutch settlements in large numbers, something that couldn't be done by some merchant raiding by a few privateers. So a fleet was gathering in Jamaica. With Colonel Morgan dead, this fleet was to be led by the admiral of the Jamaica station, that man Mansvelt. I should note that some historians believe that Captain Morgan was in fact on board this fleet that was massing in Port Royal. Alexander Exquemelin writes, quote, "At this time there was in Jamaica an old buccaneer called Mansvelt who planned to get a fleet together to raid the mainland. Seeing that Morgan was a young man with plenty of courage, the old buccaneer invited him to join the expedition and made him vice admiral of the fleet. When the fleet put to sea, it consisted of 15 vessels with 300 men, including Walloons and Frenchmen on board." End quote. Some historians take this at face value, that Henry Morgan was made vice admiral and was part of the fleet. However, this account from Exquemelin comes before Exquemelin met Henry Morgan, and there is very good evidence that he was in fact in Jamaica rebuilding the fort and the militia. That evidence coming from official English sources. The most convincing evidence that Henry Morgan stayed on the island of Jamaica, to me at least, is how capable a commander Henry Morgan turned out to be and how disastrous this voyage turned out. The target of this expedition, on orders from King Charles, down through Governor Moody Ford, down to Mansvelt, was the Dutch city of Curaçao. This was the same city that the voyage under Edward Morgan had failed to take. They had failed to even reach it. Curaçao, though, was rich. It was undefended, and it was technically at war with the English. But the Dutch were Protestants. Their traders were friendly with the pirates and merchants of Port Royal, and they worked together to make everyone richer. If you took European politics out of the equation, and really you should, because the people living in the New World had very little contact, at least ready contact, with old Europe, then these men were friends. The Caribbean was officially the dominion of kings, but around this time, they really had very little influence in there. The men and women in the Caribbean were not beholden to the whims of their monarchs. Beyond that, a large number of the Brethren of the Coast who made up this fleet were themselves Dutch. The fleet's own commander, admiral of the English fleet at the Jamaica station, Edward Mansvelt, was Dutch himself.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. From your morning podcast to your afternoon playlist, State Farm knows you personalize your entire day, and that's why State Farm helps you personalize your insurance with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It offers coverage options that help protect what you care about most at an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
In all human history, there are few stories like that of ancient Egypt. On the banks of the Nile, these people created one of the most enduring and significant cultures. Their tale comes to life in the History of Egypt podcast. Every week, we explore the tales of this amazing culture, from the legendary days of creation and the gods, all the way to Cleopatra, and everything in between. The History of Egypt podcast is written and produced by a trained Egyptologist. We go much deeper than your average documentary or magazine article to uncover tales of life, great endeavors, and the amazing arc of a mighty kingdom. The History of Egypt podcast is available on all podcasting platforms, apps, and websites. Come, visit ancient Egypt and experience the legendary culture.
The fleet never even sailed in the direction of Curacao against the wishes of King Charles. Now, all manner of excuses were given after the fact. Everything from secret information obtained en route from clandestine sources to unruly and mutinous sailors, but the reality was this. The Spanish were hated, the Spanish were Catholic, and the Spanish were very, very wealthy. And the Spanish settlement at Carthago, never before sacked, was undefended. So, for whatever reason, probably to plunder, the fleet set sail for Almirante Bay on the coast of Costa Rica. They made landfall at Cape Blanco, where 600 men, unlike the 300 that Esquimalt said, disembarked and began a 70-mile trek inland. This army subsisted off the stores of unsuspecting villages on their route, but one native woman escaped to raise the alarm in Carthago. When Mansvelt and his 600 men arrived at the city, they found the militia waiting for them. Here, once again, the sources begin to disagree, but some argue that the buccaneers made themselves a menace. They were raping women, burning churches, looting what they could, and drinking all of the rum. But most sources say, and I tend to agree with them, that this army saw the fort and all of her cannon manned by hundreds of ready soldiers. They turned around and went back to their ships. As the English fled back into the mountains and the jungle back to their ships, the Spanish pursued them, and at least once they came into contact, and the Spanish dealt a pretty severe blow to the English. But most of the men made it to their ships, and Mansvelt had some thinking to do. To quote Stephen Talty in his book Empire of Blue Water, quote, "With his men exhausted and famished, Mansfield knew that attacking a Spanish town without permission would be trouble. Attacking a Spanish town without taking it was worse. London tended to look with more favor on illegal missions that were at least successful. Desperate for a prize, the marauders turned toward two islands and a long-held dream, a pirate republic." End quote. The dream of a pirate republic was old. Ever since the days of the Greco-Roman pirates, when they had been named enemies of the human race, pirates had been outcasts. They were rebels and, in many cases, anarchists. They were criminals who rejected their rulers, which in turn made them reject their societies and their families. If the urge to rejoin civilization ever came to them, they found themselves facing death. So the dream of a place peopled by pirates, run by pirates, for the good of pirates, went back centuries, millennia even, and it would continue long after this era. But Mansvelt's dream of a pirate haven was also fiercely practical. He had just recently failed, and that failure would have dented his reputation with the Brethren, as well as his standing in Jamaica. He needed desperately a success that both the Brethren, the government in Jamaica, and the crown back in England would look upon with favor. He chose a pair of tiny islands that were southwest of Jamaica, much closer to the Spanish Main and the rich Spanish shipping that came out of there. There were the island of Providence and the nearby islet of Santa Catalina. Now, we've talked about these islands before on this show, actually. Providence was the chosen home of that group of pious, patriotic Puritan pirates that took the island from Spain in the time of Oliver Cromwell. Those pirates who banned drinking and gambling and whoring and all of the fun stuff about pirates and mostly just prayed silently and attacked Spanish shipping. Now, after those Puritan pirates took the island, the Spanish retook it quite quickly and easily, but it was so close to terra firma and right in between the mainland and Jamaica that it was really a perfect home for the Brethren of the Coast. It had everything that they needed. The islands themselves were surrounded by barrier reefs that prevented any ship from coming close to the island. The only way to get into their pretty fantastic harbor there was through a winding, moving passage that was difficult to navigate and dangerous for any ships that didn't know the voyage. If you managed to actually make it through that passage, the harbor itself was very defensible. It was large enough to hold several ships and had a pretty excellent fort guarding the harbor, so the guns on all of your vessels could be pointed directly at the harbor entrance, as well as the even larger guns on top of the hill fort. That sort of potential defense, an island that no ship could approach except for one difficult passage that was heavily guarded, was perfect. It could prevent invasion from Spain, or the Netherlands, or France, or even England. These men, the Brethren of the Coast, would be beholden to nobody. They would have no rules and no rulings. Governor Modi Ford wrote in a letter after the fact, quote, "The old fellow was resolved, as he tells me, never to see my face until he had done some service to his majesty. And therefore, with 200 men, which were all left him, and about 80 of them French, he resolved to attempt the island of Providence, which was formerly English, and by the Spaniards' whole armada taken from us in 1641, and ever since carefully garrisoned. In order to this he set sail, and, being an excellent coaster, which is his chief, if not only virtue, in the night he came within half a mile of it, by an unusual passage among rocks, where they say ships never came, and in the morning early landed, and marched 4 leagues, and surprised the governor, who was taken prisoner. The soldiers got into the fort, being about 200, but on conditions to be landed on the main, they yielded 27 pieces of ordnance, 100 double jars of powder, shot, and all of the things necessary were found, and, the fort very strongly built, they acknowledged but very little plunder, only 150 Negroes. They brought off 100, and left 35 men and Captain Hatzel, keeper of the magazine. They say many of the guns have Queen Elizabeth's arms engraven on them." End quote. Before we move on, I'd like to take a look at that very last line about the guns having Queen Elizabeth's mark upon them. Several episodes ago, in the episode about the Spanish Armada, we discussed the guns on board the English vessels. Most cannon, especially the best cannon made in Europe, are made of bronze. Bronze is a tough and malleable metal that can take repeated uses as a cannon. However, bronze was difficult to come by in England, and because of the embargoes put on England by Spain around the time of the Armada, they were forced to look elsewhere. Iron, which was pretty plentiful in England at the time, didn't really make the best cannon. When you tried to put it on board a ship, it could be used a few times, but the possibility of it exploding and injuring or killing everyone around was much higher. Even if that didn't happen, it was still likely to crack and become essentially useless as a gun on board a vessel. However, they needed as many guns as they could to defend the English shores against this impending Spanish Armada, so they made a lot of cannon very quickly out of iron, and they engraved all of these with the mark of Queen Elizabeth. So those guns were meant to be used no more than a few times in a very specific battle. But those guns had fallen into the hands of the Spanish and were still being used almost 100 years later to man the fort on Providence Island. So it's no wonder that when the English attacked, they took the fort and the island, with the loss of not one Englishman and only one Spaniard dying in the attack. Alexander Exquemelin wrote about this attack as well, but there's something I'd like to note very quickly. He calls, in the most recent translation, the island Saint Catalina, which is the smaller islet off Providence Island. In the older editions, which I'm actually attempting to record an audiobook of right now, he calls that island St. Catherine, which is a different island altogether. So to be clear, the island fort that they're talking about is the fort on Providence Island. Quote, "The first landing was on the island of St. Catalina, lying off the mainland coast of Costa Rica, some 35 leagues from the River Cargue. The buccaneers forced the Spanish garrison on the island to surrender all of the fortifications. Some of these Mansvelt ordered to be demolished, and other of these to be enforced. Here he left a garrison of 100 men, together with all the slaves who had belonged to the Spaniards. All of the rest of the artillery was carried over to an offshore islet, so close to St. Catalina the distance could be spanned by a bridge. When all of these defenses had been put in good order, Mansvelt burned down all of the homes on the larger island and put to sea, taking all of the Spanish prisoners with him." End quote. So that's a bit confusing, but when he says St. Catalina, he means Providence Island, and when he says that smaller islet, he actually means Santa Catalina. But that small island, St. Catalina, was a likely place to draw the pirates. You see, that small islet was used as sort of a prison colony for the Spanish. It was a place where any Spanish colony in the New World would send any of its convicted whores, witches, or adulterous women. So the pirates made that their new home, with plenty of wine, guns, plunder, and booty. So Mansvelt sailed back to Jamaica and left about 200 of his men garrisoned on Providence Island. You see, he needed reinforcements from Jamaica, so he hurried to speak to the governor and hoped to acquire them. The governor, however, was not exactly pleased. The brethren had not followed any of the king's orders and attacked the Dutch. They had instead attacked 2 Spanish settlements, failing to sack the first and occupying the second. This was a hassle that the governor really didn't need at this time. You see, all of this came after the English and the Spanish formally and finally signed the Treaty of Madrid, ending any hostilities between them. And then this Dutch captain, who was his highest-ranking naval officer, has the nerve to come to him and ask for reinforcements? Mansvelt was rebuffed, and he was sent away. Mansvelt climbed back on board his ship and sailed directly for Tortuga. His goal was to spread word of his new pirate haven and enlist as many men as possible. Once again, Alexander Exquemelin writes, quote, "Mansvelt decided to go on to Tortuga and ask the governor for assistance, but he did not put this intention into effect, being prevented by death." End quote. So Mansvelt perished and was unable to gather the reinforcements he needed. This put Modiford in something of a tight situation. He was no fool. He realized exactly all of the problems that this presented. You see, originally he had intended Mansvelt to deal with the Providence Island problem and keep his own hands clean, but the Englishmen there really needed supplies and reinforcements if they were to keep the island. The governor didn't want to have anything to do with it officially, but now he didn't really have any choice. The man who was the admiral of the fleet had died. So, once again, he called a council and laid his plan. It was essentially twofold. One, on the island of Jamaica, he would raise the call for volunteers to aid the brethren on Providence Island. You see, the island of Providence was now essentially a new English colony. So, the governor promised any man who volunteered a parcel of land and either a certain amount of gold or a few slaves. The leaders of that expedition, not just the regular volunteers, would be given high offices on this new colony. And for the second part of his degree, Modiford finally decided to issue letters of marque against the Spanish. This news was very well received. You see, the promise of once again buccaneering saw so many men leave their jobs on sugar plantations that all of the slaves on Jamaica couldn't hope to harvest it all. A lot of sugarcane went to waste. And then the promise of high office, namely the governor and lieutenant governor, called specifically to 2 men. The first man to volunteer as a leader and to help gather other volunteers was named Thomas Whetstone. You might remember a few weeks ago we talked about a young privateer who was actually a nephew of Oliver Cromwell. Back in England, he was a gambler and a rogue and a playboy, and he had acquired so much debt that the Crown, King Charles, gave him a £100 loan, which he was told to reimburse by his actions in the Caribbean. We first met him off the coast of Cuba when the Brethren were about to attack, with some very important news and a well-manned vessel with himself, a bunch of natives hostile to the Spanish, and freed slaves. However, after that raid on Cuba, this man, Whetstone, paid back his debt to the Crown and really did well for himself in Jamaica. He had been raised to the Speaker of the Assembly there on the island, and he had a ship and a mind to be a lieutenant governor. The other man to answer that call was one Major Samuel Smith, who was ostensibly Captain Morgan's superior in the Jamaica militia. He was a military man who, at this time, outranked Captain Morgan, but he decided to join the expedition with the promise of becoming Providence Island's governor. These two ambitious young men, who were on Whetstone's ship that was filled with relief supplies and reinforcements, set sail for Providence Island in the summer of 1666. For a full 2 years, there would be no news from the island. In the meanwhile, though, back in Jamaica, Henry Morgan had done pretty well. After Smith left, he was given a promotion and was now Colonel Henry Morgan, in charge of the Jamaica militia. His brother-in-law, Major Bendloss, had been given his former position and taken command of Fort Charles. Morgan had, with the proceeds from his last raid, bought his first sugar plantation and begun the production of rum, and he had begun work on a family. He still wasn't the most famous man in the Caribbean, but he was almost certainly the most famous man on Jamaica. Being the nephew of Edward Morgan and a military leader, he was a frequent guest at the house of the governor. His future looked bright. He had promising prospects as a rich planter and probable politician, until things took a turn for the worst. In August of 1668, the ship carrying two ragged, skeletal, bone-thin, and haunted-eyed men sailed into port. One was Samuel Smith, the prospective governor of Providence Island. The other was a man named Captain Henry Wasey, who was master of the merchant vessel Concord. The men were hungry, haggard, and covered in scars. They were barely clinging to life. Some say the only thing keeping them alive was their rage. They were brought immediately before Henry Morgan and the governor. They had quite a tale to tell. The tale was one of betrayal, suffering, and woe at the hands of the Spanish. It's, to me, reminiscent of that troublesome voyage of John Hawkins in Elizabeth's day. It would have much the same effect as well, sending one man on a lifelong personal crusade of revenge against the Spanish Empire. Next week, we'll get into the gory details of what happened to these men on Providence Island. It's October right now, and Halloween is coming upon us quickly, so we're also going to talk about the gory details of the career of a French pirate who was called a monster, a devil, and in modern times, a sociopath. We'll also look at the aftermath of Providence Island and the first moves of what would make Henry Morgan one of the most famous pirates in history. I'd like to thank everybody for listening and for your patience. This episode took a little bit longer than I would have liked. Some things in the real world came up and I had to deal with those. However, we're now right back on track. I'd also like to thank everybody who helps to support the show. I'd like to thank those of you who have left a review on iTunes, Podbean, Stitcher, TuneIn, or wherever you listen to the show, and those of you who have helped to donate to the show. Many of you have made donations through the PayPal button on our website, and I'd like to thank all of you. I'd like to thank especially our Patreon supporters and give a shout out to some of our new supporters. That is Casey, Rebecca, Grindalsh, Tara, and Mark. Thank you guys so much for pledging your support. I really appreciate it from all of you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you like the music, I definitely suggest you go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com or check us out on Facebook or Twitter, YouTube, or SoundCloud. Tomorrow, I'll be on my way to Tennessee, where I'm going to be attending the Tennessee Pirate Fest. I don't have a booth or a costume or really anything planned, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun, so hopefully I'll see some of you there. Most of all, to everybody, thank you for listening.
Robin, Robin, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. It happened on a warm spring evening in May 1666 on the coast of the Spanish province of Panama. The merchant ship Concord lay at anchor in the harbor at Portobello. Her goods, her crew, and her captain, Henry Wasey, were all English. They were fully licensed and legitimate. The Treaty of Madrid had sealed the peace between England and Spain, and the Concord had no cause for worry over the two countries' former tensions. The crew spent the evening relaxing, gambling, sharing a jug of rum, and talking, mostly about how they were going to spend their wages. In the morning, the crew was to begin unloading all of their cargo onto the dock. However, they would never get that chance. As the sun sank below the horizon, a boat rowed toward the Concord, filled with armed and angry Spanish soldiers. These soldiers climbed on board and arrested the crew and captain on charges of spying. The captain was not a spy. If he were, he would be better informed. He would likely have heard of the ship that had recently sailed into harbor under a flag of truce that brought the militia of Old Providence into the port of Portobello. He would have heard reports of the English pirates that had stormed the fort and taken the island from the Spanish. He would have heard of the plan laid down by the governor, Don Juan Perez de Guzman, to commandeer his ship, the Concord. The captain would have heard his plan to have him thrown into a dungeon and to sail the Concord to retake Providence. The entire Spanish garrison at Providence and a large number of militia from Portobello set sail in the Concord on August 2nd, the force numbering somewhere in the realm of 500 men. On Providence herself, the new English governor, a man named Major Samuel Smith, had only 72 men. According to a later deposition given by Major Smith, he was, quote, on 19 August, by 3 Spanish vessels, a New England ketch taken from the English by the Spaniards, and an English ship, the Concord, 30 guns, of which Henry Wasey was commander, manned by Spaniards, summoned to surrender. End quote. Major Smith declined that offer. To continue his story, quote, whereupon the enemy landed, and, after 3 days' siege, he was forced to surrender upon articles of good quarter, which the Spaniards did not in the least perform. For the English, about 40, were immediately made prisoners, and all, except Sir Thomas Whetstone, this deponent, and Captain Stanley, who were commanders, forced to work in irons and chains at the Spaniards' forts, with many stripes, and many are since dead through want and ill usage. Said 3 commanders were sent to Panama, where they were cast into a dungeon and bound in irons for 17 months. At length being released, this deponent arrived in Havana, his company being lost. End quote. According to another deposition, the English surrendered, quote, on condition of having a small bark to transport them to Jamaica. But when they laid down their arms, the Spanish refused them the bark and carried them slaves to Portobello, where they were chained to the ground in a dungeon 12 by 10, in which 30 were prisoners. They were forced to work in the water from 5 in the morning to 7 at night, and at such a rate that the Spaniards confessed they made one of them do more work than any 3 Negroes. Yet, when weak with want of victuals and sleep, they were knocked down and beaten with cudgels, and 4 or 5 died. Having no clothes, their backs were blistered with the sun, their heads scorched, their necks, soldiers, and hands were raw with carrying stones and mortar, their feet chopped, and their legs bruised and battered with the irons, and their corpses were noisome one to another. The daily abuses of their religion and their king, and the continual trouble they had with friars, would be tedious to mention. End quote. Esquemeling takes it a step further, telling us that after the Spanish had retaken control of Providence, a ship bearing settlers, notably including women, arrived at the island. Major Smith was made to go down and guide the ship into harbor, where the Spanish were waiting to take the English, both men and women, prisoner. I chose to use so many quotes here to illustrate how many exist. Testimonies were taken from all of the survivors. Letters were written to the Duke of Albemarle in Virginia, and thus given to the court of Charles back in London. This wasn't some small event. This was a serious international affair. On the ground back in Jamaica, the few ragged survivors that had managed to escape told their stories to Governor Monty Ford and Captain Morgan. These stories spread all around the island, and the English, all the way from the richest inland planters to the lowliest buccaneers and prostitutes, were enraged at it. Really, it's easy to see why. The English, after taking Providence from the Spanish, agreed to terms of surrender and honored them. When the Spanish retook the island from the English, they also agreed to very similar terms, but then treacherously betrayed them. They imprisoned and enslaved the English. They beat them, they starved them, and they allowed their inquisitors to torture the so-called heretics. In this case, the Spanish, who were already longtime enemies of the English, really made perfect mustache-twirling villains. On the part of the English, a response was required to preserve their honor. It had to be a swift and brutal reprisal. The only man capable and available to lead that response was the newly minted Admiral, Henry Morgan. And to do so, he would have to do things that would test his honor. This is episode number 21, on torture. Henry Morgan had established himself on Jamaica. He owned a sugar plantation that was doing pretty well and traveled in rich circles of the inland planters. He was even a frequent guest of some of the well-to-do merchants and even the governor. He had well and truly set down roots. He had begun a family, and the Morgans were a well-respected clan on Jamaica. It was apparent that his buccaneering days were behind him. However, he was the highest-ranking military man on the island, and when the news came back from Providence that was so dire, the governor turned to Captain Morgan. He held the rank of colonel, and he was in charge of the entire militia of Jamaica, but Mooneyford meant to send Henry Morgan back to sea. An official commission from the governor, and therefore royally appointed, raised Captain Morgan to Admiral Morgan in command of the Jamaica station and gave him significant influence among the brethren of the coast. I say influence rather than command because men like Admiral Mings and Mansvelt and now Morgan commanded few actual British naval ships. The few actual ships of the line that were in that part of the Caribbean stayed near the coast of Jamaica and near Port Royal to defend her. They were necessary to deter invasion, so the admiral of the Jamaica station had to once again rely on the ships of the Brethren of the Coast. And once again, they found themselves in a dire naval situation. In January 1667, France once again declared war on England. England was also still embroiled in the Second Anglo-Dutch War. But most worrying of all were the rumors that the Spanish had amassed, finally, at long last, the Windward Fleet on the southern coast of Cuba, and they were poised to invade Jamaica. The continental concerns of the English crown were pushed to the side. Their wars with France and with the Netherlands were less important in the Caribbean than the impending invasion of the island from the Spanish. So Morgan had orders from the governor to rally a fleet of buccaneer vessels and sail for Cuba towards where the Windward Fleet was, and hopefully to learn the truth of any of these reports. It goes without saying, I think, that the fleet was also to plunder any Spanish vessels or Spanish settlements that were vulnerable to their attacks. So Morgan set sail for Cuba. The agreed-upon rendezvous was a location known as the South Keys. He was accompanied by his friend and frequent collaborator, a man named John Morris, who was the captain of the Dolphin. The Dolphin was actually the fleet's largest ship. It carried 8 guns and a total of 60 men. Morgan's own ship was smaller. Indeed, most buccaneer vessels were tiny, really. Usually they were no more than open rowboats that had a single mast to catch the wind when it was possible. They didn't carry any guns except for the muskets that the men on board carried. Aside from Morgan's smaller vessel and the Dolphin and a few of the more notorious pirates out of Tortuga, buccaneer ships were not what you think of as pirate ships. The days of heavily armed pirate vessels roaming the Caribbean were still years away. The two captains waited in the South Keys and sent out messengers to spread word that they were gathering a fleet. You see, pirate fleets rarely gathered in port. Spanish spies were everywhere in the Caribbean, including Port Royal and Tortuga, and discussing any plans for where they might attack in a local tavern, a rum house, a brothel, or even on the beach was likely to be discovered by the Spanish before you even set out. Now, Morgan was a famous man at this point. He was the man who had sacked Grenada under the English admiral. He was dashing, and he was charismatic, and he was a talented commander. So, buccaneer vessels from all over the islands came to this fleet in droves. Now, Morgan was famous, but he wasn't the most famous buccaneer captain in the Caribbean, at least not yet. But he was the only buccaneer captain of any repute that was gathering a fleet that spring. There were other buccaneer fleets around the Spanish Main and the Caribbean, but they were already on their raids. So this fleet that Morgan was gathering offered the most reward for any man of the ship. According to Stephen Talty's book, Empire of Blue Water, quote, privateers appeared out of the coves of Tortuga and the bars of Port Royal. And he continues, quote, as he walked his decks, Morgan would have passed among men from every corner of the old world and the new. There were adventure-minded English youths, French Huguenots who had fled religious persecution, English free-thinkers and jail birds, old hands from Cromwell's new model army still dressed in the legendary scarlet coats, now tattered and stained. There were Portuguese adventurers, escaped slaves, mulatto sons of Spanish fathers and black mothers, indentured servants who had jumped aboard trade ships and made their way to freedom, perhaps the odd Dutchman or two. In the old world, they would have been in a jail cell or working as disgruntled serfs. On Henry Morgan's ship, they were one move away from being a captain or just filthy rich. End quote. By March, the fleet was assembled and consisted of 12 ships, perhaps a couple more according to different sources, and at least 700 men. Now that the fleet was gathered, however, it was time to see to the formalities. Now, the first was for all of the captains in the fleet to agree that Captain Morgan was in command, but this was really a true formality. It was Morgan himself, his fame and his reputation that had gathered this fleet here. There was no question that he was to be in command. The second order of business, however, would be slightly more contentious. Every captain had to agree to follow and enforce their pirate code. Do any of you remember in that first Pirates of the Caribbean movie, Curse of the Black Pearl, when Elizabeth Swann, played by Keira Knightley, says, "According to the code of the brethren set down by the pirates Morgan and Bartholomew, you have to take me to your captain." Now that's a reference to the pirate code set down by Captain Morgan. She even says his name there. And for that little nod to actual history, I really love it. But these films, while I love them, can really drive me crazy when I look at it through a historical eye. No, I'm not going to go into all of the minutiae that bothers me here. It doesn't really fit the conversation. However, if that's something you'd be interested in, I am working on reviews of both Black Sails and the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, which I'll be putting on YouTube before too long. So keep an eye out for those. Now, in regard to the pirate code, a few minutes later in the film, Captain Barbossa goes on to say, the code is more what you would call guidelines than actual rules. This is wrong on 2 counts. First, pirate codes were not guidelines. They were strict laws that demanded absolute obedience on pain of severe punishment or even death. The idea of pirates as lawless brigands only holds so much weight. They didn't adhere to the laws of the nations that claimed to govern them, but they did have laws among themselves that, if broken, carried consequences. A little later on in the show, we're going to talk more in depth about some of those consequences. But the second and larger point here, that's wrong with both the quotes of Elizabeth Swann and Captain Barbossa, is assuming that Captain Barbossa would care one bit for the pirate code of Captain Morgan. See, pirates were true democrats. Many, especially in the later days, the golden age of piracy, first went to sea on merchant or naval vessels, vessels in which the captain's word was law. The main allure to the pirate life, aside from maybe plunder, was having a say in their own destiny. They ensured this power, this say in their own destiny, through these piratical codes of conduct. See, every ship had its own code, and every man on board had a say and a vote on that code, and if he didn't agree, he didn't sail. Well, that's not exactly true. Every man didn't have a say. Every crew member, though, did have a vote, including women, natives, or even freed African slaves. However, pirates would notoriously take captive sailors that had some set of skills that they needed. Surgeons and ship's carpenters were at particular risk, but guides, pilots, and other skilled sailors were frequently taken as well. See, these seamen were serving under duress. They didn't want to be there, and at least at first they were a crew and they didn't get a vote on the pirates' code. They were essentially indentured servants or even slaves to the pirates for a limited period of time. But Captain Morgan's code, while it was something of a template for later piratical codes, would not have been the code of Captain Barbossa or Captain Teach or Captain Bain or Captain Bonnet or any pirate in the latter days. This was not some overarching piratical law. This was something that every pirate had a say on his own vessel. The code did, however, usually outline the role of captain, quartermaster, the surgeon, the carpenters, and really all of the men on board the vessel. This detailed their duties as well as the limits to their authority. You see, in the case of the captain, and this is a generality because all the codes were different, his power was not absolute. The crew all voted on the course that they would choose, the actions that they would take, and the prizes that they would attempt to capture. The captain, if he owned the ship, as most buccaneer captains did, had a limited amount of veto power. However, in battle, the captain's authority was nearly absolute. This makes sense when cannonballs are flying at you or the enemy is boarding you and there's no time for debate. It works very much like a microcosm of modern democracy. There are checks and balances on power on board a pirate ship, and laws are voted upon. The executive, either the president or the captain, has limited authority among the men until the enemy is at the gates, when that executive is granted powers of martial law. This happens in the modern United States, in fact, in most of the modern West. Now, we don't have a transcript of Captain Morgan's actual code. We do have a few accounts from various sources, most notably from Excomelon, but a few generalized reproductions have been attempted. One such attempt reads as follows: Captain Morgan's Pirate Code. The fund of all payments under the articles is the stock of what is gotten by expedition, following the same law as other pirates. That is, no prey, no pay. Now, this is obviously not what would have been written, because the Brethren, especially Captain Morgan, didn't consider themselves pirates. However, this is accurate in that that is how men on board this expedition would have been getting their pay. 2. Compensation is provided to the captain for the use of his ship, and the salary of the carpenter or shipwright who mended, careened, and rigged the vessel, the latter usually about 150 pieces of eight. A sum for provisions and victuals is specified, usually 200 pieces of eight. A salary or compensation is specified for the surgeon and his medicine chest, usually 250 pieces of eight. 3. A standard compensation is provided for maimed and mutilated buccaneers. And then it goes on to quote one translation of the swimmer. Quote, thus they order for the loss of a right arm 600 pieces of eight, or 6 slaves. For the loss of a left arm, 500 pieces of eight, or 5 slaves. For a right leg, 500 pieces of eight, or 5 slaves. For the left leg, 400 pieces of eight, or 4 slaves. For an eye, 100 pieces of eight, or 1 slave. For a finger of the hand, the same reward as for the eye. 4. Shares of booty are provided as follows. And again, they quote the swimmer. The captain or chief commander is allotted 5 or 6 portions to what the ordinary seamen have. The master's mate only 2, and officers proportionate to their employment, after whom they draw equal parts from the highest to even the lowest mariner, the boys not being omitted. For even these draw half a share, by reason that, when they happen to take a better vessel than their own, it is the duty of the boys to set fire to the ship or boat wherein they are, and then retire to the prize which they have taken. 5. Quote, in the prizes they take, it is severely prohibited to every one to usurp anything, in particular to themselves. Yea, they make a solemn oath to each other not to abscond or conceal the least thing they find amongst the prey. If afterwards anyone is found unfaithful who has contravened the said oath, immediately he is separated and turned out of the society. End quote. I make it clear that this is a reproduction because it's certainly incomplete and almost certainly filtered through several different sources. You see, there were things that would have been discussed in Captain Morgan's code, such as Captain Morgan's role as admiral, the man who was in charge of the expedition. That isn't mentioned here, but a lot of that is more specific voyage to voyage, and that's how these things were done. At the beginning of every voyage, the men all discussed and voted upon a code that they would all adhere to. However, this reproduction does give us some idea of what the men gathered in the South Keys of Cuba would have voted upon.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. You might say all kinds of stuff when things go wrong, but these are the words you really need to remember. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. They've got options to fit your unique insurance needs, meaning you can talk to your agent to choose the coverage you need. Have coverage options to protect the things you value most. File a claim right on the State Farm mobile app, and even reach a real person when you need to talk to someone. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
After the roles were decided and the code voted upon, the next and third order of business would have been to decide exactly where they were going and what they were doing. That is to say, what was their target? The first target that was proposed and discussed was actually Havana itself. However, there were men in the party who had been slaves or indentured servants in Panama that let the men know that this wasn't a viable option. They said that they would need at least 1,500 men to take the city, and even then it would be a dicey proposition. So Havana was scrapped, and they tried to figure out another likely place to attack. The most plausible target was a place nearby called Puerto del Princepe. It was a rich inland cattle town that sold its beef and its hides to Havana and was therefore pretty opulent. They had never been attacked by any pirates, being so far inland, and it showed. They should have been an easy target. However, while they were having this discussion, Captain Morgan made a mistake that nearly doomed the entire expedition before it began. They had on board a Spanish prisoner who, when he had been taken, had not responded to the crew, either in English or in Spanish. But he did overhear their plans to attack Puerto del Princepe. Now, Esquimalt asserts that this dastardly Spaniard actually spoke English the entire time, and he actively planned to learn of their attacks. However, it seems equally likely to me that this man, who probably only spoke Spanish, heard these bearded English captors of his repeatedly saying Puerto del Princepe, and followed by much saber-rattling, heavy drinking, and yarring, he figured out what they were planning. Whatever the case was, though, in the middle of the night, this Spaniard escaped. According to Esquimalt, quote, "The man jumped overboard one night and began swimming for the nearest island. The English at once sprang into their canoes to fish him out again, but he managed to land before they could catch him and hid among the trees where they could not find him. Next day, this Spaniard swam from one islet to the next till he reached the Cuban coast. He was familiar with the roads, and before long arrived at Puerto del Princepe, where he warned the inhabitants of the corsairs' approach and the forces at their disposal. The Spaniards immediately began hiding their goods, while the governor assembled all the men he could, including a number of slaves. He had a great number of trees felled to block the road and laid various ambushes manned with cannon. About 800 men were mustered, both from within the town itself and from neighboring places. Having manned the ambuscades with as many as he judged necessary, the governor kept the main body of defenders in an open field near the city, whence he could see the enemy's approach from afar." End quote. With the road well guarded and the main body of soldiers watching their approach, Morgan had to come up with a different route. However, in the jungles of Jamaica, Captain Morgan had been training his men for just such an event. As the colonel of the Jamaican militia, he had taken his men on long hikes through the wilderness. Long, stealthy treks meant to avoid any enemy sighting you and reach your destination prepared to fight. Which is exactly what they did. They headed into the wilderness to avoid detection and reach the city. When the buccaneers did emerge from the jungle, they saw the Spanish force. It should have been a daunting sight. They had many musketeers, many pikemen. They had heavy artillery. They even had a contingent of cavalry. However, all of the guns and eyes of the Spanish forces were trained on the road. They were looking in the wrong direction. So when the buccaneer attack came, it came as a surprise and caught the Spanish force unaware. The cavalry attempted to flank them, get in around behind them. However, the superior firepower of the buccaneer force cut them down before they even reached them. The Spanish musketeers were no match for the Brethren of the Coast. The Brethren were such good marksmen, so well trained that they got off 3 or 4 volleys for every one Spanish volley. Some of the men leading this force, including Captain Morgan himself, had been trained in the English Civil War. They knew this new style of fighting that had developed in Europe better than these New World Spanish soldiers. By early afternoon, the battle was over, and Captain Morgan led his men into the city. Occasionally, the crack of musket fire would ring out from one of the surrounding buildings, and one or another of the Englishmen would fall. After several such attacks, Captain Morgan lost his patience and sent messengers forth to let the townspeople know that if they surrendered peacefully, they would be treated well. However, if they continued sniping his soldiers, he would be forced to burn the town to the ground. There were, as you might imagine, no more shots fired. The pirates rounded up everybody that was left in the town and moved them to a local church under guard. True to his word, Captain Morgan saw that the prisoners were treated well. They were all fed, nobody was raped, nobody was tortured, nobody was murdered. Generally, it wasn't the worst captivity you can imagine. You see, the reality is that, at heart, I think, Captain Morgan was truly an English gentleman, not a pirate. To get the job done, he was required to work with pirates. However, he tried to behave honorably in all his affairs. Unfortunately, for Captain Morgan at least, it got him nowhere. You see, the people had been forewarned of his coming, and they had hidden all of their valuables. All of the silver plate and coin they had thrown down the well, all of the gold they had hidden out in the jungle, buried deep. And Morgan, being either too timid or too honorable to do what he had to do to find out the location of these treasures, rather decided to send out search parties to look for them as best they could. The search parties were coming back time and time again empty-handed. Now, there were plenty of men that were ransacking the town, but that was mostly for the wine, the rum, and the food. They were having a grand old time, but not finding any of the treasure that would pay their wage. Finally, Morgan gathered a few of the men from the church together and instructed them to go out into the woods and find the men and women who had run away from town. It took a few days, but finally they returned. However, they returned empty-handed. They told Morgan that they'd been unable to find anybody, and that if given more time, they certainly would be able to find them. They told him that if given 15 more days' time, they would with absolute certainty bring people back. Captain Morgan allowed them their 15 days, but then, just a few days later, a group of men who were out ransacking the town returned with a slave in tow. The slave was carrying a letter, and this was something that would have sparked their attention, because nearly all slaves were illiterate. They weren't taught to read, so what would this slave be doing with anything written on it? Now, it's also quite likely that the pirates who brought him back couldn't read either. Plus, it was in Spanish, so even if they could read a little bit of English or French, they were unlikely to know Spanish. So they brought it back to Captain Morgan to have a local man translate. When the translator read the note out loud to Morgan, the captain would have been furious. The author was the governor from the neighboring province. He had written this letter and had it copied many times, telling the people of the province that Captain Morgan had sacked to hold out for as long as possible. If they could wait for about 15 more days, he would arrive with his entire garrison, as well as the militias from many of the neighboring cities. They were gathering an army that could retake Puerto del Príncipe. Morgan had been lied to, and he bought it. Beyond that, it was his own fault. He could have taken the steps necessary to get the location of the treasure and be gone by this point. And it wasn't just the fact that he knew it. Many of the men who sailed under him were telling him time and again, these are the things you have to do. But for Morgan, he saw them as brutal and savage and unbecoming of a proper English gentleman. This was teaching Morgan a lesson that in future raids he would employ to the fullest. However, right now he had no time to employ those lessons because time was running out. The Spanish had an army bearing down on him. Captain Morgan took the 6 most prominent men from among those he had captured and gathered them together. He sent out a message to the Spanish saying that if they attacked, these 6 most prominent men were to be killed. He also said that it would only take a few days for his demands to be met. This wasn't going to be a traditional ransom. That was difficult to do when you were staring down several thousand Spanish lances. What Captain Morgan wanted were 1,000 head of cattle, slaughtered, salted, and loaded onto his boats. Morgan and his Spanish captives moved the cattle, the men, and all of the goods they had taken down to the beach where their ships lay at anchor. Morgan oversaw a large number of Spaniards slaughtering the cattle, and the entirety of his force setting up defenses. This was necessary because the very next morning, the Spanish army arrived. However, they did not attack. They did wait atop the beachhead for Morgan to finish his work and sail away. Now, this may have been to spare the life of the 6 men that Captain Morgan had taken hostage. They were important people. They were likely the priest or a bishop, maybe the son of a local dignitary or another, perhaps wealthy businessmen within the community, people that the Spanish wouldn't want to lose. But Even if they did lose these 6 men, which would be a blow, that would not be a huge concern